Chapter 134. The Secrets of Bai and Zaibujan, Naruto, and Hinata. As a small island nation surrounded by the sea, the land of waves is often shrouded in mist. Would you care for a bite? Items that are not local specialties do not require the payment of silver coins when brought to other worlds. Ezio, with a platter of exquisite French cuisine, leisurely pushed open the door and appeared before them. The aroma of the food immediately made the three hungry companions swallow hard. Although the ninja world boasts an abundance of seafood, the limited population in this realm means that many delicacies can only be savored locally. It is rather inconvenient to find seafood in Konoha despite the presence of electricity and refrigerators. Mobile freezers remain a curious absence, indicating a rather skewed technological advancement. The chakra armor from the land of snow may very well be a precursor to scientific ninja tools. In previous conflicts, a group known as the Sky Ninja Organization emerged, their stronghold a vast floating fortress powered by artificially created Zero Tails. Similar to the Harry Potter universe, this world harbors many mysterious places that have yet to be depicted in manga or anime. However, Ezio's attitude toward exploring these realms is markedly different than that towards his own home. To him, this is merely a playground everyone he encounters appears as an NPC. While relationships can be cultivated, it does not imply that achieving maximum affinity will prevent him from taking action. Give it a try. These dishes may differ from what you've had in the village. I highly recommend this pineapple durian pizza. Absolutely fantastic. Observing Ezio's enthusiastic thumbs up and catching a whiff of the oddly intriguing aroma of the fruit tart, the three friends wore expressions of skepticism. What a fascinating flavor. The boldest among them, Naruto, took a slice of the pineapple durian pizza. Upon taking a tentative bite, the tangy sweetness of the baked fruit blended with the rich aroma of cheese created an uncharted taste sensation. They spread a tablecloth on the bridge and gathered around for a picnic. Ezio rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky. As dusk approached, the clouds above were bathed in a warm orange glow. Breathing in the sea breeze and listening to the crashing waves, he thought this might be a serene and leisurely afternoon, were it not for the pair of eyes lurking in the distance that a delicate mist began to rise, leaving one to wonder whether it was a characteristic weather of the land of waves or a deliberate act. Ezio feigned ignorance, humming a tune and closing his eyes as if to indulge in a brief respite. As the mist gradually enveloped their vicinity, Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly. Under the pretense of reaching for food, he discreetly nudged Hinata's leg. "Naruto-kun, could you please pass me the soup? It looks delightful," Hinata softly requested, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Of course. In a few quick motions, Naruto stuffed a piece of what resembled bread wrapped around beef into his mouth before promptly lifting the bowl of seafood soup. Byakugan. The 360-degree perspective allowed Hinata to instantly sense that something was amiss. "Your vigilance is commendable, yet your adversaries this time are far from inexperienced," Ezio remarked with a wry smile. "However, to disrupt one's appetite during a meal is rather inconsiderate." Suddenly, the languid Ezio rose from the ground, extending his hand to grasp a whirling large blade that was hurtling towards him. In that instant, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. "Stay alert," Sasuke spoke, having anticipated the situation. Naruto, albeit somewhat slow to react, immediately set down his bowl of soup and grasped his kunai. "The Byakugan cannot discern his location," Hinata stated calmly. "The chakra within this mist interferes with my vision. It is the hidden mist technique of the Mist Village." The Hyuga clan had once been strategically positioned against the Mist Village during the Third Great Ninja War, where the hidden mist technique posed a significant counter to the Byakugan. The optimal configuration here would be the Sharingan. Although it lacks the ability to see through obstructions, its exceptional perceptive capabilities enable effective counteraction against the assassins of the Mist Village shrouded within the dense fog. Is it not peculiar for Hokage to be unaware of such matters? It is indeed strange, considering the Hyuga clan had lost a precious Byakugan, yet they begrudgingly accepted it due to their current weakened state. Had it been the Uchiha, this group of fervent, readied individuals would not have been so accommodating. "Fear not, for I am here to extend my gratitude to the nameless rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, for this executioner's blade." Ezio's voice, cold as ice, carried a tone of derision, especially as he stowed the blade into his pocket. "He is growing anxious." Ezio turned to the trio beside him, as the previously slight mist thickened to an almost impenetrable density. "Thus, a ninja must learn humility. One should never underestimate any opponent. There is a saying, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. I hope you will remember this. Here is a toy delivered to you. A seasoned elite genin will suffice as your sparring partner." With a dull thud, a robust man, stealthily approaching from the mist, was sent crashing to the ground by a single punch from Ezio. "Your silent assassination technique leaves much to be desired." Before a master of true, countless silent movements and assassinations, the Mist Village's stealth tactics were noticeably inferior. You may have concealed your footsteps, but what of the sound of the wind? 5 elements sealing. Without granting Zabuza a chance to struggle, Ezio directly sealed the flow of chakra within him. A ninja stripped of chakra is akin to a tiger deprived of its claws. While some resistance remains, the overwhelming threat has been significantly diminished. Wind release, Gale Palm. With a thrust of his left hand, a ferocious tempest tore through the surrounding chakra-infused mist, propelling a masked figure resembling an umbu several meters away, as the shuriken they had launched vanished into the chaos. Upon encountering the second unfamiliar ninja, the 3 young ones, still wary, regarded him with solemn expressions. An assassination squad from the hidden mist? With Zabuza's limbs ensnared by the earth-style jutsu beneath him, Ezio rose and addressed the newcomer. Please, allow me to take him. By the way, Naruto, among the ninjas who slaughtered your mother's clan, there were members from the hidden mist. Additionally, a member of the Hyuga clan had their Byakugan stolen by them, and according to my intelligence, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan is also linked to an individual from a mist. Sasuke opened his mouth as if to ask something, but ultimately clenched his jaw and charged ahead. Naruto, I'm coming. Hundreds of shadow clones swiftly sealed off their escape routes. Are you initiating combat? Leaf ninjas. The masked ninja before them evaded Sasuke's kunai, seemingly reluctant to engage in battle. The one capable of swiftly subduing Zabuza was beyond his means to confront. But how can you represent the hidden mist? Zabuza is a rogue ninja, yet you are no different, are you? Haku. A crow emerged from within Zabuza, and Ezio acquired the intelligence he sought. Although he had surmised it, the formalities still needed to be observed. A user of ice release, an orphan of the Yuki clan, utilized as a tool by Zabuza, yet cherished as a companion in his heart. Haku, who was preparing to counterattack with a single-handed hand seal, trembled as Naruto's shadow clones surged towards him, nearly overwhelming him. Ice mirror technique. The cold ice, transformed by chakra, coalesced into the shape of mirrors. Each bloodline user possesses unique secret techniques, and the hidden mist was once home to the largest number of such users. As the ice mirror formed a semicircular dome, Haku, previously in a precarious position, steadied himself. The ice shards, manifesting as 1,000 needles, swiftly shattered the shadow clones trapped within the ice mirrors, while the hundreds of clones outside also faltered. Naruto's current limitations were evident. He had mastered too few jutsu, particularly offensive techniques. His strikes against the impenetrable mirror surface of the ice mirror technique proved futile, akin to attempting to breach an indestructible prison. Haku's innate talent was remarkable within the Yuki clan. In a moment of unconsciousness, he had eradicated those who had once persecuted his mother and himself. It was this formidable gift that Zabuza recognized and nurtured. His speed is astonishing. Haku darted within the confines of the ice mirrors so swiftly that even Sasuke's Sharingan struggled to discern his movements. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Hinata, trapped outside with her Byakugan activated, displayed her resolute side upon witnessing Naruto and Sasuke's dire predicament. The flow of chakra. Her Byakugan fully blooming, she scrutinized the icy prison. The lightning-quick Haku was not an easy target for gentle fist techniques, yet Hinata was resolute in her determination not to yield. She meticulously observed the chakra composition of this prison. All jutsu were constructed from chakra, whether it be ice or fire, manifesting as various transformations and adaptations of this vital energy. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Hinata racked her brain for a solution. Perhaps I could discover a weakness in the chakra of this technique, but I have yet to master the 8 trigrams empty palm and the twin lion fist. If only I had met my teacher sooner. If only I could master the Rasengan. As Naruto realized that this icy crystal was an insurmountable obstacle for him at present, a flicker of reluctance surfaced within him. How proficient are you in the lightning release technique? Sasuke? Not well. Although the Sharingan has replicated the chakra flow of our teacher's technique, I'm unable to control it. Even if I can mimic it, I still require sufficient strength to execute IT present. I can barely convert my chakra into the necessary lightning release for the technique. We are more familiar with your father's jutsu. A month of practicing with water spheres had made their attempts at mastering the Rasengan somewhat easier. However, they had yet to resolve a critical issue: the internal chaotic chakra flow required for the Rasengan. Only by introducing varied trajectories into the uniformly rotating chakra sphere could they imbue the Rasengan with true destructive power. Mastery of rotation, turbulence, and stability was essential for the Rasengan to be effectively utilized. I have an idea. Though his intellect may have been limited, Naruto's intuition often shone brilliantly in moments of need, conjuring bizarre, yet potentially effective strategies. Shadow clone technique that in an instant, hundreds of shadow clones filled the icy crystal space. These dense corporeal clones were not mere illusions that shattered upon contact, they would only dissipate upon sustaining fatal damage or immense impact. Protected within their midst, Naruto whispered to Sasuke that Hinata's control over chakra surpasses ours significantly. She can stabilize the chaotic flow of chakra. If we were to. Meanwhile, outside, Naruto's shadow clones gathered around Hinata, engaging in hushed communication with her. Naruto's astounding chakra reserves provided them with considerable leeway. Within the confines of the crystalline prison, White endeavored to dismantle these shadow clones, yet Naruto's monstrous chakra reserves conveyed a profound realization. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can exhaust you. White had no idea how many shadow clones he had shattered. 100, 200, 300. An overwhelming multitude encircled him like a sphere, densely packed within, each unafraid of peril. The moment he faltered, dozens of hands would seize him, and even a mere bite would result in relentless gnawing from the clones. Time wore on, and after nearly half an hour of confinement, a fervent shout snapped White's dulled nerves taut. This is the culmination of our bonds. A colossal chakra orb was being supported by Naruto's 6 shadow clones, present. Naruto had only mastered the ability to spin chakra at high speeds while maintaining its stability. He skillfully molded an enormous chakra sphere. Beside this manifestation, Hinata, her Byakugan activated, darted forward with remarkable agility, employing her gentle fist technique to infuse her chakra into the sphere. The once orderly rotation was disrupted, however, at the critical moment when the turbulent currents threatened to tear the sphere apart. Hinata consistently delivered timely strikes to quell the surges of instability. Now, Sasuke, I got it. At that moment, lightning from the lightning release surged along Naruto's arm. As it pierced the chakra sphere, the sharp electric energy illuminated the intensely compressed orb. The instant the third chakra was introduced, the already precarious state of the compressed chakra sphere spiraled into complete chaos. Run! Naruto's shadow clones had already formed a line, gripping the hands of the 3 and launching them forward with force. The blinding lightning erupted behind them, as a combined chakra of at least 10 elite Jonin detonated the orb like a bomb. This is it. As the fierce winds swept the trio away, Naruto struck a cool pose in midair, declaring, "This is our breathtaking combined technique, secret art. Supersized orb, thunderous 8. Trigrams, explosion." In the direction they were propelled, the hemispherical barrier created by the magic mirrorized crystal was utterly shattered, as the rampant lightning and ferocious chakra obliterated everything within a 20-meter radius in an instant. Chapter 135, Double Tomo and Kaleidoscope. Teacher, Star Teacher. Though wincing in pain, Naruto, hoisted on Sasuke's shoulder, exclaimed with excitement, "Did you just see that? We executed an incredibly powerful technique together." Its name is perhaps struck by Naruto's enthusiasm. He leaped down from Sasuke's shoulder, gesturing animatedly as he declared, "Secret art, super large jade thunderclap explosion spiral." Before Naruto could finish, Sasuke swiftly covered his mouth, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. "Don't you feel any pain right now, Naruto?" "Huh." Naruto paused, then winced. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." He rolled on the ground, grimacing in agony. "Your naming skills are truly reminiscent of your father's." Ezio interjected with a smirk. "Perhaps you have not heard of the technique called Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Roar 3 Styles. What a cool name." Suddenly feeling no pain, Naruto sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Ezio. "This move must be incredibly powerful, right?" "Perhaps," Ezio replied. "During the Third Great Ninja War, no one could accurately describe this technique. Either they perished or could not see clearly. It is a complex amalgamation of Flying Thunder God, Spiral Sphere, and Flash Bomb. That is all I know." Upon realizing that Naruto's naming prowess was inherited from his father, the 4th Hokage, Sasuke chose silence. He could never utter such a lengthy and convoluted name. Setting the name aside, the technique's effectiveness was commendable. Although it was a hastily combined ninjutsu, you successfully broke through. "Just like when I saw you combine Spiral Sphere and Lightning Cutter last time." Naruto chuckled on the ground, gradually growing accustomed to the pain. "But has that guy died?" Sasuke scanned the ruins, finding no trace of the masked ninja. "Do you wish for him to be dead or alive?" Ezio kicked Zabuza, breaking the earth-style binding that held him captive. "Stop struggling." Zabuza's hand, which had suddenly drawn a kunai, was pinned beneath Ezio's foot. A puppet sealed in earth began to rise slowly from the ground, and as the earthy shell shattered, a disheveled figure emerged before them. "If you weren't of some use, I wouldn't bother speaking to you." The white mask lay shattered, his upper garments reduced to rags, exposing large swathes of skin. When his astonishingly beautiful visage appeared before them, both Sasuke and Naruto felt a flush rise to their cheeks, instinctively turning away. "It's a man, why are you two blushing?" "Huh." In disbelief, the two turned back. Naruto glanced at Zabuza before shifting his gaze to Hinata, lost in a prolonged contemplation. Hinata, her face crimson and nearly fainting. seemed to grasp something profound at that moment. She clutched her chest, shy to the point of almost losing consciousness. Do not dwell on such impolite thoughts, Naruto. Hinata likes you, but you cannot remain so oblivious. It is quite offensive. Huh, what? Hey, Hinata, wake up. Fumbling to steady the fainting Hinata. Naruto's expression was one of sheer bewilderment. Hinata, do you like me? When Hinata awoke, she found Naruto gazing intently at her, his question piercing through her still drowsy mind, which was on the verge of overheating once more. With a flutter of her eyelids, her consciousness slipped away. This fool is beyond salvation. Sasuke felt a throbbing ache in his temples, though disinterested in matters of the heart. Even he had long since recognized the situation at hand. You could attempt mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. That's how one revives someone who has fainted. Sasuke's gaze towards Ezio shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that their usually stoic teacher would utter such words. But instinctively, he cast a sidelong glance, witnessing Naruto obediently laying Hinata on the ground and employing the serious technique of first aid, barely having opened her eyes. Hinata's mind was still cluttered when she felt warmth on her lips, causing her to short-circuit entirely. What the? Realizing that something seemed awry, Naruto fixated on the camera in Ezio's hand, his mind racing. Almost half a minute later, he suddenly knelt before the recently awakened Hinata, adopting a grave tone as he declared, "Whatever it takes, I will take responsibility." Hinata, overwhelmed with a blend of bashfulness and joy, felt her heart race like a startled deer. Unconsciously, she blurted out, "I am willing." Sasuke, having indulged in the spectacle of their affection, felt somewhat stuffed and forced himself to divert his gaze towards Ezio. "Teacher, may I speak with you privately?" "Of course." Ezio formed a hand seal, encasing Bai and Zabuza within a sphere of earth, then led Sasuke aside. "You wish to inquire about the Uchiha massacre, correct? I can assure you that Itachi Uchiha personally slaughtered the members of the Uchiha clan, including your parents. None were spared. From the elderly to infants in their cradles, save for you. You are the sole survivor. I was once a ninja of the root, a unit akin to the Umbu, entirely obedient to the leader. Following Danzo's demise, I joined Konoha and became a Jonin, while Root was completely dismantled. From what I know, both Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi were well aware of the Uchiha massacre. The ninjas of Root surrounded the Uchiha residence then, ensuring that no one escaped. Itachi's transaction with Danzo involved the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, while Hiruzen took possession of the clan's assets. Ezio paused, observing Sasuke silently. The single tomo of the Sharingan slowly rotating in his eyes. Clenching his fists so tightly that they drew blood, Sasuke's expression twisted into a terrifying grimace. After a brief silence, the second tomo of the Sharingan manifested in his gaze. "Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, let your hatred consume you. Embrace your resentment. Then live on in your ugliness. Flee and survive in desperation." The words spoken by Itachi that fateful night echoed incessantly in his mind. Following closely, the visage of Danzo, his bandaged face, and the ever-smiling countenance of Hiruzen Sarutobi surged through his thoughts, igniting a wild, burning fury within him. Both Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi had met their demise. "This is for you." A glass vial was extracted by Ezio and handed to Sasuke. Contained within is a Manjiki Sharingan, likely from your cousin, perhaps. "This is the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui, once seized by Danzo, but I acquired it before his death. Beyond the three-tomo Sharingan lies a more advanced form known as the Manjiki." Sasuke grasped the chilling vial, his heart once again shaken. He was unaware of this fact. However, the Manjiki comes with limitations. Each use diminishes your ocular power, and once its uses are exhausted, your vision will fade. Only the eternal Manjiki can be used freely. And to attain it, one must merge with a Manjiki Sharingan from a family member. The closer the blood relation, the higher the likelihood of successful fusion. I am not entirely certain of the connection between Uchiha Shursui and you, but I trust you would be willing to attempt it, correct? Sasuke slowly nodded. His gaze fixated on the eye submerged in the liquid, yearning for the power of vengeance, regardless of the cost. Yet, there was but one eye here. While the other resided with Uchiha Itachi, who was also a possessor of the Manjiki Sharingan, albeit one of his eyes had lost its sight. He had once attempted to trap me within the realm of Tsukuyami, but I possess a unique resistance to his Manjiki technique. To escape death, he resorted to his Anaji, sacrificing one of his Manjiki Sharingan in the process. "Teacher," Sasuke said, barely concealing his astonishment, "Uchiha Itachi is the man I must slay. Yet he seems to be a figure of intrigue before my teacher. What about the events in the Hidden Mist Village?" Sasuke asked, regaining his composure. "The Mizukage there is a puppet, though this remains unproven. You may choose to believe it or not. However, prior to discussing that matter, there is another incident you should be aware of, the Nine-Tails rampage instigated by Konoha. At that time, the Sharingan was reflected in the eyes of the Nine-Tails, indicating that the one who orchestrated its rampage, leading to the demise of Naruto's parents, hailed from the Uchiha clan. How is that possible?" He incredulously turned his head to see Ezio nodding gently. That individual is the one who controlled the Mizukichi. If the information from the root is accurate, he was also involved in the Uchiha massacre alongside Uchiha Itachi, slaughtering the entire Uchiha clan. If you can find Uchiha Itachi, perhaps you can find him as well. This seemingly foolishly grinning individual possesses a remarkable charisma, and after sharing various experiences, he has come to regard Naruto as a friend. I know what I must do, teacher. Sasuke replied earnestly, bowing slightly to Ezio. Why? Sasuke asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. War is imminent. The fourth great ninja war sees the four great nations besieging Konoha. This is not difficult to deduce, is it? In the current ninja world, peace is merely a facade. This bubble, inflated by the passage of peaceful times, will burst once the military strength of the five great nations reaches a certain threshold. Or perhaps, it serves as a new training ground. Have you considered this? Zabuza Momochi. Ezio released the earthen prison, gazing at the cold, formidable man seated within. Become a sparring partner for my students. Your sealed chakra makes you an ideal candidate for their physical training. Engage with the intent to eliminate them. However, Zabuza merely cast a disdainful glance at Ezio. I understand you may not readily consent, thus I shall inform you. There are myriad ways to meet one's demise. Should you follow my instructions, I can offer you the most merciful end. The contempt in Zabuza's eyes was nearly palpable, his gaze suggesting that such a threat held no weight for him. An unsettling chill permeated the air, an intangible essence that could not be grasped by the hand. Yet, Zabuza felt as though some liquid was gradually engulfing him. Looking down, he saw it was crimson blood, imbued with a bone-chilling fervor. This was not an illusion, but a raw manifestation of murderous intent. Even the notorious assassin known as the Demon of the Mist was mentally shaken by the horrific scene before him. An endless sea of blood formed a landscape littered with bones, and from this macabre plain, hauntingly beautiful mountains of skeletal remains rose, pure death blossoming like a flower. The strikingly vivid blood-red beauty made even this demon, steeped in blood, tremble. What is your choice? A calm, detached voice resonated from atop a throne of bones, requiring one to raise their head to behold. Yes, Zabuza lowered his head, unwilling to contemplate the death that awaited him should he refuse. My apologies for frightening you. The three had only glimpsed Ezio's silhouette moments ago and had not been touched by the overtly released murderous intent. Nonetheless, they had lost control over their bodies. Unable even to tremble, Sasuke blinked, having inadvertently activated his Sharingan. His newly acquired double tomo began to revolve slowly. The psychological stimulation served as the finest nourishment for the evolution of his eyes, merely catching a glimpse of his teacher's icy demeanor. The profound terror that lay at the root of death jolted his nerves. Chapter 136. Youth in the Hot Springs. June, 60 years after the establishment of Konoha. For months have passed since the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, retired. In the interest of the village's stability, Tsunade concealed the death of these old figures. However, this matter could not remain hidden indefinitely, as Tsunade had also taken control of the assets and remaining personnel of these four clans. As time progressed, the changes within Konoha were subtly conveyed by spies lurking within the village. However, the ninja village that received this intelligence dared not act rashly. As Konoha now had a Hokage, Tsunade's firm control over the village was undeniable. Her status ensured that as long as she aspired to be Hokage, no one in Konoha would oppose her. Even if opposition arose, it would bear no substantial effect. Yet, after successfully transitioning to the Hokage's authority, Tsunade had to take decisive actions. A new official must ignite their initial fervor, and to maintain the fragile peace that currently prevailed, a show of force was paramount. In a realm where political maneuvering held little weight and strength dictated authority, only absolute power could compel adversaries to remain humble and conciliatory. The previous three shinobi world wars had made one thing abundantly clear. The hearts of the four great ninja villages harbored a relentless desire to destroy Konoha, and they would undoubtedly unite against it at some point, devoid of any semblance of morality or righteousness. Having completed their mission in the Land of Waves, a four-member team arrived at the gates of Konoha. Though their spirits appeared relatively high, their attire was, frankly, quite shocking. They looked as though they had just stepped off the battlefield, with various scrapes and tears adorning their garments. Fresh scars bore tender pink marks, and among the trio, only Hinata bore the lightest injuries. Naruto's beloved orange jacket had long since become a tattered rag, now carelessly tied around his waist. What happened to you? Ezio was unfamiliar with most of Konoha's ninjas, with Kakashi being one of the few acquaintances he had, albeit their encounters were rare. They were merely neighbors living in the same building. Kakashi had captured AJ Nin to train them in taijutsu. Ezio nodded slightly at Kakashi, his expression calm as he spoke. Isn't your approach a bit reckless? Kakashi's gaze swept over the trio, and upon confirming that they appeared to be in decent condition, he felt a slight sense of relief. In this taijutsu training session, Naruto, despite suffering the most injuries, could still tap into the Nine-Tails chakra. At times, He didn't even require Ezio's healing, as the Nine-Tails chakra would timely intervene when he neared death, aided by the Uzumaki clan's remarkable vitality to swiftly mend his wounds. Though he refrained from asking, it seemed that Naruto's relationship with the Nine-Tails remained amicable, especially after Ezio revealed to him that the Nine-Tails' true name was Kurama. The instances of Kurama's chakra manifesting within him had noticeably increased. The proud adversary was naturally oblivious. Naruto's candid and sunny disposition was inherently antagonistic to the Nine-Tails' character traits. It appears they have indeed matured considerably, Kakashi mused, nodding slightly. The moment he laid eyes on the trio, he recognized that they had evolved into competent ninjas. Having shed the shackles of Genin status, they exuded a unique aura born from the crucible of real combat experience. Beyond their training with Zabuza, they had also engaged with rogue ninjas and outlaws gathered by the Kato group as their practical training targets. There's something I should inform you of. Konoha will be resuming the Nin exams, in collaboration with Sunigakure. Yes, I am aware. Ezio cast a sidelong glance at the trio trailing behind Kakashi, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Is this your team? He inquired. It is indeed. Shall we gather for a meal together? It would also provide them an opportunity to spar, Kakashi replied, narrowing his eyes towards Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. I believe they need a bit of encouragement. These three have grown too complacent. But we have been diligently completing our missions, Kakashi-sensei. Ino interjected, attempting to maneuver past the two to steal a glance at Sasuke. Does this mean I can soon enjoy a hot spring with Sasuke? After Ezio and the others departed, Ino excitedly tugged at Shikamaru's arm, her eyes sparkling with affection. A dreamy smile gracing her face. Surely, there can't be any mixed bathing at the village's hot springs, Shikamaru languidly remarked, half-lidded eyes fixed on Kakashi. This is rather troublesome. Naruto seems entirely different now than before. Surely, we aren't being tasked with gathering intelligence? Congratulations, you guessed correctly, Shikamaru. In just 2 months, your fellow graduates have become quite remarkable. He internally scoffed at the Uchiha, Hyuga, and the son of the fourth Hokage, lamenting, with Naruto's identity now revealed. Many in the village are already aware of this. How can we possibly contend with such an extraordinary combination? What about their leading Jonin? Though his spirits were somewhat dampened, Shikamaru managed to muster a bit of energy. That guy seems to be even stronger than you, Kakashi-sensei. Choji, if you lose today, there will be no chips for the entire following week. What? Choji, who had been lost in thought, felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him. Shikamaru, you must think of something. Shikamaru, rubbing his temples in exasperation, sighed. We'll see when the time comes. In her role as the fifth Hokage, Tsunade was earnest. She was not thrust into the position, but rather had willingly taken on the mantle of Hokage. 15 minutes later, they reconvened at the agreed-upon location. However, compared to the grand restoration techniques of Naruto and Sasuke, Hinata's appearance nearly rendered Naruto unrecognizable. Her once short hair now cascaded to her shoulders, and she donned a purple yukata adorned with white flowers. Though she had hurriedly prepared, her charming visage radiated brilliance. Hinata, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit, Naruto exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up, striking straight at her heart. Really? Absolutely. As the warm spring water enveloped their bodies, the weariness that had accumulated seemed to wash away in an instant. Sasuke, not long after settling into the water, Naruto eagerly shuffled beside Sasuke, exclaiming, I've noticed that practicing the Rasengan in the water seems quite effective. Look, a swirling vortex is forming in my palm. This way, I can see the flow of chakra without needing the Byakugan. Perhaps this will help me master the technique faster. Perhaps it's worth a try, Sasuke mused, observing intently for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Though, unfortunately, Chidori won't work. Not that it can't be done. Ezio cast a glance at them, and a surge of electric light flickered beneath the water's surface. The lightning of the lightning release is a transformation of chakra, a simulation of electricity. If one can replicate the entirety of lightning's properties, then one can certainly mimic its partial qualities as well. Why do I feel like you understand this technique better than I do? Kakashi remarked, somewhat surprised, as he observed Ezio. He had no objections to Ezio imparting Raikiri to Sasuke. After I discovered that Raikiri could indeed be performed silently, this endeavor hardly presents a challenge. Ezio lifted the electric orb above the water, its dazzling currents radiating with brilliance, yet devoid of the ear-piercing shriek that accompanied Kakashi's execution. Don't you find it noisy, Kakashi? Noise interference is indeed a component of the technique, Kakashi shrugged. Raikiri can be optimized, yet there is no necessity for it. This technique is not intended for assassination, and the explosive speed of Raikiri's advance is remarkably swift. Silence would only complicate the technique without providing any substantial benefit. If one were capable of mastering such transformations, Raikiri would have been learned long ago. What is Sasuke's current learning progress? He can use it, though not with proficiency. However, he has managed to harness the explosive speed of Raikiri. Kakashi was not particularly surprised by this. The original Uchiha clan Sharingan was far more effective than his borrowed version. Even though he had gained considerable fame with the Sharingan, Kakashi had yet to learn how to utilize it for Jinjutsu, merely able to access its basic functionalities, including the Manjiki. You two should learn diligently from them. A ninja's training can be undertaken at any moment. Shikamaru and Choji, caught in the crossfire of this conversation, felt a tinge of frustration. However, watching those two dedicated individuals practice, even while soaking in the hot springs, instilled a sense of urgency within them. Sasuke was inherently gifted. Yet Naruto, who had previously lagged behind in class, now seemed to be catching up to Sasuke's pace. Understood, Shikamaru responded lethargically. Choji, would you care to try using the multiplication technique for a bath or something? Really? Choji did not ponder much, often treating Shikamaru as an external brain. Whatever Shikamaru suggested, he would follow, confident that Shikamaru's intelligence would ensure everything was organized. In stark contrast to the competitive atmosphere of the men's bath, the women's bath, separated by a mere wall, exuded a quieter ambience. However, Ino, with her lively disposition, had numerous questions she yearned to pose to Hinata, such as inquiries about Sasuke and whether she had expressed any affections. Yet, upon entering the bath and placing her towel aside, Ino found herself at a loss for words. How splendid. Hinata, do you possess any secrets or tips? Could you teach me? Please, teach me. With Ino's eager, sparkling eyes fixed upon her, Hinata felt her face flush with embarrassment. She sank slightly into the water, yet an inexplicable force seemed to buoy her toward the surface, though thankfully, it was not strong enough to lift her entirely. I don't possess anything as remarkable as you suggest, she murmured shyly. Underwater. Hinata emitted a muffled sound as bubbles rose around her. Suddenly, she floated slightly upwards, breaking the surface, and whispered, perhaps it's because I eat a bit too much. How much is a bit? In the wake of Hinata's tacit admission of her affection for Naruto, Ino suppressed her curiosity, but could not help but ask. 2 fish. Hinata replied. That is quite something. A basket of fresh vegetables, 8 bowls of rice, a whole roasted lamb. Sometimes I dive for seafood, crabs and lobsters, around 30 or 40. And then there's fruit after the meal. Naruto and Sasuke just need to gather them once. Is that for a day? Ino inquired. No, for 1 meal. 1 meal? Yes. That's at least my meal for 3 days. Ino stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Hinata. How can you eat so much and not gain weight? How is it possible? Hinata struggled as Ino poked and prodded her, but to no avail. I've gained a pound, Hinata managed to say. Her cheeks flushed as she bit her lip. Where have you gained weight? Ino exclaimed, wide-eyed. Please don't tell me it's in your chest. It should be. Hinata replied. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted next door. Naruto screamed as Shikamaru tricked Choji into using his expansion technique, causing him to swell dramatically. Now only partially skilled in the technique, Choji's belly ballooned to 5 or 6 times its size, filling the hot spring and forcing the water out in a great splash. Naruto, who was busy making meatballs, was startled by the commotion, fearing the spiraling ball might injure Choji. In that instant, a massive wave crashed against his back. Was that an accident? Naruto asked, his mouth twitching. Why don't you go die, Naruto? Ino, now furious, clutched her chest and launched an angry uppercut. No, Hinata shouted in alarm. Ino blinked, realizing she had swung at nothing. Next time, could Sasuke fly over instead? But Naruto, nearly drowning, could not utter a sound. Ah, what a lively child, Ezio chuckled. This is what youth is all about, right, Kakashi? Kakashi, witnessing a genuine expression on Ezio's face for the first time, felt a complex mix of emotions. Nonetheless, it seemed to be a good thing. Chapter 137. The Chunin exam begins, Gaia's 8 gates. As the Chunin exam approached, many unfamiliar figures appeared in the Hidden Leaf Village. Besides the ninjas from Sunagakure, several from smaller hidden villages arrived, eager to broaden their horizons, strengthen ties with Konoha, declare their alliances, and take this opportunity to observe the current state of Konoha, assessing whether this great tree had been infested by pests or remained robust and thriving. What a pity. It appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen met his demise through his own actions, leading to the unexpected survival of the 4th Kazekage, whom Ezio had been observing since last month, despite the machinations of Orochimaru. Ezio holds a certain intrigue for this renowned scientist of the ninja world. Unlike Tsunade and Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin have reached a pinnacle of their abilities, akin to fruits that have fully ripened, leaving little room for further growth. Their bounties have become fixed, with little possibility of increase, unless Ezio were to endow each of them with a tailed beast, allowing them to gradually assimilate the chakra of such entities. However, Kakashi's experience has demonstrated that this approach yields minimal returns and lacks universality. After acquiring half of the chakra from the 7 tails, Kakashi did indeed experience a significant enhancement in strength, yet his bounty barely reflected this increase. Theoretically, his bounty had surpassed 10,000, yet Ezio could only claim a mere 4,000. Following the initial rise in bounty, Kakashi's reward stagnated, resulting in a disparity of 6,000 silver coins, a loss indeed. Moreover, not just anyone can become a Jinchuriki. Even without the benefit of the Sharingan, Kakashi possesses a considerable amount of chakra, making him a standout among elite ninjas. The requirements for a Jinchuriki to harness the tailed beast's chakra and vitality are exceedingly high. Even in the talent-rich village of Konoha, the decline of the Uzumaki clan has rendered the acquisition of tailed beast vessels a daunting task. This method of enhancing strength through tailed beasts has effectively reached its conclusion. It would be more prudent to nurture Sasuke instead. The Sharingan undoubtedly stands as the most formidable advantage in the ninja realm. With Sasuke unlocking the double tomo and continuously augmenting his power, his bounty has skyrocketed from a mere 8 to over 77, with the prospect of surpassing 100 soon. As the Sharingan evolves, the rate of bounty increase will only accelerate. It will not be long before Sasuke touches the threshold of 1,000, drawing ever closer to Naruto. Yet both must reach a level akin to that of the Tsutsuki, for the gifts of the Sage of Six Paths are likely indispensable. The trio has embarked on their first examination, a matter that Ezio feels no need to monitor closely. However, this examination has allowed him to encounter other elite ninjas leading their respective Genin teams. In a direct confrontation, Ezio finds himself lacking assurance of victory against these physically formidable opponents. Their mental fortitude, robust physiques, rapid speeds, and keen reflexes enable them to perceive actions that even the three-tomo Sharingan cannot discern. They are capable of countering Ezio's instantaneous movements, possessing instincts and combat intuition of monstrous caliber. "I am Hoshi. Greetings, Might Guy." Upon encountering Guy, Ezio approached him directly, prompting a brief pause from Guy, who subsequently broke into a radiant smile. "I've heard tales of your prowess from Kakashi. You are indeed a remarkable ninja, Hoshi. I perceive a fierce fighting spirit in your gaze. Shall we engage in a spirited, youthful duel now?" "I am entirely ready." Kai, with an eager spirit, began to warm up on the spot, yearning for an exhilarating contest with Ezio. "I do not partake in competitions. My only skill lies in taking lives," Ezio replied, shaking his head. This excuse caused Kai to stagger slightly, awkwardly rising to his feet. "I intend to master the 8 gates, and I know you possess the deepest understanding of this technique in Konoha, as well as the most profound training in it." After glancing at Kakashi and receiving a nod in affirmation, Kai readily agreed. "No problem, but mastering the 8 gates is grueling. It demands both talent and immense effort." Kakashi, too, was proficient, yet years had passed. Kai glanced at Kakashi, remarking, "You can only open 1 gate, right? Perhaps I will train in the future. My blade is nearly complete, and I shall retrieve it from the Forge Ninja Village next month." Kakashi had resolved to reclaim the legacy bequeathed to him by his father, a legacy symbolized by the chakra blade that emanated a white glow, the heirloom of the Hitaki clan. He was determined not to let it fade into obscurity under his stewardship. "What would you like to know?" Kai asked earnestly, turning to Ezio. "The 8 gates technique is perilous. It involves unbinding the body's chakra pathways to temporarily harness immense chakra, which places a tremendous demand on the body. Moreover, the technique's potency is contingent upon the user's physical strength. The stronger the body, the greater the explosive power the 8 gates can unleash. It can exponentially augment one's strength beyond their original capabilities. Only with a resolute determination to face death can one breach the inherent protections of the body and unlock the 8 gates of opening, rest, life, wound, closing, view, shock, and death. This technique challenges the self. Only when one's will surpasses their limits can the body unleash extraordinary power. Those lacking great resolve cannot learn it. Even a genius like Kakashi, if unable to achieve this, could at most unlock the 3rd gate. Only from the 4th gate of wound onwards does the true form of the 8 gates manifest. "Let us engage in battle, then. Come at me with the intent to kill. Do not hold back. Allow me to experience through my own body what it means to exceed the limits of will." Ezio declared. He had faced death numerous times, yet those instances were illusory, for he knew he could not perish in the trial space. However, he yearned to genuinely feel the sensation of death looming, a perilous dance upon a tightrope that could truly ignite his excitement. This was the very essence he sought to savor in the shinobi world. His player mentality, capable of making countless mistakes, became a barrier on his path forward. "I must at least try the hardcore mode to truly deserve the title of a super player," he mused. Ezio did not relish courting death, yet he pursued the authentic thrill of the gaming world. Faced with insurmountable foes or complex mechanics, he would not hesitate to turn and flee, for there would be future opportunities to battle again. However, one cannot linger indefinitely in a game, as that would render it exceedingly dull. Seizing Might Guy's hand, in the next instant, the two found themselves in a desolate wilderness. "Let us begin. Warm up first," Kai suggested. Ezio swiftly teleported to a distance of 10 meters, standing in stark contrast to Might Guy. His fists, too, were weapons. At this moment, the weapon master, skill activated, and berserker's spirit began to steadily enhance his physique. The rocks beneath his feet shattered. In an instant, Ezio surged forward with astonishing speed. Might Guy raised his thick brows, for it had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent capable of matching him in taijutsu within Konoha. Thus, he had resorted to competing against himself, relentlessly pushing his limits through grueling training to ascend ever higher peaks. Every vital point seemed to be threatened by the piercing proximity of a sharp blade. This was somewhat too ostentatious, a thought flickered through Guy's mind. Their fists and feet collided with blinding speed, striking dozens of times in mere blinks. The overwhelming force of their clash igniting a fiery warmth within their bodies, their muscles stretching and becoming increasingly agile. They observed each other, both harboring a vague understanding of the moment. Konoha's strong gale. The sixth gate opens. The instantaneous surge in speed multiplied several times, causing Guy's figure to vanish before Ezio's eyes. Simultaneously, his Byakugan activated. The deep azure of his eyes was on the brink of overflowing. Nearing the completion of the first evolution of the Byakugan, which had begun 6 months after his arrival in the ninja world, the once monochromatic vision now discerned vibrant colors. Only one final step remained before the ultimate transformation. Within the Byakugan's 360-degree field of vision, Guy, who had disappeared from the front, seemed to teleport behind Ezio. Just as a devastating blow approached, powerful chakra surged from every pore of his body, and as he spun at high speed, the chakra enveloped him, forming a spherical defensive barrier. The Byakugan. Guy was all too familiar with those eyes. Hinata's prodigy, Niji Hyuga, was one of the genin he led, and the target his most important disciple, Lee, was determined to pursue. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams air palm. A brilliant move. Mike Guy exhaled, unleashing a seemingly mundane straight punch that tore through the air, generating a pressure wave akin to a fierce gale, powerful enough to rival advanced ninjutsu. At the moment when the pressure wave collided with the chakra tsunami of the 8 trigrams air palm, Ezio formed a hand seal. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Struck by the punch, the chakra tsunami, which had nearly been concaved, ignited in an instant, revealing the fearsome fangs of a dragon head formed from flames. Can the gentle fist be played this way? A flicker of astonishment crossed Guy's mind. The technique of releasing chakra first with the gentle fist, and then performing a ninjutsu hand seal was a revelation to him. The Hyuga clan was typically rigid and obstinate, focusing solely on the gentle fist without delving into ninjutsu. Ezio's unconventional approach was something Guy wished to share with his student, Niji. As my Teikai's gaze sharpened, at the very instant the fire dragon closed its colossal jaws to engulf him, an innumerable array of fist shadows flickered in that moment. The supersonic punches ignited the air around him. The flames emanating from his fists tore through the dragon's head. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of roaring streams of fire surged forth as if intent on staining the sky crimson, their brilliance reminiscent of a resplendent sunrise. Unfurling a dazzling display akin to the plumage of a peacock, the devastating rain of fire enveloped the direction where Ezio stood, creating a multitude of miniature craters across the terrain. The figure that should have been shattered by the radiant flames appeared beside my Teikai in the blink of an eye. Was it a technique of instant movement? No. It was teleportation. Upon realizing Ezio's proximity, Kai instantly grasped the nature of this ambush. His eyes shimmered with unparalleled brilliance. This scene evoking memories of a man he once revered. The pride of Konoha, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This fervent battle, drenched in youthful blood and spirit, exhilarated Kai to the point of nearly unleashing a roar. The berserker's spirit, pushed to its zenith, amplified Ezio's strength, agility, and perception tenfold. Previously at a disadvantage in physical prowess, he now surpassed 6 gates Kai, each heavy blow causing Akai's body to tremble. The 7th gate opens. Azure steam enveloped Akai's form entirely. The already astonishing physical strength surged exponentially once more. Ezio harbored no doubt that if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to face a punch from the 7th gate Kai, this old man would undoubtedly meet his end in an instant. Even in his prime, the 3rd Hokage would not withstand the crushing force of the 7th gate's iron fist. As for the 8th gate, even the combined might of the 5 great nations Kage would not suffice to withstand a single blow. You are worthy of this strike. Ezio drew forth the sword of vow and victory. Prepare to receive it. A golden radiance pierced the heavens. Exclamation point. Daytime tiger. A magnificent golden slash descended, as a roaring giant tiger leapt forth from the strike's epicenter. The tiger's furious roar reverberated through the mountains and forests. The resplendent golden light descending from the firmament vowing to secure the ultimate victory. Something white was unearthed from the ground, only to be ground into powder, dissipating into dust. Chapter 138. The first round of the Chunin exams concluded. As a novice in competition, Naruto found himself somewhat flustered in the arena. However, he was fortunate to have reliable teammates. After the exam commenced, Sasuke discerned the true nature of the exam. Under the pretext of needing to use the restroom, he cast a glance at Naruto, and in a fleeting moment, activated his Sharingan to control him. Naruto, in turn, cooperatively soothed the Nine Tails, allowing Sasuke to take command of his body. Upon comprehending the exam's true purpose, Naruto felt a measure of ease. Yet the nine tails within him seemed to harbor a distaste for the Uchiha. In the final psychological examination, the three of them remained steadfast, fully aware of their own capabilities. They understood the extent of their prowess better than anyone else, and their encounters with Zabuza had illuminated the gap between themselves and the elite Jonin. Having endured numerous life-threatening situations, they had collectively reached a point where they could hold their ground against Zabuza, who relied solely on taijutsu. Not only were they confident in their ability to defeat opponents of the Chunin exams, but they also believed they could swiftly eliminate any adversary in direct combat. As the fierce-faced examiner, Marino Ibiki, announced the conclusion of the first exam, a shadow leaped through the window and into the examination hall. With the sharp sounds of shuriken embedding into wood, a curtain unfurled, revealing a line of white text. Second exam examiner, Mitarashi Anko, a woman in a form-fitting fishnet outfit, draped in a khaki trench coat, elegantly waved her hand. I am Mitarashi Anko, the examiner for the second test. Now, let us proceed. She suddenly clenched her fist and called out, "Follow me." The commanding aura of the spirited woman seemed to momentarily freeze the atmosphere of the examination hall. Look at the ambience, Marino Ibiki remarked. His expression impassive as half of his face was visible behind the curtain. Anko's lively demeanor slightly flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. There are still 21 teams remaining. That is acceptable. She surveyed the hall. Noting that this Chunin exam had attracted a total of 120 ninjas from various villages, forming 40 teams, with nearly half eliminated in the first round, an outcome within their projections. However, that is not sufficient. Listen closely. Anko placed her hands on her hips and glared at the genin before her. In the second exam, I intend to eliminate at least half of you. Satisfied with the visible tension among the candidates, she smirked slightly, stating that further details would be disclosed later. As for the location and time, you may inquire with your team leaders. Dismissed. As she turned to leave coolly, she glanced back at the three, whose relaxed demeanor slightly disheartened her. Had she truly become incapable of intimidating even a few genin? If the trio knew her thoughts, they would surely quip that compared to Zabuza's genuine murderous intent, her presence was but a gentle drizzle. After departing the examination hall, they noticed the absence of their companion, Ezio. While they pondered his whereabouts, Kakashi waved them over, accompanied by Shikamaru and a few unfamiliar faces. That guy also possesses Byakugan. Hinata, you should recognize him. Naruto noted the boy standing beside the watermelon-headed individual, turning to Hinata. His name is Hyuga Niji, she whispered. I feel like I've heard that name before, Naruto mused, struggling to recall the source. He is a graduate from the last class, said to be a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Sasuke added. Oh. Naruto felt a sense of ennui. The term genius no longer held much significance for him, as he was in the presence of one, Sasuke. After awakening his Sharingan, Sasuke's ability to learn was astonishingly rapid. Had it not been for their teacher introducing the method of using shadow clones to expedite training, Naruto feared he would have been left far behind. The application of the Sharingan felt rather underhanded, while Sasuke focused solely on mastering Chidori. Naruto found himself merely replicating the Rasengan, which initially infuriated him. So, are they students of Gai-sensei? Indeed, in this examination, they stand as your formidable rivals. Kakashi relished the prospect of witnessing the clash among Konoha's younger generation. As he facilitated introductions, the nine gathered around him quickly became acquainted. Gai was exceptionally strong. Perhaps he had finally encountered a worthy opponent. Gai-sensei will definitely win, declared Lee, with his watermelon-shaped head and thick brows, exuding unwavering confidence in his esteemed teacher. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared, prompting Kakashi to rush forward. What happened to Gai? He inquired, turning to Ezio. Like me, he nearly met his demise, Ezio chuckled. I expended considerable effort tending to his wounds, but he should be fine now. After a bit of food and drink, he will likely recover by tomorrow. Despite his tattered clothing and evident exhaustion, Gai managed to raise a thumb, revealing his bright, white teeth. I am perfectly fine. Gai-sensei, Lee exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself beside Might Gai, his expression tense as he took in his teacher's slightly pale visage. That was a spectacular battle. Gai patted Lee's shoulder, standing upright with effort. Relax, the fervor of youth shall never cease to burn, Lee. However, he suddenly slumped. Let's first fill our stomachs. Gai-sensei, hang in there. The group hurriedly supported Might Gai, witnessing their teacher in a state they had never seen before. Teacher Hinata, are you truly all right? She asked with concern. It's merely my clothing that is torn. My recovery abilities are robust, so there's no need for worry. You all passed the first exam, correct? The second part begins tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock at the entrance of the Forest of Death. The duration of the second exam will span 7 days, with the specifics announced by the proctor at the start. You may disperse for now, he concluded. No sooner had he spoken than Ezio vanished before their eyes. The confrontation with Might Gai had not lasted long. In total, it had scarcely exceeded 15 minutes. The mountains that served as their battleground were nearly shattered. With the seventh gate unlocked, unleashing the daytime tiger could effortlessly obliterate a mountain. Guy, you couldn't secure victory even after opening the seventh gate? After settling Mike Guy in a restaurant's private room, Kakashi rested his chin on his hand, addressing the ravenous Mike Guy. I won, yet I also lost. While indulging in extravagant feasting, he speaks effortlessly, as such matters pose no challenge to him. Those ordinary individuals who consume Nara family premium medicinal herbs would find themselves bleeding from the nose after just a few bites. Yet for Mike Guy, who is expending tremendous energy at this moment, it is just right. He sliced through my day tiger, but I shattered his strike. It was a peculiar attack, one that could only drain energy rather than evade. I sensed that the space around me had been sealed, rendering it an unavoidable blow. However, its usage must have limitations, as he did not unleash a second sword strike. In contrast, I can unleash dozens of punches with my day tiger. Initially, I believed victory was within my grasp. The temporal ninjutsu is formidable, and when forced to confront me directly, the greatest advantage of the space-time ninja was nullified. Yet, during our battle, he learned the 8 gates of Duinjia, and his eyes, no, not the Byakugan, but something different. He referred to them as the pure eyes, a mutation of the Byakugan, which allowed him to discern my movements with clarity. However, mere clarity was insufficient. His strength and speed lay between the 6th and 7th gates. Even with clarity, he struggled to keep pace with my velocity, but his most frightening attribute was his intuition. Intuition? It was as if I had awakened him. Gradually, he began to perceive my actions. Just as I prepared to strike, he was already formulating a countermeasure. Though it transpired in mere moments, I could feel it. He mastered the 8 gates of Duinjia during our skirmish, and upon activating the 4th gate, he attained a reaction time that barely matched my speed. Ultimately, I delivered a kick that shattered most of his body, yet he retaliated with a life-threatening strike. I gained a slight edge, but I also faced defeat. Fortunately, his healing techniques were remarkable. After consuming some potions, my wounds mended. Though the side effect seemed to be an insatiable hunger, 10 days without food could not compare to the rumble of my stomach just now. Setting down his chopsticks, Mike Guy wiped his mouth and exhaled contentedly. He had survived. Alas, the activation of the 8th gate cannot be halted, otherwise, I would be eager to experiment further with the techniques unlocked thereafter. A flicker of regret crossed Mike Guy's eyes. He understood that the activation of the 8th gate marked the zenith of his youth, and all his efforts were directed towards that day. Yet, deep down, he wished for that day to remain distant. Peace, a yearning and fantasy etched in the hearts of those who have endured a millennium of war on this continent. In this battle, Mike Guy gained significant insights, but so did Ezio, who returned with newfound understanding. For the first time, he encountered the specter of death. Guy's kick had nearly shattered his existence, placing him on the precipice of the afterlife. His perception of death had evolved, differing from his previous understanding. The Byakugan also underwent an advancement during this conflict. The difference between the pure eyes and the Byakugan was minimal, aside from the images being in color. These eyes could perceive the fluctuations and ripples of space. However, this ability has yet to prove useful, as Ezio eagerly anticipates his future progression. However, Ezio was uncertain whether his evolution of the white eyes would transform into the black eyes or the Rinnegan. The black eyes granted the ability to wield the divine techniques of the Otsutsuki clan, a power that transcended chakra ninjutsu with its ocular prowess. Nevertheless, Ezio harbored a preference for the Rinnegan, particularly fond of the blade known as the Sword of Promised Victory, despite its limited usage due to the lengthy duration of its application. In the realm of Assassin's Creed, the most formidable abilities did not stem from the weapons forged by the ISU and their advanced technology, while the Sword of Promised Victory appeared impressive at first glance. It was merely an upgraded version of mass-produced standard equipment by the ISU, far inferior in efficacy compared to the Staff of Hermes. Should the Spear of Leonidas be restored to its full glory, it would undoubtedly surpass the Sword of Promised Victory in might. If Ezio's intuition served him correctly, the complete spear was a genuine artifact capable of breaching any defense, inflicting wounds that could not heal, and manipulating the fabric of space itself. Yet, regardless of the artifact's might, none could compare to the ultimate power derived from the ISU bloodline, the sixth sense that allowed glimpses into the future. Through this ability, the ISU foresaw the apocalyptic fate that awaited them, even glimpsing the trajectory of humanity's evolution over millennia. This foresight, spanning thousands of years, was the true pinnacle of power within the world of Assassin's Creed. Ezio did not aspire to possess such abilities, yet he had merely grazed the edges of this profound insight. The sensation of foreseeing the future was akin to a beguiling, rich wine, intoxicating in its allure. However, Ezio understood well that wine was not without its perils. If one day he were to witness all that the future held, he would inevitably lose the fervor and desire for adventure that drove him forward. The pursuit of the unknown was humanity's relentless impetus. Once one could perceive the future, they would also behold the endpoint. Such intrigue was indeed growing. Clad in new attire, Ezio gazed out upon the bustling village of Konoha. He fervently hoped that day would arrive swiftly, pondering how his former students would react upon discovering that their mentor had transformed into the formidable Dark Lord they must vanquish. The thought of severing the very trees he had once planted made Ezio smirk. He truly felt like a wretch destined for perdition. Yet, the notion of annihilating a world was thrilling. System, he mused, why can't you generate a bounty for world assassination? Do you perceive that I would undertake such endeavors regardless of tasks? A leave request. Just returned home. Today was a day of rest, and tomorrow, regular updates shall resume. Chapter 139, Snake. The next day, after the successful completion of the first exam, the ninjas gathered at the designated location. As the chief examiner, Mitarashienko, approached them. This was the venue for the second exam, the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. She surveyed the lower ninjas before her, some calm, others displaying slight unease, and retrieved a substantial stack of contract documents from her pocket. These were the consent forms necessary for participation in the second exam. Anyone wishing to partake must sign these, as there was a possibility that someone could perish during the course of the examination. It was imperative that you be aware of this beforehand, otherwise, the responsibility would fall upon me. Hongdo gazed cheerfully at everyone, and while distributing the consent forms, she began to explain. In simple terms, this examination is an extreme wilderness survival challenge. The 44th training ground is surrounded by 44 locked gates, each situated 10 kilometers away from the central tower. Within this expanse, a fierce competition for the scrolls is about to unfold. The Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Each team participating in this examination will carry one of these scrolls into the arena, which implies that at most, only a little over half of the teams will successfully pass the challenge. The criteria for success are as follows. Gather both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, and have 3 members reach the central tower. The time limit for this examination is 120 hours. If you do not arrive at the central tower within 5 days, even if you possess the scrolls, you will be deemed unsuccessful. Additionally, the conditions for failure include: first, an inability to obtain the scrolls and reach the central tower; second, losing team members or having incapacitated members; and third, opening the scrolls before reaching the central tower. If you comprehend this, take your signed consent forms to that room. Hongdo pointed to a nearby location. You will be assigned to different entrances and will enter the Forest of Death simultaneously. Are there really so many ninjas from the small hidden villages? After receiving the consent form, Naruto glanced over it. After enduring numerous beatings from Zabuza, he had become much less boisterous. Although still a bit restless, he had started to exhibit many qualities of a ninja. Hinata appeared obediently compliant, trailing behind them like a faithful follower. This is your scroll. Your entrance is at gate 20. The examiner handed them a Heaven Scroll along with 3 consent forms and informed them of their entrance location. Naruto and Sasuke strolled forward, appearing as if they were on a leisurely outing compared to the other candidates. Once they reached the gate and found themselves alone, Sasuke quietly remarked, "We are being watched. The guards seem to be from the Grass Village, but I can't rule out the possibility of someone disguising their identity to infiltrate the examination. Where are they now, Hinata?" "Not far from us." The timid expression on Hinata's face faded, replaced by a more serious demeanor. The entrance 15 has the Earth Scroll, but the nearest Earth Scroll is with the trio from the Rain Village at entrance 21, whose chakra levels are only at the Genin level. Let us avoid contact with the Grass Village ninjas at entrance 15 and swiftly eliminate the Rain ninjas at entrance 21, prioritizing the completion of the Chunin exam. Is there any objection? As the team leader, Sasuke was unafraid of difficulties or troubles, yet he had no intention of courting them. Ezio's style of conduct had somewhat influenced their approach. During missions, they prioritized preserving their combat strength and aimed to accomplish their tasks with minimal cost and maximum efficiency. The longer they took, the more variables could arise. It did not surprise him that someone would scheme against Konoha during the Chunin exam. However, there would be others responsible for such matters. The safety of the village was not something that could be burdened upon 3 rookie ninjas at the Chunin level. "I have no objections." Naruto nodded, and it remained as before. "I shall create chaos on the battlefield, and once we secure the scroll, we will break through with force, reaching the central tower within 15 minutes. As the only member of the team capable of engaging with AJ Nin, Naruto naturally bore the burden of the arduous tasks. Yet, he bore no ill will. A team thrives when each member fulfills their designated role. The CH Nin tasked with guarding the entrance unlocked the gate, and with his gesture, the second phase of the CH Nin exam officially commenced. Hinata signaled a direction, and according to their initial plan, the 3 of them immediately raced towards entrance number 21. The CH Nin maintained a comfortable pace of 60 kilometers per hour, which could be ramped up to 80 kilometers per hour if necessary. The distance between each gate was approximately 1,400 meters, and with her Byakugan, Hinata could observe a distance of around 10 kilometers ahead. Although her mastery of the Byakugan was still in its nascent stages, it sufficed for the CH Nin exam. In less than 2 minutes, they caught up with the ninjas from the Rain Village who had entered through entrance number 21. With no attempt to conceal their approach, Naruto unleashed hundreds of shadow clones. The multitude of figures standing on the branches of the trees struck terror into the hearts of the 3 Rain ninjas. Before they could utter a word of disbelief at this monstrous sight, these basic ninjutsu techniques, which were not difficult to master, became significantly easier for him without the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra. Such techniques, which could be ingrained through relentless practice, were learned at a pace that rivaled Sasuke's, if not exceeding it. After all, Sasuke could not conjure hundreds of shadow clones to aid his training. The basic wind release technique was determined solely by the amount of chakra expended, and in Naruto's capable hands, it summoned dozens of 10-level gales from all directions. The 3 Rain ninjas, suddenly destabilized, clung desperately to the nearby branches to steady themselves. At that moment, a swift figure emerged from the periphery of their vision. With a series of swift strikes, Sasuke incapacitated the 3 ninjas, rendering them incapable of further combat. This was not a mission of slaughter. The trio harbored little malice, merely seeking to incapacitate their foes to fulfill their objective. Sasuke retrieved a Black Earth scroll, and Naruto's shadow clones did not disperse, but rather surged forward en masse. The 3 of them transformed into inconspicuous objects, swiftly moving along with the throng of shadow clones. As tangible manifestations, the shadow clones could not be discerned by either the Sharingan or Byakugan. Hundreds of Narutos raced toward their target, leaving the true forms of the 3 concealed. Moreover, the exhaustion of the shadow clones would not affect the original body. Having summoned them, it was only prudent to make full use of their potential. The cacophony of hundreds of travelers was effortlessly consumed by the Death Forest. Although the competition had only commenced for a few minutes, encounters had already unfolded. The majority of teams were either seeking adversaries or concealing themselves to set traps. Yet there existed only one team that seized the scroll and immediately surged towards the finish line. As they hastened along their path, the trio from the Grass Village, previously alerted by Sasuke's keen senses, felt a rising dread. Their purpose for entering was not to pass the exam. Their singular objective was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Her scent is fading. A hissing serpent flicked its tongue, and a woman with a tongue as elongated as a snake spoke in a rasping tone. Had she sensed my gaze, or was it something else? Disgustingly, she slid her lengthy tongue across her lips, declaring, "You cannot escape, Sasuke, you belong to me." With her unsettling proclamation, the Grass Village ninja, adorned with their forehead protector, lunged forward, covering several dozen meters in an instant. Moving with a speed that surpassed even seasoned Jonin. There was no unnecessary noise. Swift and stealthy like a serpent, they were a perplexing enigma. The 10-kilometer stretch transformed into a challenging endeavor within the labyrinthine confines of the Death Forest, yet even at a sluggish pace, they could reach the central tower within 15 minutes. In the initial minutes of their journey, they encountered no obstructions. The Death Forest was home to numerous oversized beasts, tigers as colossal as elephants, ants larger than humans, and gorillas of giant stature, each presenting formidable challenges. However, through the self-sacrifice of shadow clones, obstacles were diverted, proving swifter than taking a longer route. Moments later, the path-clearing clones were reduced to just over half their original number. Yet if all went according to plan, they would undoubtedly reach their destination. The gaping maw of a giant beast loomed, large enough to swallow all 3 whole. In this moment of airborne vulnerability, Naruto's shadow clones swiftly unleashed several shuriken, subsequently revealing a multitude of explosive tags concealed beneath its garments. Boom. The sensation of being obliterated was one no one wished to experience, especially not in quantities meant for 3. The shuriken, once cast into the air, reverted to their original form, accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata stood resolutely upon a tree branch. A formidable foe, at least of Jonin caliber. Sasuke activated his double Tomo Sharingan, fixing his gaze on the Grass Village ninja perched upon the serpent's head. With a calm demeanor, he declared, "But the Leaf Village is not a playground for you grass ninjas. Prepare yourself, Naruto. Ready to retreat? Leave everything to me. I will provide cover." Having established their covert signals long ago, they swiftly exchanged words. Multiple shadow clone technique. Hundreds of shadow clones materialized, encircling the giant serpent and its ninja adversary. As the trio before them radiated determination, the repulsive tongue once again caressed her lips, as if eyeing a delectable cake, contemplating the best place to take a bite. The shadow clones began to weave hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A tempestuous wind intertwined with searing flames intensified the inferno, engulfing a vast area with a radius of dozens of meters in a mere instant. The abundant use of chakra was unrestrained, and the terrifying spectacle of the combined ninjutsu was palpable even from several kilometers away. The towering inferno blazed forth, and the contorted figure of a colossal serpent flickered within the sea of flames. Just as Naruto's technique obscured the vision, the three individuals made a swift retreat, harboring no desire to linger in confrontation. Be careful, Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, exclaimed softly. In her 360-degree vision, a hazy figure suddenly tore through the wall of flames. The giant serpent had been reduced to cinders, yet the approaching figure remained unscathed. 8 trigrams air palm. In midair, she pivoted and thrust her palm forward, unleashing a high-density chakra blast towards the incoming figure. Hinata's mastery of the 8 trigrams air palm was still in its infancy. She could barely execute it, let alone use it with pinpoint accuracy. The young girl's quick reflexes only elicited a more deranged smile from her adversary, who then hurled dozens of shurikens with blinding speed, their whistling sound sending chills down her spine. Confronting the storm of steel rain, Hinata stood resolute. She had completed her turn in midair and, with a step down, landed on Naruto and Sasuke's shoulders. Using this leverage, she spun gracefully in the air. The pale blue chakra sphere effortlessly deflected the incoming shurikens, and the two boys, propelled by her momentum, swiftly descended onto a nearby tree branch. The shrill cry of lightning echoed at that moment, tearing through the smoke generated by the shadow clones. Sasuke, using the makeshift human ladder formed by Naruto's clone, surged forward against the current. Chidori. In the blink of an eye, blinding thunder erupted in the air, and a grass ninja was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a tree trunk. Yet, before his body could slide down, Naruto appeared on either side of him. A pale blue chakra orb was clenched in his palm, rapidly descending towards the grass ninja's chest and abdomen. It would be unfortunate to damage this body. The originally neutral voice shifted into a slightly hoarse male tone. The skin on the face affected by Chidori began to crack, revealing a pale undertone beneath a yellowish exterior. Naruto's clone, wielding the Rasengan, was struck down by a powerful blow from a serpentine hand, shattering midair. Surprisingly impressive, remarked the man, wiping his face and peeling away his disguise. His remarkable perceptiveness, exceptional teamwork, and strength that far surpassed his contemporaries were astonishing. Whether it is you, the Nine-Tails brat, or you, Sasuke. His long tongue grotesquely licked his lips. Your performance is commendable. You truly embody the Uchiha name, surpassing even that Itachi. Who are you? Sasuke gripped his shuriken, narrowing his eyes at the now unrecognizable man. His voice cold. A lurking coward. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru. I have come here for you. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Sasuke's pupils narrowed slightly. He had only heard that name before, from Naruto's lips. During Naruto's time in the village, the one who cared for him was the perverted sage Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and the master of Naruto's father. Apart from you, will you come with me? Orochimaru gazed intently at Sasuke. Upon witnessing Sasuke's strength surpassing his expectations, Orochimaru slightly adjusted his previous plans. The current Sasuke had matured remarkably, with just a little guidance. He could be molded to serve Orochimaru's purposes. Is it just you? A fierce shout erupted, and several figures lunged forward in an instant. Naruto's expression twisted into a snarl. Neither Hinata nor Sasuke, his dearest friends, could ever be allowed to fall into the hands of such a villain. You are far beneath him. With a few simple strikes, Naruto's shadow clones collided, each obliterated by the spiraling spheres they wielded. What would Jiraiya think if I were to kill you here? Orochimaru's yellow snake-like eyes narrowed slightly as his form vanished in an instant. The sound of slicing wind filled the air, and the ensuing explosions of the shadow clones echoed as Naruto's next wave of attacks was ruthlessly dismantled by the razor-sharp wind blades. A heavy kick resounded, sending Naruto, who clutched his abdomen, crashing to the ground at Sasuke's feet. Orochimaru bore no intent to kill Naruto. Though he had departed from Konoha, he still harbored feelings for Jiraiya. This fool, much like Naruto in his youth, had been a simple-minded child. Despite their ideological differences, Orochimaru found no fault with Jiraiya, for he had genuinely treated him like a brother. If you do not wish to witness your friends continue to suffer, then come with me, Sasuke. I shall grant you the power to defeat that man. That is my concern alone. It has nothing to do with you. When Itachi Uchiha was mentioned, Sasuke's demeanor sharpened. However, having already glimpsed the true strength of his teacher, he felt no allure in Orochimaru's temptation. No matter how formidable Orochimaru might be, could he truly surpass a man who could subdue an elite shinobi purely through his aura of murderous intent? Even when Sasuke had just awakened his double Tomo Sharingan, he had merely felt the residual waves of killing intent brush against him, stirring an instinctive urge within his eyes to evolve into the three-tomo form. That profound fear of death, penetrating the depths of his being, squeezed every ounce of potential from within him, compelling him to act or face certain demise. Yet, Sasuke sensed that his teacher did not intend to resort to such methods. He understood that only the strength earned through his own efforts could truly belong to him. Relying on external power was merely an illusion. Just look at Kakashi. Despite possessing the Sharingan for over a decade, he had yet to unlock its full essence. The strength derived from external sources cannot be genuinely depended upon. Refusal? Orochimaru did not anticipate that Sasuke would be easily swayed by a few words. Yet he recognized the resoluteness in Sasuke's voice. It seemed that Sasuke underestimated his own strength. It appears I have been away from Konoha for too long. He emitted a chilling, spine-tingling laugh. Yet, you shall come to appreciate the power I bestow upon you. The commotion caused by Naruto moments ago was rather excessive. The flames conjured by his multitude of shadow clones were visible even beyond the confines of the Forest of Death. Orochimaru had no desire to remain entangled with Konoha, especially knowing that Jiraiya and Tsunade were present within the village. Being ensnared by them would not bode well. Regardless of your willingness, accept my gift. Suddenly, he formed hand seals before his chest, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence seemed to materialize, pressing down upon the three of them like a mountain. At that moment, Orochimaru's neck elongated rapidly, slithering towards Sasuke, who was rendered immobile. This surreal scene astonished the trio. However, having endured the oppressive intent of Zabuza countless times, they had developed a formidable resistance to such pressure. Can you still move? A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he opened his mouth to bite down, seizing a kunai that was launched towards him, subsequently using it to deflect the remaining projectiles. Yet, any struggle proved futile. Orochimaru revealed his snake-like, razor-sharp teeth, poised to sink them into Sasuke's neck. Suddenly, Sasuke crouched down. Naruto, who had fallen at his feet, grasped Sasuke's leg and yanked him aside with considerable force. Just at that moment, before the fangs could strike, a resounding clap echoed through the air. Orochimaru's head was violently flung at a 90-degree angle, crashing into a nearby tree trunk. Why is it that all the villains I encounter seem to favor snakes? The sudden appearance of Ezio rekindled a spark of hope in the eyes of the three youngsters. Teacher, Star Teacher, bullying children is hardly an act befitting an adult. Ezio regarded Orochimaru with a hint of amusement. He had contemplated the matter concerning Sasuke. Entrusting him to Orochimaru was not something he relished. While Orochimaru's assistance could propel Sasuke forward significantly, considering that Itachi Uchiha would ultimately perish at his hands, and given that Itachi had lost one eye, there was uncertainty as to whether he could leave any contingency for Sasuke, as per the original narrative. Sasuke was his designated prize, and he wished to avoid any scenario where Orochimaru would seize control over him. The cursed seal could only provide a temporary enhancement. Sasuke's true potential lay within the power bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths. Whether or not Orochimaru was involved was irrelevant. Thus, rather than surrendering Sasuke to Orochimaru, he would cultivate him himself, ensuring that Sasuke's future capabilities would not only remain intact, but could potentially surpass expectations. In contrast to Orochimaru's premature interventions, the warfare training that Ezio intended to arrange for them would be far more direct and effective. Just as I had anticipated, individuals like you, old man, have exhausted your potential for growth. Strive to flee, Orochimaru. Should you fail to escape, death awaits you. Assassination contract. Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru, Yamada no Orochi. Mission difficulty. Orochimaru, a remarkably talented ninja on a quest to uncover the ultimate secrets of the human body and pursue immortality, was once hailed alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya as one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, endowed with formidable prowess and an almost indomitable regenerative capability. In contrast to other ninjas, Orochimaru faced an additional task constraint, the complete obliteration of all cursed seals, which meant his demise. He had inscribed these cursed seals upon countless individuals, each harboring his mark, and the unique mechanisms of the ninja world ensured that as long as any cursed seal remained, he would not truly perish. Compared to Voldemort's Horcruxes, his instances of revival were far more numerous and considerably more troublesome to manage, with his bounty exceeding even that of Tsunade, reflecting a significant proportion of his undying nature. Before he commenced his harvest of the ninja realm, Ezio had no intention of invoking the power of death, for such an action would diminish the pleasure of the game. He had come here to indulge in the joy of the hunt. Go play. He gestured to the trio. I'll handle things here. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished, only to reappear in a location far removed from Konoha. Space-time ninjutsu. Upon being abruptly transported to this unfamiliar territory, Orochimaru immediately recognized the formidable nature of the individual before him. His desire to eliminate the third Hokage was partially fueled by the death of Minato Namikaze. Had Danzo and the third not prohibited the Uchiha clan's assistance under the guise of preserving Konoha's strength, and had he not merely survived while failing to extend aid, Minato would not have faced such arduous battles against the Nine Tails. The departure of Tsunade and Jiraiya was no mere coincidence. It was a foregone conclusion following their actions. If you don't run faster, you might just die, Ezio's voice echoed, and in that instant, the 4-foot blade of the Sword of Victory pierced Orochimaru's form, emerging from his chest. What are you expecting? Orochimaru suddenly pivoted, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with contemplation. I anticipate the extent of amusement you can provide, Ezio replied, twisting the blade, causing Orochimaru's body to disintegrate into a multitude of smaller serpents, scattering in all directions. Serpent's array. Countless venomous snakes surged from all sides. The smaller serpents, now revealed, bared their fangs. What a delightful feast of snake hot pot. A massive wave surged forth, flooding the serpents, and in that moment, searing flames erupted. Fire style, great fire destruction. Meteor-like fireballs descended from the heavens. Boiling water transformed into thick smoke that enveloped the arena. Scalding steam radiated outwards for hundreds of meters. Yet before a tempest, the billowing vapor was drawn together and compressed into a superheated sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters. Boil release. Spiraling sphere. Orochimaru emerged from his serpentine shedding, his skin still glistening with mucus. The protective shell meant to evade harm had been thoroughly scorched by the superheated steam, and upon witnessing the technique that caused his brow to furrow, he sensed the genuine severity of the situation. No one wishes to confront an individual endowed with an immense reservoir of chakra, coupled with the formidable abilities of space-time ninjutsu. This challenge was originally intended for the third Hokage. Since he could not utilize it, it is now bestowed upon you. Orochimaru placed both hands upon the ground, and the summoning technique was instantly activated. Two towering coffins emerged, and from within them, two rigid figures ascended. Just as an enormous, unknown sphere of spiraling chakra approached, the god of ninjas awakened his ebony eyes from the reanimation jutsu, clapped his hands, and a multitude of trees erupted from the earth. Chapter 140. The Death of Naruto. After Orochimaru was taken away, the three young ninjas in the Forest of Death let out a slight sigh of relief. Although they had only exchanged a few moves with Orochimaru, who treated them as mere playthings, the realization of their impotence against such a formidable foe weighed heavily upon them. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a silent glance before rising to their feet without uttering a word. One day, I shall surpass him. Naruto clenched his fists, his voice unwavering. Though he refrained from shouting extravagantly, I must enhance my taijutsu training. My movements were far too sluggish just now. I also need to master the body flicker technique. And learn the lightning cutter as well. Even without the Sharingan, my shadow clones are numerous. A grin spread across Naruto's face. Shadow clones do not fear death. If one clone can perish alongside the opponent, then I could summon 1,000. Shall we conclude the examination now? Naruto turned to Sasuke. Yes, let us end the examination. There should be no other Jonin of Orochimaru's caliber infiltrating here to pose a threat to us. Speaking of taijutsu, wasn't he our teacher supposed to be the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha, that my guy? Should we seek his counsel? Hinata quietly inquired from the side. We can approach his student, the one who resembles him closely. I believe his name is Rock Lee, correct? Naruto recalled the watermelon-headed, bushy-browed boy vividly, standing alongside Might Guy. They resembled a father and son duo, despite their names being completely unrelated. It was quite a peculiar sight. However, Hinata hesitated momentarily. What is it, Naruto-kun? You seem to have a strained relationship with that Hyuga Neji, don't you? When we encountered him previously, his gaze towards you appeared rather peculiar, almost hostile. This has me troubled, Hinata confessed, twisting her fingers. Neji was different in his childhood, but ever since that incident occurred. What incident? Naruto pressed for clarification. Only to witness Sasuke suddenly draw a kunai, deftly deflecting several thrown shuriken with a series of metallic clangs. The team instantly entered a combat stance, standing back to back. The Akugan, for figures, distinguished by their Sound Village forehead protectors, stood before them on the branches, akin to the headbands Orochimaru Warpost disguise. Hinata quickly reported, they are here. With a swift motion, for oddly shaped Sound Ninja appeared approximately 15 meters away, positioned upon the branches ahead of them. They cast down condescending glances, and upon receiving Orochimaru's command, they tore away their previous disguises and gathered here. From the very beginning, they were acutely aware that their purpose was to seize Sasuke, the chosen vessel of Orochimaru. However, the current plan diverged from the earlier one. Yet, as long as it was Orochimaru's directive, they would comply without question. In terms of training subordinates, Orochimaru surpassed Shimura Danzo by a considerable margin. The ninjas he cultivated possessed an unwavering loyalty to him, willing to sacrifice everything, including their very lives. Even those who would become vessels for Orochimaru would feel nothing but pride and honor in their sacrifice. Is it merely a gathering command, Zaku? Inquired a female ninja with pink hair and a somewhat coarse voice. Indeed, that is all I received. Yet, is our purpose not abundantly clear, Moya? Zaku, who concealed a severed head behind his shoulder, was the current leader of the Sound Four. And what of the other two? Asked a burly man standing around 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing approximately 200 pounds. Despite his somewhat rough exterior, he appeared to approach matters with great caution. If they become a hindrance, just eliminate them, Jirobo. We only need to take Sasuke, Zaku replied coldly. I hope they allow me some amusement, the last. A bizarre figure with 6 arms cast a mocking glance. This is not the time for games, Kadamaru. We must act swiftly, Zaku retorted. I've been underestimated. Naruto interjected with a hint of irritation. Then let us eliminate the simplest target first. Upon hearing this, Naruto shot a glare at Sasuke, but quickly understood to whom he was referring. Multiple shadow clone technique. Although he had expended some chakra in previous battles, creating hundreds of clones posed no challenge for Naruto. With a swift series of hand seals, he executed the technique effortlessly. Under the immense chakra's influence, a dense fog enveloped a radius of several hundred meters in an instant. Water release, hidden mist technique. However, their opponents lacked such perceptive abilities, and Naruto had not delved deeply into this technique. At that moment, the thick fog could not obscure Hinata's Byakugan. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, air palm. Within the obscuring mist, Hinata unleashed a high-density chakra blast with her palm. Although it lacked the precision for long-range acupuncture, its destructive power was formidable. The branches where the sound forstood were shattered from afar, and an onslaught of shuriken and kunai filled their surroundings. The four, initially clustered together, were forced to scatter and evade as the mist rose, rendering them at a disadvantage. Yet, they remained calm, their confidence in their own abilities assuring them of victory in this battle. However, their overconfidence heralded the arrival of a hunting moment. With Hinata's visual guidance, Naruto and Sasuke slipped into the mist, their predetermined target now separated from the other three. A sharp explosion reverberated through the mist as Sasuke, akin to a bolt of lightning, tore through the dense fog. The exceptional dynamic vision bestowed by his Sharingan enabled him to harness the explosive speed of his body at this moment. Raikage, though a flawed technique, was complemented by the capabilities of the Sharingan. The image moving at an unprecedented speed left only a blinding trail of light in its wake, and even amidst the fog, the brilliance of Raikage was distinctly visible. However, the target, Jirobo, found himself unable to react in time, despite his awareness of being their intended prey. Black speckled patterns emerged across his skin, a manifestation of the cursed seal granted by Orochimaru. Lacking Jiraiya's innate talent for sage techniques, Orochimaru sought an alternative path. He discovered Jirobo, who, due to the proximity of his village to the Dragon Cave, possessed a physique reminiscent of a sage from birth. Utilizing the special fluids within Jirobo's body, Orochimaru achieved a groundbreaking feat, the mass production of an inferior sage mode. Upon activating the first stage of the cursed seal, Jirobo's once proud strength surged multiple times, and his chakra levels soared. Yet, Sasuke's speed was overwhelming. Before Jirobo could even muster a feeble defense, Raikage had already severed several of his fingers. Sasuke's left arm penetrated Jirobo's torso, but the latter's robust physique resisted immediate penetration. The formidable chakra manifested as an inner armor, while the thick layer of fat served as a buffer. Nevertheless, the devastating current inflicted unbearable pain upon Jirobo, scorching his insides and leaving him with little time to live. With a resounding boom, the smoke dissipated, revealing the shattered shadow clone, which sparked a flicker of despair in Jirobo's eyes. Yet, an even graver sense of hopelessness enveloped him as two orange figures approached from either side. The pale blue Rasengan, devoid of Raikage's piercing shriek, silently approached him, while Sasuke's shadow clone diverted all attention. As Jirobo's cursed seal seemed to stir once more, it was too late. The moment the two pale blue chakra spheres made contact with his head, a tempest of chakra obliterated it, reducing his robust body to a pulpy mass. As if it had been mercilessly shredded, the acrid scent of blood permeated the thick fog. When the remaining three sound ninjas arrived at the scene of the battle, all that greeted them was a gruesome sight of blood-soaked ground and dismembered limbs. "Is Jirobo dead?" stammered Doyu, her pink hair framing a face filled with trepidation. Though her relationship with Jirobo was far from close, witnessing a familiar comrade meet such a grim fate in a matter of seconds left her chilled to the bone. Among the four of them, she and Jirobo were the weakest. Summoning technique, magic flute, illusionary martial arts. The colossal rage demon unleashed a powerful storm of chakra, manipulated by the sound of the flute, instantly dispersing the thick mist. However, the shadow clones surrounding them had already completed their preparations. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A tempest of wind and flame enveloped the three of them in an instant, the searing heat incinerating the spider's web intricately laid by Guetu, which had somehow gone unnoticed. A massive summoned beast spider writhed in agony amidst the roaring flames. Naruto is acutely aware of his greatest strength, and he has now mastered the art of harnessing his most proficient abilities. Under the overwhelming onslaught of his extensive ninjutsu, even meticulously set traps find little opportunity to exert their effects. "Be careful, Naruto," Hinata exclaimed, striking outward with her palm, deflecting an arrow that had erupted from the flames. The intense utilization of such broad-range ninjutsu, even for Naruto, led to a degree of fatigue. His technique was somewhat rudimentary, relying heavily on sheer chakra volume rather than finesse. resulting in a significantly greater consumption compared to his fellow ninjas. Thank you, Hinata. Get ready, Sasuke. 3 colossal figures emerged from the inferno, their scorched forms resembling grotesque specters. Yet under the control of the melodic flute, they charged forth fearlessly. 3, 9, 11, Hinata swiftly called out, directing Naruto and Sasuke with precision. You wretched woman. The voice of Kidomaru reverberated even before his arrows pierced through the flames once more. With Hinata's Byakugan augmenting their intel, the trio's strategic advantage became overwhelming. If Hinata were not dealt with, the Sound Ninjas, now acutely aware of the formidable opponents they faced, had shed their previous arrogance and ease. I can do this. As Naruto prepared to assist, Hinata focused her energy, deftly swatting away the arrows aimed at her, her chakra-imbued palms severing the webs that clung to the arrow's shaft. Just as Naruto formed the cross-hand seal to summon his shadow clones, the melody guiding the 3 wrathful spirits shifted abruptly. Naruto stumbled, as if ensnared by invisible ropes, his body rebelling against his commands. Using Jinjutsu in front of Uchiha, Sasuke's Sharingan flickered in response, dispelling the illusion cast by the flute's tune. A kunai grazed Naruto's thigh, the pain jolting him awake from the Jinjutsu, with the Ninetales chakra completely sealed. Naruto's greatest vulnerability became evident. His resistance to illusions was lacking, and his control over chakra remained somewhat crude. Leave the flute player to me. Sasuke swiftly altered his course, advancing towards the source of the melody. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 enormous puppets crashed down in Sasuke's path. Yet the Uchiha clan's Sharingan rendered them nearly immune to all but the most potent illusions. The essence of Jinjutsu lies in ensnaring the mind through shadowy chakra. And the Sharingan, a bloodline limit that absorbs mental energy, bestows its wielder with a formidable advantage. After awakening their eyes, members of the Uchiha clan possess shadowy chakra far surpassing that of ordinary ninjas, capable of ensnaring them in illusions, which could only be countered by stronger Sharingan or the nearly extinct Blood Dragon Eye techniques. As a Jinjutsu practitioner, Doyu recognized that in the face of Uchiha Sasuke, she had lost her most formidable weapon. You think such things can impede me? A sardonic smile crept across Sasuke's lips. The radiance of Raikage reemerged once more. His chakra, though not as abundant as Naruto's, was still formidable, yet its consumption was significant, limiting him to a maximum of 3 or 4 uses. Sasuke, transformed into a streak of light, traced several sharp angles, evading the lumbering Akatsuki, who could not hope to impede his lightning-fast advance. As he realized that the Akatsuki standing before him proved utterly ineffective, the gruesome image of Jirobu's demise flashed vividly in Doyu's mind. How could this be possible? In an instant, the chakra within surged exponentially, and the previously clumsy Akatsuki became surprisingly agile. A colossal wooden club descended with great force, accompanied by charred, flaming claws that lunged forth in a swift strike. Just as he was compelled to retreat, a flicker of vengeful killing intent glimmered in Doyu's icy gaze. Chaos of the demon realm. She swiftly formed hand seals, and 3 puppets became rigid in place, as 3 translucent spiritual entities resembling gigantic, fleshy worms emerged from their mouths. Their gaping maws lined with sharp teeth opening and closing menacingly. Lacking substance? Sasuke's left hand flung a few shuriken, which simply passed through the bizarre worms. Before he could contemplate further, the 3 entities lunged towards him with alarming speed, disregarding the surrounding trees. Uncertain of the nature of this technique, Sasuke hesitated to advance. Meanwhile, Naruto, having descended from the air, adjusted his posture mid-fall. Before he could touch the ground, a 2-headed creature, adorned with dot-like patterns, materialized before him. The head hanging at his sides stirred to life, its identical counterpart exhibiting a slightly sinister expression of excitement. What a grotesque being! Naruto's pupils constricted. This was his first encounter with a 2-headed entity, sending a chill down his spine. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the creature charged forth, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Naruto's head. Just as he barely blocked the initial blow, a sidekick followed closely behind. The sudden appearance of an additional pair of legs delivering a force beyond Naruto's expectations. Multi-legged strike. The creature, Zoku, and his brother, Yuzoku, shared a single body. Yet when necessary, could separate, allowing any part of Yuzoku's form to extend from any region of Zoku's physique. In the ensuing battle of physical prowess, Naruto realized he had to guard against more than just the hands and feet. He had to remain wary of Yuzoku's elusive ambushes. With a resounding thud, Naruto was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a tree trunk, and he spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. His resolve to master the art of taijutsu grew ever stronger. What difference would an extra pair of hands and feet make? Wiping the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, Naruto swiftly formed the cross seal, and with a series of explosive detonations, hundreds of shadow clones manifested once again. Utilizing his numbers to overwhelm Naruto's signature tactic, the fearless shadow clones would ignite the explosive tags affixed to them even if they were struck down, launching a desperate self-detonation. Previously enjoying a measure of advantage, the duo of Zwajin and Eugene encountered a contender who surpassed them in the art of deceit. Naruto's second offensive left them in a state of disarray, as his self-destructive shadow clones and silent spiraling spheres unleashed a series of unforeseen ambushes. What significance did their 4 arms and 4 legs hold? Once Naruto discerned the intricacies of their techniques, he maneuvered through the battle with remarkable ease. After all, one only possesses a single life, does one not? Even if there were 2 lives, what of it? Cursed be it. Captured by shadow clones that restrained all their limbs, Zwajin and Eugene found their bodies rigidly immobilized. Amidst the chaos of silhouettes, 2 figures wielding spiraling spheres appeared, one before and one behind them. With a swift approach, the pale blue orbs struck their chests, creating gaping voids in their cores. As the chakra from the spiraling spheres erupted, their bodies were cleaved in twain. The shadow clone, armed with kunai, advanced to deliver the finishing blow, a commendable habit instilled by their mentor. Yet, before the kunai could be cast, the cursed seal patterns radiated throughout Zwajin and Eugene's bisected forms, their skin darkening to a deep brown. Their jaws sharpened, and singular horns emerged from their foreheads, while grotesque flesh surged forth from the severed edges, swiftly coalescing into limbs. The severed parts of their bodies were formed. Sprouting arms clad in black, chitinous armor. This eerie and formidable regenerative ability caused Naruto's brow to furrow in concern. If one strike did not suffice, then another would surely follow. In the brutal clash of hand-to-hand combat, Naruto's shadow clones fell rapidly, and with his chakra reserves dwindling, he summoned dozens more clones. Joining the fray himself, the myriad figures darted through the trees, engaging in a fierce struggle, while the twin brothers exhibited an extraordinary mental synergy, forming a defensive circle to counter Naruto's swift onslaught. Amid the relentless barrage of punches and kicks, Zwajin and Eugene responded with cold indifference, their remarkable healing capabilities enabling them to trade injuries for kills. As the number of shadow clones diminished, the ominous sound of Raikiri echoed in the distance, prompting Naruto to feel a twinge of urgency. Sasuke must be nearing the conclusion of his battle, yet he required a moment longer. Caught you. In the fleeting moment of distraction, Zwajin seized Eugene's feet and hurled him towards Naruto, who, upon seeing the manic grin on Eugene's face, instinctively grasped his incoming fist. However, the peculiar sensation compelled him to release it swiftly, though it was too late. Eugene's form seemed to dissolve, melding with Naruto's body in a manner that defied description. I have you now. Emerging from Naruto's shoulder, Eugene's head revealed his unique ability to decompose his form and infiltrate another's body, even usurping the cells of the host to complete the takeover. You repulsive creature, get out of my body. Naruto's fist, aimed at the right, was firmly grasped by his opponent, an unsettling sensation coursing through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The shadow clone surged forward towards the left, as the distressed right shouted, "Kill him now, Riku. Do not rush." "It will be over soon," Riku replied, peering out from behind Naruto's chest, his gaze filled with malice and venom as he locked eyes with Naruto's azure orbs. "I had intended to let you savor a despairing demise, a death slowly eroded by my very essence. But alas, you shall not relish that pleasure now." Naruto-kun. In a moment of desperation, Hinata, sensing the turmoil surrounding Naruto, rushed to his side. Entering a state of unparalleled focus, she unleashed a palm strike, her high-density chakra propelling forth with precision, surging into Naruto's chakra point from behind. Riku, who had been protruding from Naruto's chest, was struck as if a heavy blow had been dealt, blood gushing forth as the internal damage rendered him incapable of evasion. "I am of the Uzumaki clan." Naruto gritted his teeth and asserted, "I am more resilient than you." Once more, Hinata. "No." As the second palm strike approached, Riku leaned back forcefully. Just as it neared him, he forcibly detached himself from Naruto's body. Naruto, coughing up blood, prepared to draw a kunai, but a piercing shriek sent a jolt through his heart. A detonating tag was extracted, igniting instantaneously. As Naruto stepped on a shattered tree branch, a thunderous explosion erupted between him and Riku. The blast propelled Naruto backward, shredding the sleeve of his right arm, though the chakra shielded his limb from shattering. The fiery detonation left him in a state of disarray. I caught up. Just as the spiraling golden arrow was about to strike Hinata, a hand grasped her shoulder and pulled her into an embrace. "Are you hurt, Hinata?" Naruto's face radiated his usual sunny smile. Yet the blood dripping from the golden arrow that pierced through his right chest sent a chilling tremor through Hinata. "Naruto-kun," Hinata's voice quivered. "Do not worry. I want to die," Naruto replied, glancing at the arrow embedded in his body, his tone mischievous. "My heart is on the left." Naruto. Sasuke, his right hand stained with blood, arrived just in time. He swiftly discerned the effects of the illusions cast by the 3 monstrous beings, and with a thunderous strike, pierced through one of them. However, what he witnessed next was a harrowing sight. The spinning golden arrow's trajectory appeared to slow before his Sharingan's acute vision. As he watched Naruto emerge from the fiery explosion, helpless to intervene as the spiraling arrow penetrated him, blood and flesh splattering in a scene that threatened to shatter his very soul. He noticed Naruto giving him a thumbs up. Yet Sasuke could no longer hear what Naruto was saying. His voice was faint, but the words could be discerned through lip reading. "I leave it to you, Sasuke." As Naruto's body slumped to the ground, Hinata caught him, tears streaming from her eyes, falling onto Naruto's form and striking deep into Sasuke's heart. "You lot." The double tomo rapidly spun within his eyes, and at the moment it ceased, a third tomo solidified within his gaze. "Die." The piercing cry of Raikage echoed as Sasuke, with his body pushed to the limits, summoned a flicker of chakra, darting through the forest like a blur before arriving before Kidamaru in the blink of an eye. Impossible. Kidamaru's eyes widened in disbelief at the approaching figure, but as he beheld those crimson eyes, he was ensnared within the illusion of the Sharingan. The three tomo represented, within the Uchiha clan, the potential to attain elite J-mean status with but a modicum of refinement. "Hey, Kurama." In a vast expanse of darkness, Naruto greeted the great fox before him with a smile. "Need my help?" Kurama barely lifted an eyelid, remaining sprawled on the ground, his massive claws the only indication of movement as he flipped through a comic book. "Well, I'm not dead yet." Naruto approached the Ninetales, sitting beside his claw. "Have you finished that comic? Want me to fetch you something new?" "This is dull," Kurama replied lazily, after being thoroughly sealed by Aegis. A sense of danger from the outside world crept into his consciousness, contrasting with the inexplicable feeling of safety he found within Naruto. Unlike the Uchiha, the Otsutsuki clan possessed an absolute dominion over the tailed beasts, rooted in instinctual submission and fear. The Ninetales, a massive chakra entity separated from the Ten Tails, possessed its own independent consciousness, yet many instincts derived from the Ten Tails continued to influence it. Though he merely caught a whiff of Aegis's presence, it instilled within Kurama a profound fear. Initially, he bore no affection for Naruto, yet the prideful adversary was inherently Navi. The bright and cheerful Naruto exuded a natural foolishness that rendered Kurama helpless, as he ignored the Ninetales' earlier hostility and even tinkered with various trinkets to pass the time. "How about we play some games? When I was a kid, I could only watch others play from afar. They never paid me any mind. And the owner wouldn't let me in." A two-player arcade machine materialized before them. This was Naruto's mental space, where anything he wished could come to fruition. The comics he had previously given Kurama were ones he had once read, and the game console was something he longed to play but had no companions to share it with. The flow of time within the mental realm differed from the outside. Naruto was in no rush. "Who would want to play such childish things with you?" Kurama scoffed coldly, his face a mask of disdain. "However, aside from you, I find myself devoid of any companions." Hinata, being a girl, harbors no interest in the pursuits favored by boys. Sasuke is consumed with the desire for vengeance against his family's adversaries, dedicating all his efforts to becoming stronger. "We have been together since the moment of my birth. The teacher once informed me that you have watched me grow, have you not?" The Ninetales stirred slightly, as though feeling a tickle, yearning to rub against something. Naruto's sincerity is, to him, akin to a lethal weapon. The tailed beasts are inherently simple-minded. Were it not for the centuries of human avarice directed towards them, they would have little inclination to relocate, preferring instead to indulge in slumber. Naruto was compelled to become a Jinchuriki, yet the Ninetales too was forcibly sealed by the ninjas. Having observed Naruto from a young age, he comprehended that there existed no profound enmity between them. If there were to be hatred, it ought to be directed at the likes of Hashirama Senju. However, he was powerless against that monstrosity and could only yield. Thus, one boy and one fox could be deemed as kindred spirits. In his youth, Naruto faced ostracism from the villagers due to his circumstances. What perplexed the Ninetales was that, despite such treatment, Naruto did not succumb to darkness. Instead, he aspired to be acknowledged by all. This resolute and optimistic disposition was, to be frank, quite endearing to the Ninetales, though he would never voice such sentiments. "Very well, I shall begrudgingly entertain you." With a look of disdain, the Ninetales summoned two small hands of chakra and began to engage Naruto in the arcade games he had yearned to play as a child, yet had never had the chance to do so with anyone. Time slipped by both rapidly and slowly. When Naruto emerged victorious, he would erupt in joyous laughter, and when the Ninetales triumphed, Naruto would glare at him indignantly, exclaiming, "How can you have 6 fingers? That is cheating." The Ninetales, baring his teeth in a fierce manner, retorted that with 9 tails, possessing 9 fingers was only natural. The Ninetales lazily flicked his tail, declaring, "I am going to sleep. Amuse yourself." With that, Naruto was ejected from the mental space, and upon opening his eyes, he found Hinata gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. "I'm fine, Hinata. I merely closed my eyes for a moment." The excruciating pain coursing through his body caused Naruto to grimace, yet a surge of orange-red chakra emanated from within him. illuminating his eyes without driving him to madness. The chakra coalesced into a hand that grasped the spiraling golden arrow and forcefully extracted it. His body, spurred by the Nine-Tails chakra, began to heal at an astonishing rate. The wound that had been pierced was swiftly sealing itself. Within mere seconds, the grotesque injury had closed, expelling shards of shattered bone and congealed blood. Aside from the gaping tear in his clothing, Naruto bore no injuries. I had a brief conversation with Kurama. Now, leave the rest to me. For tales of solidified chakra manifested behind him, and in a burst of astonishing speed, Naruto vanished from Hinata's side. The ferocious chakra obliterated all obstacles in his path, the thunderous roar granting Sasuke, who was embroiled in a fierce battle, a momentary respite. Although the three Magatama had been activated, the chakra within him was nearly depleted, making it exceedingly difficult for him to execute a swift kill. From now on, remember to call me Big Brother Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto, grinning broadly, rushed in from behind to assist Sasuke. You rascal. Sasuke shot Naruto an annoyed glare. It's the Nine-Tails, isn't it? Yes, the great fox wouldn't want me dead, so he decided to lend a hand. He is quite agreeable, Naruto replied. Now, leave the rest to me. I have a technique I've been eager to try. These fellows have so many hands combined, but I wonder if they can match my tails. Naruto lowered his body, and at that moment, 3 additional tails sprouted from his original 4. A bone-like armor emerged from his form, and a terrifying surge of chakra erupted skyward. The eyes of the half-tailed beast Naruto gleamed with a crimson light. In the blink of an eye, he found himself right in front of the nearby Kintoki. Even a lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. This was also a lesson imparted by Aegis. The ground, shattered by a single blow, was gouged into a massive pit, with flying debris striking both of them fiercely. Naruto's speed was so rapid that it was nearly impossible to discern, and with one strike, he brought them to the brink of death. Yet this was merely a prelude. The tips of 7 tails coalesced into a colossal sphere of chakra, and as Naruto tilted his head back, this dark orb was swallowed into his abdomen. It's over. As Naruto initiated his lethal move, a torrent of frantic thoughts raced through the minds of Kintoki and his companion. However, they were not prepared to face eternal separation. With a decisive bite to his finger, he slammed it onto the ground. Summoning technique, Rashomon. A gigantic red gate rapidly ascended before them, yet at that moment, the dreadful chakra erupted. Miniature-tailed beast bomb. The ultra-high-density chakra expelled from Naruto expanded into a stream with a diameter of several meters, surging forth like a beam cannon. The shattered earth was plowed into a deep chasm stretching over 1,000 meters, obliterating everything in its path in an instant. The flash lasted but a moment, and the Rashomon could only hold for a fleeting second. As Naruto shed the cloak of Nine-Tails chakra, there were no obstacles remaining ahead. Humph! Naruto dusted off his hands, removing the grime that clung to him. Is there any trace of survival left, Hinata? No, none at all. Hinata, who had arrived after Naruto, shook her head. I told you, I will protect you all. Naruto pulled Sasuke up and gently embraced Hinata. Whatever difficulties arise, leave them all to me. However, the Nine-Tails is the Nine-Tails, and I am myself. Today, he is merely a stand-in. I must continue to grow stronger. Naruto reflected, realizing that when he had entered the 7-tailed form, he had completely lost control of his chakra, with the Nine-Tails managing it from the background. Otherwise, with Naruto's current chakra control, he would have been utterly incapable of compressing the tailed beast bomb. Let us conclude the examination. I must dedicate myself more earnestly to my training. Chapter 141, The Death of the Sage. The once dense forest had transformed into a charred expanse of land, with shadowy figures hovering in the air, vibrating the wings of insects behind them. The first and second Hokages, now reduced to mere remnants of their former selves, find their reanimated bodies lacking in strength. Having returned from the Pure Land, their current abilities pale in comparison to their true potential. After all, this was intended as a small gift for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, well aware of his master's prowess, was less inclined to confront Hiruzen with the reanimation technique than to allow the first and second Hokages to witness their successor. He envisioned a scene where the other ninjas of Konoha would remain indifferent spectators during his duel with Hiruzen. The strength of these reanimated bodies was insufficient to withstand the pressure of battle, even less so than when facing Might Guy. The power of Ezio, fueled by the chakra of the 7 tails, was not something the currently unprepared Orochimaru could contend with. In terms of individual strength, Orochimaru had yet to grasp the threshold of a Kage, falling short compared to Tsunade and Jiraiya. His formidable survival skills and ability to summon legendary figures such as Senju Hashirama, when prepared, contributed to his reputation. Yet was it merely this? Observing the disheveled Orochimaru, Ezio spoke coldly. This battle is uninteresting. Therefore, you no longer have the necessity to continue living. A dark crimson dagger was drawn, and in that instant, Orochimaru, who had previously maintained a semblance of ease, felt as though the scales of serpents upon his skin were peeling away. He had numerous hidden cards in Konoha, and he was aware of Igio's identity as the most formidable assassin covertly trained by Danzo. Intrigued by this unexpected adversary, Orochimaru recalled that while Igio had exhibited power surpassing that of ordinary Kaga-level ninjas in their earlier skirmish, it was still insufficient to pose a true threat to him. Though Igio might currently hold the upper hand, if that was all he had, Orochimaru believed he could still eliminate him without difficulty. However, as the dark crimson dagger was unsheathed, Orochimaru realized he had underestimated Danzo. The secrets tightly concealed by Danzo, including the existence of the strongest assassin, were mere child's play until now. Summoning technique. I look forward to our next encounter, Orochimaru declared, turning 180 degrees to face Igio. Yet, before he could utter another word, his pierced body began to dissolve before the devastation could fully spread. The effectiveness of the snake substitution technique was astonishingly bizarre and swift. When it came to preserving his own life, Orochimaru's abilities were unparalleled in the ninja world. However, under the scrutiny of Byakugan, anyone unable to escape a 20-kilometer radius of Igio would be easily located by his gaze. With Orochimaru's true form vanishing at the moment the summoning was completed, he connected with the Ryuchi cave, utilizing reverse summoning to instantaneously shift his position. Why wait for the next time? Igio voluntarily revealed the Byakugan and demonstrated remarkable insight during the battle, all in service of this moment. The ninja world harbors many treasures, indeed. Chakra is an import brought by the Otsutsuki clan. The true essence and power of the ninja world lie not in chakra, but in the natural energy of this wondrous planet. Had it not been for the arrival of Otsutsuki, the shinobi world would not have given rise to ninjas. However, it would certainly have birthed sages unique to this planet. This world of the shinobi realm is fundamentally distinct from the planet previously consumed by the Ten-Tails. It possesses a remarkable resilience, capable of enduring multiple instances of the Ten-Tails' insatiable hunger, signifying a foundation far more robust than that of other worlds. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who devoured the chakra fruits of the shinobi realm, is unlike her kin. Her limit for bloodline jutsu is astoundingly high. Had it not been for her glaringly inadequate combat awareness, defeat would have been unimaginable for her. Moreover, she possesses a form of immortality that her kin lack. Otsutsuki Kagaya can only be sealed, not slain. The shinobi world harbors two disparate energy systems. Upon acquiring chakra, natural energy becomes the power that Igio seeks. Yet, as a non-native, Igio has little chance of harnessing this power on his own. The three great holy lands serve as his pathway to attaining sage mode. After discovering the route to the Dragon Cave from Orochimaru, and upon the evolution of his Byakugan into the superior Jagon, he began to scheme. The power of the Jagon, while not fundamentally superior to that of the Byakugan, is not akin to the evolution of the Sharingan into the Manjiki. However, the Jagon possesses the ability to perceive spatial fluctuations, encompassing techniques such as Flying Thunder God and summoning arts. I have found you. With the transformation of his Byakugan into the Jagon, imperceptible spatial ripples appeared within Igio's line of sight. Following this trail, he discerned the presence of a vast subterranean space hidden from common knowledge. Is this the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru? At the moment he heard this voice, Orochimaru's scalp prickled, and he fixed a steely gaze upon Igio, who stood not far from him, his golden snake-like eyes narrowing. You have marked me beforehand, haven't you? Orochimaru, well-versed in Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, realized this singular possibility. With such speed, it was conceivable that Igio could accomplish this unnoticed. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. But it ends here. This body was already nearing its expiration. The technique of living corpse reincarnation could grant him longevity. Yet it comes at the cost of requiring a suitable body every few years. Attempting to kill me will not prove so simple. At this moment, Orochimaru's mouth opened at an alarming angle, and a half-human, half-snake figure suddenly erupted forth, vanishing in an instant. The discarded remnants of his former body fell limply to the ground, resembling a forsaken husk. Though Orochimaru misjudged the reason for Igio's arrival, with the objective achieved, Igio found no need to pursue. The bounty on Orochimaru would be collected, whether sooner or later. As a vast underground serpent lair, the Dragon Cave is devoid of bright weather. Its environment is cold and damp, with dim light filtering from the cavern's ceiling. Reminiscent of a land shrouded in heavy rain clouds, everything enveloped in a gray haze. The serpents, visible in every direction, now raised their upper bodies, flicking their tongues as they slithered toward Ezio's location. However, after the disappearance of Orochimaru, a hissing sound emanated from the depths of the Dragon Cave. The serpentine throng fell silent, parting to create a path forward. After a few minutes of traversing this route, three ethereal maidens with exquisite features appeared before Ezio. Kenshin Shinjiki, Ichikishima Haim, and Tajitsu Haim, subordinates of the White Serpent Sage, were tasked with screening visitors to the Dragon Cave. Only those who passed their trials would be granted the privilege of entering for cultivation. Yet, at this moment, they were not there to administer a test. The white serpent sage wishes to meet you, spoke Tianxin Shinjiki, her green hair crowned with a golden tiara. One should not be beguiled by the enchanting appearance of these maidens, for as captivating as they appeared, their true nature was equally fearsome. As masters of natural energy, it was a trivial matter for them to alter their forms. The magic of the dragon cave leaned more towards physical transformation. Ezio nodded slightly and followed them onward. Before long, a structure reminiscent of a temple emerged before them. Peering through the ajar doors, they beheld a vast interior housing a colossal stone throne. Coiled upon it was an enormous phosphorescent serpent, adorned with a large green cat's eye gemstone as a pendant. Its orange hair cascaded loosely, and a lengthy pipe was clamped between its jaws, from which white smoke billowed, exuding a peculiar tobacco scent. An intriguing creature, the phosphorescent serpent exhaled. Its golden eyes fixated on Ezio. Orochimaru has surely caused you considerable suffering. This is the first time I have encountered someone arriving in such a manner. Do you seek power? The rustling of scales filled the air as the serpent raised its head, slithering closer to Ezio. Perhaps you are unaware that within the ninja world, there exists a force known as sage arts. The beguiling voice flowed from the serpent's mouth as it gracefully lifted itself from the throne, its form stretching elegantly in the air. The white serpent sage, tasting an exhilarating scent, continued, rather than considering the curse mark a diluted version of sage mode. It is more accurate to view it as a means to amplify one's chakra, akin to the power of a Jinchuriki. But what is the price? Ezio met the gaze of the phosphorescent serpent, with its sinister yellow eyes locked onto his. Failure results in death, success grants life. Your body shall be the greatest reward. The serpent's predatory gaze roamed over Ezio's form, revealing a desire to ensnare him and partake in a lavish feast. Then let us proceed, Ezio remarked, a faint, chilling smile gracing his lips as he regarded the phosphorescent serpent, devoid of warmth. As you wish. Suddenly, the serpent's jaws lunged towards Ezio. Much like Orochimaru, the white serpent sage relished in biting necks, but Ezio found such an experience distasteful. He raised his left arm, allowing the serpent's fangs to sink into his flesh. This is a road of no return. In the aftermath of failure, only Orochimaru remains, a solitary survivor. Employing the serpentine technique of the snake substitution jutsu, he can expel the overwhelming senjutsu chakra he can barely endure, akin to a snake shedding its skin. In mere moments, his arm, bitten by the white snake sage, begins to twist grotesquely. The senjutsu chakra of the dragon cave does not petrify. Instead, it induces uncontrollable mutations within the body. As the surrounding natural energy continuously floods into Ezio, the equilibrium of energy within him is shattered. This third force, incompatible with Ezio's own magic and chakra, stems from the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline inheritance. As extraterrestrial invaders, the Otsutsuki have no connection to the natural energies of the ninja world. Just as Kagaya Otsutsuki and the brothers of the Hitaki clan, who inherited the Byakugan's powers, are unable to master the sage mode due to their energies being derived from the god tree, which, after consuming the life force of the ninja realm, bore chakra fruits marked by the realm itself, integrating natural energy within. The power birth from this source granted Kagaya the identity of a native of the ninja world, earning her the world's recognition. Upon merging senjutsu and chakra, Kagaya unlocked a six paths mode that could even surpass the Otsutsuki. Yet, incompatibility remains incompatibility. Ezio, entirely disconnected from the ninja realm, finds himself ill-equipped to adapt to this novel power. The senjutsu chakra relentlessly erodes him, while the spiritual force inherent to the Dragon Cave senjutsu begins to invade his mind. It is madness. It is insanity. An evil will intent on ravaging and destroying all it perceives. The White Snake Sage is far from benevolent. She is the most malevolent and murderous among the sages of the three holy lands. Though she takes on the guise of an old woman, it is merely a disguise for her vicious fangs. Her excited flicking tongue seems to savor an exquisitely delectable feast, her eyes glimmering with golden light. As she witnesses Ezio's body undergo uncontrollable transformation, her excitement intensifies. Ezio's once gray eyes now regain their color, yet his sclera is laced with crimson veins. Ha! Ezio's lips curl into a wide, manic grin, a lunatic's laughter escaping him. He is acutely aware of the White Snake Sage's malevolent intentions, but what of it? Schemes without sufficient strength are mere jest. As that sinister spirit intrudes upon his mental realm, two eyes, emblematic of death and destruction, quietly fix their gaze upon him. The previously tumultuous spirit now freezes, transforming into a docile white phosphorus serpent, cautiously coiling itself in a small corner of this mental world, lowering its head in submission. Just as it revels in what seems to be a state of oblivion, hoping this forgetting may last an eternity, its arrival nonetheless draws a momentary glance of attention, not from the terrifying death and destruction, but rather from a force akin to its own, yet surpassing it in potency. If the white phosphorus serpent merely symbolizes chaotic madness and a bloodthirsty impulse, Then the gaze cast upon it embodies blood, slaughter, torment, and brutality, alongside an unending melee. Behind the twin entities of death and destruction, a seething ocean of blood churns. As the nearly forgotten beast within the deepest recesses of Ezio's heart shatters the chains that bind it, roaring as it obliterates the cage that confines it. Death and destruction were once its fangs and claws, and it is also the incarnation of Ezio's innermost self. The unknown that once resided in the talent column has now discarded the veil that shrouded it. A third spiritual will has intruded into Ezio's mental realm, forcibly creating an aperture between death and destruction. Its name is War. Once more, death and destruction are grasped in its hands, as the formerly mad beast opens its eyes, reflecting Ezio's gray orbs. The transformation of the body halts at this moment. The formless domain expands, and the sanguine hue in Ezio's gaze fades as madness dissipates. What do you anticipate? At the instant when those gray eyes meet the golden serpent's gaze, the white phosphorus serpent abruptly raises its form, emitting a perilous hiss from the depths of its throat, as countless subtle rustlings echo within the great serpent's lair of the dragon cave. Thus, Ezio's pristine teeth reveal an exhilarated smile. Upon realizing the profound desires nestled deep within his heart, he comprehends the origin of his previous uncontrollable madness. He had repressed his most primal yearnings, yearning for chaos, destruction, blood, and slaughter, dragging the entire world into the quagmire of war. Come forth. Let me witness the so-called power of the immortal. This shall be a grand massacre. Immaculate bones forged into a heavy blade, the spirits of death solidified into dark armor. A cloak woven from blood billowing behind, as the forces of death and destruction infuse the razor's edge. A ghastly green luminescence and profound crimson light illuminate Ezio's visage. In the moment when war, death, and destruction converge into a singular entity, the realm of war expands endlessly outward. As the profound and colossal underground serpent lair resounds with the hissing of countless serpents, the thunderous sound of shattering echoes the battle hymn as they writhe their massive forms toward the battlefield. The white serpent immortal reveals her true form as the white phosphorus serpent, her scales scraping against the rock, dislodging countless fragments. As the golden serpent's gaze reflects an indelible trace of crimson, the furious chakra of her divine arts is released endlessly from her being, as this serpent sage, who has existed since the descent of Otsutsuki Kagaya into the ninja world, unabashedly unleashes her formidable might, standing atop the pinnacle of this world. The three serpent sisters, previously transformed into human forms, now unveil their serpent true natures, one green, one red, and one gray. These colossal serpents, slightly smaller than the white phosphorus serpent, exhale bone-corroding venom, dissolving rock, conjuring illusions, as even chakra is eroded by the toxic miasma they expel. Leave this place. The white serpent immortal strained to maintain the last vestiges of her clarity, roaring fiercely as she unleashed a torrent of celestial energy towards the direction of Ezio. Akin to a raging river. Depart from the dragon's cave. This is not a place for you. This is the price. Failure means death. This is the cost you must bear. Why do you not exhaust every effort to pray for my success? The ghastly green sword light tore through the noxious miasma, striking the divine spirit of Tianxin, who was lunging towards Ezio. Her immense form continued to surge forward, yet the soul within her colossal body had already been extinguished. In that moment, flames of annihilation ignited, a torrent of fire spreading outward like a flowing stream, consuming all substances it touched, erasing their material forms and causing them to vanish entirely from this world. The war had begun. Flames ignited the swarming serpents, and the ominous green radiance flickered amidst the inferno. The accumulated essence of the dragon's cave, gathered over millennia, was reduced to ash, while the earth trembled with the overwhelming roars of fury intertwined with the thunderous resonance of celestial magic. The entire world seemed to echo the wails of the phosphorescent serpent, as the darkened serpent lair was illuminated for the first time by a terrifying surge of energy. Countless skeletal remains of serpents entwined around the spectral bone capital, and long, white vertebrae reformed the steps leading to the throne. Each death that transpired within this realm offered its meager strength to the master of this war. A bloody deprivation where the victor would seize all. An unceasing flow of energy transformed within his body, infusing his robust, yet still insufficiently powerful form. All external resources were deemed unworthy of reliance. Only the strength within oneself was fundamental. The wielding of death and destruction offered no joy or elation to Ezio. Perhaps he had yet to encounter an enemy truly deserving of such measures, at least not the previous great serpent, nor the phosphorescent serpent before him. It was somewhat tedious. Yet as a sacrificial offering to the awakening of war, she was deemed worthy. Observing the phosphorescent serpent's desperate attempt to flee the war-ridden domain, Ezio's figure suddenly materialized above her massive head. Amidst the anguished cries of the white serpent immortal, Two swords entwined with death and destruction pierced through her scales, embedding themselves within her gargantuan serpent head. The anguished thrashing devastated vast expanses of forest and plain. Her formidable vitality and the nearly inexhaustible reservoir of celestial energy now served as the greatest impediments to her escape into eternal, silent death. The powerful regenerative forces resisted the encroachment of annihilation, while the immense energy countered the infiltration of death. Time and again, the serpent's desperate attempts at shedding its skin could not entirely extricate these two forces from her body. For the first time, Ezio encountered an adversary that could not be instantly vanquished by death or directly obliterated by destruction. Yet, in the absence of any third party to extend a helping hand, the white serpent's struggles were ultimately in vain. The black armor, forged from the essence of death, bore cracks and blemishes, while the crimson cloak, battered by the tumultuous surge of energy, lay in tatters. The once glorious bone sword, infused with the powers of demise and destruction, had dimmed in its radiance. A profound fatigue gradually enveloped his spirit. Yet, as the dark patterns of death spread across the form of the great white phosphorescent serpent, its body succumbed to the annihilating force, shattering its once mighty soul after countless confrontations with death. An unprecedented surge of immense power coursed through Giovanni's being. "Oh, the white serpent sage of the three holy lands." A voice suddenly echoed from a short distance away. Who would have imagined that she would meet her demise one day? Giovanni withdrew the bone sword from the spot where the sage had perished, its powers of death and destruction now exhausted. As he turned, he beheld several figures clad in black adorned with crimson cloud patterns encircling him. Among them stood a figure resembling a carnivorous plant, a Beto, a familiar face from the past. Along with Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, all members of Akatsuki gathered here, save for their leader Nagato and his secretary Conan, who had only dispatched a single Deva Path avatar. "Oh dear, how frightful!" exclaimed the mask-wearing Akatsuki member, his voice exaggerated. "This is the first time I've seen such a massive serpent. Is it delicious? Will the meat be tough? If it gets stuck in my teeth, I certainly won't be able to eat it. My gaps are rather large." His incessant chatter resembled that of a loquacious crow. Giovanni shot a glance at the mask-clad jester, detesting him from the depths of his heart. Minato was his teacher, and Kushina's affection for him was evident. Yet this wretch had committed the heinous acts of slaying his master and mother. In Giovanni's eyes, he was as despicable as Uchiha Itachi. "Has everyone mobilized, Akatsuki?" he breathed, raising his gaze towards the unfriendly visitors. "Since you are aware of our existence, we can forego the pleasantries." The stoic Deva Path Nagato spoke. "We have been observing you for quite some time, Star." "Is that so?" Giovanni replied coolly, "and what of it?" "The strongest assassin cultivated by Danzo, possessing the power to obliterate the entire Takigakure village single-handedly, warrants our invitation to join Akatsuki or face death," the Deva Path Nagato stated calmly, as if extinguishing Giovanni's life were as effortless as crushing an ant. "There is no need to attempt an escape. We are aware of your mastery over space-time ninjutsu. Yet in this moment, it is futile." As Nagato's words fell, a colossal barrier unfurled from all directions, enveloping him in a vast, sealed space constructed of fluttering paper. "You cannot leave, and the battle just fought has surely drained your strength. What will you offer me if I join?" Giovanni surveyed the surroundings, maintaining his impassive demeanor. He had not employed space-time ninjutsu. This sealing technique, forged from chakra, aimed to confine space, affecting Giovanni but ultimately proving ineffectual. To conquer the world and subsequently usher in an unprecedented era of peace. For a ninja, peace is a luxury, an elusive treasure that remains beyond their grasp. While not all who join Akatsuki harbor such aspirations, some merely seek to indulge their whims. There are indeed those willing to pursue this path. Ezio scoffed softly, finding such notions tedious and juvenile. Given this, it came as no surprise to Pain of the Six Paths that Ezio rejected their overtures. Their purpose was not solely to recruit him, but rather, it was ancillary to their true objective, the capture of the seven tails that Ezio had seized from the village hidden in the waterfall. To kill him and extract the seven tails. Pain's voice was devoid of warmth as he raised his right hand, aiming it toward Ezio's location. Yet before he could make any further move, Ezio stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant from their sight. "Ah!" exclaimed Toby, in his guise as Deidara, once again raising his voice in shock. "So this barrier is a sham, right? It's utterly ineffective. He just vanished in an instant." Silence. As Toby prattled on, Pain cast a fleeting glance in his direction before addressing Zetsu. "Zetsu, search this area. There are no traces of him above or below. If he reappears, I shall handle it." At that moment, Itachi Uchiha spoke to Pain, his previously blind eye now restored to sight, replaced by a new Sharingan that glimmered with a unique pattern distinct from his former one. This was Shirsue's eye, possessing a Jinjutsu power surpassing even Tsukuyami. "Very well." Pain nodded slightly. "The seven tails must be obtained. It is crucial to our future plans." "Ah, what a fruitless endeavor today. I thought we would witness a grand spectacle. Toby lamented, but this snake. In the midst of Toby's incessant chatter, a vast swirling pattern distorted the space around them, and their Group S figures faded from sight. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. As a summary for the end of the month, I highly recommend the seafood sticky rice dumplings with small abalone, dried scallops, and minced ham, paired with a piece of marinated pork belly. Absolutely divine, simply splendid. This month's word count reached 264,000, which is a decrease of 50,000 from the previous month. Regarding the narrative, the Naruto arc has several shortcomings, such as an unclear main plot, which makes it appear somewhat chaotic. This is my oversight, and I shall strive to rectify it in the future. Let me clarify why I chose the Naruto world for the second realm, despite its lack of relevance to magic. Here's a little spoiler. The world of Naruto is particularly suited for apocalyptic themes, and the concept of chakra bears significant connections to the upcoming creative content. In simple terms, it involves the transformation of energy into the 5 elemental forces. The greatest boon in Naruto lies in its eyes, which can directly assist Ezio in achieving an extraordinary leap, as the magical functionality is quite robust, though it does come with notable flaws, such as the 3 unforgivable jutsu. The soul curse can be broken through sheer willpower. At the end of the 7th installment, after Voldemort kills Harry in the Forbidden Forest, Harry withstands the torture using his will, remaining undetected in his survival. Although an explanation exists regarding the Elder One not wielding its full power against its true master, its efficacy is rather limited. As for the killing curse, derived from Moody's explanation, the applicable premise for this narrative is that the longer the bloodline, the stronger the life force or soul, thereby increasing the lethality of the killing curse. While it may suffice against ordinary individuals, it proves less effective against supernatural entities. Currently, the magic primarily emphasizes functionality. Its lethality is somewhat embarrassing. Even the most effective of spells, the killing curse, merely delivers a fatal blow. However, its auxiliary capabilities are quite formidable. In subsequent adaptations, we will journey to the east, where we shall address the deficiencies in magical output while enhancing Ezio's animagus transformation in preparation for the next world. By the way, the sole female protagonist of this tale is Fleur. Future characters will not assume this role, only serving as practical companions recognized by Fleur. Are there any fellow readers who could recommend some everyday items that would meet Fleur's standards? I extend my gratitude to everyone for their support and votes. Wishing you a joyous Dragon Boat Festival and a delightful Children's Day tomorrow. Should you find any shortcomings in this book, please do not hesitate to point them out. Thank you. Chapter 142. The first opening of the door, Tianxian returns. Orochimaru's unexpected entrance did not cause any significant issues. Rather, the commotion arising from the four-sound ninja engaging with Naruto startled many. Ultimately, the sound of the miniature-tailed beast bomb was so loud that it could be heard throughout Konoha, startling quite a few. Fortunately, it was merely a misunderstanding, and Tsunade managed to quell the matter. Upon returning to the village, Ezio provided Tsunade with a brief report on the situation, as the fact of Orochimaru's abduction could not be concealed. Was Orochimaru targeting Sasuke? Tsunade furrowed her brow. She had hoped to give her former friend a chance. As Orochimaru was the teacher of her younger brother, Nawaki, their relationship had been strong, and he had felt deep remorse for Nawaki's death. After acquiring some intel from Ezio, Tsunade began to formulate a hypothesis. Itachi Uchiha was a spy for Konoha. The revelation of this classified information left her profoundly shaken, as the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was intricately tied to Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi. They were, in fact, the orchestrators of this catastrophe. Itachi Uchiha was their blade. And this individual, consumed by a distorted love for Konoha, chose the village over his family. Perhaps Itachi foresaw that even if he did not take action, the village would eventually turn against the Uchiha. By intervening himself, he could at least ensure Sasuke's survival. This way of thinking greatly astonished Tsunade. Clearly, there were alternative methods to resolve this matter. Within the intelligence documents of the root, there existed records of Uchiha Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan abilities. The Uchiha clan had produced 2 disturbingly erratic individuals. Their continued existence raised significant concerns. However, the exposure of this issue compelled Tsunade to resolve to erase all traces of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo from Konoha, including their families. The actions of these 2 had been undermining the very foundations of Konoha. The intelligence from Root also contained records of Orochimaru's research into the reanimation jutsu, albeit in fragmented snippets, which hinted at troubling revelations. Moreover, after Tsunade concluded her reflections, Agio spoke. The Akatsuki organization seems to have ulterior motives regarding the power of the tailed beasts. They have discovered that I possess the 7 tails. The Akatsuki had unique channels for intelligence gathering, and their intentions behind collecting the tailed beasts remained unclear, thus vigilance was warranted. At present, aside from Naruto, Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, was also in Konoha. Do you suspect they might target Naruto and Gaara? Tsunade furrowed her brow. contemplating the likelihood of such an occurrence. Naruto's safety should be assured. His rapport with the Nine Tails was commendable, and perhaps soon he would become the perfect Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. Even multiple Kaga-level adversaries would find it challenging to contend with a perfect Jinchuriki. Tsunade nodded slightly, fully aware of the Nine Tails' power. Her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, had been the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, wielding control far superior to that of Kushina. After Senju Hashirama's departure, Konoha had a stabilizing force in her presence. During the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, thanks to her, other ninja villages refrained from deploying their Jinchuriki on the battlefield, fearing the devastating countermeasures that Konoha might unleash. Even the Third Raikage, who fought evenly with the Eight Tails, was no match for the Nine Tails. The Cloud Village once attempted to capture the Nine Tails, but suffered a one-sided defeat. And even in its wild state, the Nine Tails proved insurmountable, much less when facing a Jinchuriki capable of harnessing its power. I will consider this matter, Tsunade declared. She held great satisfaction with Naruto's growth, although she did not intend to view him merely as a weapon of war. It delighted her to witness the emergence of a potential pillar of strength for Konoha's future. Once a perpetual underachiever, Naruto's developmental pace had surpassed everyone's expectations. Maintaining a rational state with the Seven Tails chakra, he could already overpower the vast majority of shinobi. His only shortcoming lay in his foundational strength. Should he continue to progress, his combat prowess until beast form would elevate significantly. After departing from the Hokage building, Ezio sought out Might Guy, who had already regained his vitality. The previous day's battle had left no lingering effects. At that moment, the invigorated Guy was subjecting himself to grueling training that would make the average person cringe. He effortlessly bore several tons of weight, and without the aid of chakra, each step he took would generate a thunderous sound. Shall we ignite our youth together? With fervor akin to blazing fire, Might Guy executed handstand push-ups, his feet burdened by a barbell laden with iron plates, the exaggerated total weight exceeding 2 tons. The steel bar itself was as thick as an arm, yet this immense weight posed no challenge to him. Oh, you wish to develop your own unique techniques? At this point, Guy's enthusiasm surged. A splendid idea. Each of the 8 gates manifests differently. While it is generally observed that each additional gate doubles the chakra, significant distinctions exist among them. Notably, the 8th gate, the Death Gate, upon its activation, fully opens the body's meridians, entirely lifting the limitations imposed on chakra. One could conceive this as your body entering a state of infinite circulation, a state that persists until your very being is utterly consumed by flames. How many gates have you unlocked, Xing? 6, but I should soon reach the 7th. The 8 gates technique is inherently progressive. However, with a sufficiently robust physique, one can considerably shorten the time required to access the 8 gates. To unlock the next gate, the body's meridians must endure the ensuing shock. Guy is not incapable of reaching the 8th gate. Rather, even if he were to unlock it now, his body would be unable to fully harness the power it bestows. Unable to completely assimilate and utilize the strength of the Death Gate. For Might Guy, failing to unleash the full potential of the next gate means he will remain in a state of relentless training until his body can adequately support the influx of new power. It is precisely due to this unwavering foundation that he possesses strength surpassing that of his father. Might Dato's 8 gates can barely contend with the Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen, and he is unable to eliminate them entirely, for unlike Guy, Dato lacks the solid groundwork established from a young age. His activation of the 8 gates is rather hasty, and his inherent strength does not suffice to fully leverage the power of the 8th gate. Do not rush to unlock the next gate. Only when your body can withstand the power can you truly utilize it in battle. Guy spoke with gravity. Your physical prowess surpasses mine. But if you wish to devise a technique unique to your 8 gates, a comprehensive understanding is essential. When you can fully master the flow of chakra across the first 7 gates, you will grasp the ultimate nature of the 8th gate, which can only be activated once in a lifetime. The Death Gate encompasses all the chakra properties of the preceding 7, amplifying power 10-fold, even 100-fold. I have no doubt that in the 8-gate state, I could shatter space with a single punch. Let us begin with the first gate, the opening of the lotus. Guy gestured to Ezio and settled into a cross-legged position on the ground. The chakra property of the first gate is rotation, which significantly disrupts the use of ninjutsu. Conventional ninjutsu relies on the steady flow of chakra, yet upon opening the first gate, the chakra within you begins to spiral and roll. The opening of the lotus exemplifies the application of this chakra property. Subsequently, the second gate opens, allowing chakra to dissipate in a vaporous manner, facilitating an extraordinarily rapid recovery of our physical stamina. It can almost be said that upon opening the second gate, we possess an almost inexhaustible reservoir of energy. The third gate, known as the Life Gate, serves as the initial critical juncture of the 8 gates of Duinjia and represents the final safe zone. Your body will be fully activated, enhancing the explosive power of your chakra, resulting in a nearly instantaneous doubling of your output. The technique known as the lotus is developed based on this chakra characteristic, enabling punches that surpass the speed of sound, capable of shattering steel. Kai diligently imparted his knowledge, sharing everything he knew with Ezio without any concealment. Such openness is rare in the ninja world. During the waiting period for the third match to commence, Ezio diligently trained under Kai, learning the intricacies of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Compared to Might Guy, Ezio possessed a broader perspective, in terms of divergent thinking. He excelled beyond Guy. After a brainstorming session, Ezio conceived a preliminary idea to design a technique for each gate that aligns with its chakra properties. Among these, the first gate is the one Ezio is most familiar with. The Rasengan, a powerful and easily wielded ninjutsu, is a technique Ezio frequently practiced, as its non-elemental, seal-less, instantaneous nature allows for remarkable versatility. By simply incorporating chakra nature transformations, new attributes and effects can be continuously developed. In contrast to more ostentatious jutsu, the Rasengan proves to be exceedingly practical. The chakra properties of the first gate align remarkably well with the Rasengan, and after several days of experimentation, Ezio completed his initial concept. Shall we give it a try, Kai? Ezio suddenly teleported beside Might Guy, who was currently engaged in his daily training, running 1,000 laps upside down around Konoha. If he failed to accomplish this, he would have to perform an additional 10,000 one-finger push-ups. Have you devised your ultimate technique for the 8 gates? Kai exclaimed, surprised. It took me quite some time to develop mine. However, my approach to adapting the first gate differs from yours. I am not a taijutsu ninja. Though the 8 gates influence the usage of ninjutsu, certain techniques remain unaffected by the frenzied chakra of the 8 gates. Then shall we give it a try? Kai was, in truth, somewhat reluctant to spar with Ezio. Their last bout had nearly cost him his life. Although exhilarating, the aftermath had been quite dreadful. As long as you don't treat me like a target. You guessed correctly. Kai was momentarily taken aback by this remark, but Ezio had already grasped his arm, transporting him to a secluded area far from Konoha. While youth is characterized by fervor, such spirited youth is not meant to be subjected to punishment. I invite you and Lee to enjoy medicinal cuisine from the Nara family. I shall treat you for a year. No. Kai waved his hands vigorously. That is far too expensive. The payment has already been made. I receive an annual dividend of no less than 15 million ryo from the Land of Waves, where the feudal lord employs Konoha, and a portion of that is mine, Ezio stated matter-of-factly. This sum is nearly equivalent to the income that AJ Neen would earn from relentless missions over several months. Except this, money that remains unspent holds no significance. If you have some free time, please assist Naruto and the other two. After the Chunin exams, I shall no longer serve as their guiding instructor. Why? Kai inquired, somewhat perplexed. Although it is indeed permissible to form one's own team or undertake missions independently upon reaching Chunin rank, it is customary for a Nin leader to mentor their team for at least a year. With my presence, they shall encounter no grave peril. Ninjas are not delicate flowers sheltered from the elements. That is a valid point. As Kai recalled Egio's Byakugan and space-time ninjutsu, he could not help but grin. With such a teacher overseeing them, even their reckless actions would likely encounter little danger. Then let us proceed. In an instant, Kai opened the 6th gate, ready to serve as a target. The 6th gate is a state he can maintain consistently, as it allows for a significant reduction in energy consumption and thus minimizes strain during non-combat situations. Sustaining it for several hours is entirely feasible. This technique is designed based on the Rasengan. A pale green chakra flame enveloped Egio's form as he teleported to a position approximately 50 meters away from Kai and raised his right hand. The 8 gates correspond to the 8 trigrams. Opening a gate signifies the Sun trigram. The wind swirls like a dragon. The verse states, like the wings of a crane, like the thorns of an arrow, the starry spiral, energy permeates the cosmos. The spiral of chakra coalesced into a vortex, encircling Egio's right arm, which he then clenched into a fist, striking with precision. Vegetation lay flattened, and sand and stones danced wildly as the pale green thorned wind dragon howled past, carving a shattered spiral path into the distorted earth. As I seek my footing, I shall update less frequently over the next couple of days to refine the outline. Chapter 143. 2/3 of the eliminations, the preliminaries of the 3rd round. The 2nd phase of the Chunin exam has concluded. The number of teams that advanced through the 2nd phase was somewhat greater than anticipated, totaling 9, resulting in an elimination rate of 60%. However, for the Chunin exams, this figure remains excessively high. In contrast to other teams that appeared somewhat beleaguered, Naruto and his companions completed the competition in merely an hour, manifesting a much more leisurely demeanor. They spent the full 5 days of the exam at the Central Tower, affording themselves ample time for restoration and even training. The earlier they completed the exam, the greater their advantage in this regard. The unusual tumult of battle prompted many ninja squads to exercise caution, fearful of attracting that unknown threat. Merely hearing the thunderous explosions made them acutely aware that this was certainly not a matter for mere genin to meddle in. Some individuals even took a certain schadenfreude towards Konoha. After all, the Chunin exams are not merely a selection of ninjas. The chaos in Konoha is advantageous for all. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, and Lee-kun, Hinata called out as she hurried into their training room. The examiners have announced that the examination is nearing its conclusion, and we are to gather in the designated room. Has time truly passed so swiftly? Naruto extended his hand to lift Sasuke from the ground. Among the three of them, Sasuke possessed the weakest stamina. Although his Sharingan was a significant advantage, in terms of physical prowess, both Naruto and Lee found him challenging to contend with. However, Sasuke's endurance was lacking. Often, after a full day of training, he would require at least 2 or 3 breaks on the ground to recuperate. In contrast, Naruto and Lee could simply take a brief nap after lunch and regain their energy. The training they engaged in was fundamental, a testament to the excellent teachings of their mentor, Guy. Lee raised his thumb in admiration, flashing a brilliant smile, proclaiming that he too had greatly benefited from their efforts, asserting that Naruto's diligence was on par with his own. As for Sasuke, the prodigious talent of his Sharingan was truly remarkable. The ability to perfectly mimic movements with just a glance left Lee in awe, yet he felt no envy. Within his own team, there was a genius akin to Sasuke. Lee had resolved to earn a legitimate victory over him, relying solely on his own sweat and perseverance. Yet, he acknowledged that he still had much to learn. Sasuke did not take pride in his previous accomplishments, especially after witnessing the extensive destruction caused by Naruto's miniature-tailed beast bomb, which left a trail of devastation spanning several kilometers. This spectacle extinguished any semblance of arrogance he might have harbored. Even his 3-tomo Sharingan seemed insignificant upon realizing that beyond it lay the Manjiki and eternal Manjiki Sharingan. His objective had become clear, to defeat Itachi Uchiha and avenge his clan and parents. Thus, mastering the Manjiki was imperative for him. As they conversed, the trio made their way toward the assembly room on the other side. The other teams had arrived, and the leading ninjas from the various ninja villages participating in the competition, along with the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, were present. Congratulations on completing the 2nd exam, announced Mitarashi Anko, who reappeared before the gathered crowd as the proctor of the 2nd exam. The number of remaining teams was somewhat greater than I had anticipated, but that was of no concern. Before proceeding to the 3rd exam, there were several matters that needed clarification. Tsunade-sama, she continued, glancing at Tsunade, who bore a look of relief and ease. For her, every moment away from administrative duties was a pleasure. Since assuming the role of Hokage, her opportunities for leisure, such as drinking, had diminished significantly. The impact of her decision to become Hokage was profound. I shall succinctly inform you about the Ch-Nin exams, Tsunade stated, her preference for brevity evident. The essence of the Ch-Nin exams lies in providing a platform for combat between allied nations without inciting war, thereby allowing an assessment of the strength of each ninja village through the competition of the younger generation. During the 3rd exam, dignitaries from various countries will attend to observe. Your performance may significantly influence the future distribution of missions among the ninja villages. Therefore, the 3rd round must be sufficiently spectacular, showcasing the finest qualities of each village, while also adhering to time constraints. Yukimura, you will present the preliminary rules for the next stage of the 3rd exam. Understood, Hokage-sama. A slightly pallid ninja stepped forward. This veteran of Konoha, afflicted with a persistent cough, had never enjoyed robust health. Following Tsunade's ascension to Hokage, he departed from the direct Umbu forces and received a thorough medical evaluation from Tsunade. His current physical condition was considerably improved compared to the past. His fear of blood stemmed from the demise of his brother and beloved, both of whom aspired to become Hokage. By assuming the Hokage position, Tsunade inadvertently embraced the embodiment of their shared dreams. Now, allow me to elucidate the rules for the preliminary round of the 3rd exam. Perhaps due to the relatively low difficulty of the first 2 exams, only 9 teams, totaling 27 individuals, had successfully passed. In accordance with the Chunin exam regulations, we shall now proceed to the preliminary round of the 3rd exam. If any among you feels unwell, please raise your hand to withdraw. This preliminary round, along with the subsequent 3rd exam, will be conducted as individual competitions. Requesting to forfeit will not affect your teammates. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to declare it, as the preliminary round is about to commence. Starting so soon? A voice from the crowd protested loudly. Some of us have been resting here for quite a while we have only just arrived. This is utterly unfair. This is merely a consequence of your inadequate strength, which prevented you from completing the 2nd exam in advance, replied the swift moonlight breeze, casting a fleeting glance at the vocal individual. If you intend to forfeit, you may do so now. The young man adorned with the grass village forehead protector snorted, but chose not to speak further, turning to glare at his companions. The fiery-haired Kunoichi flinched and clutched her sleeves tightly. After a brief pause, seeing no one raise their hand to withdraw, Moonlight Breeze continued. Since no one has chosen to forfeit, I shall announce the rules for the preliminary match. The remaining 27 participants will be divided into groups of 3, engaging in a free-for-all battle, with the victors earning the right to advance to the third round of the competition. 18 will be eliminated, but fear not, as you will not face your teammates in this preliminary round. Similar to the rules of the second exam, fatalities are permitted when confronting an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Conceding is your wisest option. Should 2 of your adversaries fall unconscious, perish, or forfeit, the last standing individual will progress to the third exam. Upon hearing these rules, a ripple of unrest stirred among the non-Konoha ninjas. At that moment, 5 Konoha ninjas remained in the arena, comprising over half of the total participants. Although they would not encounter their teammates in battle, it was evident that comrades from the same village would not fight to the death, thus granting Konoha an advantage. Yet, as the host and the strongest ninja village in the current world, their numerical superiority was expected. A low success rate for Konoha ninjas would indeed be surprising. You weren't contemplating fleeing just now, were you, Bloodbag? He rudely grasped the arm of the red-haired female ninja, revealing her hand marred by numerous bite marks. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and bit down forcefully, a surge of vibrant chakra flooding into his body, swiftly healing the injuries sustained during the second examination. Even his stamina and chakra were significantly restored. This scene caught the attention of Tsunade, who had yet to leave the arena. Initially, she had paid little heed to the red-haired ninja in the corner, but upon witnessing this moment, she paused momentarily. For her grandmother had imparted considerable knowledge about the Uzumaki clan. The Senju and Uzumaki clans share a distant kinship, yet unlike the Senju, the Uzumaki possess several unique physical traits akin to bloodline limits, giving rise to 2 significant bloodline abilities. Only those Uzumaki with sufficiently potent bloodlines can wield one or both of these powers, the adamantine sealing chains and the Kagaya's Eye. The former possesses extraordinary restraining power over tailed beasts and aids the Uzumaki in swiftly executing intricate sealing techniques, allowing for the instantaneous completion of complex seals through the use of the chains instead of traditional script. The latter is a sensory ability that surpasses the Byakugan, enabling the detection of chakra fluctuations over dozens of kilometers and precise localization. Once a chakra signature is memorized, even from thousands of kilometers away, the user of Kagaya's Eye can sense its location and glean insights into the surrounding environment. While adamantine sealing chains are relatively common, Kagaya's Eye is seldom seen, with perhaps only one appearing every few decades during the height of the Uzumaki clan's prominence. The latter requires an even greater bloodline strength, as those endowed with this talent possess a vitality so robust that it seems to overflow. By absorbing their chakra, they can heal nearly all physical wounds. Tsunade, she called. Motioning to Egidio, please investigate the red-haired girl from the grass village. Understood, he replied with a slight nod before vanishing from sight. Approximately 5 minutes later, a scroll was presented to Tsunade. This is the intelligence you requested. Tsunade glanced at Egidio in surprise, then unfurled the still warm scroll. The contents were freshly inscribed and not merely a record of prior intelligence, but rather detailed information regarding the female ninja, Kei-Rin, and her mother. How did you acquire this? Tsunade inquired softly after reading the information. I visited the grass village. Their leader provided it to me. Is that all? Tsunade scrutinized Egidio, her nose twitching slightly. Then why do you reek of fresh blood? Did you kill the leader of the grass village? Tsunade's brow furrowed, and an unsettling feeling washed over her. Yes, but I landed right in the village center, so there were quite a few witnesses to deal with. Ninjas, civilians, and merchants. Around 5,000 or 6,000 in total. I handled it cleanly, leaving no survivors. There are still some grass ninjas in the city. I will attend to them later. Listening to his cold, emotionless tone, Tsunade nearly crushed the armrest of her chair. Egidio, this is the standard operational procedure. Leave no traces, leave no witnesses. Ezio quietly added a remark, causing Tsunade to momentarily lose her composure. Oh, then I shall attend to the issue of Ghost Lantern City. Wait, Tsunade immediately interjected. Ghost Lantern City does not belong to the grass village. It is jointly managed by the 5 great nations and functions as an independent prison. The subsequent matters will be handled by Konoha. You must not interfere. Observing Ezio's calm departure, Tsunade wearily cast her gaze upon the scroll, seemingly imbued with the warmth of countless lives lost. A chill ran down her spine as the realization dawned upon her. She understood why Danzo, despite possessing such a formidable weapon, refrained from using it. If unleashed, this weapon would not merely devastate 1 or 2 villages. In fact, she herself felt an aversion to wielding it lightly, although the smaller grass village could easily be eradicated by the 5 great shinobi villages. The efficiency of a single individual annihilating an entire village within mere minutes, barring the use of a tailed beast Jinchuriki, was a rarity among ninjas. After approximately half an hour of preparation, the preliminary matches of the third examination officially commenced. The first to take the stage was Naruto, facing off against a genin from the Grass Village and another from the Sound Village. The involvement of Orochimaru and the Sound 4 had already been exposed. Yet Konoha opted to keep this matter under wraps. The Sound Village ninjas intended to continue participating in the Chunin exam without issue, as only these 3 genin remained. And they were oblivious to Orochimaru's disappearance. These 3 had already become expendable. As the moonlight swept in and declared the match to begin, a burst of smoke erupted, and 2 shadow clones surged forward through the haze. A pale blue sphere materialized in Naruto's right hand, leaving no time for his opponents to concede. Those struck by the Rasengan were sent flying several meters, blood splattering against the walls behind them. After honing his skills against various bandits and rogue ninjas under Ezio's ruthless guidance, Naruto had learned the harsh lesson of hesitation when Hinata had been injured. In his eyes, the lives of his comrades outweighed all else. Hesitation led to defeat, and mercy invited retribution. Through this bloody lesson, he had shed the naivety of his days just after leaving the Ninja Academy. The match concluded. Before the echo of the starting signal faded, Tsukuyomi Mikazuki slightly narrowed his eyes and announced the end of the first preliminary match. It was clean and decisive, without any lingering hesitation. The Jonin of Konoha gazed at Naruto's wind-swept yellow hair, momentarily entranced. Once upon a time, they too had witnessed a scene strikingly similar on the battlefield. The flash of yellow arrived in an instant, and the azure Rasengan obliterated its foes. During the harrowing Third Great Ninja War, Minato Namikaze had solidified his invincible reputation, striking terror into the hearts of the ninjas from the other 4 great nations. The second match featured Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and Karen. As the medical team carried away the 2 bodies and Naruto exited the arena, Tsukuyomi Mikazuki announced the roster for the second match. 3 girls entered the arena, positioning themselves in a triangular formation. In contrast to Naruto's earlier match, these 3 engaged in a rather serious bout akin to lower-ranking shinobi squabbling. In the competition of 111, participants were required not only to defend themselves and attack their opponents, but also to remain vigilant against the predatory gaze of a third party. When the forces were evenly matched, the tactics of battle became paramount, an essential skill for any J-nin leading a team. Under the guidance of Yugao, Sakura commenced her studies in Genjutsu, showcasing her remarkable chakra control. Although her physical prowess and chakra reserves were rather mediocre, this strength would suffice to secure her future. Whether as a Genjutsu specialist or a medical ninja, both of which are esteemed roles within the shinobi world. However, the spectacle of these novices clashing was rather underwhelming. Despite having the highest chakra reserves, Karen often found herself in a weakened state due to frequent draining. Ino's secret techniques were competent against a singular opponent, but faltered when faced with multiple adversaries. Sakura had only just begun her foray into Genjutsu, and after nearly 20 minutes of intense combat, the 3 girls collapsed from exhaustion, their struggle reduced to a farcical level unworthy of the third round. Yuhi Kurenai decisively declared a draw, resulting in the elimination of all 3. When the name Uchiha Sasuke was spoken, many eyes turned toward him. The Uchiha clan was renowned throughout the ninja world, and as the last remaining member in Konohagakure, he naturally garnered considerable attention. With his teammate Naruto having surpassed the capabilities of a J-nin, curiosity surrounded this Uchiha prodigy. Do not grow too complacent. As Inuzuka Kiba descended from the stands, he found himself walking alongside Sasuke. Sakura had incessantly buzzed about Sasuke, and Kiba was eager to discern if he truly possessed such prowess. His expression was not one of jealousy. He was merely clearing his ears, likely having been driven to distraction by Sakura's incessant chatter. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Kiba, this dismissive gesture causing Kiba to momentarily halt, his gaze turning more unfriendly. He detested pretentious individuals. Behind them, Sakan, adorned with the Sound Village forehead protector,
smirked at Sasuke's retreating figure. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had already fled, and the news of the Sound Quartet's annihilation had not yet reached him. However,
he was aware that Sasuke was the one they needed to confront, and though he had not encountered Sasuke in the second exam, the time had come for him to prove himself. Begin. Yuhi Kurenai commanded as the 3 took their places. The moment the match commenced, Sakan raised his hands and shouted, "Void Slash!" The air holes in his palms erupted with high-pressure wind blades, accompanied by high-frequency sound waves designed to disrupt auditory senses. As a ninjutsu that combined offense and defense, this technique proved effective even among lower and mid-ranking shinobi. He envisioned the gruesome sight of the 2 opponents being cleaved by the wind blades, and he indeed witnessed Sasuke and Kiba suffering grievous wounds, blood gushing forth as they were swiftly incapacitated. Yet, all of this transpired with an unsettling ease. In that instant, he found it hard to believe. Was it truly over? He glanced towards the referee, seeking affirmation. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his chest, a deafening thunderclap resonating at that moment. Sasuke's face loomed just half a meter away, while the lightning of Raikiri pierced through his torso. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan reflected in his eyes. and in the instant the match commenced, he had already fallen into the illusion cast by the Sharingan. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. This is a lesson imparted by Ezio. Compared to Naruto, Sasuke found it easier to be ruthless. Withdrawing his right hand from Sakuragi's chest, Sasuke glanced at Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru, who were both animated and inexplicably bouncing around in excitement. The match had concluded. Moonlight Kazekage stared in astonishment at Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan. Even during wartime, encountering a 12-year-old Uchiha who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan was exceedingly rare. According to the collective understanding of the Uchiha clan, the three-tomo signified the level of a Jonin, swiftly leading one to elite Jonin strength. Well done, Akamaru. Kiba's exuberant shout was abruptly cut off as Sasuke dispelled the illusion, observing the transformed battlefield, while Kiba stared around in confusion. The contest was indeed over. Moonlight Kazekage approached and patted Kiba on the shoulder, gesturing towards the lifeless Sakuragi lying in a pool of blood. Was that an illusion? As a Jonin under the guidance of the illusion master, Yuhi Kurenai, Kiba naturally realized what had transpired, having been informed by Kurenai about Uchiha's illusions. Yet, he had never anticipated their ferocity to such an extent. But don't worry, Uchiha Sasuke might already possess Jonin-level strength. He has the three-tomo Sharingan. Are you joking? He graduated just months ago. Contemplating existence while cradling Akamaru, Kiba was tossed onto the spectator's stand by Moonlight Kazekage, as the match was to continue without delay. The next match featured Hyuga Neji, Gaara, and Hyuga Hinata. How tedious, Gaara remarked disinterestedly, his dark circles evident as he trudged toward the arena. Neji, brother. Hinata softly called out upon encountering Neji on the stairs. At a loss for words, she paused momentarily before bowing slightly. I will give it my all. Neji merely nodded at Hinata's resolute gaze before striding away. He held a certain disdain for Hinata, as a genius graduating from the Leaf Village Academy in '59. And a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, he resented the very talent that set him apart. The arbitrary fate dictated by their differing birth times had irrevocably shaped his destiny and that of his father. It seemed Gaara's oppressive aura enveloped them. Once they stood on the battlefield, both Neji and Hinata displayed a hint of solemnity. The chakra emanating from the figure before them felt unsettling, teetering on the brink of chaos but forcefully restrained, its quantity extraordinarily vast. As Moonlight Kazekage announced the commencement of the match, both pairs of Byakugan opened instantaneously. The sand infused with chakra swiftly surged towards the two of them. In unison, Neji and Hinata assumed the initial stance of the 8 trigrams palm. The rapidly approaching sand projectiles were shattered by their bare hands, and under the scrutiny of Neji's Byakugan, these assaults had nowhere to conceal themselves. Neji cast a surprised glance at Hinata. Unlike before, after several months, her chakra had significantly advanced, surpassing the typical enhancements of a mere genin. It seemed that with an ample replenishment of physical energy, Hinata had finally managed to elevate her chakra to its maximum capacity. Igio was indifferent to expenditures. His generosity knew no bounds. Should Nara's pharmacy have the means, Igio would undoubtedly be their patron, spending lavishly without a second thought. The medicinal meals Hinata consumed daily could rival the task earnings of an ordinary chunin for an entire month. Go for it, Hinata, Naruto shouted from the stands, urging her to showcase the fruits of her training. Upon hearing Naruto's encouragement, Hinata nodded slightly, and in an instant, her chakra began to flow with accelerated intensity, compressing rapidly at the points in her palms. 8 trigrams, empty palm. The high-density chakra shot forth like miniature cannonballs, yet a heavier sand shield materialized before Gaara. A defense activated by the chakra of his mother Karura and Shikaku, instinctively triggered upon sensing an impending attack. As the 4th Kazekage, Raza was not a compassionate father. He regarded Gaara as a weapon of war, devoid of paternal affection, even towards his own son. He had sent his only loving uncle, Yashimaru, to assassinate Gaara, deceitfully claiming he had never loved his son, all in a twisted quest for vengeance against his sister, who perished during childbirth. This treacherous blade was merely a test to determine whether Gaara could suppress his emotions and control Shikaku. Upon realizing Gaara was a failure, Raza relentlessly dispatched assassins to eliminate him, fostering a psyche steeped in solitude, bloodlust, and disdain for the world. How could she? Yet the most astonished was Neji Hyuga. He was well aware of the 8 trigrams empty palm, having practiced it himself. However, despite Hinata graduating a year later than he, she had already mastered this technique. Hinata also trained in the spiraling sphere, a discipline that honed her ability to gather, compress, and stabilize chakra, which brought her further in her mastery. The essence of the 8 trigrams empty palm was to compress chakra and project it through the veins in her palm, sharing similarities with the spiraling sphere training. Hinata possessed immense talent, previously stifled but now emerging. As the princess of the Byakugan, her ocular purity was unparalleled, signifying her innate potential far surpassed that of the ordinary. In the world of shinobi, this represented a rare gift. The Byakugan belonged to the Tsutsuki clan, and if nurtured, it could flourish into something formidable. Sand shuriken. Dozens of shurikens crafted from grains of sand shot forth with great velocity. Niji had no time to ponder. He swiftly struck with his palm, shattering the incoming assault alongside Hinata. Gaara had designated both of them as targets, rendering Maki's earlier admonitions meaningless. He had intended to face two opponents alone from the outset. The vast arena was engulfed in a whirlwind of sand and stone as the coarse winds swept across the field. The two, utilizing the 8 trigrams 64 palms as their defense, remained unscathed. However, the pervasive dust and sand had allowed Gaara to set his trap. A hemispherical shield of sand enveloped him from behind, and at that moment, Gaara, with an expressionless demeanor, raised his hand and clenched it in the air. Sand binding coffin. The swirling sands enveloped the two before him, and Naruto on the stands nearly rushed down, but was restrained by Ezio and Sasuke's grip on his shoulders. Trust Hinata. Sasuke calmly stated from the side. Niji's astonishment deepened. The technique he had painstakingly deciphered was indeed a secret of the main family. Niji clenched his teeth inwardly. Such skills were accessible only to the main family, while as a branch member, he could only obtain them through favors. His loyalty and protective instincts were directed toward Hinata, who had just graduated, and he had not yet matured to the point of being deemed worthy of safeguarding her. Let us fight together. After a brief silence, Niji spoke, acknowledging that Hinata was not a mere decorative vase, but rather a capable ally. He also recognized the formidable strength of Gaara, their current adversary. Only by joining forces could they hope for victory. Together, Niji and I want to prove myself this time. Chapter 144. She is the one I vow to protect. Breaking through the surrounding debris, two figures surged forward, one to the left and one to the right. Gaara, standing still, made no excessive movements. As the sand around him transformed into countless hands, rising like spikes from the earth, the shurikens of sand shot forth with ferocious speed. And as the duo shattered the obstacles in their path to dash toward him, the explosive sand projectiles struck with immense force, forcing them back once more. The battle had reached a standstill, but only Hinata and Niji felt the pressure. Gaara appeared somewhat languid, his demeanor indifferent, as if he were toying with his opponents. Indeed, he relished this, watching those who sought to assassinate him being ensnared by the sand, only to be crushed within its grasp. Painted a scene that brought a modicum of tranquility to his heart. He despised this world and everyone in it. My teacher had once told me that when training with the Rasengan, if one was uncertain how to introduce turbulent rotation into the orderly spin, they could utilize shadow clones as assistants, or rely on comrades for support. Naruto, Sasuke, and I had successfully employed this method once before. How do you wish to proceed? Niji gazed deeply at Hinata. This younger sister, whom he had once underestimated, had changed remarkably since their last encounter. Not just in strength, but also in her understanding and execution of techniques. Do you truly desire to win, Lady Hinata? At this moment, Niji altered his form of address, which was, in truth, the designation he ought to have used for Hinata. From a tender age, he had assumed the role of Hinata's protector on the battlefield, a duty that the branch family must fulfill for the main family, safeguarding the Byakugan from being exposed and preserving the integrity of the clan. In moments of necessity, he was prepared to stake everything, including his own life, adhering to the time-honored customs and traditions of the Hyuga clan. No, I actually knew from the very beginning that I might not win, Hinata murmured, shaking her head gently. I merely wished to prove that I could keep pace with Naruto-kun, that I could defend myself. Even when faced with such a formidable adversary, I will not easily succumb. The image of the second exam flashed through her mind, the spiral arrow that had pierced Naruto's chest. She could not bear to witness such a scene again. Suddenly, a tempestuous wind surged forth, and Hinata and Niji, standing a mere arm's length apart, assumed the initial stance of the gentle fist technique. As the two spun in opposite directions, their chakra intertwined rather than clashed. Chakra, as a fusion of physical prowess and spiritual energy, is more susceptible to the will of the individual than mere magical power. In a manner akin to an immense Rasengan bursting forth, the surrounding sand was instantly cleared, and the expanding vortex obliterated the arena crafted from Gaara's sand. Even the so-called impenetrable shield of sand bore numerous wounds inflicted by the tempest of chakra, yet the sand swiftly writhed and mended the shield that had just endured countless assaults. Two figures suddenly flanked Gaara, marking their first genuine approach toward the seemingly indestructible sphere of sand. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Like fine needles, the high-density chakra pierced the structure of the sand shield. With the Byakugan's insight into the chakra distribution of the shield, it was as though they were executing a meticulous demolition. As the final palm struck, the sphere of the sand shield collapsed instantaneously, the implosive chakra needles dismantling its defenses. And the golden sand cascaded away, revealing Gaara's true form before them. Within the sand shield, he was further protected by a layer of sand armor. Yet its defensive capabilities paled in comparison to the shield. The tumultuous currents of high-speed chakra could shred the target at the storm's epicenter in mere moments. Gaara's body registered the long-forgotten sensation of pain. How dare you? Gaara's eyes, now tinged with crimson, revealed a hint of fury. At that moment, the gourd of sand upon his back shattered, unleashing a tsunami of sand that inundated the entire arena. His mental state appeared exceedingly volatile, his contorted visage radiating a ferocious intent to kill. Be careful, Hinata cried out, unleashing the 8 trigram's empty palm, propelling Niji away. A colossal hand made of sand, born from the tempest, reached out towards him. Sand tsunami of burial. In the fleeting moment when he clasped his hands together, the ferocious sands engulfed Hinata's form, and the bewildered Niji watched in disbelief as she was hurled away. Within the Hyuga clan, there existed only those from the branch family who would recklessly endeavor to safeguard the main family's security, yet now, the object of protection had shifted. With a single strike, Hinata propelled him out of the danger zone, while she herself was ensnared by the encircling golden sands. It was on that fateful day that he realized Hinata was the heiress he would vow to protect with his very life. I failed to protect her, flashed through Niji's mind. I will safeguard you, Hinata, Naruto had once uttered. In the realm of his consciousness, Naruto had discussed this matter with the Ninetales when he was pierced through the chest by the spiraling arrow. Why did you shield that girl from the arrow? The Ninetales inquired nonchalantly while engaging in a game with Naruto. He recalled that 12 years prior, a similarly golden-haired fellow had performed a comparable act. Minato Namikaze had intercepted the claws of the Ninetales, and he and Kushina had been impaled while endeavoring to protect Naruto. Yet, even without that blow, their fate was sealed to perish together. At that time, the Ninetales had been their adversary, recently unleashed from its seal by a Uchiha and manipulated by the Sharingan. Although this control was subsequently lifted, its frenzied desire for slaughter persisted. Ninjas had long schemed to harness its power. Initially, the tailed beasts were not violent. Even Shikaku, the most temperamental among them, would willingly slumber in the vast desert. However, those bothersome ninjas repeatedly tried to capture them, thus inciting the onset of violence. As the mightiest of the 9-tailed beasts, the Ninetales faced the greatest greed, and its pride fueled a fierce vengeance. Over the span of centuries, it had soaked its claws in the blood of countless individuals and was branded as the malevolent fox spirit. Yet, the root of all this chaos lay in human avarice. It was their greed and blood that nurtured the ominous chakra of the Ninetales. Why save Hinata? When confronted with this query, Naruto responded without hesitation. Because she was the first to express affection for me. You see, I have never been favored by anyone. Hinata is unlike anyone else. He chuckled foolishly, recalling how, during their school days, Hinata had been so shy. This was the first time I wasn't despised. Regrettably, I failed to recognize this sooner, only coming to understand it now. Therefore, I must protect her. I must become exceedingly strong. My ninja way is to follow through on my promises, and I shall fulfill my vows. However, he lamented, I am not yet powerful enough. Glancing at the Ninetales, he admitted, I nearly fell short just now. Ninetales, could you lend me your assistance? Don't bring such troublesome matters to me, the Ninetales replied lazily, wearing an expression of disdain. But you are the only one I can turn to at the moment. How about I bring you new comics next time? TCH, those tedious things. The Ninetales flicked its tail, still maintaining a sour visage. After a brief moment, the Ninetales cast a glance at Naruto, and upon meeting those pure blue eyes, it let out an impatient huff. Fine. I knew you were the best, Kaibai. Just this once. The ominous and malevolent orange chakra spread throughout its body, flowing along its chakra pathways. The Ninetales' formidable yang release attribute began to mend Hinata's injuries, as the solidified chakra cloak pushed away the debris encasing her. Once she regained mobility, Hinata assumed the starting stance of the Gentle Fist technique. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. High-density chakra surged from her palms, the orange chakra piercing through the surrounding sand. With the activation of the Ninetales chakra, Hinata's speed multiplied several times over, and in an instant, numerous chakra spikes penetrated the sandy layers. Explosions of high-density chakra erupted, shattering the debris coffin that surrounded her. And as the orange chakra cloak dissipated, Hinata landed safely on the adjacent ground. I concede. Despite the healing from the Ninetales chakra, Hinata raised her hand in surrender, utterly exhausted. Naruto, nearly gripping the railing hard enough to leave fingerprints, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Gaara, whose mental state was quite unstable, had no concept of the match's conclusion. The Shikaku within him, detecting the abhorrent chakra of the Ninetales, relentlessly assaulted Gaara's psyche. The swirling sands began to coalesce once again. Sand tsunami burial. A tidal wave of sand surged forth, far surpassing the previous sand tsunami, threatening to engulf everyone present. A figure flashed in front of Hinata, catching her as the sand lifted her body. You from Sunagate here, do you wish to die? Ezio struck out a hand, and a spiraling vortex instantly ensnared the swirling sands. forming a spiral spear that grazed Gaara's cheek before embedding itself into the ground. The absolute defense of the sand shield crumbled before this strike. In the face of overwhelming power, absolute defense became a mere joke. Those eyes, cold as if witnessing the demise of millions, swept over Gaara. As their gazes locked, Gaara suddenly slumped, the frenzied killing intent vanishing in an instant, leaving him gasping for breath. It was merely a misunderstanding. The leading Jonin from Sunagakure, Maki, promptly appeared before Gaara. My apologies, we meant no offense. The spiral spear, now embedded in the ground, disintegrated into a myriad of sand particles. Sensei, I'm fine. Hinata murmured softly, feeling a tinge of shyness being held by her teacher, yet also a sense of security in being protected. Well done, Maki remarked, his heart still racing as he watched Ezio depart. He had no doubt that the previous casual strike possessed the power to severely injure or even kill Gaara, the Jinchuriki. Before entering the transformation of the tailed beast, Gaara's physique was not particularly robust. The profound depths of Konoha weighed heavily on his heart once more. However, it was fortunate that this time, Sunagakure had come to Konoha for the competition not with the intention of causing trouble. Sunagakure was currently ensnared in a predicament. Since they could not defeat Konoha, they could only attempt to procure some sustenance from this nominal ally. Chapter 145, The Final Lesson of Ezio. Prelude to the Ninja World War. A sumptuous feast satisfied the hunger of all present. The four companions of Ezio, seeking to aid digestion through a leisurely stroll, arrived at a clearing by the stream outside Konoha village. I have something to discuss with you. Ezio seated himself on the grass, and the three young ones gathered before him. After your Chunin exams, I will no longer lead the team. You will operate as an independent unit, undertaking missions. Sasuke, you shall be the captain. You must carefully deliberate on the balance between training and missions. Why? A hint of confusion marred Sasuke's expression, which was otherwise solemn. One must often face life-threatening situations to grasp certain truths. Moreover, my interest in being a ninja wanes, Ezio replied nonchalantly. I intend to leave the village soon to explore other realms. The land area of the ninja world is relatively small, or rather, the expanse of this continent, home to the 5 great nations, is limited. To the northwest of the Land of Wind lies a perpetually snow-covered country known as the Land of Snow. It is said that beyond the Land of Snow, there exists another continent, yet information about that place is scarce. Should one wish to investigate, it would necessitate my personal expedition. I have conferred with Might Guy and Kakashi. You may seek their guidance regarding your training. Kakashi's ninjutsu and Might Guy's taijutsu are essential for your development, as is the expertise of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Ezio turned his gaze to the side, where Jiraiya, leaning against a tree trunk in the shade, smiled in their direction. He will teach you the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto. Does the perverted sage know the Flying Thunder God? Naruto inquired, somewhat astonished. He does not, but your father's former bodyguards, the Umbu, did. Their version of the technique requires the cooperation of 3 individuals to execute. Although Jiraiya lacks the innate space-time abilities for the Flying Thunder God, his experience and skills are undeniably formidable. Furthermore, he can instruct you in Sage Mode, a power that, while distinct from chakra, can harmonize with it. Utilizing Sage Chakra to perform ninjutsu exponentially amplifies its potency, reaching astonishing levels. I cannot ascertain whether the 3 of you possess the aptitude for sage arts, but it is certainly worth the endeavor. And there is one more thing I must entrust to you. Ezio retrieved several scrolls from his robe and laid them upon the grass before them. These are sealing technique scrolls, the 5-element seal, the 4-symbol seal, and the 8-trigram seal, devised by your father, Naruto, by combining 2 4-symbol seals. They will prove invaluable. However, I seem to lack the intellect for sealing techniques. Naruto acknowledged, maintaining a clear self-awareness. He was not as prone to stubbornness as before, although he might occasionally display bravado. He recognized that if such stubbornness led him to learn the esoteric art of sealing, he would rather embrace reality. I understand. Thus Sasuke and Hinata can initially learn, and later gradually instruct you. You possess the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. It is inconceivable that you would be entirely devoid of knowledge regarding sealing techniques, which are indeed the hallmark of the Uzumaki. The presence of the Nine-Tails chakra within Hinata is rather conspicuous, although the chakra remains subdued within her. Without the application of sealing techniques, it will inevitably interfere with Hinata, akin to your experiences at the Ninja Academy, where the passive disruption of the Nine-Tails chakra rendered you incapable of executing even a modest jutsu, unless you attain the status of the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Merging your chakra with that of the beast, it is only through such a fusion that your chakra will cease to affect Hinata. The tailed beast is your greatest ally. Naruto, the sooner you master its power, the sooner you will grow stronger. The chakra of the tailed beast has myriad applications. A few black orbs manifested in Ezio's palm, exemplifying the creation of a Rasengan using the tailed beast ball. Beside one ebony sphere revolved several smaller orbs, comparable to the size of ping-pong balls. Naruto, intrigued, inquired. Teacher, are you also a Jinchuriki? In a sense, came the reply. I previously captured the 7 tails, and Kakashi possesses half of one. Without sufficient chakra, his Sharingan cannot function effectively. A Mangekyo Sharingan endowed with spatial ocular techniques is indeed formidable. A Mangekyo Sharingan with spatial jutsu? Sasuke was momentarily unsettled. The fact that an outsider like Kakashi could wield such power was somewhat daunting, yet he pondered if it were truly permissible. Who knows? Perhaps it is Kakashi's own genius. He has endured many heart-wrenching experiences during the war. Sasuke silently nodded, yet simultaneously accepted Ezio's release. He recognized that remaining by his teacher's side might shield him from encounters that danced on the precipice of life and death. His teacher was exceedingly powerful. Whenever they faced significant troubles, they instinctively felt reassured by his presence, much like during the second examination when they faced Orochimaru. Emboldened by the knowledge that their teacher was there to support them, he yearned to unlock the Mangekyo, for it was only by mastering it that he could truly achieve his vengeance. Should the day arrive when you both harness your respective powers, Sasuke, you unlock the Mangekyo, and Naruto becomes the perfect Jinchuriki, perhaps even mastering Sage Mode, then I shall assign you a task. This mission will be arduous, yet it will address the final deficiency of your team. 3 years hence, I hope to witness you reach this milestone, achieving the aspirations I hold for you. Should you succeed, I shall grant you an opportunity. Ezio's gaze, imbued with profound significance, swept across their faces, a chance to rectify all past regrets. The caveat being that you must possess sufficient strength. Every endeavor carries its price, and what I could offer you at that moment may weigh heavier than your very lives. Observing Ezio's grave demeanor, the 3 swallowed nervously and cautiously nodded. Now let us commence. There remains but a month until the commencement of the 3rd examination. This final month shall serve as my ultimate instruction for you. I implore you to master at least one form of chakra transformation during this time. Wind, fire, lightning, earth, or water. Which would you prefer to study first? Fire was Hinata's choice. With this decision, Ezio contemplated momentarily, then formed a seal and struck the ground. The stream ahead was abruptly halted, and a staircase of over 100 meters in length emerged before them, rising to a modest height of 3 to 4 meters. With a narrow path less than a foot wide at its center. Water release, waterfall technique. The subterranean water vein was drawn forth, merging into the upstream stream that had been obstructed, and a torrent of water surged onto the newly risen earthen platform, resulting in a grand waterfall. The transformation of wind chakra can be practiced using the waterfall. Naruto, whenever you sever this waterfall, your training shall be deemed complete. As for lightning and fire, your practice will be considerably simpler. This expansive platform is designed to accommodate Naruto's shadow clones. Without them, his learning pace would lag far behind that of Sasuke and Hinata. His training relies on physical memory rather than intellectual comprehension. For Hinata, practicing fire transformation is the simplest. Begin with dry grass, using your chakra to ignite it. Then progress to twigs and wood, actively altering your chakra's attributes without forming seals. This embodies the principle of chakra transformation. These mediums for practice are intended to provide a clearer view of your progress. Thus, let us begin at this moment. Yes, although Naruto does not need to concern himself with chakra consumption, he must refine his chakra manipulation skills. This serves as an added challenge for him, as he lags behind Sasuke and Hinata in foundational abilities. Jiraiya, who had been observing from the sidelines, strolled over. Upon witnessing the 3 children earnestly embarking on their training, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. They are the tender sprouts of Konoha, diligently striving to grow. Why not continue teaching them? I can see you have developed a commendable rapport with them. Jiraiya sensed that Ezio's willingness to relinquish control held some deeper significance. Yet thus far, he could not discern what it was. One such individual as I is sufficient for the ninja world. I can only impart the most fundamental knowledge, which I have only recently acquired myself. My own techniques are not suitable for them. While they might render them more formidable, they would not be beneficial, would they? Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, acutely aware of all that Ezio had undertaken since departing from the roots. Tsunade had also shared with him the recent events that transpired in the grass village. The massacre had been confirmed by Konoha mere hours later. The village had transformed into a hell on earth, strewn with corpses, and raging infernos had nearly consumed what was once a prosperous ninja village. They had witnessed death tolls far more grievous in previous wars, yet this unprecedented efficiency in village slaughter was a sight they had never encountered before. One can only say that his perspective is rather limited. The nuclear explosion caused by Ezio in New York resulted in casualties that were several hundred times greater than those this time. Yet for him, the death toll holds no more significance than the figures in his bank account. It was only after he accepted the reality of his previous world that he began to regard people as people. The ninja realm, in contrast, is merely a highly realistic virtual world. It is a place where Ezio diligently cultivates his rapport when necessary, but when it comes time to act, he shows no hesitation. Much like his experience with Dark Souls, after obtaining the Dark Moon Covenant from Yurshka, he resolved to take the Holy Bell from her, embracing the role of the villain. Despite his fondness for her charming demeanor and her delicate, dragon-like attributes. Stop. You are a knight. Forgive me, brother. He allows Naruto and the others to indulge in the protagonist's privileges, merely laying the foundation for them. The rest of their ascension requires no further concern from him, aside from providing an appropriate stage for their performance. The Akatsuki's plan to gather tailed beasts has commenced, and turmoil in the ninja realm is imminent. However, Ezio will not offer the Jinchuriki to the Akatsuki for harvesting. The reanimated puppets are not subject to assassination bounties. After he eliminated the first and second Hokages through Edo Tensei, he confirmed this fact. Currently, there is little left for him to occupy his time within the ninja realm, yet Ezio intends to utilize his spare moments for self-improvement. He aims to thoroughly investigate the power of chakra while awaiting the next advancement of his Byakugan. The energy required for the second upgrade to the Tensigan surpasses that needed for the path to the Jagon. Only upon achieving this step can he realize his ultimate plan for harvesting the world. Without sufficient strength, all aspirations are mere illusions. As for Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata, I leave their affairs in your capable hands. Hinata may be better suited for the Wetbone Forest, especially if she possesses the talent for Sage Mode. That should pose no problem, Jiraiya nodded. However, the Hyuga clan's chakra leans towards In release, being a clan of Kekkai Genkai. Their mental fortitude is notably stronger. Nevertheless, their Yang release aptitude is commendable, and Sage Mode in the Wetbone Forest leans more towards Yang release, while Miyaboka Mountain maintains a balance of Yin and Yang. It appears that the three great sage regions, snails, toads, and snakes, lack any form of telepathic bond akin to a connection. They are hardly sages, at best. They serve merely as mounts. What are your future plans, Ezio? Jiraiya was genuinely concerned about Ezio's next destination, as he is akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of exploding anywhere, which is a source of anxiety for all. I might delve into the 8 gates of Duanjia, then wander around the ninja realm. I've heard rumors of an unexplored continent in the direction of the Land of Snow, though its existence remains uncertain. Taking a break might be beneficial. Perhaps, Ezio mused, gazing into the distant void. After his departure, peace may only become a distant aspiration for the people here. The curtain on war is about to rise, and it shall serve as the training ground he has prepared for Naruto and the others. Chapter 146, Capturing the Tailed Beast, Prelude to the Fourth Great Ninja War. A month swiftly passed, and the lords and leaders of various organizations, invited by Konoha, gathered to witness the final match of the Chunin exams. In the distant land of water, a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds and wearing an orange mask with a spiral pattern appeared. With a mere flicker, he traversed hundreds of kilometers in an instant, devoid of any swirling distortion. Cloaked in the guise of Akatsuki's member, Obito concealed his identity. Although the likelihood of exposure was minimal, necessary precautions were still required. Following the incident at the Kanabi Bridge, Konoha narrowly avoided a suicidal assault from the Three Tails. Rin, forcibly transformed into the host of the Three Tails, chose to confront Kakashi with a Raikiri, allowing him to pierce her heart and end her life to prevent the beast from wreaking havoc upon the village. The threshold for acquiring chakra is significantly lower than that for natural energy, leading many beasts to experience a dual enhancement of strength and intelligence upon obtaining chakra. Some even learn to articulate human speech, reminiscent of the wondrous creatures within this world. After its demise, the Three Tails was once again captured by the village hidden in the mist, and its new host became the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, a man who once harbored boundless love for his village and aspired to reform its previously brutal regime. However, shortly after his ascension, he encountered Konan and Obito, who had come to recruit suitable members for the Akatsuki. Yagura, attempting to prevent their entry into the village, fell victim to Obito's Jinjutsu. Consequently, the cruel regime he sought to abolish intensified within the village hidden in the mist, earning it the moniker of the Village of Blood Mist. The rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, whom Ezio had previously encountered, defected from the village after a failed assassination attempt on the Mizukage. Nonetheless, the village hidden in the mist had yet to act against Yagura. The Jinjutsu wielded by the Sharingan is not easily discernible. Previously, during the Third Great Ninja War, a mist ninja named Ao had stolen a Byakugan, but had not yet detected any anomalies through it. The Byakugan on him seemed altered, not only capable of discerning the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, but also able to see through Danzo's Kotoeme Tsukumi during the Five Kage Summit, which is quite extraordinary. Ezio, having not discovered the Byakugan's ability to perceive Jinjutsu, attributed this to Ao's exceptional talent. Disguised as Obito, Ezio approached the village hidden in the mist, his enhanced visual range allowing him to monitor the inner workings of the village from afar. He manipulated Yagura, who sat in silence as the Mizukage, seemingly lost in thought or struggling within a Jinjutsu. In the next instant, Ezio appeared behind him, grasping his arm. And at the moment the perfect host of the three tails surged forth, he whisked him away from the village hidden in the mist. 4 symbols sealing released. The cage containing the three tails was unsealed. The sealing techniques used by the villages of Mist and Cloud were originally pilfered from the Whirlpool village. The most exceptional sealing technique specifically designed for tailed beasts is the improved 8 trigram seal developed by the 4th Hokage, yet the 4-symbol seal is equally effective. It is only the 9 tails, an entity of extraordinary caliber, that necessitates a sealing technique superior to the 4-symbol seal for its suppression. The chakra of the 3 tails erupted from the body of Keed and was irresistibly drawn into a new realm. Previously, the sealing technique that contained the 7 tails, Soulmates, had opened a narrow rift. With a resounding thud, the colossal form of the 3 tails slammed against the ground, its immense eyes fixating on the juvenile visage of Soulmates. Momentarily dazed, in that instant, it sensed the uniqueness of this sealing space, an innate obedience rising from within, yet devoid of any threat. The gargantuan 3 tails was enveloped in a mist of chakra, its consciousness merely encapsulating a tiny sphere of chakra, while the remainder dispersed into vapor. Intertwining with the chakra of the 7 tails above in the sealing space, it seemed as if it could once again succumb to slumber, transforming into a diminutive form. It shuffled towards the 7 tails, then closed its eyes, stretching its legs, producing a bubble of mucus. Both the turtle and the insect were quiet beings, exchanging no greetings, merely considering one another as companions for sleep. Controlled by Obito's Sharingan, Keed was unable to unleash his full power, otherwise, as a perfect Jinchuriki. It would require a battle for Ezio to capture the 3 tails. However, having arrived, a single 3 tails was insufficient. The 6 tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka, had yet to betray the village. Keed's impending demise, due to being discovered under the influence of Jinjutsu, was merely months away. Following the failed assassination attempt by Momochi Zabuza, the policies of the Mist village had grown increasingly stringent. During this period, numerous ninjas defected from the Mist. Had Ezio arrived any later, Yutaka might well have vanished from the village. As a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast, he had been closely monitored within the Mist village. Any opportunity to escape would only arise upon Keed's death. One cannot expect a Jinchuriki, used as a mere tool, to possess any sense of belonging to the village. Naruto stands as an exception. Had Shikaku not been restrained by the 4th Kazekage-sen techniques, he would have long since defected from Sunagakure alongside Gaara. In terms of handling Jinchuriki, the villages of Cloud and Stone fared relatively better. Their Jinchuriki held emotional ties to their villages. Even when the 4 tails Jinchuriki, Oizuku, departed from Awagakure, it was merely due to ideological differences with the Tsuchikage. The 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han, enjoyed favorable treatment in Awagakure. In the village of Cloud, where strength reigns supreme, both Killer Bee, the 8 tails Jinchuriki, and Yuki, the 2 tails Jinchuriki, are held in high esteem and admiration by the villagers. One is a perfect Jinchuriki, while the other stands on the threshold of perfection, absent any intervention from Kagaya Otsutsuki or extraterrestrial invasions. The village simply needs to wait for Konoha to falter before usurping its position as the foremost village in the ninja world. As a perfect Jinchuriki, the bounty on Yujito Nie's head is substantial, amounting to 100 points, placing her in the mid-tier of shadow ranks. The chakra of the 3 tails is significantly less than that of the 7 tails, and even as a perfect Jinchuriki, her relative ceiling is comparatively lower. Once fully matured, each of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha possesses absolute strength that surpasses that of the other 4 villages' shadows, reaching a super shadow level. Neither Jiraiya, the sage, nor Orochimaru, with his myriad of toys, can be fought by an ordinary individual. The disappearance of the 3rd Mizukage has yet to be discovered. After dealing with Yujito Nie, the character known as Ezio teleported to a heavily guarded place resembling a prison, where the 6 tails Jinchuriki, FGA, is confined. Although his basic needs are met, he remains imprisoned. Clad only in a blue yukata and tied with a loose red obi, FGA showed little reaction upon the sudden appearance of another individual before him. The room was warded with sealing techniques, making it difficult for him to mobilize his chakra. Had it not been for the 6 tails within him, he would have lacked the strength to break free from his confinement. "Who are you?" FGA inquired coolly. However, the masked man before him remained silent, merely placing his hand on FGA's abdomen. As the sealing technique binding the 6 tails was undone, the chakra of the 6 tails, just released, was swiftly devoured by the man's left hand, introducing a new presence into the sealing space. In that instant, however, the chakra released from the 6 tails triggered the alarm system, prompting guards to rush to the cell. The information regarding the 3rd Mizukage's disappearance reached the upper echelons of the village, exposing the crisis. The entire village of Mist entered a state of heightened alert. Whether it was the 6 tails rampaging or an invasion, it posed a grave threat to the community. The consequences of releasing the 6 tails within the village would be catastrophic. Yet, when they arrived at the prison, All they found was the near-death FGA, drained of his tailed beast. What has transpired here? The masked Umbu of the Mist demanded sharply, but as FGA turned his gaze, only a hint of mockery gleamed in his eyes. So be it, this is acceptable. Knowing his fate was sealed, FGA had no intention of relaying the situation to the village. He felt no sense of belonging to Mist. He was merely a vessel, a perilous container for a tailed beast, and within this indifferent blood Mist, he could not even claim an identity of his own. The ninja world was on the brink of chaos. Yu Gao, feeling somewhat fatigued, gently closed his eyes. Unlike the members of the Uzumaki clan, he did not possess an abundance of chakra or vitality to endure any longer. Before reaching the heights of the hidden mist, he curled up on the cold bed and slowly drifted into slumber. Shortly after the demise of the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, the lifeless body of his discarded remains was discovered outside the village, plunging the hidden mist into unprecedented turmoil. Yet, at that moment, the noose that had tightly bound the necks of all villagers loosened with the death of the fourth Mizukage. Was the perpetrator the one clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, donning an Uzumaki mask? To ascertain his identity, it was imperative to determine his allegiance while simultaneously suppressing any information regarding the fourth's death and the theft of the tailed beasts. As a venerable elder of the hidden mist, the aged Master Yuan leaned on his cane and addressed all the higher-ups present. The fifth Mizukage decided to postpone the election. The village was at a critical juncture, and revealing such matters could invite troublesome consequences. Currently, Konoha had seized control of the Land of Waves and was ostentatiously hosting the Chunin exams. Should they solidify their alliance with Sunagakure, it would spell disaster for us. The newly appointed fifth Hokage, Tsunade, was unlike her predecessors. Indeed, Master Yuan, the high-ranking shinobi of the Hidden Mist, responded with excitement upon receiving the order. Meanwhile, a stranger arrived at the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Water. Unlike the shinobi villages, the daimyos of various nations lived opulent lives. Although they were merely ordinary individuals, the daimyos wielded supreme control over their nations. The shinobi world is a curious realm. Ninjas possess formidable powers that could serve daily life. Yet they primarily employ ninjutsu and chakra for combat. Ninjas do not engage in production, not due to an inability, but rather a lack of consideration. With a simple earth jutsu, they could cultivate several acres of land, effortlessly managing irrigation and pest control. In terms of farming, ninjas could surpass farmers by 100-fold. However, the harsh reality is that ninjas have largely distanced themselves from production, with the development of shinobi villages heavily reliant on military funding from the daimyos. Conversely, the shinobi clans engage in commerce and self-sufficiency. Despite possessing the ability to manipulate the daimyos with genjutsu, they still choose to serve them. Perhaps it is a habit ingrained over centuries? Yet, Ezio harbored no such concerns. Observing the daimyo of the Land of Water as he reveled in music and the gentle caress of a beautiful woman, Ezio seized the opportunity to extract a soul. To incite a great war among the shinobi world, it was essential to have control over these national leaders, for the magic of control transcended mere genjutsu. And the daimyos lacked the unwavering resolve to resist a soul-binding curse. Gradually increase the military budget of the Hidden Mist. Send your son to the Land of Fire for exchange, and when he meets his demise, I want you fully prepared to declare war on the Land of Fire. Ezio commanded after dismissing the dancer. Yes, my lord, the daimyo of the Land of Water replied, bowing respectfully and accepting Ezio's orders. The fuse has been ignited, and when it burns out, the bomb shall detonate. Naruto and Lee, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, face off against the youthful monster who has unlocked the fifth gate. Chapter 147. Sasuke, how can the weakest me catch up to Naruto? I must give it my all, Lee. With her hair styled in a bun, Tintin cheerfully cheers for Lee from the sidelines, while Neji watches and encourages him as well. Go for it. I will definitely win. Lee shouts with fervor, entering a mode filled with youthful exuberance. Might Guy gives him a thumbs up, both master and disciple striking the same pose. Actually, I really want to have a match with you, Neji. Before heading into the arena, Lee earnestly addresses Neji, though I lack your talent. I aspire to impress you one day. Neji's brow furrows slightly. He is aware that Lee bears a heavy burden, but he never imagined it to be of such magnitude. Perhaps if he had to carry that weight, he would struggle to walk. Lee is a diligent genius. Might Guy, standing behind Neji, slowly speaks. I am delighted to see that you have changed from before, Neji. So today, enjoy the surprise that Lee brings you. With the weight lifted, Lee's steps become light and agile. After exchanging a nod with Naruto, they arrive at the center of the Chunin exam venue, which has been marred by previous battles, particularly the fight between Sasuke and Gaara, where Sasuke's powerful lightning release countered Gaara's sand, leaving Gaara in a difficult position without the ability to release the tailed beast or enter partial transformation in his normal state. His strength does not match that of the three-tomo Sasuke. You seem stronger than before, Lee. Just before the referee announces the start of the match, Naruto assesses the transformed Lee, a sense of threat suddenly emerging in his heart. Lee has many weaknesses, yet his strengths are remarkably pronounced. His unparalleled talent in taijutsu can be deemed the strongest of his generation, especially when his body remains unscathed. Achieving the 5th gate within a year, even if just barely maintaining it, is an extraordinary feat. Naruto, you are strong, so I will use all my strength to battle you. Be careful. That suits me perfectly. Over the past month, Naruto has also gained confidence after completing the training for Wind Release Chakra Nature Transformation. Until he is strong enough to control the Nine-Tails Chakra, he refrains from utilizing its power. At least in this match, he does not intend to draw upon it. The Nine-Tails is his trump card, but he cannot reveal it at every opportunity. Let the match begin. The swift moonlight breeze announces as the two take their positions. In an instant, the two figures, merely meters apart, collide. The rapid exchange of taijutsu is not extravagant, yet their swift and decisive punches and kicks reflect their solid foundation. As the two engaged in warm-up exercises, they continuously observed each other. With superior foundational martial skills, Lee swiftly gained the upper hand, delivering a powerful leaf hurricane that sent Naruto tumbling several meters away, plunging them back into a standoff. It's time to get serious, Lee declared, biting down on the bandages wrapped around his arm. His gaze sharpened, and he opened the 3rd Lotus Gate. In an instant, a vibrant green chakra enveloped his form. With a mere step, he shattered a portion of the already battered ground beneath him. So swift was his movement that Naruto could barely keep pace with him as Lee appeared before him in a heartbeat. The sudden surge of speed caused Naruto's pupils to constrict. He had not anticipated such a drastic increase in Lee's power upon his serious engagement. A simple yet unadorned side kick struck Naruto, denting his body and sending him flying into a mound of earth several meters away, where he crashed with a resounding explosion of dust and debris. Do not underestimate me. 2 figures descended from the sky, but the shadow clone attempting a sneak attack could only intercept Lee's lightning-fast punch, the resulting cloud of smoke obscuring Lee's form. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind dispersed the haze. Unlike Lee, who had instantaneously entered the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, Naruto required a brief moment of preparation to harness the fruits of his previous training. He transformed his chakra into the wind release attribute, enveloping himself in it, while the lightning release chakra stimulated his physical body, enhancing his strength and speed, something the wind release could not achieve. Although it represented the swiftness of the wind, wind release chakra did not accelerate a ninja. However, during his training, a thought struck Naruto. If speed could not be augmented, perhaps he could increase his striking area instead.
His most significant advantage lay in his vast chakra reserves, which were exponentially greater than those of an average jonin and could hardly be depleted quickly.
After generating a substantial amount of wind release chakra, Naruto devised his very first extravagant jutsu, Wind Release Chakra Mode. With a straightforward punch, a simple yet powerful strike, he unleashed all of a Chunin's chakra in an instant, expanding it into a colossal fist that bore down upon his opponent. The razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the air, creating a deafening roar, while the initial sound wave technique of the sound ninja, Sakan, paled in comparison to this punch. Unprepared for such an expansive attack, Lee was struck by the wind-infused fist, his clothing shredded by the fine cuts. Yet, as he spun mid-air and landed, he showed no sign of hesitation. Let the power of youth blossom. A streak of green light tore through the tumultuous winds before him, prelude to acceleration. Accelerating to his utmost speed, Lee launched a flying kick, appearing before Naruto as if he had teleported. However, what awaited him was a resolute Naruto, his gaze unwavering as he completed the hand seals. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. A colossal sphere of supercharged wind erupted from Naruto's mouth. In Wind Release Chakra Mode, he could significantly simplify the jutsu's execution process, having memorized the transformation of Wind Release Chakra into a passive skill through his very being. The wind balls, resembling artillery shells, surged forth in quick succession, relentlessly pursuing Xiao Li, who had just been propelled away by the first vacuum sphere. At this moment, the Emerald Chakra aura enveloping him deepened significantly. Upon unlocking the 4th gate, he transcended into the authentic state of the 8 gates of bypass, his body commencing an operation beyond its limits, both strength and speed amplifying once more. His muscles, invigorated by chakra, entered an initial state of overload. This was the power that Xiao Li could fully command. He had become adept at bearing the burdens of the 4th gate with ease. With a single kick, he sent a wind mass, nearly the size of a truck's front, flying, and upon impact with the solid, robust wall of the arena, cracks began to spiderweb across its surface, extending nearly 10 meters. Suddenly vanishing from sight, Xiao Li approached a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Naruto, vigilant of his surroundings, felt a sharp pain in his back, and in the blink of an eye, Xiao Li's fleeting shadow appeared at his side. Just as he raised his hand, Xiao Li had already reappeared on the opposite side, delivering a blow powerful enough to shatter bones. How swift! Sasuke, observing from the stands, activated his Sharingan. Only with the Sharingan could he keep pace with Xiao Li's rapid movements. With the fourth gate opened, Xiao Li had surpassed the combat prowess of a CH Nin. Even some weaker Special J Nin would find themselves on the receiving end of his strikes. His speed was swifter and more agile than that of the Raijan's advance. Is this the 8 gates of bypass? Sasuke's eyes gleamed with realization. He understood that his Sharingan was sufficient to master such rapidity. If he could maintain this level of agility and speed while employing the Raijin, he could learn this technique only by embracing a fatalistic mindset to push his body beyond its limits. Agio's voice resonated behind Sasuke. The 8 gates of bypass demands more from one's will than from one's talent. If you wish to learn, let Guy teach you. However, the lightning release chakra mode would suit you better. Why, sensei? Sasuke, reluctant to miss the battle between Xiao Li and Naruto, still voiced his lingering questions. Because the 8 gates of bypass cannot be replicated with the Sharingan, whereas the lightning release chakra mode can. This is not a technique you can master quickly. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then spoke gravely. What about Naruto? Possibly, but uncertain. After all, he possesses formidable vitality. And the yang release chakra of the 9 tails can swiftly heal his body. Yet I desire to grow stronger swiftly. Sasuke inhaled deeply, acknowledging the vast chasm between the 3 Tomo and the Manjiki Sharingan. I am unsure when I will be able to cross this threshold. Sensei, do you think I am utterly useless? His body trembled slightly at the thought, having witnessed the demise of his parents and clan. I can only activate the single Tomo Sharingan. I am not truly a genius of the Uchiha clan, am I? There are many who are far superior to me. That man, Itachi Uchiha, had already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan at my age, hadn't he? At the tender age of 13, I find myself on the cusp of adolescence. Yet it was only after awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan that I comprehended the vast chasm between it and the Manjiki. The residual power within Shirsue's eye is nothing short of astounding. A prodigy of the Uchiha clan, I feel unworthy. Sasuke turned his gaze towards Ezio, ahead on the battlefield. Naruto's chakra surged, enveloped in wind, as a towering tornado propelled the gate-released Li high into the sky. Countless shadow clones obscured the sun, while spiraling spheres of energy glimmered with a radiant azure light. How could I ever catch up to Naruto? I must push myself to the limit. Ezio glanced upward at the beleaguered Li, who was ensnared in a perilous situation. The 4th gate indeed bestowed formidable strength, sufficient to engage elite J-Nin, perhaps even to vanquish them. But for Naruto, it was still inadequate. With a resounding shout, Li declared, "Open." Despite the unbearable strain on his body, he forced open the 5th gate of the 8 gates, unleashing a tempest of energy. Each punch and kick generated winds potent enough to disorient Naruto, shattering one of his shadow clones. Utilizing the momentum, Li darted into the eye of the storm where Naruto resided. Come forth. His body, aflame with uncontainable power, endured the excruciating strain as muscle fibers tore and bones groaned under the immense burden, yet Li's resolve remained unyielding. Shadow dance. His velocity surpassed even the body flicker technique, allowing him to appear before Naruto in an instant, the myriad shadow clones serving merely as stepping stones. A decisive kick, piercing through Naruto's wind defense, propelled him skyward. The explosive sounds of shadow clones detonating echoed around them as Li soared, carving a spiral trajectory that culminated above Naruto. Lotus of the Hidden Leaf. With a punch that transcended the speed of sound, a visible shockwave erupted, striking Naruto squarely in the back, sending him plummeting like a cannonball. The gale stirred up by his descent swept away the sand and debris, leaving an impression of his form in the ground. Li seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as he descended freely, but in that fleeting moment, the earth erupted, and Naruto, employing wind techniques to cushion his fall, regained his senses after a brief disorientation. Meanwhile, suspended in midair, Li revealed too many vulnerabilities. The 5th gate did not afford him the ability to maneuver in the sky. My comrade, a monster in his own right, even more so than a mere beast. Sasuke turned his gaze towards Naruto's silhouette, murmuring softly. How can I ever keep pace with you, Naruto? Are the tailed beasts of any use, sensei? Unless it is the 9 tails. The power of the other beasts is rather limited. Even the perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 tails possesses strength that is merely a notch above the average elite level. The 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is currently incapable of besting Kakashi. Is it because of Kakashi's Manjiki? Indeed. The kaleidoscope signifies a power that transcends the realm of mere shadows. In the presence of such a kaleidoscope, an ordinary shadow can be extinguished effortlessly. Although Kakashi possesses only one kaleidoscope, the prowess of his ocular technique is formidable. Once it strikes, survival is nearly impossible. At this moment, Sasuke finds himself engulfed in confusion. He is acutely aware that Itachi Uchiha wields a pair of kaleidoscopes, and though one eye is blind, he has acquired a new one. This level of combat capability, potent enough to eliminate the leaders of ninja villages, is far beyond what he can contend with, especially when he struggles against even elite jonin and risks being countered. I know a place. Ezio said, narrowing his eyes slightly. It seals a chakra more powerful than the average tailed beast. Where? Sasuke inquired. Sealing it within your body carries a risk of death. This chakra is strong enough to influence the fabric of space and time. If I cannot avenge my parents or my clan, what purpose does my life serve? Sasuke declared, his teeth clenched. I am willing to accept any risk, as long as it allows me to seek vengeance. Indeed, the vengeance for his parents is a matter of utmost gravity. Ezio sighed softly, appreciating this aspect of Sasuke. Although he believed Sasuke lacked sufficient ruthlessness, he found it somewhat appealing nonetheless. Deep within the desert of the Wind Country, there once existed a kingdom named Lulon. Although it was but a fleeting moment in history, Lulon had its time of glory, rising to prominence through the discovery of dragon veins beneath the earth. A spark ignited in Sasuke's eyes as he discerned a clear objective to pursue. His path forward became illuminated. The battle ahead was nearing its conclusion. Without relying on the Nine Tails, Naruto was nearing his limits, while Lee was also on the brink of exhaustion. Both were sustained solely by their indomitable will. Their movements slowed significantly, and in a simultaneous effort, they unleashed their final punches before losing consciousness. The match is over. The dust-covered Moonlight Gale entered the arena, declaring a draw. The medical team swiftly approached, carrying away the two battered combatants. Chapter 148. Obito takes the blame, Gaara's demise, Tailed Beast Progress 49. In August of the 60th year of Konoha, the Chunin exam concluded. The Sand Village and Konoha Village renewed their alliance, aiming to strengthen the amicable relations between the two villages and nations. Konoha opened a new maritime trade route for the Sand Village, enhancing friendly exchanges. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the Sand Village would find itself under Konoha's influence for a considerable time. Once this trade route is established, the quality of life in the Sand Village would hinge on Konoha's disposition. Nevertheless, compared to their previous plight, this was undoubtedly a favorable development for the Sand Village. By aligning with Konoha, they would at least secure a modest existence, and if they performed well as subordinates, they might even enjoy better provisions, far superior to the days of subsisting on sand. In this world, joy and sorrow coexist, and for Obito, the past few days have been overwhelmingly sorrowful. As the master of the Hidden Mist Village, he possesses a network of intelligence within its confines. Although he provides information to the Akatsuki organization, he remains an unwavering ally of Obito. The recent upheaval in the Hidden Mist Village has certainly come under the purview of his influence. They have been investigating the individual clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, wearing a whirlpool mask, and naturally, this information has been acquired through Obito's machinations. How does it feel to be impersonated? White Zetsu asked with a playful grin. You masquerade as Uchiha Madara, and now someone is impersonating you. Isn't that a curious sensation? Share your thoughts with me. I can only play the role of others, yet no one assumes my identity. Tell me about the experience of being usurped. White Zetsu's incessant chatter was met with delight, while Black Zetsu maintained his usual composure. It's that star, isn't it? Obito had no difficulty discerning who was impersonating him. In the current ninja world, only they possessed the ability to utilize space-time ninjutsu for instantaneous invasion. This individual seemed to teleport with greater ease than Kamui, lacking the cumbersome pre- and post-casting movements. The superiority of Kamui lay in its capacity to project a formless shadow immune to harm, allowing for strategic transitions between reality and illusion during combat. Silence, Obito snapped, casting a glare at White Zetsu before addressing Black Zetsu. This person is likely vying for the tailed beasts. Our previous actions have exposed our intent to gather them. That wretched individual. Yet, this person differed from the others. Black Zetsu's voice was laced with barely suppressed fury. He was a war weapon secretly nurtured by Danzo, devoid of parents, kin, bonds, and even emotions. I have received intelligence indicating that a month ago, he perpetrated a massacre in the Grass Village simply because Tsunade required him to retrieve information from there. To avoid revealing his whereabouts, he exterminated the entire village's populace. I believe it would be exceedingly difficult to threaten him with anything. Do his 3 students possess no value? Obito narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, Naruto was also a target we intended to capture, and he could not escape. He no longer served as a guiding Genin. And from my previous observations, he was quite callous toward his students. Merely a month after graduating, he had pitted his 3 students against an elite Genin in a life-and-death struggle. Were it not for the Nine-Tails' resilience, he would have perished countless times by now. Those emerging from the root have almost ceased to be considered normal. Black Zetsu had no doubts regarding Danzo's talent for cultivating individuals. He would readily commend him for his endeavors in that regard. Even Konoha hesitated to employ him lightly, given the significant repercussions. It has only been a little over 6 months since the disbandment of Root, and he has already annihilated 2 small ninja villages. The prospect of threatening him seems exceedingly bleak. Let us inform Pain of this matter and expedite the capture of the tailed beasts. With the loss of the 3 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails, we cannot afford to lose any more. Can Konoha restrain his movements? Toby suddenly turned to Kaguya and inquired. It should not be the case. Konoha afforded him considerable freedom, particularly after those two incidents. Even if this individual betrayed the village, Konoha might not even include him on the list of rogue ninjas. No one wishes to bear the burden of a creature capable of effortlessly breaching the village's defenses and unleashing tailed beast bombs at will. Even though Konoha was aware that he had stolen the 3 tails and 6 tails from the hidden mist village, they would only feign ignorance. Kaguya struggled to maintain a calm tone. Yet deep within, he was finding it increasingly difficult to keep his composure. This extraordinary circumstance had severely disrupted his plans. Without the ability to gather the tailed beasts, awakening the 10 tails and rescuing his mother would be utterly impossible. Damn it! Toby slammed his hand on the table, his anger making his hand tremble slightly. There exists no technique that cannot be deciphered. Even Kamui has its flaws, and his space-time ninjutsu must have limitations. Moreover, how could he seal multiple tailed beasts within himself? This individual must have utilized some other artifact. Is it possible that he carries the 6 Paths tools? Suddenly recalling this, Toby's eyes flickered. The 6 Paths tools, which were part of the collection from the Hidden Cloud Village, left behind by the brothers Kin and Jin, might they hold significance for him? Perhaps we could re-establish contact with Orochimaru. Kaguya slowly began to speak. The Dragon Cave has been destroyed, the White Snake Sage has been slain, and Orochimaru has suffered tremendous losses. Perhaps there lies an opportunity for collaboration. Toby felt a twinge of apprehension towards Orochimaru, the ambitious schemer. If the White Snake Sage could be killed by a star, how was it that Orochimaru managed to escape unscathed? Toby's mind was consumed with thoughts of the cold, emotionless slaughter machine that was Ezio, and how he had intended to eliminate Orochimaru but had been thwarted in his attempt. As a space-time ninja, Toby was acutely aware of the challenges of escaping from someone possessing such abilities. Just as Kaguya relayed the information to Nagato, Konoha, having concluded the Chunin exams, returned to its former tranquility. Before the commencement of the 3rd exam, the sole surviving contestant from the Grass Village, Karen, was summoned by Tsunade. Upon learning that the Grass Village had been attacked by an unknown force, leaving no one unharmed, Karen stood frozen in place, tears streaming down her face. Filled with a mix of indignation and sorrow. You shall remain in Konoha from now on. Tsunade, having confirmed that Karen truly possessed the Uzumaki bloodline, decided to keep her in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had committed far too many inhumane acts. Betraying allies is a disgrace to Konoha and an act of treachery against the village. Having assumed the position of Hokage, Tsunade must clean up after those 2 old men. Here, no one will bully you, Karen. Tsunade's demeanor was gentle, akin to that of a caring older sister, as she wiped away the tears from Karen's face, caressing her somewhat coarse, dry red hair. Upon noticing the numerous bite marks on Karen's body, she could not help but think well of Ezio for the massacre of the Grass Village. Even at this moment, she pondered whether the existence of those small ninja villages was still necessary. After all, their absence would not precipitate any turmoil in the ninja world. In fact, it might reduce the number of wandering ninjas and rogue ninjas preying upon civilians. Most of the bandit ninjas were, after all, products of the small ninja villages. He understood well that in the impoverished land of the Wind Country, even if it were offered freely to the Fire Country's feudal lord, he would be reluctant to accept it. Maintaining his lavish lifestyle was already a monumental task for the Wind Country. Supporting the development of Sunagakure with exorbitant military expenses was, to be frank, rather unnecessary. Even if land were to be ceded, who would desire the vast deserts and barren wastelands? There was not a drop of water within 100 kilometers, and there were no silicon-based life forms on Earth that could subsist on sand. Being a subordinate to Konoha was acceptable, but ensuring that the village had enough to eat was of utmost importance. A kunai pierced the chest of the 4th Kazekage before anyone could react. In the next instant, a chill ran down the spine of Maki, who was not far away. Gaara, beside him, was struck in the abdomen, and the seal on Shikaku was forcibly undone. The seal used on Shikaku by Sunagakure was not particularly strong. However, fortunately, Shikaku was among the weakest of the tailed beasts. The amount of chakra largely determined the upper limits of a tailed beast's power. Gaara, with his panda-like eyes, let out a scream of excruciating pain as Shikaku's chakra rapidly consumed his entire body. Once freed from his seal, Shikaku restored his towering form, and with a single sweep of his colossal tail, he sent the entire Sunagakure delegation into disarray. The first Jinchuriki of Shikaku, Fu, was a person who made Shikaku feel quite at ease, yet within Gaara's body, his existence was far from tranquil. As a loquacious being, Gaara's reticence was utterly at odds with Fu's character. In an instant, upon gaining his freedom, Shikaku turned against him, accompanied by his excited cries. He inhaled a large breath of air, and then, puffing out his belly, struck the ground. Wind release, vacuum wave. As the only tailed beast capable of utilizing ninjutsu in combat, Shikaku was relatively intelligent and eager to learn. However, this behavior bore a hint of shame for a tailed beast. Nevertheless, The resulting colossal air cannon, filled with compressed chakra, produced an astonishing effect. With the immense chakra at play, a high-pressure air bomb detonated in the densest area of the crowd, covering a radius of at least 50 meters. Those who accompanied Kazekage Raza were primarily elite Genin of Sunagakure, known for their quick reflexes. Temari and Kankuro swiftly retreated from the storm's reach under the cover of the Sunagakure Genin, just as they dispersed the sand and prepared for Shikaku's next attack. Gaara's solitary figure plummeted from the sky. Shikaku had vanished, and they dared not approach Gaara in his current state, fearing unforeseen calamities. They could only watch helplessly as he fell heavily to the ground. The sand that had once protected him scattered as his heartbeat ceased. The sand villagers, who had never regarded Gaara as one of their own, hesitated, uncertain of whether to step forward. As the last flicker of life faded from Rasha, his lips parted slightly, as if he wished to utter something. Yet after a few desperate struggles, he gazed wide-eyed in reluctant silence, succumbing to the final breath. This scene still unfolded within the borders of the Land of Fire, yet it was perilously close to the frontier of the Land of Wind. Take Gaara and safeguard the body of the fourth Kazekage, came the command. Should we inform Konoha? The question lingered, as one among them hesitated, casting a glance towards Maki. Simultaneously, we must uncover the origins of the ninja clad in the red cloud on a black background, for we need to discern which faction they represent. Maki, well aware that the bonds between villages are forged solely from self-interest rather than friendship, understood that should Sunagakure's current frailty be revealed, Konoha would certainly seize the opportunity to extract further advantages. Tsunade, unlike the feeble Sarutobi Hiruzen, radiated vigor and vitality as she led Konoha. Yes, Lord Maki, came the reply. The assembled ninjas suppressed their inner tumult and trepidation, gritting their teeth as they prepared to transport Gaara's body, sealing it within scrolls. They then employed shadow clones to replicate their appearances, hastening towards the village with unwavering speed, regardless of day or night. Once they departed, a white head emerged from the earth nearby. As the Akatsuki organization prepared to commence their beast capture operation, White Zetsu had already begun monitoring the Jinchuriki, particularly those who had left the village and were vulnerable to hunting. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, Shikaku, the one-tail, grumbled and cursed. Upon encountering three familiar faces, the large visage of the Tanuki suddenly brightened. What brings you rascals here? His massive hand reached out, eager to play with the young ones. But as he extended his arm, his chakra began to be stripped away, ultimately transforming him into a somewhat endearing, blue-striped cheese-like Tanuki, who fell from the air with a resounding thud. Where am I? Shikaku pondered, scratching his rear in confusion. Where are the cat and monkey? He glanced at the slumbering turtle, slug, and breadbug, realizing he couldn't possibly engage with these three dullards. Let me out, will you? If you dare, come out. Just as he was about to vent his frustrations, a human hand appeared before him, and with a snap of fingers, Shikaku's eyes suddenly cleared. Grumpily, he lay on the ground, poking and prodding at the sand, sculpting a sand figure. Chapter 149, The Fourth Great Ninja War begins. After Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata formed their independent team, Ezio departed from Konoha. All necessary preparations had been made. Now it was merely a matter of waiting for the fruits of his labor to manifest. Under his guidance, the trio's development had accelerated significantly beyond their original pace. Yet this was nearly their limit, as the growth of strength requires time to accumulate experience. As the journey through the ninja world commenced, Agio found himself tasked with two significant endeavors. The first was to track down the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, who had long departed from the Rock Village. Without the intelligence network of White Zetsu, locating him proved to be quite a challenge. However, the bounty on this individual was not particularly high. After all, he had been easily defeated by Kisame, indicating that his prowess was rather ordinary. Despite his title as the Monkey King, this crimson-skinned beast bore little resemblance to the legendary son Wukong, appearing more akin to a gorilla than a monkey. Regarding the bounty on Old Purple, Agio maintained a nonchalant attitude. If he encountered him, he would claim the reward, but if not, it was of little consequence. He was not afflicted by a compulsion to collect every target. His purpose in this venture was merely to score some points while savoring the thrill of genuine excitement. However, the current state of the ninja world felt rather lackluster, and truth be told, it lacked intrigue. Agio's true aspirations lay with the likes of Six Paths Naruto and Six Paths Madara. If the opportunity arose, he even yearned to engage in combat with the Sage of Six Paths himself. The pinnacle of combat prowess in this world was what ignited his fervor for battle. Given his present capabilities, the assassination of targets had become a rather futile pursuit. Only those who posed a genuine threat could provide the exhilarating experience he sought, a tightrope walk between life and death. The entertainment options within the ninja world were woefully insufficient. After a prolonged search yielded no trace of Old Purple, Agio retreated to a serene mountain enclave. There, he dispatched his shadow clone to gather intelligence while he entered a state of rigorous training. However, To master the 8 gates technique thoroughly, considerable time would be required. He allotted 3 years for Naruto and his companion's growth, and likewise, 3 years for his own cultivation. Physical endurance was essential for the longevity of a taijutsu ninja in combat, and the power surge from opening the 8 gates would exponentially increase the rate of physical exhaustion. The Kandangwa, associated with water, signified the mist and the ebb of the primordial tide. Even superficial wounds could heal rapidly in such an environment. Ezio, well-versed in medical ninjutsu, understood the regenerative properties of chakra. His approach to the 8 gates was far more intricate than Might Guy's somewhat crude application. Thus, he named this technique, Second Rest Gate, Mystic Return to the Abyss. The third life gate would empower a ninja to unleash a punch at the speed of sound, amplifying their explosive force. This output-focused enhancement was significantly easier to conceptualize than the techniques of the Second Rest Gate. As the scorching heat of July transitioned into the attire preparations for the impending cold of November, the tranquility of the 6th scene gate was a precursor to the true brilliance of the 8 gates technique. Chakra, often wild and uncontrollable, became manageable upon entering the 6th scene gate. This newfound control did not hinder Ezio's ability to release ninjutsu while activating the 8 gates. The 7th gate served as a precursor for the magnificent eruption of the 8th death gate. If one could not endure the pain of the 7th gate, then the 8th gate would remain unattainable. The azure steam manifested on the surface of Ezio's body, only to dissipate swiftly. Although he had merely entered the state of the 7 gates for a fleeting moment, the excessive activation of his physique induced an extreme state of stress upon his return to normalcy. His sensitivity to pain surged tenfold, even a slight touch eliciting copious beads of sweat from his brow. Fortunately, the intensity of this heightened sensitivity was brief, lasting only a few seconds. Now I comprehend why Akai is limited to the 7 gates. To unlock the 8th gate of death, mere courage in the face of mortality is insufficient. The body must also be prepared. Initially, Ezio believed that after vanquishing the White Serpent Sage and decimating the entire Dragoness lair, the energy absorbed in the realm of war would sufficiently fortify his body to withstand the 8th gate. Yet, he underestimated the demands of this technique. The more solid the foundation, the greater the requirements to fully unlock the 8 gates of Duinjia. Ezio's foundation was inherently more robust than that of Might Guy, and the dual divine bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan had already allowed him to surpass Akai even before reaching the pinnacle of his physical form. It was time to engage in monster hunting to level up. Let me also test the genuine effectiveness of the 7 techniques I have devised in actual combat. After a brief tidying up, Ezio vanished from his temporarily conjured mountain villa. The mithril coins acquired during his hunt for the Jinchuriki had significantly eased his financial constraints, and his magical repertoire now included several practical spells. Magic serves life. This was Ezio's adaptation of magic after stepping into a new world. At least the European magical system proved somewhat lacking in combat efficacy. It sufficed against ordinary foes, but faltered in high-stakes encounters. Nearly a year and a half had elapsed since Ezio arrived in the shinobi world, and 10 months had passed since the Chunin exams. Each nation's hidden villages had received varying degrees of military investment, with the once weakest Sunagakure revitalized through the support of the Wind Country's daimyo. However, this development did not surprise the people of Sunagakure. The deaths of the 4th Kazekage and the Jinchuriki had inflicted profound wounds upon them. The village, now bereft of talent, struggled to find a suitable candidate for the position of 5th Kazekage. The retired Sunagakure advisor, Chiyo, and her brother, Izo, were reluctantly drawn back into the village's affairs. As a crucial military force dependent on the Wind Country, the weakness of Sunagakure was something the daimyo wished to avoid, at least from the perspective of its ninjas. Driven by this sense of crisis, the village momentarily set aside its internal strife to concentrate resources on nurturing exceptional ninjas. Among them, Kankuro, as the son of the 4th Kazekage, received significant attention from Sunagakure. Puppetry, a hallmark technique of the village, showcased Kankuro's considerable talent. Though he may not shine as brightly as the legendary Sasori of the Red Sand, he was certainly worthy of the village leader's investment in his development. Yet, the demise of the 4th Kazekage and the current discontinuity in the village's combat prowess could not remain hidden for long. Upon receiving the news, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning harbored intentions to annex the Land of Wind. Much like the Hidden Cloud Village, the daimyo also possessed a fervent ambition for expansion, which began to swell rapidly under the influence of the soul-seizing curse. With an influx of military funding, the Land of Lightning harbored no doubts. The daimyo's willingness to engage vigorously with them heralded good fortune for the entire Hidden Cloud Village. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Hidden Cloud Village retained the most formidable strength, and although the Third Raikage perished, he took with him thousands of core ninjas from the Hidden Stone Village. After the ascension of the 4th Raikage, they filled the void of elite combat prowess, and the fully matured 8 Tails Jinchuriki had become a reliable trump card. Although the 2 Jinchuriki were considerably inferior to Killer Bee, They were but a step away from becoming perfect Jinchuriki, adeptly accommodating the chakra of tailed beasts. The Hidden Leaf Village was formidable. During the Chunin exams, their Ninetales Jinchuriki displayed remarkable prowess. Naruto's identity could not be concealed, as he had been referred to as the Ninetales since childhood, and even the ghosts of the leaf were aware of his status. Danzo and Sarutobi, one lacking strategy and the other wisdom, had become senile and inept. However, the Hidden Cloud Village, having successfully nurtured a semi-perfect Jinchuriki, possessed a profound understanding of these hosts. Tailed beasts were not mindless creatures. Their essence was more straightforward than that of humans, yet centuries of enmity had fostered deep-seated hostility toward ninjas. The reason the two Jinchuriki had not achieved perfection was due to the inadequacy of the two tails, who had suffered defeats over the centuries. In contrast, the powerful Eight Tails, known for its affinity for the sea, seldom faced disturbances. Killer Bee, characterized by his straightforwardness, gained the acknowledgement of his tailed beast far more swiftly than the two Jinchuriki. However, such a bond cannot be forged in mere months or years. From the time Killer Bee became the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to his current status as a perfect Jinchuriki, over a decade has passed, and his connection with the Eight Tails has been cultivated gradually. As for the notoriously irascible Nine Tails, it is undeniably the most formidable of all tailed beasts, having never faced death. Unlike the Eight Tails and others, who have records of being slain and subsequently revived by ninjas, the Nine Tails has not. Decades ago, when the Hidden Cloud Village attempted to capture the Nine Tails, they witnessed its ferocity firsthand. No matter how exceptional Naruto may be, he is currently unable to harness the full extent of the Nine Tails' power in the eyes of the Hidden Cloud. The prospect of achieving perfect tailed beast transformation is one thing. The overflowing chakra of the Nine Tails leading to a loss of control and a rampage is a far more probable scenario. The Hidden Leaf cannot deploy the Nine Tails Jinchuriki unless they are prepared for indiscriminate attacks from the Nine Tails. With the Eight Tails and Two Tails as their safety net, the losses incurred would undoubtedly be lesser than those of the Hidden Leaf. Simultaneously, the Land of Water and the Land of Earth had also gathered their forces, following the establishment of a new maritime route by the Hidden Leaf in the Land of Waves. The daimyos of the Land of Water and the Land of Earth dispatched delegations, along with their sons, to the Land of Fire for diplomatic discussions. At an opportune moment, and in a fitting location, an atrocious incident transpired in the capital of the Land of Fire. After indulging in revelry, the young scions from the lands of Earth and Water mistook someone for a dancer, leading to the tragic demise of the eldest daughter of the Fire Nation's daimyo, who was besieged from all sides. The following day, the diplomatic envoys from the Water and Earth nations were detained and subsequently executed in a fit of rage by the furious daimyo of the Fire Nation, prompting the Hidden Leaf Village to receive orders for war. On the 4th of June in the 61st year of the Leaf Village era, the Hidden Leaf Village mobilized its ninjas and issued a war mobilization order. By the 9th of June, 14,000 ninjas from the Leaf Village had gathered at the borders of the Fire Nation, officially declaring war on the lands of Earth and Water. On the 20th of June, the Land of Lightning's Hidden Cloud Village launched a surprise attack on the border fortress of the Land of Wind, resulting in the slaughter of 429 ninjas from the Sand Village, thereby declaring war on the Land of Wind. Thus commenced the Fourth Great Ninja War. When Ezio arrived at the entrance of the Leaf Village, the once vibrant atmosphere had noticeably diminished. Although merchants continued to traverse the streets, the absence of people was palpable. The standing army of the Leaf Village numbered approximately 25,000, and with the mobilization for war, the available ninjas exceeded 33,000. However, this did not encompass the entirety of the Leaf's military potential, as a significant number of unseasoned genin were barred from the battlefield. Tsunade upheld the original intent of the first Hokage, which was to establish the village as a sanctuary for children, shielding them from the ravages of war. Unless absolutely necessary, these fresh recruits from the Leaf were not permitted to engage in combat. Should this contingent be called upon, the Leaf's military strength would surge close to 40,000. Despite suffering the loss of over 3,000 mid-level and upper-level ninjas from the Sarutobi clan a year prior, the Leaf Village had managed to recuperate over a generation since the Third Great Ninja War. The integration of the Senju clan into the Leaf had significantly increased the proportion of civilian ninjas compared to other ninja villages. The Senju bloodline was notably potent, and many exceptional ninjas of civilian origin bore traces of Senju heritage. At this moment, the Hokage's office was bustling with activity. This was not due to the ongoing war. Although a declaration of war had been made against the Earth and Water nations, large-scale battles were unlikely to unfold immediately, as both sides were still probing each other's strengths after a lengthy period of recovery. The Iwa and Kiri villages, facing the Leaf Village, were certainly on high alert, as the once formidable village that had triumphed against 4 opponents in the past was not in a state of disarray. Even after suffering significant losses following the Third Great Ninja War, with formidable figures such as the Leaf's White Fang and Yellow Flash gone, and the Uchiha clan reduced to but a solitary orphan, The underlying strength of the Leaf Village remained formidable and largely unknown to outsiders. Now was not the time for folly. Naruto. Tsunade's exasperated voice resonated clearly through the office door, her pounding on the table causing the entire building to shudder. Yet, this did not intimidate Naruto, who stood defiantly before her. I am no longer a freshly graduated genin. I have completed more than one A-rank mission. My father is the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As his son, I too must contribute to our village. Those nin who are participating in the battle are no match for me. If I join, I can save many lives. I cannot bear to witness their demise on the battlefield while I remain inactive in the village. Can I, Tsunade? Veins throbbed on Tsunade's forehead, forming an intricate pattern. What did you just say? She glared at Naruto with an intense, predatory gaze, while Hinata tugged at Naruto's sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. Very well, Naruto pouted, Tsunade-sensei. The throbbing veins on Tsunade's forehead subsided, and a hint of satisfaction graced her features. Can I go now? I know the pervy sage is heading toward the land of water. He can summon toads, and so can I. No. Tsunade waved her hand, firmly rejecting Naruto's request once again. On what grounds? Furthermore, the battlefield is a place rife with immense stimuli. If the Nine Tails were to rampage at that moment, you could potentially harm your comrades in Konoha. You cannot fully control the Nine Tails yet, can you? But Kurama, Naruto attempted to argue, but Tsunade interrupted him. If the rampaging Nine Tails were to harm the villagers, you would find that utterly unacceptable, wouldn't you, Naruto? I cannot allow you to take that risk. Nor can I let the villagers face it, as it is entirely unnecessary. Then may I go? Sasuke interjected coldly. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan exists for the purpose of war, does it not? You are the last of Konoha's Uchiha, Sasuke. Tsunade rubbed her temples and sighed heavily, aware of the actions taken by the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. As a result, she felt a sense of indebtedness toward the Uchiha clan, her disposition mirroring that of Hashirama Senju, holding no inherent animosity toward them. Let them go. Just as Tsunade was grappling with her thoughts, a familiar figure appeared unexpectedly in the Hokage's office. The arrival of Eiji brought Tsunade joy, but as she recalled his previous actions, she felt a twinge of discomfort. If his entrance were to directly alter the course of the battle, it would not bode well for Konoha. Should Konoha display excessive strength, the Wind and Lightning countries might cease their conflict and once again conspire to besiege Konoha, reminiscent of the past. No village would wish to face the Yellow Flash once more. Upon discovering Eiji, a being far more lethal than Minato, they could easily anticipate their next moves. Even the Wind country, as an ally, would not stand idly by while Konoha regained a monster capable of single-handedly shifting the tides of war. I need to take a day off. I will rest today, resume my duties tomorrow, and in about 3 days, the Hokage will conclude. Chapter 150. The Perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, The Fall of the Land of Water. You 3. Leave. Upon hearing Tsunade's directive, Naruto, who had been lingering, nodded slightly, and the trio exited the Hokage's office. After all, with the arrival of their teacher, the matter would surely be resolved. You should understand that sending Naruto to the battlefield at this time is not a prudent decision. The intelligence you previously provided has been confirmed. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, has perished. Evidence from the battlefield suggests that the assailant employed a large-scale water release technique, indicating that the perpetrator is likely a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist, specifically the former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki. On the eve of the war, Han, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki from the village hidden in the rock, was ambushed. Fortunately, the incident occurred near his village, and reinforcements arrived promptly. Although Han sustained significant injuries, he was not extracted by the Akatsuki organization. The attack was orchestrated by the rogue ninja Deidara from the village hidden in the rock, alongside the suspected rogue from the village hidden in the sand, Sasori of the Red Sand. Inoki appears to have had dealings with the Akatsuki, as he has a penchant for hiring bounty hunters to undertake tasks that require discretion. Consequently, the intelligence regarding the Akatsuki has been partially unveiled due to this attack. The exposed members thus far include Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, and Kaku, each possessing combat capabilities that surpass those of elite Jonin. Had the reinforcements from the Rock Village arrived any later, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki would likely have been captured. If Naruto were to enter the battlefield, he would almost certainly face an assault from the Akatsuki. What do you mean? Tsunade inquired, her brow arching slightly. She could not alter the course of the actions taken by Igio, yet she disapproved of such a callous disregard for life. So what if they encountered him? Could they swiftly eliminate Naruto and seize the Nine Tails? Upon hearing Igio's retort, Tsunade shook her head gently. Before Naruto matures, he shall not meet his demise. Igio turned toward the door. I will be there. By the way, Lord Hokage, he paused at the threshold, turning back to speak. The village hidden in the mist no longer possesses a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Personally, I believe there is little justification for their continued existence. In the previous 3 Shinobi World Wars, the Leaf Village gained little of tangible benefit, did it not? The Leaf has consistently been the party provoked and wronged. Should there remain but a single nation in the world, I surmise that a considerable duration would elapse before the next Great War commences. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, contemplating numerous matters in that fleeting moment. The Land of Water, having lost its Jinchuriki as a trump card, presents a favorable situation for the Leaf. Regardless of whether the tailed beasts have been seized by the Akatsuki, tailed beasts are pivotal in determining the outcome of war. Without them, the most significant leverage over other villages is lost. The prior blood mist policy of the Land of Water has significantly diminished the village's strength. In the absence of the tailed beast, the Leaf possesses the absolute power to annihilate them. Jiraiya, in Sage Mode, is not someone an ordinary individual can contend with. And the battlefield in the waters is the domain of Mount Mayaboku. Tsunade is acutely aware that, in terms of sheer power, Jiraiya surpasses her. If the Five Tails Jinchuriki enters the fray, eliminate him, Tsunade declared softly before Ezio departed her office. In that moment, her resolve shifted. Should Naruto ascend to become the perfect Nine Tails Jinchuriki amidst the war, she would possess the fortitude to devour the rock and mist villages, thus incorporating the entirety of the eastern region into the dominion of the Land of Fire. Even though the Cloud Village still holds the 8 tails and 2 tails, they are insignificant compared to the perfect Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Once the Hidden Stone and Hidden Mist are dealt with Kakashi and Jiraiya in Konoha, there exists absolute power capable of decisively shattering the Cloud Village. As for the Akatsuki, which has acquired the tailed beasts, the 9 tails and 7 tails are both in Konoha, and obtaining the 8 tails from the Cloud Village proves to be exceedingly challenging. With only a handful of inferior tailed beasts, they are unable to stir much upheaval. A small, clandestine bounty organization poses little threat in Tsunade's eyes, especially given Konoha's current abundance of talented individuals. On July 1st, 61st year of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hinata Hyuga formed the first squad and joined the battlefield of the Hidden Mist. By July 25th, the maritime supply lines of the Land of Water were severed, and Konoha, along with the Hidden Mist, surrounded the Kuma country, leading to the downfall of the Hidden Mist's advance forces, with 700 ninjas encircled and awaiting annihilation. On August 3rd, the remnants of the Hidden Mist in the Kuma country were eradicated, with Konoha achieving a complete victory over the advanced troops at a casualty ratio of 1:75. On August 20th, Jiraiya led 4,000 ninjas to assault the first defensive island chain off the coast of the Land of Water, summoning the toads from Mount Mayaboku, including Fukusaku, Shima, and Jiraiya, and obliterating the newly reformed 7 ninja swordsmen, confiscating their weapons, the lightning blade, twin blades of the flounder, long blade of stitch, dull blade of slicing, and explosive blade of splash. On October 12th, the Hidden Mist amassed an army of 6,000 ninjas to launch their first large-scale attack on Konoha. Jiraiya entered Sage Mode, decisively shattering the defensive lines of the Hidden Mist. Seizing the chaos, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata's first squad launched a surprise assault, decapitating the Hidden Mist commander, the Byakugan assassin Ao, thus dismantling the Hidden Mist's initial offensive. By November 5th, Konoha had captured 11 cities and stationed troops 50 miles from the capital of the Land of Water, with 1/3 of the nation's territory having fallen into enemy hands, temporarily halting the war. Meanwhile, at the Konoha and Iwagakure battlefield, the collapse of the Hidden Mist front led to a stalemate in the region. The Cloud Village retreated from the Land of Wind, but was ambushed by the forces of Konoha and Iwagakure during their withdrawal. The feudal lords of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth unexpectedly reached a reconciliation, compelling both villages to pause their offensives and unite against the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning. The 2 Tails Jinchuriki, acting as a rear guard, covered the retreat of over 300 elite Cloud ninjas. The 5 Tails Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, Han, joined forces with Kakashi to confront the 2 Tails Jinchuriki. Although there had been previous skirmishes between Konoha and Iwagakure, those were merely minor conflicts. Kakashi and Jiraiya had thoroughly dismantled the Hidden Mist, allowing them to manage the intensity of the war primarily to train new recruits while minimizing casualties. The reconciliation between the feudal lords of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth provided both sides with a graceful exit, and their upcoming alliance would target their common adversary, the Land of Lightning. This development significantly elevated Inoki's spirits regarding the war, as the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, along with Iwagakure and the Cloud Village, had been long-standing enemies, with their enmity stretching back centuries, even before the founding of their villages. After the 2 great lords of the nations reached an agreement to jointly eradicate the Cloud Hidden and subsequently divide the Land of Lightning, the 2 parties, which had been embroiled in conflict just months prior, formed a temporary alliance. The Frost Country, situated in the central region among the 3 nations, became the battleground for their struggle. At this moment, Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails, had fully healed from his injuries. As he gazed ahead at the towering blue flame cat demon, now completely transformed into its tailed beast form, Han prepared for battle. The rock-hidden village had to exert considerable effort, facing pressure from the Lord of the Earth Country. The comprehensive strength of the Earth Country was evidently inferior to that of the Fire Country, and this was a visible fact. The previous friction between the rock-hidden village and Konoha had favored Konoha, with the Hyuga clan's combat prowess being diverted to this location. The rock-hidden village's earth-based stealth and traps had effectively become useless, resulting in a significant loss of their strength. As the weaker party, they could not stand on equal footing with Konoha. To divide the land of lightning, they needed to invest more than Konoha. At this moment, Han also entered complete tailed beast transformation. Although neither he nor his opponent was a perfect Jinchuriki, their connection with the tailed beasts was profound, and they were not in a state of mortal enmity. Regarding brotherly bonds, the tailed beasts did not share such sentiments, and the relationship between the two tails and five tails was not particularly deep. Han and the wooden puppet engaged in combat, and the battle escalated to a fever pitch almost instantly. Tailed beast bombs were coalescing, and the cataclysmic chakra fluctuations swept through the vicinity. Amidst their fierce clash, Kakashi, positioned to provide support, activated the unique pattern of his Mangeki Sharingan. With sufficient chakra at his disposal, Kakashi wielded Kamui with remarkable freedom. Its power stemmed not only from its spatial attributes, but also from the remarkably low ocular consumption of this Mangeki technique. While Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi could not be utilized freely, Kamui could be, as its high chakra cost was offset by minimal ocular strain. Kakashi could employ it 100 or even 180 times without risking blindness. Massive orbs of darkness rapidly formed within the mouths of the colossal beings. The exchange of tailed beast bombs was the most effective technique. However, as imperfect Jinchuriki, their time in complete tailed beast transformation was limited. Excessive release of the tailed beast chakra could destabilize the seal and even lead to the tailed beast chakra eroding their bodies. As the ripples of distorted space fell before the two tails, the tailed beast bomb that was about to be launched vanished in an instant. In that moment of astonishment, Han, controlling the five tails, unleashed a long-prepared strike without hesitation. However, he was equally bewildered by Kakashi's sudden mastery of space-time ninjutsu, the renowned copy ninja. Was it because he was the disciple of the fourth Hokage? During the Third Great Ninja War, Minato Namikaze had transferred tailed beast bombs while using Jinchuriki from other ninja villages, fearing that he might airdrop tailed beast bombs into their ranks, which made him the most feared figure in the Third Great Ninja War. Wherever he stands, the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts cannot be deployed. This is the fundamental reason why Minato Namikaze can dominate the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. At this moment, Han's heart is filled with murderous intent towards Kakashi. A full-powered tailed beast bomb strikes directly, leaving deep fissures in the ground. Instantly, a blue feline creature is blasted hundreds of meters away, shattering half a mountain in its wake. The five-tailed beast, resembling an ill-fated union of a horse and a dolphin, gallops forward with remarkable speed, its horns imbued with the power to pierce mountains. The moment Han strikes, the wooden figure is sent soaring into the air. A swift flash of lightning extends across the earth. Kakashi, with wings formed from the chakra of the seven tails, ascends into the sky, even finding a moment to glance back at Han below. Their eyes meet, and Han's gaze widens in shock. The seven tails of the Takigakure have been captured by Konoha, and he must inform that Tsuchikage, Anoki, Konoha has violated the established rules originally set by the first Hokage. A glimpse into Konoha reveals their insatiable ambition. The collaboration between Owagakure and Konoha surely leads to a disastrous fate. Just as Kakashi's lightning rips through the two wooden figures clad in the chakra of the tailed beasts, a bird swoops in, followed by a thunderous explosion. Kakashi swiftly evades in midair, noticing a dark shape rapidly enlarging in the sky. A massive white clay bird with several individuals dressed in red cloud-patterned cloaks atop its back. We will take the two tails. The wooden figure, charred and on the brink of unconsciousness from the explosion, falls from the sky, only to be caught by the white clay bird. We shall also take the five tails and seven tails, to avoid the tailed beasts' battle from inflicting harm upon themselves. The main forces of Konoha and Owagakure have circumvented the two tails interception to pursue the elite forces of Kumogakure. At this moment, only Han and Kakashi remain on the battlefield, isolated. The Akatsuki, furious after losing four-tailed beasts to Ezio, find unexpected delight in Kakashi's appearance. They have confirmed that Ezio seals the tailed beast chakra using some form of container. After all, conventional wisdom dictates that no one can harbor multiple tailed beast chakras within their body. This individual's motivation for capturing the tailed beasts may be to bolster Konoha's strength, with Kakashi as a prime example. If this is indeed the case, then collecting the tailed beasts will be far simpler than before. However, as the Akatsuki mobilizes, an individual whom they dread unexpectedly appears on the battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, Ezio, who has long awaited this moment, flashes into position before Daedara. Third gate, Thunderclap Mountain Breaker. The mountains rise high, majestic to the heavens. The thunderous energy erupts, shattering the air with an explosive sound. In an instant, a punch that breaks the sound barrier offers Daedara no time to react. The shockwave generated by the strike crashes into him, penetrating deep into his chest. Even the rocks would crumble to dust upon impact. How could flesh withstand such formidable force? In midair, Daedara's body erupted into a crimson shower, unable even to activate his explosive clay. As a ninjutsu practitioner, his reaction speed paled in comparison to that of taijutsu ninjas. The clay bird beneath him crumbled instantaneously, and the scorpion of the red sand, struggling in the air, directed his puppet towards Ezio. However, under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, Ezio swiftly maneuvered behind him, breaking through the puppet's shell to seize the chakra core that embodied all of Scorpion's essence within his grasp. As the sanguine core was crushed, the puppets he controlled lost their command and plummeted to the ground like rain. After vanquishing the artistic duo, Ezio confronted the immortal duo. I am quite curious. If I were to shatter your skull, would you still survive? Fourth gate, the burning star. With preparation akin to gathering kindling, the stars aligned. The Lee hexagram. Flames consuming the four corners, blazing infernos scorched the void. The tip of Ezio's right fist ignited with fierce flames. The superheated air was transformed into scorching plasma. Unlike Might Guy's sixth gate, Ezio's fourth gate unleashed a single punch, yet the temperature surged exponentially, multiplying by tenfold. It seems that even a headless existence can meet its demise. Ezio glanced down, only to witness Kakuzu fleeing without uttering a word. Can you escape? He teleported before Kakuzu, causing the aged warrior, who had lived for 90 years, to feel his heart seize in terror. However, resigning to death was not Kakuzu's style. With no path left to retreat, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. Kakuzu's form was comprised of the secret technique of Takigakure, the Earth Grudge Fear. He lacked a true flesh-and-blood body, instead draped in a human skin that concealed a multitude of black tendrils within. His body could harbor up to 5 hearts, each representing a life, and by replacing them with fresh ones, he could prolong his existence. Combined ninjutsu, mask of explosive flames. The black tendrils formed a fiery mask as both the Earth Grudge Fear and Wind Mask unleashed their respective fire and wind techniques, igniting a vast inferno that spanned hundreds of meters. Yet, Kakuzu harbored no desire to linger. His body divided into 5 parts, each hastily fleeing in different directions. Having faced Senju Hashirama, he understood well when it was time to retreat. This Akatsuki could not afford to remain. Why provoke the monstrosities that emerged from Konoha? Kakuzu, filled with pent-up frustration, sprinted fervently, his quintuple forms representing his true self. If even one escaped, he could stealthily recuperate and continue his existence, which was the essence of his immortality. A figure leaped from the sea of flames, observing Kakuzu scatter below. Ezio admired his decisiveness. However, even a small mosquito is still a morsel, and the bounty on Kakuzu's head, amounting to 4,000, warranted Ezio's extra efforts. Fifth gate, the sky-splitting void. The Chien hexagram, the pinnacle of celestial movement, the stars hanging inverted. Twisted shadows of light materialized around his chakra flames. As the force of his fist compressed the air into a tangible shockwave, the distorted rays of light from the airwave cascaded like a galactic torrent. A brilliant stream of luminosity accompanied by a terrifying pressure akin to a mountain crashing down. It was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Within a kilometer, trees were uprooted by the violent winds, deep fissures spread across the ground, and the cracked earth ensnared 5 fleeing figures, dragging them into the abyss. The Akatsuki dispatched formidable foes to ambush the 2 Tails and 5 Tails, while Kakashi valiantly battled the members of the Akatsuki but was ultimately overpowered, resulting in the capture of the 2 Tails and 5 Tails. Igio spoke lightly, causing Kakashi's eyelid to twitch at the words, while the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, Han, wore an expression of despair. I've taken what I need. You can set the stage for the battlefield here, Kakashi. With a kick that nearly incapacitated Han, Igio vanished in an instant, leaving Kakashi to grapple with how to disguise the battlefield. What a troublesome task you've left me. Summoning several shadow clones, Kakashi mimicked Kaku's previous assault, laying down traces of ninjutsu combat, then entered his half-tailed beast transformation. A few miniature-tailed beast bombs shattered the remnants of the earlier battlefield. Kakashi gathered the puppets of Sasori and, after destroying them with Raikiri, sealed them as spoils of war into a scroll. Soon after, news of Kakashi's grievous injuries spread, and tales of the Akatsuki's assault on the 2 Tails and 5 Tails circulated as well. The situation in the battlefield to the northwest of Konoha began to contract, while the eastern front against the Mist Village plunged once again into fierce contention. A formidable army of 11,000 ninjas approached, and Konoha's 1/3 military strength was already at the limit of what the Mist Village could endure. There existed disparities among the ninja villages. Sunagakure, with the fewest ninjas, could muster just over 10,000, while Kirigakure fared slightly better. However, after years of internal strife, their available forces scarcely exceeded 20,000, following a series of defeats. Even if the mist gathered all its usable forces within the Land of Water, they would only have around 15,000, with nearly a third being mere cannon fodder. Terumi Mei, unwilling to continue fighting Konoha, realized that further conflict could lead to the annihilation of her village. Yet, the daimyo of the Land of Water, feeling cornered, became resolute. If the Land of Water were to perish, so too would the Mist Village. Driven by various factors, the ninjas of the Mist Village found themselves with no choice but to engage in a desperate battle against Konoha. Had the Mist Village not suffered internal strife, its strength, bolstered by the greatest number of bloodline clans in the ninja world, would have been formidable. The Yuki clan's ice techniques were particularly suited for large-scale battle, especially on the moisture-laden soil of their homeland. However, the entire Yuki clan perished, leaving only the last descendant, Haku, who also met his end. As for the Kagaya clan, known for their battle frenzy, they too had succumbed. The oppressive atmosphere of the previous blood mist led these combat fanatics to defect, resulting in their demise. Save for Kagaya Kimimaro, who was taken by Orochimaru and now remains unaccounted for. Two formidable clans have fallen, and at this moment, the only bloodline family remaining in the hidden mist village is the Kirigakure's Hozuki clan. The Hozuki clan produced the second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu, which enabled them to evade direct persecution. However, their strengths lie more in assassination than in frontal combat. The remaining clans, such as those wielding lava release and boil release, are minor families. Although exceptional ninjas have emerged, like the current 5th Hokage, Terumi Mei, their numbers are too scant to be of significant utility. Even more despairing is the realization that the strongest ninja in the village, Terumi Mei, proves to be no match for Jiraiya, even without entering Sage mode. Merely utilizing the combined jutsu with the Great Sage Frostmouth is enough to rival the devastation of tailed beasts. On the 7th of December in the 61st year of the Hidden Leaf Village, the capital of the Land of Water was breached, forcing the feudal lord to flee and take refuge in the Hidden Mist Village. There was no retreat left in this battle. The annihilation of the Land of Water was imminent, and the fate of the Hidden Mist Village, closely intertwined with the rise and fall of the Land of Water, depended on a desperate fight. Kurama, am I much stronger than before? In the mental realm, Naruto rested his head on the soft, furry paw of the Nine Tails, gazing into its eyes. You're doing all right, but you still have some way to go to handle my chakra. After all, I am the strongest of the tailed beasts, and you are still not yet 14. Tomorrow is the decisive battle. As long as I am strong enough, I can protect more of my companions in the village, minimizing the casualties in Konoha. Perhaps I will need to draw upon your power. Can you tell me about my mother? I am feeling a bit anxious. It's my first time participating in such a massive battle. Kushina, the Nine Tails scoffed slightly. Its relationship with Kushina had been rather strained. Unlike Naruto, who was more temperate, Kushina was known for her fiery temper. Borrowing chakra was never a pleasant experience, as it often felt like forced labor under a rigid seal. The Nine Tails held no fondness for her. Nonetheless, since Naruto inquired, the Nine Tails could only share what was agreeable. Although sealed within the host, at the time, Kushina had not yet utilized the 8-trigram seal, and the 4-symbol seal placed limited constraints on him. This is precisely why the hosts of the Nine Tails had to be from the Uzumaki clan. Only the Uzumaki clan, capable of using the adamantine sealing chains, could withstand and fully seal the chakra of the Nine Tails. However, before Kushina matured, she could not leave Konoha, as the village had established a colossal barrier laid by the Uzumaki clan to help suppress the Nine Tails chakra. It was only after she fully awakened the adamantine sealing chains that Kushina gained relative freedom. The Nine Tails recounted the tale of Kushina's kidnapping and how Naruto's father heroically rescued her, but as the story unfolded, it delved deeper. When the Nine Tails spoke of the Nine Tails rampage in Konoha, it mentioned being controlled by the Sharingan, the Uchiha Sharingan. Naruto's eyes widened. He was somewhat aware of the Nine Tails rampage, having learned about it from Jiraiya, who had trained them for nearly half a year. After Aigio's departure, Jiraiya became the mentor for the trio, also overseeing Gai's physical training and Kakashi's ninjutsu instruction. But hadn't the Uchiha clan been restricted from leaving their compound at that time? The lecherous sage spoke to me regarding this matter, questioning how the Sharingan could possibly control the formidable Nine Tails. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, though his thick fur concealed any hint of a blush. Reluctant to concede, he spoke with a hint of resentment. Aside from the likes of Hashirama Senju, the power of Madara Uchiha was indeed formidable. His eyes surpassed those of any other Uchiha, and I had once fallen prey to his control. It was only due to my amicable relationship with Naruto that the Nine Tails was willing to recount his past humiliations. Others might mock him for such tales, but Naruto would not. The boy's character endeared him to the Nine Tails. In order to counter Hashirama's wood release, Madara had set his sights on me. A smirk curled at the corners of the Ninetales' mouth. Hashirama was a monster, and the only individual stronger than him that I knew of was Sage of Six Paths. His monstrous wood release could suppress me with a mere hand, reaching an inhuman level of strength. A hand? Naruto queried, somewhat perplexed. I know you are rather dim-witted. The Ninetales sighed, realizing that conversing with Naruto required avoiding complex notions. Lowering his head, he leaned closer to Naruto, instructing, just observe. As the Ninetales closed his eyes, Naruto embraced the furry fox head, pressing his forehead against the Ninetales' brow. After being assaulted in the hidden cloud village and subsequently beaten black and blue, the liberated Ninetales sought a quiet spot to rest. However, just as he found a secluded place, an unexpected visitor arrived. Your current form is merely temporary. A mere fraction of your dispersed power. A man bearing a fan approached the Ninetales. Silence. The Ninetales glared with icy fury, disturbed from his slumber. You are simply an unstable force lacking wisdom, the man continued, undeterred by the Ninetales' ire. Be quiet. The Ninetales could no longer contain his rage, revealing his fearsome fangs. The only one who can guide you is Uchiha. You tailed beasts are but servants to those with ocular prowess. Madara Uchiha spoke coldly, his disdain igniting the Ninetales' desire to retaliate. Submit to me. As his Sharingan spun, the Ninetales lost control over his own body. Manipulated by the Sharingan, the Ninetales became a weapon for Madara, who summoned an immense chakra armor known as Susanoo. Though this technique bore a form akin to the wood release's gigantic constructs, it remained pitifully small before the true might of Hashirama's Senjutsu would release. Thus, the armored Susanoo, fused with the Ninetales' power, emerged. The formidable armor enveloped the Ninetales, granting him sufficient strength to combat the colossal wood release of true Sage of Thousand Hands. Ultimately, however, Madara was defeated by Hashirama, and only after his downfall was the Ninetales liberated. Yet, before he could flee, the seemingly expiring Hashirama began to murmur in his ear, "Your power is far too great. I am afraid I cannot allow you to roam freely." Then came a thunderous slap that obscured the sky, as the Ninetales was effortlessly captured and confined within the swirling vortex of Naruto's being. Witnessing the memories of the Ninetales, Naruto empathized deeply with the creature's current sense of injustice. Is this what you call my power being too overwhelming? Naruto opened his eyes, locking gazes with the fox for several seconds. Big Fox, let me pat your head, don't cry. Get lost. Naruto, having been flung from the fox's head, felt no anger. In truth, you do not desire to partake in the war of ninjas, do you? Yet, who can blame you for possessing such formidable strength? Tell me, if the ninja world were unified, would there be no more wars? Then I could release you, allowing you to bask in the sun and enjoy peaceful slumber, free from disturbances. You cannot achieve that, the Ninetales scoffed. However, if I become the perfect Jinchuriki, I could release you during my afternoon naps. You would find it quite comfortable, all that fluff, and Hinata would surely adore it. The Ninetales' body stiffened slightly, although Naruto often spoke without thought. His words resonated with a truth that surpassed all others the Ninetales had encountered. Yet, such a thing was indeed challenging. The Ninetales' tone grew somber. Do you know what is required to perfectly wield my power? The Ninetales gazed deeply at Naruto. First, you must be able to endure my chakra, fusing it within your own body. You are nearing completion of this step. With the Ninetales' cooperation, this stage is not difficult. Once Naruto's strength reaches a certain threshold, it will come to fruition naturally. Unlike other Jinchuriki, he need not wrestle for the tail beast's chakra. Second, and most crucially, what? Speak. Naruto suddenly perked up. It is the bond between you and me, an open heart. Only with mutual understanding can you master my chakra to your advantage. But this truth is harsh. Your parents' demise is entwined with my existence. The weight of the Ninetales' words struck heavily at Naruto's heart. Do you wish to see? The Ninetales lowered its massive head, presenting it before Naruto. I possess knowledge of this matter, though perhaps it differs from what you have heard. The following morning, the ninja army of Konoha prepared for battle. As the moment of reckoning had arrived, Tsunade intended to raise the Hidden Mist Village, incorporating the entirety of the Land of Water into the Fire Nation's territory. The Hidden Mist would be obliterated, and Konoha would emerge as the sole military entity of the new Fire Nation. Naruto, somewhat pensive, lifted the curtain of the tent. Accompanied by Sasuke and Hinata, as members of the same team, their resting quarters were shared, with the spacious military tent divided into several compartments. What troubles you? Sasuke inquired, a hint of confusion in his eyes, noting a change in Naruto within just one night. Once the battle concludes, there is something I wish to tell you, Sasuke. Naruto said, searching Sasuke's eyes, a flicker of complexity shining within his own. I know this matter does not concern you. These disjointed words left Sasuke puzzled. Yet upon seeing Naruto's expression, he nodded in acknowledgement. After witnessing the demise of many familiar and unfamiliar ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village before his eyes, Sasuke who had come to regard himself as a member of Konoha, felt a profound sense of reflection. This sentiment grew even stronger on the battlefield, particularly when he encountered comrades who sacrificed their lives to cover for them, delaying the enemy. At times, Sasuke found himself pondering whether, if he were stronger, he could have swiftly eliminated the foes ahead, thus preventing the deaths of those leaf ninjas who shielded him. As an elite, he believed he could play a more significant role, vanquishing stronger adversaries, with his comrades' sacrifices aimed at securing greater victories for Konoha. However, their deaths were not a necessary price to pay. They should not have had to intercept the incoming shuriken and ninjutsu attacks meant for him. It was then that Sasuke truly understood the bonds forged by his village. These ties extended beyond the two companions of his team and encompassed the very village in which he lived and fought. He could not remain indifferent to these sacrifices. Over the past 6 months, his Sharingan had grown in power, reflecting his earlier assertion that the Uchiha clan was born for war. The Sharingan blossomed amidst death, blood, and corpses, a stunning crimson flower that thrived in such desolation. In certain moments, he even wished for the absence of the Manjiki Sharingan's awakening, for he understood that its emergence would coincide with the multitude of lives lost because of him. Yet, with those eyes, he would wield greater strength to avenge them. At the very least, he could not allow their deaths to be in vain. The Uchiha may have been a clan of madmen, but they were undeniably emotional beings. Only such individuals could give rise to those mesmerizing crimson eyes. The quicker we achieve victory, the fewer casualties our village will endure. Naruto gazed ahead into the dense fog and forest, softly declaring, "I will accomplish what my father could not. I will become Hokage, and I shall strive to reduce the occurrence of war in this world." The division among the 5 great nations is a grave mistake. Division breeds discord, and discord is the source of conflict and turmoil. There should exist but a singular voice in the world, and that voice is Konoha's. The ninja army set forth, boldly advancing towards the hidden mist village. "Kaibai, here we go." An orange-yellow chakra surged forth from within Naruto, as the tails behind him multiplied, from 1 to 7. It was a seamless transition. However, when the 8th tail emerged, Naruto hesitated briefly, as a hand in his mental realm pressed down on the arm that was unsealing the 9 tails. "I know what I am doing, father. I am also aware of what transpired back then." Naruto spoke calmly. "I will achieve what you could not. Unify the ninja world and ensure this war is the last great conflict of the shinobi realm." "Is Mom there? I miss her dearly. As well as you." Naruto embraced the 2 figures that appeared in his mental world, watching as their final chakra gradually dissipated, wiping away the tears from his face. "Kaibai, let us move forward." Awakening in its complete form, the 9 tails stood majestically upon the earth, its eyes radiating unwavering resolve. 9-tailed beast orbs coalesced at the tips of its tails, transforming into slender beams of light that carved through the battlefield. The 3 great toads from my Bokuzen gazed at the formidable 9 tails ahead, casting a silent glance at Jiraiya. To seek peace, one must inevitably endure the trials of war. The entire Leaf Village army surged forth. The annihilation of the Hidden Mist Village was but a matter of time. Chapter 151, The Eternal Kaleidoscope and the Secret of the Moon. The grievances within the ninja world run deep, with centuries of conflict having forged profound rifts among ninjas from various regions. A prime example is the animosity between the ninja of the Earth and Lightning countries. Long before the establishment of ninja villages, the 5 great nations had already been at war, instilling an indelible hatred among the ninja clans of different nations. To achieve the unification of the ninja world, the Leaf Village had no choice but to strike decisively, utterly obliterating the opposing ninja villages and eradicating their fighting forces. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist had stained their hands with the blood of countless Leaf ninjas. Any semblance of cooperation could only be superficial. Entreaties were mere pieces of paper devoid of genuine binding power. Ninjas are akin to a pack of wolves. Once they have licked their wounds and amassed their strength, the thirst for vengeance will not cease. This was a war against the Hidden Mist Village, a campaign of complete extermination. For the Leaf could not place its trust in those so-called surrenderers, nor could it assimilate such a group. After all, ninja villages function merely as violent entities, lacking the cultural core necessary for assimilation and indoctrination. Rather than remain on high alert against potential rebellion, it was far more prudent to eradicate any thoughts of resistance from the outset, employing an overwhelming force to obliterate their existence entirely. The campaign against the Hidden Mist persisted for over a week, with 11,000 Leaf ninjas engaging in a massacre against more than 15,000 Hidden Mist ninjas. Under the tremendous pressure exerted by the complete 9 tails, the Mai Bokuzen toads, and the Sage Mode Jiraiya, the resistance from the Hidden Mist proved negligible. However, even a herd of 15,000 pigs is not easily slaughtered. A significant portion of the Leaf's forces was allocated to encircle the battlefield, determined not to allow a single Hidden Mist ninja to escape the trap. In the desperate struggle of the Hidden Mist, the Leaf suffered considerable casualties, though still within manageable limits. A casualty ratio approaching 1 to 5 was commendable, After incurring over 3,000 losses, the Leaf successfully annihilated the hidden Mist Village. The nine-tailed beast orbs had ravaged the battlefield multiple times, rendering the once thriving hidden Mist Village into a desolate wasteland, unrecognizable from its former self. Even Naruto, the most physically resilient, found himself utterly fatigued, while Sasuke, wielding the previously seized Raijin's blade, faced near collapse. The relentless combat had taken a toll on his eyes. With the immense strain of maintaining his Sharingan overwhelming him, he had kept his eyes activated for nearly 24 hours, tirelessly racing across the battlefield. The grievous wounds marred Sasuke's entire body. He had declined Naruto's offer of the Nine-Tails chakra, relying solely on his own willpower to endure the battle. Sasuke sensed that his eyes had undergone more changes than before, yet he found himself facing an insurmountable bottleneck, a formidable obstacle that he could not seem to surpass. No matter how hard he tried, the Mangekyou Sharingan was not easily attained. The records of the Uchiha clan revealed that the number of Mangekyou wielders was fewer than 10. Overcoming this hurdle proved to be an astonishingly daunting task. "Are you alright, Sasuke?" "I won't die," Sasuke replied flatly. However, when Naruto's hand inadvertently landed on his injury, the pain elicited a grimace, prompting Sasuke to shoot a fierce glare at Naruto. "If I do die, it will surely be because of you." Naruto chuckled lightly, though he acknowledged that the war on this front had come to a close. With the capture of the Water Country's daimyo and the complete annihilation of the Mist Village ninjas, the Water Country had unequivocally fallen. Fortunately, the subsequent governance would not demand excessive effort from Konoha. They merely needed to leave a contingent of ninjas to maintain order and eliminate the remaining unstable elements within the Water Country. The comprehensive victory on the Eastern Front allowed Konoha to reallocate 25,000 ninjas to the northern and northwestern battlefields, while the western Sunagakure posed little threat. The ninja world had descended into a triad of confrontation among three nations, yet this standoff would not endure for long. The power balance among the three nations was uneven. Kumogakure still possessed the strength to contend with Konoha, while Iwagakure had begun to exhibit signs of decline. The tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki from Iwagakure had been completely eradicated, and the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, despite his formidable dust release techniques, was in such poor physical condition that he dared not engage directly on the battlefield. "Weren't you going to tell me something once this battle concluded?" Within the medical tent, only Naruto and Sasuke remained. Hinata was occupied tending to the wounded. With Tsunade present, Konoha's medical division had received ample resources, enabling them to preserve as many active forces as possible during the war. "Yes, it pertains to the incident involving the Nine-Tails. I have seen Kurama's memories. The one who controlled the Nine-Tails was the Sharingan." Sasuke inhaled deeply and spoke up. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then added, "I understand this matter does not involve you, nor does it concern the majority of the Uchiha clan. You remain my dearest brother, and I share this with you to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings between us." Looking into Sasuke's eyes, Naruto spoke earnestly. "I have always known that, regardless of the circumstances, you would stand by my side. That individual may be within the Akatsuki." Since Naruto was aware of the situation and brought it up, Sasuke divulged everything he knew. "On the day I awakened my double Tomo Sharingan, my teacher revealed certain truths to me. The Uchiha clan's massacre, the death of your parents, and the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails rampage possibly points to a single person." "What?" Naruto exclaimed, rising abruptly before slowly sinking back down, fists clenched. "It seems we will once again fight side by side, Sasuke. Indeed, once I recover, we shall seek vengeance against the Akatsuki together. However, they are formidable foes." Sasuke added a remark, stating that at the very least, Uchiha Itachi was formidable. That man possessed a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan, and with these eyes, he could wield a powerful ocular technique. "Susanoo." Naruto exhaled, recalling from the Nine-Tails memories that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo could contend with the first Hokage's would release techniques without losing ground. "Perhaps we should take some time to train," he suggested. Naruto paused and said to Sasuke, "I know a technique that can counter Susanoo. I saw it in the Nine-Tails memories. The first Hokage mastered Sage Chakra, and his Sage mode could completely suppress Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Even if Madara controlled the Nine-Tails and manifested a stronger form, he would still not stand a chance against the first Hokage. I plan to go to Mount Myaboku. After I learn Sage techniques, I'll return to train alongside you." "Alright." Their hands clasped together. During his previous training with Jiraiya, the latter had generously shared the secrets of Sage mode, yet such mastery heavily depended on innate talent. First, one must ascertain whether they possess the fundamental ability to absorb Sage Chakra. Without this, they would be unable to engage in Sage training. Without a doubt, Naruto had the capacity to absorb Sage Chakra, but Sasuke lagged significantly behind, and Hinata was unable to learn it at all. For Sasuke, the greatest enhancement still lay in his Sharingan. He was not particularly disheartened by his lack of aptitude for Sage techniques. At worst, he would learn gradually, albeit at a slower pace. "I shall seek out the perverted Sage. The war with the Cloud and Rock villages could commence at any moment." And the sooner I master my abilities, the greater my assurance. You focus on your recovery. I will bid farewell to Hinata. Naruto's determination was unwavering. Once he had conferred with Sasuke, he promptly set off. Amidst the bustling crowd, he found Hinata, conveyed the situation to her, and then waved goodbye with a casual flourish. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the success of the war against the Mist Village allowed Tsunade to breathe a sigh of relief. With the loss of the Five Tails, the Rock Village had become a toothless tiger, devoid of any trump cards. In the current situation, the possibility of an alliance between the Lightning and Earth nations loomed. Yet their coalition posed little threat. As sworn enemies, even if the two nations' ninja villages signed a superficial alliance, they could never truly unite. Each would inevitably fight their own battles. Moreover, with the Rock Village now weakened, the Cloud Village would likely pressure them into becoming cannon fodder. A proposition that Inoki would never accept. The urgency lay not with Konoha, but rather with the two nations. However, another matter weighed heavily on Tsunade's mind. Following the conclusion of the war with the Mist, Ezio made a request of her to disclose the Uchiha clan's extermination to Sasuke Uchiha in its entirety, and to do so personally. This was a burden Konoha would have to bear, for the actions against the Uchiha clan had been significantly supported by Konoha, who also participated in the execution and divided the spoils of the Uchiha clan. From their wealth to their eyes, everything had been taken. The deeds committed by Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi were exceedingly egregious. While Tsunade had previously attempted to provide some recompense to Sasuke, the depth of the pit excavated by these two old dogs was far too vast for her to fill. Sasuke's contributions during the Mist Village War were evident to all. And now, as Tsunade prepared to disclose this matter to him, she was apprehensive about the potential dire consequences. Some truths cannot be concealed for a lifetime. It is preferable that you convey this information personally rather than allowing others to exploit it. At the very least, this way, Sasuke might avoid descending into the depths of despair. However, after you assumed office, you dealt with the Sarutobi clan and the other three families. And it is only natural for Sasuke to harbor resentment towards them. Yet, at least this prevents him from harboring animosity towards the entirety of Konohagakure. Tsunade pondered over Ezio's words. She had intended to delay this conversation, but now that it had been brought to light, she had no choice but to make a decision at this moment. Hokage-sama. Upon entering the Konoha medical department, the passing ninjas greeted her. Yet Tsunade felt a heaviness in her heart. She nodded in acknowledgement and then pushed open the door to a hospital room. Hokage-sama. Sasuke rose upon seeing Tsunade enter. How is your health? Actually, I could be discharged soon, but Hinata insists I stay for another couple of days until my bones have healed properly. Sasuke touched his side. During the previous battle, 3 of his ribs had been broken, yet a ninja's recuperative abilities were formidable. Hokage-sama, did you seek me for something? Sasuke inquired. Observing Tsunade with a hint of confusion, he sensed an unusual emotion emanating from her, an ineffable feeling. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Shall we step outside for some fresh air? Tsunade suggested. Sasuke glanced at her and nodded slightly. Very well. Exiting the Konoha hospital, the two made their way towards the Hokage rock, walking in single file. Before long, they arrived at the summit of the first Hokage statue, that of Senju Hashirama. Tsunade crossed her arms, gazing out into the distance. From this vantage point, one could overlook all of Konohagakure. Despite the devastation wrought by war, the village still bore signs of vitality and prosperity. It was not only Hashirama but every individual who contributed to the establishment of Konoha, including the Uchiha. My grandfather regarded every villager as someone he vowed to protect. As Hokage, I aspire to fulfill the unfinished legacy of my grandfather. Tsunade's words stirred an unsettling premonition within Sasuke. Such sentiments, coming from a Hokage and an elder, were perhaps not suitable to share with him. Yet, some individuals have not upheld the original intentions of my grandfather in founding the village. The enmity from before its establishment persists, particularly in the case of the second Hokage, my great-grandfather, Tobirama Senju. Tsunade slightly closed her eyes, revealing her long-held wariness and hostility towards the Uchiha clan, though not towards everyone. Uchiha Kagami was her disciple and, like you, a person willing to collaboratively rebuild Konohagakure. The previous Konoha wronged the Uchiha clan, especially my mentor, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his right-hand man, Danzo Shimura. I uncovered this when I assumed the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade turned and retrieved a scroll radiating warmth, gently placing it in Sasuke's hand. However, the scroll felt as heavy as a mountain, causing Sasuke's body to sway slightly. If you are willing to believe, she said, grasping the hand that held the scroll. Please, give Konoha a chance, Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha had taken the initiative to contact them, and together they executed the plan to eradicate the Uchiha clan, with Itachi at the helm. While the root ninjas provided perimeter support, the rebellion within Konoha and the Uchiha had culminated in this bloody massacre. Itachi's sole condition for undertaking such a task was to ensure Sasuke's survival. Do you think this will make me grateful to you? Sasuke's voice, frigid to the core, trembled slightly. Do you think I will forgive you for this? Do you believe I will thank you for your so-called good intentions? Despite the traces of concern and sacrifice that could be discerned in the words of the intel, Sasuke utterly rejected this one-sided affection. You wretched murderer. You think that by sparing me, I will comprehend your so-called kindness. He could not fathom the twisted rationale that justified Itachi's actions as a means to preserve his life in Konoha. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented humiliation. When did the Uchiha clan need to plead for survival in such a manner? If Konoha could not accommodate the Uchiha, then they should simply leave. Sasuke fundamentally disapproved of the notion of sacrificing his kin and parents to ensure his own survival in Konoha. He would have preferred to perish by the blade from the onset. You deranged, twisted madman. The warm memories of Itachi that once lingered in Sasuke's mind were now shattered. Upon learning the truth, the fury that ignited within him was fiercer than ever before. The three tomo in his eyes began to whirl, and then coalesced into a new intricate pattern. What of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura? Are they dead? Sasuke lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes fixed on Tsunade. They are all gone. Hiruzen, Shimura, Mito, and the clans of the Uchiha have been annihilated. During my tenure, all remaining clan members within the Land of Fire were secretly apprehended and executed, totaling 17,635 people. They not only participated in the events against the Uchiha, but also embezzled Konoha's assets, including those of the Senju clan. Simultaneously, the massacre of the Uzumaki clan was orchestrated and executed by them to seize the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. As Tsunade began to enumerate the transgressions committed by Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura within Konoha, Sasuke, who had been immersed in the horrifying truth of the Uchiha massacre, was rendered speechless. The multitude of heinous acts, each of which could stand alone in their malevolence, matched the Uchiha extermination. He understood at that moment why Tsunade had so decisively eradicated these four clans upon her ascension. They were indeed beyond redemption. If anything could consume darkness, it would surely be an even greater darkness. In the shadow of these horrifying events, the massacre of the Uchiha clan seems less pronounced. At this moment, both Sasuke and Konoha are victims of the actions taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Could the death of the fourth Hokage be related to them as well? Sasuke suddenly posed this question, leaving Tsunade momentarily stunned. I don't know, she replied, shaking her head, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. During the Ninetales incident, she was not present in Konoha and her understanding of the events was even less than that of Jiraiya. There must be some connection. I have always found it quite suspicious, especially after Naruto recounted the battle to me. Aside from the fourth, there were very few who stepped forward to assist him against the Ninetales. I heard it was to protect the new generation of Konoha? Sasuke scoffed, recalling how the lower-ranked ninjas were sent into battle without hesitation. When can this be made public to the village? Perhaps after the war concludes. The matter will be resolved then. I trust you, Hokage-sama. Sasuke inhaled deeply, feeling a slight twinge in his ribs. Could you assist me with a surgical procedure? Producing a sealing scroll, a glass vial containing the Sharingan appeared in his hand. This is Uchiha Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan. I wish to merge his eyes with mine. Tsunade asked no further questions, merely nodding. Such a procedure was not difficult for her. Her fear of blood had gradually diminished after assuming the mantle of Hokage, tempered by her dedication to treating severely injured Konoha ninjas. The weight of her responsibilities as Hokage granted her the resolve to conquer her deepest fears, fulfilling the unachieved dreams of the two men she held dear. With his right eye swathed in thick bandages, Sasuke's eye began a slow transformation. When the bandages were finally removed, his first eternal Manjiki Sharingan revealed its crimson brilliance. On one hand, there was talent. On the other, Tsunade's preferential treatment. Hinata, determined not to be a burden to the team, found herself struggling to keep pace with Naruto and Sasuke, both of whom were extraordinary talents, advancing at an astonishing rate. While Hinata remained in Konoha under Tsunade's tutelage, Sasuke was left as the sole member of their squad. Yet, he had not forgotten one crucial detail. Mastering the Manjiki techniques bestowed upon him the confidence and strength necessary to pursue the treasure previously mentioned by Ezio. Chakra was Sasuke's weakness, and the Manjiki Sharingan was particularly taxing on his chakra reserves. Although his current chakra levels were substantial, he could not afford to use them recklessly in battle. The consumption of chakra by his eternal Manjiki was staggering. He set forth on a journey to the Land of Wind, seeking the ruins of Lulan hidden deep within the vast desert. The Dragon Pulse chakra would sufficiently compensate for his current deficiencies. In the second year since arriving in the ninja world, Ezio's long-awaited transformation also began to unfold. The advancement of their Byakugan relied on the power of chakra fruits, absorbing the data contained within to enhance themselves, ultimately striving for perfection and achieving a divine state. In simple terms, the Otsutsuki clan follows a path of devouring evolution. While individuals like Igyo disdain the notion of continuously infusing spiritual energy to elevate the rank of the Byakugan, The colorful pure eye represents an ascension of the Byakugan, yet the disparity between the two is negligible. Within the Otsutsuki clan, prodigies may emerge, distinguished by their inherently superior starting point of the Byakugan. However, the clan lacks the Rinnegan. It took Ezio a full 2 years to accumulate sufficient spiritual energy in his Byakugan, calculating at a rate of 1% per minute. The spiritual energy infused into his eyes is 520 times his current limit. Without the eternal power of the Hermes staff, he could never have amassed such an immense reservoir of energy to propel the evolution of his Byakugan, unless an extraordinary genius, whose foundation exceeds that of ordinary clan members by a myriad of times, arises within the Otsutsuki clan. The Rinnegan cannot naturally manifest. The Otsutsuki on the moon utilized the aggregation of countless Byakugan to forge a Rinnegan, an endeavor unhindered on the moon, where the clan has thrived for millennia, resulting in an astonishingly vast accumulation of eyes. As the faint golden light replaced the azure glow of Ezio's pure eye, the transformation of the Byakugan commenced. He ceased to concern himself with the affairs of the ninja world, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Rinnegan. Time progressed to the spring of the 62nd year of Konoha. A weary Sasuke returned from the land of wind, a sealing technique branded upon his abdomen. The immense chakra was sealed and constrained, gradually flowing within him. Unlike the tailed beasts, the dragon vein chakra lacks consciousness and was not imbued with life by the Sage of Six Paths Yin-Yang release. Those capable of withstanding its power can fully harness this chakra. The formidable chakra, potent enough to rival the Nine Tails, instilled Sasuke with boundless confidence, even without mastering Sage mode. He could now assert, "Naruto, I have caught up to you." Meanwhile, Naruto, who had dedicated himself to training in Myaboka Mountain for an extended period, opened his eyes. After graduating, he experienced an array of events: war, slaughter, the truths of the past, the deaths of his parents, and the bonds with friends. He also encountered someone who, shy by nature, secretly harbored feelings for him. The impact of these experiences, condensed into a mere 2 years, was profound. With a clear goal and a task to accomplish, Naruto's focus became extraordinary. Moreover, through his previous training, he had grown accustomed to embodying his memories physically. If clearing his mind equated to concentration, then Naruto's aptitude for focus was unparalleled. He gradually memorized the process of gathering Sage chakra with his body, akin to synthesizing wind chakra. Once his body internalized this process, it became a passive ability. Without conscious thought, his body could naturally perform it for him. The orange-yellow hue of the Aishidao signifies the Sage chakra of Mount Myaboku. Yet his pupils have not entirely transformed into the horizontal slits characteristic of amphibians. The Sage chakra, synthesized through the training methods of Mount Myaboku, bears the essence of the mountain. But as Naruto concentrates on this, he subtly adjusts the ratio of his Sage chakra to better suit his own needs. Should he succeed in refining his unique blend of Sage chakra, it would represent the most compatible synthesis for a human constitution. Naruto possesses talent, yet when compared to Hashirama Senju, his abilities still fall short. As a reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, Hashirama's foundation was that of the strongest beneath the Six Paths. Had he not ultimately succumbed to despair after believing he had slain his closest friend for the sake of Konoha, he could have lived for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, much like the sages of the Three Great Lands. His body, teeming with life force even in death, symbolizes his longevity. Konoha still requires my presence, and the ninja world needs me too. I must attend to my responsibilities. As the Toad of Konoha invoked the reverse summoning technique, a cloud of smoke erupted, and Naruto's figure vanished from Mount Myaboku. "Hey, Naruto!" Hinata exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sparkling with joy as she took a couple of steps forward to stand before him with a beaming smile. "Let us go grab a feast." A hint of a smile graced Naruto's face. The toads of Mount Myaboku feast on insects, and he lamented that he hadn't enjoyed a proper meal in months. With a fleeting expression of sorrow, Naruto pouted. Everything about Mount Myaboku was splendid, except for the culinary offerings, which were nothing short of a nightmare. "Sounds good," Hinata nodded. And then Naruto took her hand, leaping through the window, landing onto the bustling streets of Konoha. Tsunade glanced down from the window and, upon catching sight of the two figures, couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about the time she too had walked hand in hand with someone dear to her. As they arrived at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, a familiar figure approaching from the village gate prompted Naruto to wave in greeting. "Just arrived?" Sasuke nodded, a rare smile gracing his face. "Yes, just got here. How have you been?" "I've mastered Sage mode." "Same here. My teacher told me about a certain place. And I might even be stronger than you now." "Huh, you're just full of yourself." With a cheerful laugh, Naruto draped an arm over Sasuke's shoulder, and the three of them entered the barbecue restaurant together. "I wonder where the teacher is. It's been ages since I last saw him." "Indeed," Sasuke murmured, resting his chin on his hand. "I wonder if we are now. Do you remember that mattered during the Chunin exam training?" Naruto nodded, recalling how their teacher had said that once they became strong enough, he would assign them a secret mission. But now, we certainly possess the strength to undertake that task. Indeed, you are indeed capable of fulfilling that mission now. A familiar voice resonated from behind them, prompting the three young ones to turn in astonishment. Whereupon they beheld the figure of Ezio, seemingly unchanged as if time had suspended its passage for him. While 2 years had allowed Naruto and his companions to mature, Ezio remained entirely unaltered. However, there was no need for haste regarding this matter. Let us first indulge in some barbecued meat, and I shall cover the bill. Splendid. This time, I shall consume the most. Naruto patted his belly, exclaiming that he could devour a whole cow. This thought filled him with nostalgia and a sense of comfort. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the barbecue feast commenced. Naruto and Sasuke had significantly enhanced their combat prowess, and while their appetites had certainly increased, roughly equating to 80% of Hinata's previous battle capability, within half an hour, they found themselves wide-eyed and rubbing their stomachs, suppressing burps. They observed as the young lady before them, graceful yet swift in her movements, devoured her meal. Hinata, now sporting a diamond-shaped mark on her brow, exhibited at least threefold the strength she possessed during her initial visit. Having learned to activate her body with chakra, her progress, though not quite on par with the two prodigies before her, far surpassed that of her peers. Does it mean I've eaten too much? Hinata shyly murmured, chewing and swallowing the last succulent piece of leg meat. If Naruto's boast of being able to swallow a cow was an exaggerated metaphor, then for Hinata, it was a stark reality. If you don't gain weight, then eat more. But I'm nearly full. Hinata dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin and set aside a thoroughly consumed roasted deer leg. The owner of the establishment, already astounded by her feats, was now rendered speechless, his jaw nearly dropping. Even among the Akimichi clan, there was no one with such an impressive appetite. Child, it seems you've consumed more than your own weight in roasted meat. Are you truly all right? Well then, let us proceed. It is time to inform you of your mission. Tossing a hefty sum sufficient to cover the meal, Ezio led the three towards the outskirts of the village, treating it as a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. After approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at a shaded clearing beneath the trees. This mission pertains to Hinata. Ezio gestured for the three to take a seat. Naruto, you and Sasuke have both grown tremendously, and as your mentor, I feel a sense of pride. However, since we are comrades in the same class, we must progress together. Naruto's Sage Mode and Nine-Tails Chakra, along with Sasuke's Sharingan and Dragon Vein Chakra, indicate that there are few remaining challengers in the ninja world who can stand against you. I have chosen the three of you because of the potential I see in you. Perhaps you wonder about Hinata and why I have placed my faith in her. Hinata is the princess of the Byakugan. She possesses an exceptionally pure Byakugan with the potential for further advancement. However, to fully harness the power of her eyes, she will require your assistance. Ezio produced a scroll and laid it before them. It contained coordinates, a teleportation point leading to the moon. The Hyuga clan once resided on the moon, but due to certain circumstances, a portion of their people departed for the shinobi world, thus giving rise to the Hyuga legacy. On the moon, there exists a clan known as the Tsutsuki, who possess the same Byakugan as the Hyuga. Ezio gently closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, brilliant golden light radiated from his gaze, his Rinnegan. After being swept by this golden gaze, Naruto and Sasuke felt a surge of formidable chakra, prompting Sasuke to look at Ezio in disbelief, then glance at Hinata. Were his eyes comparable to those of the Sage of Six Paths? Indeed, they were on par with the Sage of Six Paths. You may not yet reach this stage, but it is imminent. Upon hearing such words, Sasuke felt reassured. His mentor had never deceived him regarding these matters. Your mission is to ascend to the moon and acquire the colossal Rinnegan, which gathers countless Byakugan, sealing it within Hinata. Once she attains the colossal Rinnegan, she will merely need to gradually assimilate its ocular power to possess eyes akin to mine. At that point, she will truly be able to keep pace with you. I look forward to the day you ascend as the strongest in the shinobi world. Do not disappoint me. Ezio affectionately ruffled the heads of the three, then vanished before them. Chapter 152, In the Midst of Heaven. Now, all that remained was to wait quietly. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata set forth. The spatial passage to the moon was challenging to locate. However, as Ezio's Byakugan evolved into Rinnegan, his acute perception of spatial fluctuations from the pure eye was amplified, and it took little time for him to discover the hidden passage leading to the moon, a route once traversed by the ancestors of the Hyuga clan to reach the shinobi world. The mission to acquire the colossal Rinnegan on the moon was no simple endeavor. Although the Tsutsuki on the moon had dwindled to just Kinshiki, this individual possessed a highly regressed bloodline and could be considered the closest in lineage to the celestial Tsutsuki in the shinobi world. Even among the Tsutsuki clan, his talent was remarkably high. Had he possessed a Byakugan that truly matched his lineage and potential, Naruto would have had little chance in their confrontation after the Fourth Great Ninja War, as Naruto had lost the power of the Sage of Six Paths by then. Kinshiki was at the threshold of becoming a new generation Sage of Six Paths, provided he could stabilize the existence of his Rinnegan. Unfortunately, Hanabi's Byakugan was barely sufficient for him, leading to the eventual deactivation of his Rinnegan during their clash, ultimately resulting in Naruto's triumph. Despite numerous constraints and lacking a suitable eye, Kinshiki was still able to manipulate the colossal Rinnegan on the moon and wield Rinnegan chakra. This feat was akin to Uchiha Madara's use of Susanoo without eyes, and even more formidable, even in its most fragmented state. Sutsuki Kinshiki possesses the undeniable strength to effortlessly dominate those who have just attained the level of superspectral combat. With a look of astonishment, Naruto traversed the peculiar passageway, entering a deep lake that would not moisten his form. Upon crossing this aquatic expanse, they arrived at an ancient city, seemingly steeped in history. The city lay desolate, devoid of any signs of life, thick layers of dust blanketing the surfaces, betraying no indication of living beings. Have we arrived on the moon? Naruto wondered aloud, glancing around. But why can we still see light here, and even a ceiling? Perhaps it is the interior of the moon, Sasuke conjectured. The moon might be hollow. He surveyed their surroundings and soon confirmed the situation. If this is indeed the moon, it is rather small. He gazed upward at the ceiling, adding, "Yet we cannot dismiss the possibility that we are at the moon's deepest point, with an exceptionally thick ceiling above us. Regardless, let us proceed. Hinata, do you see anyone?" "No," Hinata replied, her Byakugan activated. Having matured significantly, her Byakugan could perceive up to 15 kilometers, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary member of the High-GA clan. "I do not detect any living chakra, but there is some above." She pointed to the sun in the sky, which was enveloped in a barrier. "My Byakugan cannot penetrate that barrier, but it is the only place here where chakra is visible. It seems our objective lies within." Sasuke mused for a moment before stepping forward. "I will take you inside." The crimson Sharingan manifested in his eyes, enveloped in a purple chakra that completely cloaked his form. A colossal skeletal armor emerged beside him, followed by flesh filling in. The immense chakra reserves akin to the Nine Tails, allowing Sasuke to freely enhance the body of his Susanoo. The 30-meter giant rose, and within the air bubble of the Susanoo's forehead, the three stood. "Wow, so cool," Naruto exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "Can it fly, Sasuke?" "Do you think so?" Sasuke replied, bemused by Naruto's question, which was rather obvious. A pair of armored wings unfurled from the giant's back, and under Sasuke's command, the Susanoo ascended from the ground, soaring towards the spherical barrier suspended in the air. Kaminari no Tachi. Two long blades, crackling with vibrant lightning, were drawn by Sasuke. As they approached the barrier, the form of Susanoo transformed into an ephemeral streak of light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A blinding trail of lightning streaked across the sky as the twin blades intersected, unleashing a powerful strike. The barrier, torn asunder in an instant, began to rapidly heal before they could enter. However, at that moment, Sasuke's Sharingan flickered, abruptly halting the healing process. Once they had entered, the fissure behind them closed swiftly. Before them lay a castle, suspended within a mystical barrier. As they entered, a figure soared forth from the castle. A boy, seemingly of their age, his eyes tightly shut. Yet it appeared as if he could perceive their presence. "This is not a place for you," intoned Otsutsuki Shurin, hovering serenely before the trio. His words carrying an unmistakable authority. "You are Otsutsuki Shurin, are you not?" Naruto's voice emerged from the Susanoo, and knowing Naruto to be a good-hearted soul, Ezio divulged certain truths to ensure Naruto would undertake this task without reservation. "How do you know my name?" Otsutsuki Shurin inquired, a puzzled frown creasing his brow, for he believed that his existence should remain unknown to the denizens of the ninja world. "I also know that you once spied on Hinata in the ninja realm. Without the Byakugan, you yearn for a pair of pure white eyes, do you not?" A chill enveloped Otsutsuki Shurin, who suddenly felt as though he had been stripped bare. This was knowledge that should have been confined to himself and his father. Denying it would be futile, for the truth was evident. After a brief pause, Otsutsuki Shurin nodded slightly. "Indeed, that is so. I had intended for Hinata to remain in the ninja realm for a few more years before bringing her here. But your early arrival is fortuitous. However, you have miscalculated one thing. While I do require a pair of eyes pure enough to match my own, I have no desire to take Hinata's." Otsutsuki Shurin spoke calmly, for he had been observing the ninja world through his colossal Rinnegan over the years. And Hinata was indeed someone he cared for. And there is another pair of Byakugan equally pure. Hanabi? Naruto's mind raced at that moment. As Hinata's younger sister, Hyuga Hanabi possessed the eyes that best fit this description. Although slightly inferior to Hinata's, they were still sufficient. A faint smile graced Otsutsuki Shurin's lips. The immense Susanoo before him seemed to hold little thread in his eyes. "After all, how could my bride be without my gaze?" he stated with an air of certainty, as if this were an established truth. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, momentarily believing that Naruto, too, might be a scion of the Uchiha clan, his eyes, once filled with murderous intent, now veiled in crimson. "Oh, it is merely the chakra of the Nine Tails. Then there is no cause for concern." In an instant, Naruto's eyes merged with the chakra of the Nine Tails, golden flames igniting upon his skin, as the orange-red chakra blazed quietly around him, instantly entering the Nine Tails chakra mode. Naruto's gaze turned as frigid as ice, capable of freezing the very waters of a lake. Let us go, Kurama. Stepping upon the blade raised by the Susanoo, Naruto advanced with a measured swiftness, a pitch-black Rasengan rapidly coalescing in his hand. The swirling winds of his wind release creating a high-pitched roar that threatened to overwhelm the senses. Many-tailed beast ball Rasengan, having endured numerous battles. Naruto still recalled his mentor's teachings. Even when facing a mere rabbit, one must employ their utmost strength and never underestimate any adversary before them. As the terrifying spiral shuriken soared through the air, the previously motionless Tsutsuki SH-10 suddenly raised his hand, releasing a green sphere of light from his palm, which sped directly towards Naruto's spiral shuriken. The attack occurred in an instant, devoid of the anticipated explosive roar. The green orb swiftly engulfed the shuriken, which harbored immense chakra, transforming it into a streak of light aimed straight at Naruto's chest. Although this direct assault was executed with remarkable speed, Naruto effortlessly evaded it with a mere sidestep. However, as the green light brushed against his Nine Tails chakra cloak, a tearing sound echoed ominously. The cloak, only lightly grazed by the green orb, appeared to be violently torn apart, with over half of its protective layer disintegrating in an instant. This bizarrely effective assault left Naruto startled. At least a quarter of the Nine Tails chakra had been siphoned away by the green sphere. The potential consequences of a direct hit were unfathomable. He needed to conclude this confrontation swiftly. The torn chakra cloak rapidly mended, transforming into a golden streak as Naruto hastened towards Tsutsuki SH-10, forming a cross seal. Countless shadow clones surrounded SH-10 in a tight circle. This tactic of overwhelming numbers was merely a diversion, as an immense reservoir of chakra began to coalesce in Naruto's grasp. Supersized Rasen Shuriken, a vortex of considerable diameter, several meters wide, was held firmly in his hand, stirring up a ferocious mini-storm. Wind-released chakra, as sharp as blades, enveloped the area within several dozen meters in an instant. At the moment the green sphere rapidly consumed Naruto's spiral shuriken, a shadow clone, which should have disintegrated upon impact, unexpectedly darted behind Tsutsuki SH-10, empowered by the slicing wind chakra, delivering a heavy kick to SH-10's back. With a resounding crash, the puppet's form shattered beneath Naruto's strike, concealed beneath the veil of Rinnegan chakra, rendering even Sasuke and Hinata oblivious to its true nature. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Naruto instinctively evaded, but a sudden, overwhelming force caused his body to veer off course. A burst of green light shot forth from the castle behind him, and in that fleeting moment of lost control, Naruto was pierced by the orb. His chakra, along with that of the Nine Tails, was expelled from his body, plunging him into a momentary daze due to the massive loss of chakra. Almost immediately, an indescribable fatigue began to envelop him. Sasuke, who had been steadfastly supporting Naruto, narrowed his gaze, and the tomo in his right eye began to spin. Heavenly Dominion. This is my Manjiki Sharingan technique. You could say that I have the ability to freeze or reverse the flow of time for a marked target. Are we thus invincible? A flicker of joy crossed Naruto's face, momentarily dismissing his earlier setbacks. If I had not acquired the Dragon Vein, I could only use it once at most. But what about now? Within a single day, no more than 5 times. The Dragon Vein chakra amplifies space-time techniques, while the impact of chakra on this technique is minimal. What I require is the eternal ocular power of the Manjiki Sharingan. The abilities of this individual are rather enigmatic. I have surmised certain aspects. He is currently constrained to a considerable extent, which explains his choice to employ puppetry and ambush tactics. Upon hearing Sasuke's remarks, Naruto resolutely entrusted everything to his remarkable intellect. Sasuke has often assumed the role of Naruto's external brain. I understand now. Naruto liberated the Nine Tails, whose colossal form towered over Sasuke's Susanoo, instilling a sense of awe. The purple Susanoo armor enveloped the fully manifested Nine Tails, a spectacle known as. Their remains have to be updated. It should be released by dawn. Chapter 153, The Battle at the Valley of the End. The situation proved to be even easier than he had anticipated, primarily due to Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan techniques. The Sharingan serves as a mirror to the soul, and the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan is contingent upon one's inner desires and yearnings. Sasuke, having awakened his Manjiki without slaying an Uchiha, did not acquire the abilities of Izanagi or Amaterasu, which, to be frank, are rather lackluster. One controls fire, while the other ignites it. However, Amaterasu is largely ineffective in high-stakes confrontations, providing minimal enhancement to Sasuke's prowess. As long as he is within range, the power of the Heavenly Hand can forcibly exchange targets, enabling not only his own movement, but also the ability to relocate anything to his desired position. He could effortlessly create a massive Earth explosion star, and send adversaries directly into it. When contending with foes incapable of utilizing space-time ninjutsu for instantaneous movement, the Heavenly Hand allows him to manipulate them at will. Nonetheless, this time, Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan was different. Although the bloodline of the Aizu clan did not bestow Ezio with the ability to foresee the future, his perception of time is remarkably acute. Realizing his lack of talent for the Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke pondered, "Is this your choice? Since I cannot teleport, then no one shall move freely before me. You acknowledge me as your teacher, Sasuke." Witnessing this scene filled Ezio with a sense of pride. Sasuke's growth exceeded his expectations, and his Manjiki Sharingan was truly spectacular. "You have all worked so diligently, and as your teacher, I cannot afford to be idle." In an instant, Ezio arrived at a nearly deserted shrine within Konoha village, where a plaque inscribed with the words Namen Hall hung at the entrance. Pushing open the wooden doors, he entered a vast hall devoid of furnishings. Yet 3 walls were adorned with hundreds of various demon and god masks. Which one could it be? Ezio's gaze swept across the masks until it settled upon a white death mask adorned with horns. Within this mask, he sensed a faint, familiar presence. "Are you also a harbinger of death?" Removing the mask, Ezio channeled chakra into it, and the essence of death began to coalesce. Suddenly, a white ethereal figure surged forth from the mask, the pale specter of death standing before Ezio, wielding a short blade with ferocity as it lunged towards him. "Can even the god of death perish?" Ezio lifted his gaze towards the Grim Reaper, subsequently drawing forth a crystal blade radiating an eerie green luminescence, which he positioned to parry the soul-cleaving edge. In the next instant, Ezio's figure inexplicably closed the distance to the Reaper's essence, driving the ghostly-hued dagger deep into the Reaper's abdomen, carving a vast gash. "Let me see," he said. "This entity is the indigenous god manifested from the laws of death in the shinobi world. Had it not been for the chakra brought forth by Kagaya Otsutsuki, natural energy would have birthed sages and deities. However, the emergence of chakra disrupted the original trajectory of this realm, leading these embodiments of natural laws to be ensnared and sealed by the Uzumaki clan before their might could be unleashed, transforming into countless sealed masks within the Enmyntong. Ah, so this is where you are concealed." The hand of death plunged forcefully into the Reaper's belly, retrieving a multitude of luminous soul orbs, the majority belonging to the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan, consumed by the Reaper after being sealed with the corpse demon technique. The number barely surpassed 30. For those daring enough to exchange using the corpse demon technique were rather few. Ezio successfully located the soul representing Minato Namikaze. He bifurcated the 9 tails, sealing the yang half within Naruto and bringing the yin half into the Reaper's belly. At this moment, the chakra of the 9 tails was extracted, adding a new member to the sealing space. Retrieving the yin half of the 9 tails was merely the first step. The second step was to grant Hinata ample time to assimilate the chakra of the colossal Rinnegan, ensuring her Rinnegan remained stable. When the time comes, the first existence of the 6 paths level will be born within the shinobi world. Through the colossal Rinnegan, Hinata would enter the Rinnegan chakra mode, gaining the ability to condense the Rinnegan's truth-seeking orbs. Once Hinata descended, the time would be ripe to conclude the war. The battle on the moon was nearing its climax. The castle that had previously floated in midair had vanished, revealing a massive yellow sphere, which now quietly hovered in the void, while a disheveled figure stood atop the colossal Rinnegan. Your gravest error was to leave that sphere. Sasuke had already mastered the outcome of ultimate victory. Naruto, this is the final blow. Understood. Adorned in the armor of Susanoo, the 9 tails began to gather a monumental tailed beast bomb, a black sphere larger than the 9 tails itself, compressing incessantly before being swallowed whole. A torrent of chakra, akin to a cataclysmic flood, surged towards an empty expanse. The Otsutsuki Shurin, who had been hovering above the colossal Rinnegan, suddenly vanished from sight, his time flowing in reverse. Though the fatigue in his body was alleviated with the reversal of time, his position in space had drastically altered. As the terrifying power of the tailed beast bomb cascaded towards him, he stood frozen in place. Not from a lack of will to resist, but because time had been suspended for him. The world had pressed the pause button, leaving him to helplessly witness the devastating tide sweep toward him. If he had remained near the colossal Rinnegan, the chakra barrier it emanated would have withstood the impending strike. However, after Sasuke employed the technique Tenshin Sh10, using Hinata as bait to lure him away, Sutsuki Kinshiki found himself bereft of the protection afforded by the giant Rinnegan. No longer did he possess that seemingly impenetrable defense. Had he continued to cower beside the Rinnegan, Sasuke would have found himself at an impasse. The chakra intensity of the colossal Rinnegan exerted a qualitative suppression upon them, coupled with its staggering quantity. Dead. The mark vanished. Indeed, he was dead. Sasuke wearily closed his Sharingan, exhaling a long sigh. If this were insufficient, he would have no choice but to employ Sage Mode, entrusting Susanoo to Hinata. Their trump cards had yet to be exhausted. The challenge posed by Tsutsuki Kinshiki surpassed their expectations. Should he acquire a pair of suitable Byakugan, given their current prowess, even if they unveiled all their secrets? They would lack the confidence to eliminate him. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, it was over. This sphere must be the colossal Rinnegan, correct? Naruto dispelled his Ninetales transformation, standing before the gigantic orb, which towered approximately 3 to 4 stories high. Was it as simple as sealing it within Hinata? It seemed so. Sasuke extended his hand towards the giant Rinnegan, but quickly withdrew it as if struck by lightning. The orb would absorb his chakra, and only those of specific bloodlines could safely touch it. Hinata, do give it a try, Sasuke urged, indicating for her to step forward and ascertain whether her chakra would be absorbed. Hinata nodded, placing her hand upon the surface. I'm fine. It does not absorb my chakra, but I am uncertain how to utilize it. If sealing it is the goal, my chakra may prove insufficient. Then let us use mine, Naruto said with a grin, patting his chest. My chakra won't interfere with you now. He clasped Hinata's hand, flooding her with an immense amount of chakra. The black sealing formula rapidly climbed upon the giant Rinnegan, enveloping the orb entirely before it was drawn into the sealing space, where flowing black symbols coalesced into a complex seal upon Hinata's abdomen. How do you feel? Naruto inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. It's all right. I just feel a cautious extraction of a portion of the colossal Rinnegan's chakra. The Byakugan seems to be undergoing some changes, but it requires time. So, have we succeeded? Naruto glanced at Sasuke. It appears so, Sasuke nodded. Yet, I am uncertain what powers this Rinnegan possesses. Although it was they who labored while Hinata reaped the benefits, Sasuke held no objections. Over the years, they had endured much together, and he acknowledged Hinata's contributions and efforts. Moreover, she had healed him countless times, unlike Naruto, who possessed formidable self-healing abilities and the Ninetales as a safeguard. Sasuke lacked a healer and had struggled to endure even the battles against the Mist Village. Before awakening the Dragon Vein Chakra and the Mangeki Sharingan, Sasuke's prowess on the battlefield of the Mist was merely at the elite Jonin level, his chakra limited, and he could perish under siege, despite their deep bond. Although Sasuke yearned for strength, he held no envy. Now, the war can come to an end, Lord Hokage. After addressing all matters, Ezio sought out Tsunade. Do not tell me you have acted on your own again. Tsunade lifted her gaze to Ezio, exhaling a weary sigh. In no more than a month, Konoha will possess power rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths. Who? Hinata Hyuga. How can this be possible? Perhaps by then, you may witness the formidable power of the Rinnegan on the battlefield yourself. Rinnegan? This was the first time Tsunade had encountered this term. The pinnacle of the Byakugan. It harnesses the power of yin and yang release, bestowing the user with strength that transcends even that of Kaguya, standing at the zenith of the world. Capable of moving celestial bodies, transforming the moon into a colossal meteor plummeting from the heavens. The decisive battle shall be held once Hinata stabilizes her Rinnegan. After undergoing the awakening of its powers, Konoha can commence preparations to engage with the wind, lightning, and earth nations. The ninja world is on the brink of true unification. The era of the 5 nations dominion is nearing its conclusion, and flames shall engulf every inch of the land. Tsunade, astonished by Ezio's declarations, found it difficult to remain composed. Yet she hoped for the veracity of his words. If they were indeed true, then the aspirations she shared with her grandfather would finally be realized. You mentioned that the Rinnegan is the pinnacle of the Byakugan? How has Hinata achieved this? Under my guidance, Naruto and Sasuke journeyed to the moon, where they discovered that the ancestors of the Hyuga clan were brothers to the Sage of Six Paths, gathering boundless Byakugan ocular power. Propelling the Byakugan to the level of the Six Paths, prepare yourself. This is the final battle of the ninja world, and there is no room for doubt. The appointed time is 1 month hence. With that, Ezio vanished from the Hokage's office, as he had other pressing matters to attend to. In the land of rain, the hidden rain village, perpetually shrouded in clouds and incessant rain, is the stronghold of the Akatsuki, the domain of Nagato, who fancies himself a deity, seeking to deliver what he deems peace to the ninja world. The moment Ezio arrived in the rain village, he sensed the traces of an intrusion. The Rain Tiger Freedom technique could monitor every foreign chakra, allowing the practitioner to immediately detect the number and position of any intruders. Before the puppets of pain could arrive, Ezio had already located Nagato and suddenly appeared before him. Star, I have heard you desire world peace. Ezio began calmly, gazing at Nagato. What price are you willing to pay for this peace? Including your own life? Never mind. Your agreement is of little consequence. We shall simply adhere to the script. Standing still, Ezio suddenly ascended gently, his body enveloped in a luminescent green chakra cloak, entering the Rinnegan chakra mode. 9 intertwined Tomo orbs manifested behind him. The immense pressure of the Rinnegan chakra mode caused Nagato, positioned ahead, to momentarily gasp for breath, as the golden glow of Ezio's eyes instilled in him an unprecedented fear. The green spiritual orb, the ultimate product of Een release, floated effortlessly and darted towards Nagato like a bolt of lightning. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force radiated outward from Nagato, yet the chakra orb seemed unaffected as it penetrated the repulsive field of Shinra Tensei and embedded itself in Nagato's chest, who was unable to move due to his injuries. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, although Nagato had not fully unleashed Shinra Tensei. The commotion had summoned Konan at her fastest pace. She positioned herself protectively in front of Nagato, vigilantly observing Ezio, who had reverted from his Rinnegan chakra mode. It's all right. It was merely a misunderstanding. Nagato spoke from behind Konan. He has come to join us in bringing peace to the world. Konan's trust in Nagato was unwavering, yet she remained considerably guarded towards Ezio. Gather the other members. I have brought the chakra of all tailed beasts except for the 4 tails and 8 tails. Although the 7 tails and 9 tails are incomplete, they should suffice. What is your true intention? Konan questioned skeptically, recalling how Ezio had previously shifted the blame of the tailed beast heists onto Akatsuki, despite the fact that it was not Akatsuki that had stolen them. Due to Ezio's interference, Akatsuki had only managed to capture the 4 tails, Son Goku. Konoha is on the verge of unifying the ninja world. Is it not natural for me to contribute to world peace? Ezio waved his hand dismissively. As for the truth of my words, time will reveal all. Through the distributed rings, Nagato contacted the other members of Akatsuki. With the aid of Obito, who was disguised as Zetsu, all current members of Akatsuki soon gathered. Oh my! What an extraordinary individual has arrived. Upon his arrival, Obito's irreverent voice rang out, yet beneath his words, one could detect his gritted teeth. Previously, Ezio had cast the blame squarely upon him, and the sensation of being framed was utterly infuriating. Stop acting, Obito. While I acknowledge your competence as a member of the Uchiha clan, I have no interest in witnessing your circus. Obito, whose true identity had been exposed, felt a surge of panic. You wish to see a world with Rin, do you not? Ezio brandished a small jar before Obito, shaking it slightly. This contains her ashes. Obito's face, hidden beneath his mask, paled instantly, the revelation of his innermost secret causing his legs to tremble. What do you intend? He croaked, his voice returning to its usual rasp, the Sharingan in the mask's eyeholes glowing of vivid crimson. Of course, to show you what a world with Rin looks like. I need White Zetsu, and also Orochimaru. Ezio turned his gaze toward the enigmatic figure beside him, Kuro, whose expression remained inscrutable, yet a palpable chill emanated from him. The chakra of the tailed beast was on the verge of being fully gathered. Peace in the world was imminent, was it not? An overwhelming surge of chakra, formidable enough to instill fear, was drawn forth from the seal on Ezio's left arm. This amalgamation of the 7-tailed beast chakra captured the attention of all present. The technique known as Kodoamatsukami was indeed a powerful one. Suddenly, Ezio cast his eyes toward Itachi Uchiha, whose Sharingan was now unveiled, revealing 2 distinct patterns that adorned his Manjiki. After losing one eye, he had implanted the Manjiki from Shursui Uchiha to ensure the preservation of his combat prowess. Itachi even staved off the merging of his ocular powers, opting not to ascend to the eternal Manjiki, as he needed to retain the eye technique of Kodoamatsukami. However, that was a consideration for others. Sasuke awaits you. The enmity between you both must find its resolution. With these words, Ezio instantaneously transported himself beside Itachi, grasping his arm, and they vanished from the scene. In the next moment, Itachi found himself cast into the Valley of the End. Matters between the 2 brothers were none of our concern. Upon returning to the Akatsuki stronghold, Ezio addressed the gathered members. Prepare for the sealing. The chakra is present. He carelessly tossed the chakra sphere onto the table before him, as if it were a mere trifling object, akin to discarded refuse. Come, Kuro, take me to Orochimaru. Ensure that White Zetsu accompanies us, as they hold value. Kuro, seized by the shoulder, displayed no overt signs of fluctuation, his face a study in stark contrast yet tinged with a hint of gravity. Yet within, Kuro felt a surge of exhilaration, regardless of the motives. As long as the tailed beast could be completely gathered and the 10 tails summoned, his objective would be half fulfilled. Obito was born for this purpose. Although he was not the one to undertake it, what did it matter to Kuro? Very well, Kuro replied, nodding slowly. Let us not delay. Upon revealing the destination, their figures vanished in an instant. Left behind, Obito was engulfed in turmoil. The arrival of this individual had disrupted all his plans. Though the tailed beasts were now drawn to him, he felt an overwhelming dread. What machinations did this one who knew his secrets have in store? At that moment, the shell of the 10 tails was summoned, and the sealing of the chakra commenced. Nagato, under Ezio's control, exhibited no hesitation or doubt. With the tailed beast chakra now in his possession, Nagato's suppressed consciousness had significantly diminished his resistance, at least for now. He could envision his long-sought dream nearing fruition. Previously, to counter Ezio, Obito and Kuro had devised numerous strategies. The 6 paths tools from the Hidden Cloud Village had already been pilfered, awaiting the opportune moment to ambush Ezio. Yet now, those plans were rendered futile. However, their contact with Orochimaru could prove advantageous at this juncture. "Ah, it is the star," Orochimaru remarked, his tongue flicking out in a serpentine manner as he beheld Ezio and Kuro's sudden appearance. He had completed his resurrection and had acquired a brand new vessel. Upon encountering Ezio once more, he appeared somewhat dazed. This fellow had ruthlessly decimated the Dragon Cave, and had it not been for the feasibility of certain plans brought forth by Ju, he would have contemplated retreating entirely, avoiding any confrontation. It had been a considerable time since he last saw Orochimaru. Would he care to indulge in some snake soup? Prepared by the sage of white snakes, no less. "You truly are a man of unexpected depth. Speak. What brings you here this time?" This was no mere jest. The cold humor left Orochimaru momentarily paralyzed, as he pondered how best to extricate himself from this situation. "I intend to reincarnate a group of individuals. Their samples are already in my possession. Yet the sheer number to process is overwhelming, and time is not on my side. Upon reflection, the only one capable of assisting me is you." "For the sake of Konoha?" Orochimaru suddenly interjected. "No, for the peace of the shinobi world. These departed souls require the chance to shine once more. And it is also to fulfill a promise." A multitude of sample vials were placed upon a nearby table by Ezio, as he gestured toward Kuroju. "Summon White Ju, for they serve as the finest vessels for reincarnation, do they not? Furthermore, bring forth the sample of Uchiha Madara. I am aware you possess it." In the land of fire, Konoha, at the Valley of the End, Sasuke, having received a message from his master, hastened toward the valley. The fatigue from his battles on the moon dissipating after a day's rest, he found himself pondering what surprises awaited him here. Upon his arrival at the Valley of the End, he was met by a figure he would never forget, Uchiha Itachi. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes turned crimson, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, and without any prolonged greetings, the colossal purple Susanoo surged forth. The power of the dragon vein within him was fully unleashed. Now capable of mastering this formidable chakra, Sasuke entered his most potent dragon vein chakra mode. This chakra, rivaling even the Nine Tails, possessed no self-awareness. As long as Sasuke's control over his chakra remained robust, he could entirely harness its might without needing to establish mutual recognition with the tailed beast within him. As the Jinchuriki did, "Let me witness your current prowess." At that moment, 2 kaleidoscopes of differing patterns spun together. One half comprised of his red chakra, and the other half of Shirsue's green chakra. The resulting Susanoo bore an unusual appearance, yet it did not detract from its overwhelming power akin to that of Sasuke himself. The crimson Tatsuka blade and the verdant spiral shuriken were drawn by Uchiha Itachi. And at that moment, Sasuke unleashed a strike as swift as lightning. Kaminari no Ken, SHG no Tachi. The blade of the Tatsuka met the dual swords shimmering with lightning, yet before Uchiha Itachi could retaliate, an illusion suddenly descended upon him. With the activation of the Dragon Vein Chakra mode, Sasuke's newfound spatio-temporal attributes allowed him to manifest an illusory doppelganger. Each of his attacks would be replicated, executed by his past self, mirroring his every strike. With a backward somersault, the purple giant unfurled its wings mid-air, gazing coldly at Uchiha Itachi below. Kaminari no Ken. Senk no Yari. The lightning-fast raikage surged forth without any forewarning, a bolt erupting from his chest as he hurled his twin blades, which spiraled through the air like a rapid spinning wheel. The ten-fist sword was cast aside, as the shield forged from the Yata mirror interposed itself between raikage and the whirling blades. The twin swords ricocheted off the shield's surface, striking precisely at either side of Uchiha Itachi's body. A multitude of intricate seals unfurled the moment the blades touched the ground, while Sasuke, soaring in the heavens, raised his hands aloft. Lightning clouds summoned the eightfold thunder. The sky, now slightly overcast, crackled with serpentine bolts of lightning, the ascending chakra serving as the harbinger of thunder, brewing a divine wrath capable of annihilating any entity that dared challenge the celestial authority. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Buddha's divine punishment formation, the lightning, resonating from above and below, instantaneously converged, manifesting into 8 colossal serpents that, under the aegis of the divine punishment formation, struck true upon the ensnared individual within the array. The moment of divine retribution had arrived. The Yata mirror, capable of nullifying attacks through attribute transformation, was forcibly shattered, as the 8-headed serpent constricted around the various limbs of Susanoo. Subsequently, the lightning erupted, ravaging a radius of several hundred meters. Commanding Susanoo, Sasuke descended slowly from the sky. "Do you still wish to resist?" In a sudden flourish, Sasuke swung his blade, sending the Yata mirror, akin to a shuriken, hurtling away. With his chakra, ocular prowess, and Sharingan far surpassing that of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke foresaw the inevitable downfall of his adversary. In that moment, he felt immense gratitude for his teacher's guidance. Having traversed a path fraught with blood and fire, he attained the power he had long sought, even exceeding his previous aspirations. He sensed his formidable strength, while Uchiha Itachi, devoid of any remaining resistance, confirmed this reality. Barely managing to sustain the skeletal structure of Susanoo, Itachi labored to breathe, the excessive chakra expenditure rendering him incapable of maintaining the technique. A flicker of solace passed through his eyes before he dispelled Susanoo. Do not regard me with that loathsome gaze. Sasuke emerged from the forehead of Susanoo, gently lowered to the ground. You believe your actions were just? The discord between village and clan remains unresolved, so you chose to obliterate your entire kin to preserve the village's stability? A smirk of disdain curled at Sasuke's lips. Without the Uchiha, Konoha persists as Konoha. Without Konoha, what remains of the Uchiha? Sasuke locked eyes with Itachi, asserting that if they could no longer remain in the village, then they simply would not. If they wished to leave, who could possibly restrain them? The eyes of the stopwater were not in your possession, were they? Sasuke spoke through gritted teeth. You are, like that man, utterly beyond redemption. It is clear that simply employing the power of the Kodoame Tsukumi could alleviate the discord between village and clan. At worst, they could lead separate lives. Must they remain in Konoha? You possess such formidable power, yet choose to serve the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo as their hound. You believed I would think that your actions were intended to save me? The conflict between the Uchiha and the village had become irreparable. The Uchiha were destined for annihilation. And yet you, with your own hands, could spare me? Initially, everyone could have survived, but it was you, this madman, who wielded the slaughtering blade and extinguished all their lives, severing any hope for the Uchiha. My greatest regret in life is having a brother like you. The Uchiha are ashamed of you. I have no desire for your eyes. Your blood repulses me. A kunai was thrown with the speed of lightning, blinding Itachi Uchiha's eyes. After these words were spoken by Sasuke, a string within Itachi's heart snapped. He repeatedly questioned himself. Could they have left Konoha together? After Tenzin took control of the Hokage, could the conflict between the clan and the village have been mitigated? Perhaps upon learning that Shirsue's eyes had been taken by Danzo, he should have realized the depths of that man's treachery. But it was all too late. In his heart, believing that all he did was for the village and for Sasuke, Itachi now wavered. His past actions were entirely negated. As he gazed into Sasuke's eyes filled with loathing and hatred, the last breath sustaining his body escaped him. The third Hokage, whom you revered, is in truth the greatest parasite of Konoha. The wealth of the Senju clan, the assets of the Uchiha, the resources of the village, all were consumed by him as if they were mere blood bags. After this war, Lady Tsunade will reveal everything, and his likeness will be torn from the Hokage rock. He betrayed the original intent of the first Hokage in founding the village. He is Konoha's greatest traitor, having distorted the true will of fire. In your lifetime, you have contributed nothing of value beyond these foolish acts. This final, heart-wrenching stab penetrated deeply, and in Itachi's remaining eye, Sasuke perceived the ashen despair. It seems the end has come. Suddenly, the figure of Ezio appeared, and upon seeing him, Sasuke respectfully addressed him, Master, it is time to depart. With a mere gesture, Itachi Uchiha was seized by Ezio, Shirsue's Manjikyu was extracted, and flames of destruction ignited upon Itachi, consuming him in an instant, reducing him to nothingness. The eternal Manjikyu is soon to be completed, and the decisive battle approaches. I previously promised you, should you achieve a score worthy of my recognition in the final trial, I shall grant you a beautiful world. Give it your all, Sasuke. The stage is nearly set. Sasuke, somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. Chapter 154, The Rebirth of the Outer Path. With the fall of the Land of Water, the ninja world is no longer as it once was. The Wagakure and Kumogakure, traditionally sworn enemies, now consider temporarily setting aside their grievances to confront Konoha. However, their Daimy's insistence on peace talks leads to a breakdown between the two parties, resulting in chaos. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, and the Reikage, watched in frustration. At such a critical moment, they were still embroiled in conflict. If this continues, Konoha might truly unify the ninja world. The disunity between military and political powers has starkly revealed the flaws in the current structure of the ninja world. The discord among the daimyos has constrained both the Cloud and Rock villages, leading to incessant delays in the progress of their war alliance. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The awakening of the Rinnegan was completed within a week, and for the subsequent weeks, Hinata has been acclimatizing herself to the formidable power bestowed by these eyes. The explosive intensity of the Rinnegan's chakra mode rendered Naruto incapable of making a dent without resorting to Sage mode or the Ninetales chakra mode. The Rinnegan's truth-seeking balls epitomize absolute defense, with only Kakashi's Kamui barely able to breach it. Even Sasuke, despite possessing abilities from the heavenly gods, must rely on cunning to outmaneuver Hinata. This overwhelming strength has significantly bolstered the confidence of Konoha's ninja, aside from Naruto and Jiraiya, who have activated Sage mode. Any other ninja struck by a chakra ball would find their chakra completely drained. The sole drawback of this technique lies in its insufficient speed, allowing taijutsu users akin to Guy to evade it with relative ease. However, this intelligence remains unbeknownst to the Cloud and Rock villages. Upon their first encounter, a swift strike would prove decisive. The alliance between the Cloud and Rock villages has finally been established. After prolonged disputes, the daimyos of the two nations reluctantly reached a consensus. Yet, just as they were secretly and swiftly gathering an army of 40,000 ninjas, Konoha's arrival caught them entirely off guard. Konoha has sent only 2,000? Upon discovering Konoha's proximity to their assembly point, Inoki dispatched sensory ninjas to gather intelligence. The report that reached his hands instilled a deep furrow in his brow. Something is amiss. Even if Konoha intends to deploy the Nine Tails, once ensnared by the sealing unit, escape becomes impossible. What do you think, Reikage? Inoki lifted his gaze to the imposing figure of the fourth Reikage. While the possibility of Konoha coming for negotiations cannot be discounted, I am inclined to believe that the 2,000 elite sent by Konoha aim to disrupt our troop consolidation and delay our larger forces. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade excel in large-scale military operations, and with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki involved, the situation could become exceedingly complicated. This war will not commence with small-scale probing as before. We must prepare for a decisive battle. Should Konoha unleash the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, we shall handle it accordingly. The Reikage remains astute in recognizing the gravity of the situation. The best way to counter a Jinchuriki is to deploy one of our own. Although the Nine Tails chakra is indeed more potent, the Reikage has unwavering confidence in his own perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Sometimes, raw chakra strength does not guarantee victory. The alliance of the Cloud and Rock villages swiftly mobilized, amassing an overwhelming force of over 10,000 ninjas, creating a formidable sight as they gathered. In stark contrast, Konoha's 2,000-strong vanguard appeared as a solitary boat upon a vast sea, seemingly destined to be shattered by an impending wave. These are Konoha's elite ninjas. It can be said that all of Konoha's jonin have converged here, yet their purpose is not to engage in battle, but to serve as spectators. Witnessing the Rinnegan's inaugural public display in the ninja world, to one's astonishment, Hinata has now emerged as the strongest among the three of us. He chuckled softly. At this moment, Naruto felt a sense of relaxation, which allowed Hinata, who had been somewhat tense, to exhale gently in relief. Tsunade approached Hinata, and contrary to the fears and concerns that might have gripped others, she did not feel intimidated by this child who wielded power surpassing her own. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, her role as Hokage was not one pursued for authority or strength, nor was it for the sake of her clan. The Senju clan had long since integrated into Konohagakure, which was the true home she vowed to protect. The division among the five nations, stemming from the chaos of the Warring States period, was the root of the ongoing turmoil. The practice of distributing tailed beasts to maintain balance among the villages was fundamentally flawed. Tsunade gently draped her arm around Hinata's shoulders, urging her to embrace her potential. Go forth, Hinata. The peaceful future we all desire is on the horizon. I shall strive with all my might, Lady Tsunade, Hinata replied, biting her lip and nodding. Having seen the battlefield and tasted blood, she was acutely aware that nothing in this world came without a price. Under the tutelage of Ezio, Hinata understood that to gain something, one must be prepared to give in return. This impending war was the sacrifice she had to confront after acquiring the Rebirth Eye. With resolve, Hinata stepped forward, turning to face the crowd behind her, including her father and a multitude of familiar and unfamiliar faces watching her intently. At that moment, a luminescent green chakra enveloped her form, and the Rebirth Eye opened instantaneously, its azure depths seemingly reflecting the world itself. As she ascended gracefully into the sky, the power that governed this realm began to ripple outward. Hinata soared unimpeded toward the allied forces of the Cloud and Rock villages, a distance of 1,000 meters. Her speed, neither concealed nor particularly swift. That Tsuchikage, Inoki, suspended midair using the light and heavy rock technique, had not even begun to utter a word before Hinata gestured toward him. Before he could unleash his proud Kekkei Genkai, dust release, the battle had concluded. Stripped of chakra, the Rebirth I's truth-seeking orb suspended him in the air. The sight of the Tsuchikage being instantaneously defeated sent shockwaves through the ranks of the ninja coalition below, causing the morale of the rock village to plummet dramatically. Had their strongest combatant, the third Tsuchikage, fallen so easily? Many were bewildered as to how such a defeat had unfolded. As Hinata gradually descended, the crowd began to stir restlessly. Just as she was about to touch down, two streaks of light surged from the flanks of the crowd, the Cloud villages A and Killer B launching a surprise assault without warning. Lightning release, Thunder Plow Heat Blade. With A in the lightning release chakra mode and Killer B harnessing the chakra of the Eight Tails, their figures crossed in an instant, moving in opposite directions. The evenly matched and potent Thunder Plow Heat Blade had the capacity to decapitate their unsuspecting opponent with brutal precision. Perhaps the rough demeanor of these two brutes startled Hinata for a fleeting moment. instinctively raising her hand and gently pressing forward. The two figures were propelled backward as if struck by a malfunctioning brake, akin to a heavily laden truck hurtling down a steep incline. The impact of their collision shattered the formation of the Hidden Clouds ninja, resulting in a death toll exceeding 100. Amidst the bodies forming a barricade, the immensely pained Raikage AI and Killer Bee struggled to rise from the blood-soaked ground. What manner of monster is this? Just as AI's question escaped his lips, two green orbs materialized in Hinata's palm. Realizing the imminent danger, Killer Bee prepared to fully transform into his tailed beast form. But the chakra surged within him was instantaneously expelled upon contact with the orbs. Even the formidable lightning release armor, hailed as the strongest shield in the ninja world, proved utterly ineffective against this assault. However, unlike Noki, AI's well-honed physique still afforded him the strength to resist at this moment. A reincarnation eyes-seeking orb morphed into ropes, binding him securely. In a span of less than 15 seconds, Hinata achieved her objective with ease, observing the effortless capture of a general amid a sea of adversaries. Not only were the allied forces of the Hidden Cloud and Rock taken aback, but the onlookers from Konoha were equally astonished. They had anticipated a grand and tumultuous battle. Yet the affair concluded with an almost childlike simplicity. Tsunade fell into silence, contemplating the myriad of emotions swirling within her as she gazed at the three individuals Hinata had tossed a few steps away. Was it perhaps too simple? After considerable reflection, Tsunade hesitantly spoke. Engaging in combat between powers of the Sage level and those of the Kage level, such a mismatch should have been fraught with excitement, should it not? At that moment, the unexpected arrival of Ezio on the battlefield prompted him to speak. You have erred once more, Hinata. The thump on her forehead from Ezio left Hinata cradling her head. The original strategy was not meant to unfold in this manner. I merely intended. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Only the fallen of the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Rock are the true ninjas beneficial to Konoha. This is the purpose of the reincarnation eye. Suddenly, Egio's golden eyes flared open, the appearance of a second pair of reincarnation eyes no longer evoking fear. The Konoha ninja, nearly paralyzed by fright, felt goosebumps crawling across their skin. It was then that Tsunade understood why Ezio would bestow such a tremendous opportunity upon Hinata rather than seize it for himself. Raising his right hand, the reincarnation eyes-seeking orb spun at his wrist. The swirling green chakra summoned a tempest. In an instant, a colossal horizontal tornado took shape, reducing the three discarded figures to mere fragments, while the allied forces 1,000 meters away were swiftly transformed into a mass of flesh amidst the storm. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Blast. This efficient slaughter sent chills down the spines of the onlooking Konoha ninjas, who for the first time beheld Egio's cold visage, igniting a primal urge to flee. To associate with such a being, even if he too was a ninja of Konoha, was a profoundly unsettling prospect. The actions that resemble the crushing of a multitude of ants have indeed become inhumane. I shall overlook the warm-up before the examination. Yet if you cannot present me with a satisfactory answer sheet during the formal assessment, I assure you, my ire will be considerable. How should you approach battle? In a gentle, yet serious tone, Ezio addressed the three before him. Never underestimate any adversary. Do not be lax in any confrontation, regardless of who stands against you. Once they are deemed an enemy, there can be no mercy. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a mere rabbit. The dead are the most formidable foes. Thus, I implore you to remember this maxim. But why, teacher? Naruto inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Isn't it over now? No. There are still some guests yet to arrive. No sooner had he spoken than, with the distortion of space, members of Akatsuki materialized before them, accompanied by Orochimaru. This is the chakra of the Eight Tails. With a flick of his fingers, a highly compressed chakra sphere launched forth, landing before Nagato. Summoning technique, outer path, Geto Mazo. An ugly giant statue was summoned by Nagato, its once crippled legs now restored to health through the healing powers of the Rinnegan's Yang release chakra. At this moment, Nagato was in excellent condition, his form far from the frail figure it once was. Beside him, Kagaya trembled with excitement at this sight. Once the final chakra from the Eight Tails was consumed by the Geto Mazo, it would only take a moment before the 10 Tails was fully awakened, heralding the end of the shinobi world. He was so captivated by the scene that he failed to notice the devastation wrought by the Silver Wheel rebirth. I am delighted to gather you all here. Egio's elongated tone resonated. We all desire a peaceful shinobi world. Yet, pure peace often feels incomplete. I believe many present carry some sense of regret, be it the loss of loved ones or the departure of cherished friends. These shortcomings compose the tapestry of our lives. However, no one relishes suffering. Therefore, I offer you an opportunity. Ezio extended his arms, ready to embrace the forthcoming wondrous world. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. He clapped his palms together, and in the next moment, countless clouds of smoke erupted, revealing a multitude of coffins that filled a vast expanse before him. As the lids of the coffins opened, hundreds of familiar yet unfamiliar faces emerged. Gasps of astonishment and fear echoed among the onlookers. "This is the gift I have prepared for you. Did you not desire a world filled with Rin?" Ezio suddenly turned to Obito, who was staring vacantly at a girl no older than 12 or 13. Ezio nodded to Nagato, and in an instant, an immense surge of chakra erupted from Nagato. Infused with the Inyang-released chakra bestowed by Ezio. Suddenly, a colossal figure clad in white appeared, casting a green light upon the puppets resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. As flesh transformed and souls reunited with their bodies, the visible decay of Nagato was palpable, yet with his withering, the loathsome puppet ahead was bestowed with a newfound vitality. "You shall have 15 minutes for reunion. After that, the final examination shall commence." Chapter 155, Countdown to the Collapse of the World, Part 1. Just as Uchiha Obito removed his mask and charged forward like a rabid dog towards the bewildered Rin, a figure, swift as lightning, descended before him. "Long time no see." Obito, stated Minato Namikaze, positioning himself before Obito. Rin was situated close to him and Kushina, and Minato harbored complex feelings towards this disciple. Deep within, he entertained a peculiar thought that had he recognized Obito earlier, perhaps he could have saved him. It can only be said that every individual in the ninja world, one and all, seemed to possess some form of mental instability. Obito swallowed hard, but ultimately managed to utter, "Teacher, now, might you explain to me why you sought to control the Nine Tails?" Before Minato's words could fully resonate, a boy, shorter yet possessing the same golden hair, dashed past him. With a powerful punch that landed empty, Naruto, in his Kamui intangibility, passed straight through Obito's form. Space-time ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Yet a somewhat feral expression soon graced his features. "Hinata, extract him." Hinata raised her palm and, powered by the chakra of her Tensigen, unleashed the 8 trigrams empty palm, striking into the void before her. At that moment, blood trickled from Obito's mouth, and a deep palm imprint marred his chest, shattering the black cloak adorned with red clouds he wore. How is this possible? He gazed at his son with a mix of emotions. While he could not deem Naruto's actions wrong, it felt excessively efficient. "It must be this eye, right, Kurama?" Naruto spoke softly, addressing the Nine Tails within. "This is his chakra. I cannot be mistaken. Well then, I do not wish to kill the wrong person." The Sharingan in Naruto's hand was crushed, and the Rasengan obliterated the filth within his palm. Just moments ago, the teacher had said he desired a world with Rin. Now I tell you, you must bid farewell to this world. These words shattered Uchiha Obito's heart. Blinded and maddened, he howled for Rin's name, but a hand gripped his throat as Naruto's eyes glimmered with a cold, lethal intent. Just as the Rasengan was about to claim Obito's life, Minato seized Naruto's wrist. "Shouldn't he die, Dad?" Naruto calmly turned his head. "Since he is the one who manipulated the Nine Tails, causing the death of you and Mom, shouldn't he perish? He deserves to die, but before that, I wish to understand why he did what he did." Minato gazed at Naruto, then released his grip. "Then you may ask, Hinata. I apologize for the trouble." As Naruto's Rasengan dissipated, a mental sphere from the Rinnegan penetrated Obito's body, abruptly halting his frenzied movements. His will was subjugated by the Rinnegan. Although the mental control of the Rinnegan was not overwhelmingly strong and could be resisted, the sheer force exerted made such rebellion require time. Much like Nagato, who had become a mere puppet, Ezio had to periodically provide Obito with another sphere to prevent his escape from control. After discarding Obito, Naruto meticulously wiped his hands clean and then approached Hinata, taking her hand and leading her to a smiling red-haired woman. Scenes of similar reunions unfolded everywhere. The grand gift bestowed by Ezio was undeniably bounteous. The past regrets were now fulfilled, as Tsunade, reduced to tears, clutched both SH-10 and Kato, who was nearly drowned in her embrace. SH-10 struggled to breathe, now utterly convinced that this was indeed his elder sister. The only one left in bewilderment was Uchiha Madara, whose eyes brimmed with disbelief as he observed the surreal events around him. This heartwarming reunion evoked an inexplicable sensation within him, prompting him to shake off the incessant chatter of Hashirama and seek out Kaguya. How had the situation transformed so drastically? Ultimately, they had succeeded, had they not? Kaguya, somewhat exhilarated, declared, "The 10 Tails is on the verge of resurrection. The chakra of the 8 Tails is already in position, merely awaiting the final moments of absorption. Our objective is nearing fruition, is it not? Once you absorb the 10 Tails, no matter how many are resurrected, they will stand no chance against you." That may not necessarily be the case. Madara's gaze drifted sideways to fixate on Hinata for a moment. That girl, along with the man from earlier, were unlike anyone else present. True peace could only be achieved through this singular path, could it not? Kaguya whispered into Madara's ear, simultaneously preparing to exert control over him. Upon hearing this, Madara remained silent, yet he internally conceded to this notion. Proud as he was, he certainly believed that his power was unrivaled in the ninja world. A fervent cheer captured attention as Mike Guy, ablaze with youthful vigor, grasped the hand of a man who appeared to be of similar age. They shared identical attire, hairstyles, and brows. Upon seeing his father before him, Mike Guy could hardly contain his excitement. AKA, you've grown up. You even have a child. Naturally, Lee, who had already mastered the sixth gate, was present as well. And the resemblance he bore to Guy prompted AKA to mistake him for his grandson. This is Rock Lee, my disciple. AKA's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly replied. I'm not married yet. Lee is not my child. But I have no other siblings. Oh, AKA and Lee immediately chimed in, as the three, sporting their watermelon-like brows, engaged in an amusing display of youthful exuberance. However, this lively reunion was soon interrupted. Orochimaru stepped into the center of the crowd, the smoke and sounds of his summoning technique drawing everyone's gaze toward him. There are certain matters I must convey to you all. We may soon face a formidable crisis. The individual you have resurrected is a fabrication. He is neither a ninja of Konoha nor a member of the Root. The deaths of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were orchestrated by his own hand, all in pursuit of seizing or eliminating a singular person. Two familiar faces emerged from the coffin of the Edo Tensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Through Edo Tensei, I have acquired invaluable intelligence from them. You should never have allowed these two old hounds to stand before me. Orochimaru. In a fit of rage, Tsunade unleashed a devastating blow, shattering the Edo Tensei form of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, the ashes rapidly coalesced, and in mere moments, his body was restored once more. Did you not hear his parting words? A 15-minute reunion, followed by the ultimate trial. Orochimaru's lips curled into an ominous smile. You ought to be aware, Tsunade, that this individual is a madman, an exceedingly powerful one at that. Based on the clues I have gathered, I can conclude that he has relentlessly pursued greater strength, continuously challenging those he deems worthy adversaries. The Sage of White Snakes perished by his hand. He decimated the Richi Cave, all to cultivate the most formidable beings worthy of his prowess. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata, their progress has been nothing short of astonishing, has it not? Under his guidance, these fledgling children have grasped the pinnacle of power within the ninja world. The tailed beasts, too, were amassed through his efforts. You may not fully comprehend the Akatsuki's intent in gathering the tailed beasts, but allow me to enlighten you. This organization seeks to control the tailed beasts to instill fear throughout the ninja realm, employing absolute military might to subjugate the world in the name of peace. Now that the tailed beasts are gathered, a weapon capable of intimidating the entire ninja world is on the verge of completion. What do you suppose will unfold next? Should this dream be shattered by him, ha 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 ha. Orochimaru suddenly burst into laughter, for he would then relish the battle he so desires. Fate has a way of marking its gifts with a price, a notion he previously imparted to me, which I now understand. If you wish to safeguard the beauty you currently possess, then offer him a feast that will satisfy his desires. Look, Orochimaru's gaze shifted toward a certain direction. He has arrived. The Outer Path's golem has completed its absorption of the Eight Tails chakra, and as the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts amalgamates, the 10 tails, once divided by the Sage of Six Paths, is reborn. Its terrifying chakra emanates freely. Now is the moment, Madara. Kurizetsu urged eagerly, and Uchiha Madara leaped atop the 10 tails. The colossal form of the 10 tails continued to grow and regenerate. As the cracked earth opened countless wounds, its grandeur towered above the mountains. And those who had previously reveled in joyful reunions now found their nerves taut with tension. Yet before the infamous Uchiha Madara could unleash his signature Uchiha laughter, a colossal foot abruptly sent him tumbling from the pinnacle of the 10 tails. The moment for reunion had arrived. Thus, the examination commenced. A severed hand was grasped by Ezio and subsequently cast into the gaping maw of the 10 tails. Following this, the remaining remnants of Otsutsuki Ishiki's form were also offered. With his right hand, Ezio deftly severed his own left arm and legs, utilizing them as sustenance, while the power of Yang release enabled his body to regenerate swiftly. The arcane energies, foreign to this realm, were similarly consumed by the 10 tails, which possessed the ability to amalgamate and refine all it devoured, ultimately yielding a chakra fruit that embodied a synthesis of all powers. Could this not also impart a novel flavor to his creation? A humble experiment. Should it fail, it would matter not, but if it succeeded, it would undoubtedly be intriguing. By augmenting the natural energy of the shinobi world with the essence of magic, might this chakra fruit bring forth unexpected delights? Magic and chakra, along with natural energy, were inherently incompatible. Thus, could the 10 tails be the vessel through which these three forces unite? Ezio eagerly anticipated the results of this experiment. Having consumed a sufficient quantity of Otsutsuki, the 10 tails awakened fully, yearning to devour the world and refine a chakra fruit, which necessitated the offering of Otsutsuki's body to absorb their chakra. This was the key to the 10 tails. Previously, Kagaya Otsutsuki had served as the sacrificial key. Yet it was her betrayal of Ishiki that allowed her to partake in the fruits of chakra. Transformed into the god tree, the Ten Tails ascended, its vast roots penetrating the entirety of the planet. Under this irresistible power, both ninja and civilians alike were ensnared by the roots, subsequently becoming cocoons suspended from the tree. Their chakra siphoned away, even their very genes plundered. Once all was absorbed and transformed by the Ten Tails, the chakra fruit would inevitably coalesce and be born. Teacher, what on earth are you doing? In a desperate bid to prevent their parents from being ensnared by the roots of the god tree, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata united. Their multitude safeguarded by the Susanoo infused with the chakra of the rebirth eye. To bring peace to the shinobi world, Ezio murmured, his voice crystal clear to every ear. The gravest impediment to peace in the shinobi realm was none other than chakra. This force, accessible to all, was an inherently unstable core element. The Sage of Six Paths' decision to distribute chakra throughout the ninja world was a monumental error. Without chakra, the intensity of warfare could at least be controlled. Yet in a world where personal might reigns, the emergence of an ambitious wielder of such power guarantees an unending cycle of conflict. As long as this power exists, true peace shall remain elusive. In light of this, eradicating all humanity would usher in genuine tranquility. Shall we engage in a game? A game where you either eliminate me or witness the world's obliteration. What do you say? The crowd below seemed to hear a mournful cry, a lamentation from this wounded planet. Its natural energy was violently extracted, unlike the previous encounter with Kaguya Otsutsuki, where only half of her physical form was sacrificed during the initial absorption of chakra fruit. And the Ten-Tail seal remained unbroken. Today, however, the entirety of Otsutsuki's essence was cast into the fray, alongside a portion of Igio's being. The Ten Tails, liberated to its fullest potential, now ravaged the world with an insatiable hunger. The sacred lands of Mayaboko Mountain and the Wetbone Forest were plunged into a state of devastation. Tsunade and Jiraiya both sensed the disturbance. Yet before they could conceive a resolution, they felt the collapse of their summoning contract. Mayaboko Mountain and the Wetbone Forest were cut off, as the two sages and the high concentration of natural energy within the sanctuaries were directly siphoned away by the roots of the Ten Tails. Before such a planetary weapon, those who had not ascended to the Sage of Six Paths level had no means of resistance. Only the area shielded by Hinata's reincarnation chakra afforded the weak a semblance of refuge. The ninja world, astonishingly affluent, withstood this violent extraction. The first chakra fruit coalesced from the flower bud atop the Ten Tails, and with the remaining strength of the ninja realm. This world could endure one more cycle of extraction. Although the second round would necessitate meticulous foraging, the readily accessible energy had already been depleted in the first round. Are you not yet emerging, Sage of Six Paths? This is your final opportunity. As this chakra fruit, radiating energy like a luminescent gem, was consumed by Igio, the power from the god tree merged into his being. It shone with a brilliance akin to gold, yet diffused a soft, jade-like glow. Have you been waiting long? Black Zetsu. Igio raised his right hand, forcibly extracting a dark shadow from the earth, capturing Black Zetsu within his palm. The entity writhed in a futile attempt to escape. But it was all in vain. Fear not, I shall present you to your mother shortly. Creating an artificial moon with a diameter exceeding 3,000 kilometers is not within the capabilities of beings such as the Sage of Six Paths. As day turned to night, and the full moon hung high, Igio's gaze fell upon it, suddenly staining its surface with a crimson hue. The infinite Tsukuyami was activated, and the key to unlocking Kaguya Otsutsuki's seal began to turn. An overwhelming chakra surged from the moon into Black Zetsu, originally a resurrection anchor left by Kaguya Otsutsuki. Upon the seal's unbinding, the chakra naturally converged upon Black Zetsu. In the moment of his mother's presence, Black Zetsu displayed a rapturous expression, only to be immediately seized by Igio, who then thrust the freshly unsealed Kaguya Otsutsuki directly into the maw of the Ten Tails. You were always meant to be the sacrifice, were you not? The countdown has already begun. Igio's gaze traversed several kilometers, landing upon the Susanoo cloaked in reincarnation chakra. Within this small sanctum, the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths materialized. Chapter 156, Countdown to the World's Collapse, Part 2. Sage of Six Paths. When this legendary figure truly appeared before the people, they were left utterly astonished. Where did you see this? After hearing Uchiha Madara's words, the Sage of Six Paths spoke with a hint of confusion. The stone tablet I left behind merely records the history of the ninja world. I sought to avoid witnessing the conflict between Ashura and Indra once more, leaving this as a warning for future generations. The Uchiha clan is the bloodline of my eldest son, Indra. He possesses immense talent, yet his impulsive nature makes him susceptible to provocation. I entrusted you with the stone tablet to prevent you from repeating past mistakes. You left nothing regarding the infinite Tsukuyami? Uchiha Madara glared furiously, his anger bubbling over at the feeling of betrayal. No, All of his scheming and calculations culminated in nothing more than a ruse, a profound blow to his spirit. But your most pressing concern now is to defeat him. The Sage of Six Paths raised his gaze skyward, observing the 10 tails devouring the world. Our time is running short. The 10 tails is a being capable of consuming entire planets, feasting on natural energy, thereby draining the very life force of this world. Should it succeed, we would be left with a barren wasteland, uninhabitable by any form of life. This is far more terrifying than the actions of my mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the goddess of the moon? Indeed, the very woman who was just offered to the 10 tails as sustenance, aiming to unleash the tree's world-consuming power. It seems a sacrifice of the Otsutsuki clan's bodies and chakra is required. Iju had already done this twice, and the Sage of Six Paths naturally discerned the pattern. I bestow upon you the power of Yin and Yang. Only by utterly defeating him can we save this world. Are you unable to intervene, Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Madara scrutinized the horned elder before him with a tinge of skepticism. I have already perished. Only my spirit and chakra remain in this pure land. The Sage of Six Paths gazed deeply at Uchiha Madara. You, along with Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, are all reincarnations of Indra and Ashura as chakra. You possess a greater capacity to endure my chakra than anyone else in the ninja world. This is Yin-Yang release, the power of all creation. The symbols of the sun and moon manifested in his hand, and 4 streams of chakra flowed into the bodies of the 4 individuals before him. Remember, only by uniting your strengths can you truly harness the full power of all creation. The Senju and Uchiha are, after all, blood brothers. But I am not a Senju, Naruto interjected, pointing at himself with a somewhat foolish expression. The Uzumaki clan once stood as blood brothers to the Senju, yet they bore a different responsibility. The Sage of Six Paths calmly explained to Naruto, moreover, your father carries the blood of the Senju clan within him. My father? The orphan Minato, raised by Konoha, furrowed his brow slightly. The Senju clan integrated into Konoha through my grandfather, relinquishing their surname to merge with the village, ensuring Konoha's enduring legacy. Tsunade elucidated to Minato, and the eyes of the people shifted towards Senju Hashirama. It was my doing. Senju Hashirama nodded, a hint of pride gracing his countenance. You fool. Uchiha Madara retorted without hesitation. At least the Senju would perpetually thrive within Konoha. But what of the Uchiha? The Uchiha had wrought their own demise. Hashirama scoffed, unflinchingly exposing Madara's vulnerabilities. Upon hearing those words, Madara's anger flared. He had never anticipated that Obito Uchiha would conspire with Itachi Uchiha to annihilate their clan. Such an atrocity was beyond his own capacity for cruelty. You have chosen such a splendid Hokage, Tobirama. The glance from Uchiha Madara bore into Senju Tobirama, whose lips twitched. Upon learning from Tsunade of the misdeeds committed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, Tobirama felt a fervent desire to eliminate those two. The fate of the Uchiha was of little concern to him, but the actions of those two against Konoha were utterly intolerable, fundamentally undermining the village's founding purpose. Now was not the time for quarrels. Should the second chakra fruit come to fruition, this world would truly be devoid of hope. It seems we can once again stand shoulder to shoulder, Madara. A rare smile of joy illuminated Hashirama's face, for he had never perceived Madara as a foe. As long as the two of them united their efforts, no adversary could withstand them, just as it had been in the past, and remains true in the present. Madara regarded Hashirama, pausing for a moment before nodding slightly. Let us resolve this matter, if only to spare the children. He cast a glance at Naruto and Sasuke. Along with that remarkably formidable girl, it was time to fulfill their original promise. He extended his fist, gently tapping it against Hashirama's, and in that fleeting moment, they comprehended each other's intentions. Dark patterns instantly emerged on Hashirama's face. There was no need for any refining process, as natural energy continuously flowed into his being, transforming into Senjutsu chakra. In sage mode, he surpassed even the so-called sages of the 3 holy lands, a testament to the innate abilities bestowed upon him as a sage. Senjutsu would release true Thousand's hands. A colossal wooden statue towering thousands of meters ascended from the earth, its immense form rivaling that of the Ten Tails transformed into the God Tree. With the power of Yin-Yang released now at his disposal, Hashirama stepped into a realm that could rival that of the Sage of Six Paths, Susanoo. Azure chakra surged, yet it did not morph into a colossal titan. Instead, it enveloped Hashirama's would release. The combined might of the two unleashed a force that even the Sage of Six Paths could not help but appreciate. Though his own sons were discordant, the descendants of these two were capable of producing a synergy that exceeded mere addition. This power was not inferior to that which he had wielded against his mother. Their objective was the God Tree, as the monumental figure obliterated all obstacles in its path, trampling even the roots of the God Tree, seemingly unstoppable in its advance. What has led you to such arrogance? Believing that your combined strength is sufficient to contend with me? A hint of a sigh accompanied the voice of Ezio. This is a battle that determines the very existence of your world. Why trivialize it so? 18 orbs of enlightenment revolved in the hands of Ezio, their silvery radiance converging in an instant. Silver will rebirth explosion. Combat. Such matters demand unwavering commitment from the outset. This serves as your first lesson. The towering wooden figure was forced back by the tempest of the silver wheel rebirth explosion, subsequently lifted with great force. Ezio's eyes shimmered with a golden glow, and as he raised his hands high, the moon in the sky appeared to swell in size. Celestial obstruction shaking the stars. Flames, almost capable of igniting the heavens, spread across the entirety of the sky above. The artificial moon was hastened in its descent, plummeting straight towards the earth beneath. The cataclysmic might of destruction loomed ominously. Before the colossal diameter of the 100-kilometer artificial moon, the mere thousands of meters high wooden Buddha seemed insignificant as dust. Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama experienced a suffocating sense of despair for the first time. In that fleeting moment as the moon fell, their minds momentarily blanked. Sage Art would release top transformation into Buddha. The now magnified wooden Quan Yin unleashed thousands of arms, transforming into countless fiercely growing roots that anchored into the earth. Thousands of colossal pillars, each several hundred meters thick, rose to support the moon's descent, though it remained uncertain whether they aimed to halt its fall or shatter it to fragments. Yet, the stifling pressure continued to pervade the atmosphere. The moon shattered. The hollow sphere, violently tugged toward the earth, crumbled when its fragile shell met the great wood. The meteor that completely obscured the firmament, though fragmented, retained its devastating momentum as it descended. This serves as your final warning. Earth Explosion Sky Star. At the center of the shattered moon, the core that once sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki emanated a powerful gravitational force, drawing the fragments of the moon together, along with the massive wood that supported its fall. Into the sky, a solid rock sphere, merely 10 kilometers in diameter, floated silently in the heavens, encasing within it the two most formidable men of the ninja world. There exists a disparity even among the six paths. What I truly anticipate is you. As the three little ones appeared before him, their faces grave. A glimmer of expectation flickered in Ezio's eyes. These three, whom he had nurtured and guided along their destined paths, were the grandest gift he had prepared for himself. Why must it be this way, teacher? Naruto spoke urgently, clearly recalling their previous discussions. I am not of this world. I am an intruder from another realm, here to plunder everything this world has to offer. I am an invader. Ezio interrupted Naruto's attempt at persuasion. Fully aware that his words could rival even the mightiest of weapons, he did not wish to be swayed by even the slightest chance of persuasion. He had meticulously planned everything and despised unexpected occurrences. The purpose of nurturing you was solely for harvesting. Compared to those feeble beings, it is you, possessing immense power, who are my true quarry. The stronger you become, the greater my joy, for your worth escalates correspondingly. If, due to my previous teachings, you find it difficult to confront me, allow me to impart one final lesson. Do not. The shrill cries erupted. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. A brilliant golden blade descended, and those previously shielded by Susanoo were instantly consumed by this golden strike. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata's eyes reddened. Their loved ones, whom they had just reunited with, along with familiar companions and elders from their village, were engulfed in the ashes of the strike. Can you now perceive me as the adversary you must vanquish? These chilling words reverberated in their ears, deafening. Kill me, or I shall send you to join them in eternal rest. The battleground unfolded, dousing their already ignited hearts with torrents of gasoline. With the Ninetales chakra and Sage chakra as flesh and bone, Susanoo as skin, and the Rinnegan chakra as membrane, the combined powers of the three manifested a colossal figure before Ezio. Is this all there is? Sixth gate of Shiha, harnessing the sun. July brings burning heat. September bestows garments. The Gen trigram signifies mountains at rest. Shiha harnesses the sun. The turbulent chakra of the 8 gates is now fully mastered. The battle duration is extended tenfold, with chakra flowing in harmony. The 6th gate of the 8 gates serves as a passage for prolonged combat. In this world, size does not equate to strength. As the words fell, a thunderous crash resounded. The titan formed from their combined might was driven into the earth by a single foot from the heavens, forcefully impaled into the ground. Enlargement signifies a lack of refined power, scattered rather than concentrated. The fusion of power is not merely a matter of amalgamation. The titan, just emerging from the depths, was struck squarely in the chest. Ezio, peering through a layer of chakra armor at the three within, delivered a punch that shattered their towering giant. I have stated that you must present me with a satisfactory answer. Ninetales, where is your heavy particle chakra mode? They have lost, and you shall not survive either. This is a fight for your lives now. You are a madman. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from Sasuke's eyes. After witnessing his parents resurrected, only to be killed again in an instant, the joy turned to profound sorrow. causing his ocular power to surge uncontrollably. You are correct. It appears that you, Sasuke, have proven to be my most exceptional student, surpassing both Naruto and Hinata. What surprises can you bring me? I, your teacher, have only just begun to warm up. Chapter 157. Countdown to the World's Collapse, Part 2. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Can you not continue to break through the battlefield? Or is this truly your limit? The bounty on the three did not increase again, and after a brief pause, Ezio's gaze lowered. If you present me with such responses, then this examination. The figure of Ezio suddenly appeared before the three, his voice cold and unyielding. Fail. The punch he unleashed generated a fierce thunder dragon from the ionized air, rivaling the divine retribution of natural lightning. Hinata opened her Tensigen to form a spherical defense, yet when the dragon's maw clamped down, it was riddled with countless fissures. Upon entering the realm of the six paths, only abilities of the same tier or senjutsu could inflict meaningful harm. With a single punch, the disparity was evident. As she glimpsed those icy, soulless eyes, even Naruto felt his spirit extinguished. This man before them was truly intent on their annihilation. Why must it be this way? A cry of anguish, confusion, and righteous indignation erupted as the chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped Naruto's being, a Tensigen orb transforming into the core of a Rasengan. Surging towards Ezio's second strike, the ions ignited in the air created flames exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius, akin to facing the sun itself. As the dark Rasengan confronted the fist that threatened to reduce them to ashes, in an instant, his hand was carbonized, reduced to powder. Just as Naruto felt the specter of death looming, a shockwave surged from below, shattering the fiery blow into a myriad of sparks. Was it Guy? With a swift motion, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata were struck back 1,000 meters, crashing into a collapsing mountainside. As the dust settled, the Sage of Six Paths was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a man who had solidified the air beneath his feet, ascending towards the heavens. Black patterns of natural energy adorned his visage, as the remaining natural energy of the world surged into his body. This figure, resonating with the very essence of the universe, was the true sage of this realm. The dark Tensigen floated behind him, then melded into a suit of obsidian armor. Now was the time to fiercely protect that which was most precious. A crimson aura surged forth, an unprecedented power descending upon the world. The Sage of Six Paths infused all his chakra into the sole survivor of the previous calamity. Even the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths could not withstand his chakra, powerful enough to endure through the ages. It was a certainty of death. Yet at this moment, death was no longer a daunting prospect. Open. The Eight Gates formation. Are you personally stepping into the fray, or have you merely conjured a puppet? A hint of arrogant amusement graced Ezio's face as he beheld the dragon head of blood energy rising from Guy, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Assassination contract. The Crimson Beast of Konoha, Might Guy, 8 Gates Formation, 6 Paths Jinchuriki. Task difficulty. Task summary. The Azure Beast of Konoha has vanished. Now, the Crimson Beast of Konoha appears. After the Sage of Six Paths completely bestowed his chakra upon him, he becomes the sole 6 Paths Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Task reward. 45975 secret silver coins. It matters not who it is. Let me witness the strongest power in this world. 7th Gate of Surprising Dragons. The moon departs, bringing forth torrential rains. The DUI hex, the marsh breaks, and gold sings, marking the end of the star. The evaporating blue sweat converges like a dragon. The 7th Gate's highly corrosive chakra, even with minimal contact, seeps into the body, corroding and destroying it from within. Even the shield of the path of seeking will, in an instant, become riddled with holes. With unwavering determination, Kai faces the water dragon, his life now in its final countdown. The world should not be this way. He clenches his fist, ready to strike. First step of the evening elephant. As the sole 6-path Jinchuriki in the ninja world, Might Guy, fully opening the 8 gates, moves with a power capable of shattering space itself. Teleportation is sealed, and an air cannon, powerful enough to distort the very atmosphere, leaves a translucent vacuum trail in the sky. Second step of the evening elephant. In a flash, Might Guy steps through the air, delivering a second punch. 2 intersecting vacuum trails form across, trapping Ezio in the center. A tempest of overwhelming pressure, akin to an aerial bomb's detonation, immobilizes Ezio, making even breathing a luxury. Third step of the evening elephant. A punch descending from above seals all directions, up, down, left, right, front, and back, like a sentence of execution. The most powerful chakra wielder in the ninja world merges with the strongest physical technique user at this moment. Even the Otsutsuki Ishiki, who once invaded the ninja world at his peak, would be reduced to mere pulp under this silent assault. Even the healing of yang-released chakra cannot keep pace with the injuries sustained, as fine cracks begin to appear on Ezio's skin, trapped beneath the 3 gusts of punch. This is what I desire. If the power I obtain in this world cannot be fully controlled by me, how can it be considered truly gained? After consuming the first chakra fruit, Ezio became a local of the ninja world, much like Otsutsuki Kagaya. The natural energy that once eluded him now welcomes his acceptance. Unlike Kagaya, a combat failure, he has swiftly grasped the changes in his body and can now wield this power. Black natural energy patterns paint dark shadows under his eyes, rising from the corners to converge on his forehead, forming an inverted assassin S mark supported by a curved base. Fourth step of the evening elephant. As Ezio enters Sage mode, Kai's heavy fist descends once more, the speed reaching its zenith. The concluding fifth strike strikes like lightning. Fifth step of the evening elephant. Suddenly, the world loses sight of Ezio. The strong concealment of the phantom assassin activates, and within a second of the power's effect, he vanishes from Might Guy's view. How is this possible? The space should have shattered. Even the art of space-time manipulation cannot liberate us from these bindings at this moment. The surrounding space has been shattered by the evening's imagery. If it is broken, then let us mend it. The familiar voice of Ezio resonated behind Might Guy. I forgot to inform you that I am, in fact, a wizard skilled in magic. I wonder if you have ever heard of a spell that can restore anything that has been damaged to its original state. The battle has only just begun, Guy. Sparta's kick. Even though the path of the sage armor withstood the kick from behind, Guy's body still uncontrollably plummeted towards the earth. Now is the moment to amalgamate everything I have learned. Hypersense spell. Enhanced perception allows Ezio to effortlessly perceive everything around him, even with his eyes closed. The high-pressure air blast, when it made contact with Ezio's body, activated a magical force field. Stasis field, the magic, unwelcomed in this world, was absorbed and chewed into pieces by the Tin Tails, and unsurprisingly, the resulting chakra fruit merged with the magic. Although this remains a world devoid of magic, the natural energies of this realm can now intertwine with magical forces. Like chakra, the fusion of natural energy and chakra results in sage chakra, while the amalgamation of natural energy and magic has become the second force within Ezio. Wisps of ethereal blue flames rose beside the black assassin emblem on his forehead, transforming into a haunting azure design that entwined above. Since there is a sage, let this be called a demon god. How splendid the union of demon god and magical energy. Swiftly bind him. Suddenly, Might Guy, in his high-speed movement, was ensnared by a force that erased the kinetic energy he had accumulated in an instant. Floating skyward, as Ezio raised his finger, the briefly immobilized Might Guy gently lifted off the ground. The golden bell has fallen. Boom. The laws of physics were directly dismantled. As magic manipulated the very rules of the world, Might Guy, accelerated to 77 kilometers per second, plummeted like a meteor. This velocity approached the first cosmic speed. Not the limit of magic, but the pinnacle of Ezio's current understanding of sorcery. Inspiration struck. In a sudden surge of creativity, Ezio swiftly interconnected the powers he had mastered. He had only developed the first 7 techniques of the 8 gates, with no conception yet for the 8th. But now, a spark of an idea began to form. Interrupting someone's thoughts is rather impolite, Guy. Rising from the abyss, Might Guy once again engaged, realizing that he must conclude the battle swiftly as Ezio unleashed that incomprehensible force. The six-path sage within him could not fathom this power. Unlike sage chakra, this magical energy, fused with natural energy, bore a semblance of dominion over the world. Though faint, the six-path sage sensed this terrifying truth. Since you are in such a hurry, I shall commence my experiment upon you. With a delicate tap of his toes against the ground, Ezio soared into the air, his silhouette flickering as he evaded the air cannon unleashed by Might Guy. The vacuum trails scattered across the sky could not halt Ezio's ascent. First, he commanded the Earth Explosion Star, which had previously sealed away Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, to rapidly converge upon his position, while the two struggled in their confinement. Next, he infused it with a new essence. The core of the Earth Explosion Star was a gravitational singularity composed of chakra. However, its force was not particularly potent. To enhance its gravitational pull, one would need to augment the chakra, yet such amplification had its limits. Human effort is finite, while the grandeur of nature surpasses human capability. When the arcane energy attains a certain dominion over the world, what once seemed unattainable transforms into reality. At that moment, the black sphere at the center of the Earth Explosion Star rapidly contracted as the arcane energy restructured its core, instantaneously converting the rocky nucleus into a state of neutron degeneracy. A minuscule core, extremely dense and simulating the material of a neutron star, erupted with a gravitational force 100-fold greater than before. The rocky sphere, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, was torn asunder in an instant, with the formidable gravitational field transmuting the absorbed matter into a stream of particles. After a fleeting moment, a degenerate metallic sphere floated silently in the air. With the collapse of the core, the outer metallic sphere could no longer sustain the current state of neutron degeneracy. An energy explosion akin to a nuclear detonation, yet far more potent, was imminent. Countless magnetic field lines constructed a confining cage, and blinding blue-white lightning enveloped the central degenerate metallic sphere. The unidirectional repulsive field was established, and the strong magnetic force constrained the direction of the energy eruption. As the directional repulsion waves burst forth, the material structure of the degenerate metallic sphere collapsed in an instant. An intense, blinding light appeared momentarily, followed by a slender jet of energy shooting forth at the speed of light. Yet, after this dazzling brilliance faded, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. Mike Guy, ascending through the air, found himself momentarily stunned, sensing a sudden inability to rise further. Looking down, he realized that a considerable portion of his body had inexplicably evaporated. Turning to glance behind him, he saw the atmosphere torn open by a colossal fissure, when the magnetic force could no longer fully contain the internal matter. A sun began to rise on the distant horizon. For the first time, he beheld the true spectacle of the cosmos, a profound abyss devoid of twinkling stars. Regrettably, it had missed its mark. Ezio lamented, expressing disappointment over the overwhelming force he could not control. The exertion to simulate neutron star material had drained his energy significantly. Even a fleeting moment had completely exhausted his magical power. Without it, even the natural energy could not be synthesized into arcane energy. What was that? Mike Guy inquired of Ezio, as his body rapidly reconstructed under the influence of yin-yang release. This technique, inherently capable of manifesting existence from the void, embodies an extraordinary ability to materialize energy, a notion rather unscientific yet profoundly tied to chakra. To put it succinctly, it resembles a colossal firework capable of obliterating the moon in the ninja world. Should I master its application, I could potentially pierce the very core of the earth with a single strike, perhaps even shatter a planet for amusement. At this moment, however, it might only provoke a minor, low-intensity earthquake. Would you care to witness my 8 gates of Duanjiakai? I have conceived the technique for the 8th gate. I shall name it 8th Death Gate, Celestial Incineration. As the fiery essence of the hexagram scorches the heavens like a supernova, crimson flames ignited in the sky. The instant the 8th Death Gate opened, Ezio's form began to carbonize and disintegrate, an immense surge of natural energy converging at this pivotal moment, merging with every ounce of chakra extracted from his physical being. At this juncture, his vitality burned with utmost intensity. The fiery aura surrounding him potent enough to warp the very fabric of space itself, the sound of shattering ice resonating continuously in the air. Mike Guy, who had previously cornered Ezio with nowhere to escape, felt a profound empathy reminiscent of Ezio's encounter with the setting sun. Yet now, the pressure upon him was even greater. Even a mere gesture brought forth invisible rifts in space, leaving deep gashes visible to the bone upon his hand. The armor of the Tao Stone struggled to withstand this force, relying solely on yin-yang release to hastily mend his body. I still cannot comprehend your intentions. Mike Guy gazed at Ezio, who had entirely exhausted himself, unable to fathom the reasoning behind such a self-destructive endeavor. But let me accompany you to the end. With a cry, the crimson vapor coalesced into a dragon's head, the air grasped by his fingertips crushed into fragments of space within his palm. Night caught, a furious blood-red dragon soared toward the blinding light of the heavens, only to be met by a collapsing black hole. A faint glimmer emerged at the center of the black void, reminiscent of the resplendent brilliance of a supernova. The blood-red dragon was vaporized amidst the spreading luminosity. Is it over? Akai suddenly felt a lightness in his body, realizing he was floating in midair, with the Sage of Six Paths standing before him. They stood in silence, observing the annihilating radiance of the supernova engulfing the blood dragon, which subsequently spread across the earth, transforming the ground below into a desolate wasteland. Is it over? Mike Guy inquired of the Sage of Six Paths. It should be. Just as the sage prepared to nod, he froze in place. As the blinding light faded, a solitary figure stood intact in midair. Death had indeed arrived, yet it had been cast aside. Ares' war cry, within 30 seconds, death would circumvent its path. If this is all you have offered me, then I must regretfully inform you that this examination, on the ruined earth, 3 points of light suddenly ignited. My dear students, what surprise do you have for me? Chapter 158, The Final Battle. The contract for the assassination of the world's favored child, Naruto Uzumaki. Task difficulty, high. Task description. At this moment, the child blessed by the world has completed his ultimate transformation. When all powers unite perfectly within him, he becomes the embodiment of the world's final resistance. As the world places its heavy bets on him, one may find themselves regretting past actions. Task reward, 50,000 silver coins. The natural energy manifests as dark patterns, outlining a profound shadow around his eyes. The black lines arch upward at the corners, merging with the crimson chakra to form a pair of fox-like ears. His resplendent golden hair resembles a radiant sun concealed within fiery clouds. As the world places its heavy bets on this child, the perfect sage mode, in harmony with nature, awakens. At this moment, The Ninetales ignites its life force within him. The orange chakra transforms into a deep crimson, enveloping him in a cloak of chakra. Why is this being done, teacher? Naruto's voice was soft, his footsteps slow, as he gradually ascended from the ground to the same height as Ezio. I have always been grateful to you. Naruto's gaze remained calm, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing into the very depths of the human heart. Perhaps it is a quest for excitement, a way to alleviate the monotony of life. Ezio pondered for a moment before responding. You could say my purpose in this world is to play a game that brings me joy. Can the destruction of this world and the slaughter of so many innocents truly bring you happiness? Naruto frowned slightly, the cold light in his eyes intensifying. Happiness does not stem from destroying the world or killing. Ezio shook his head. Happiness lies in the desire to act and the subsequent realization of that desire. Of course, the ultimate reward is also significant. After all, one cannot return empty-handed, can they? So, Naruto's voice suddenly grew louder. Because of a game, you would destroy this world and all its beauty, just to satisfy your whims? Precisely. Ezio interrupted Naruto, affirming his assumption. I view everything as a game. Each of you is merely a commodity, marked with a price tag. Now, you can embrace the mentality of killing me to complete this examination, correct? As you wish. At that instant, Naruto sprang into action. It was not a space-time ninjutsu. His body, amplified to its peak, rendered each of his movements as elusive as teleportation. Two flickering figures clashed fiercely in the sky. Ezio, not having entered the 8 gates, found himself slightly at a disadvantage against Naruto's full-on assault. The formidable power of the heavy particle chakra mode was evident, yet its sole flaw was its brevity. Within mere minutes, the crimson chakra enveloping Naruto began to flicker ominously. Suddenly, Naruto's speed surged, and the previously flickering crimson cloak solidified entirely. A powerful punch struck Ezio's chest, the sound of shattering bones eliciting a visceral reaction. His strength was formidable, his speed astonishing, and his instinctive combat intuition was nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, he was worthy of the title child of the world. It appeared that he had earned my full attention. With a swift motion, I reached into the void, summoning the scant magical energy that had begun to replenish over time. Though limited, it sufficed for the moment. Naruto, momentarily immobilized, could barely raise his hand, and the Spartan's kick, landing with precision, sent him spiraling into an uncontrollable daze. Even a fleeting second of disorientation was enough to send him plummeting from the heavens like a comet. A shadow descended silently from the sky, leaving no trace of wind in its wake. Yet, upon landing, a shockwave radiated outward. The impact of the heavenly descent stirred a gentle breeze. A minuscule shockwave capable of merely displacing dust. However, the true strength of the assassin's creed lay in its absolute authority, once a skill was activated. Even the divine had no choice but to adhere to its effects as described, drawing forth a crimson dagger that foretold destruction. It transformed into a crystalline longsword in an instant, striking down towards Naruto without hesitation. The earth ignited in flames of annihilation as the blade struck the ground, unleashing a devastating force that created a massive crater, over 30 meters in radius, where the inferno had seared and vaporized all in its wake. The temporal reversal granted by the divine intervention allowed Naruto to evade a fatal blow just in time. Ezio twirled his blade, eyes fixed upon the shattered ground 100 meters away. It seemed you were finally prepared. As Naruto descended, he joined Sasuke and Hinata, their hands interlocking at that moment. Centered around Naruto, the heavy chakra of the Ninetales flowed into Sasuke and Hinata, while their ocular powers and chakra converged into Naruto. The intertwining hues of green, purple, and red gradually melded into a soft crimson glow. The dragon vein chakra sealed within Sasuke was fully unlocked, and the now-slimmed Ninetales eagerly consumed this newfound sustenance. Rather than merely coalescing their powers into the imposing form of Susanoo, they had now fused their ocular abilities and chakra, sharing their entire strength. Utilizing their ocular prowess as fuel and channeling this energy through Sage Mode was indeed a stroke of genius. Before Ezio could marvel at their creation, 3 figures surged forward in an instant. Fortunately, as the magical energy gradually restored, the fusion with natural energy always proved effective in critical moments. Rasengan, Raikiri, Heavenly Hand Power, suddenly displaced among them. Ezio felt the chilling approach of death. The little magic he had managed to regain transformed into arcane energy, allowing his form to vanish in an instant, evading the twisted spatial assault of the 2 adversaries. Heavenly Descent, prepared well in advance. Sasuke immediately attempted to reverse the flow of time against Ezio, yet at that moment, his powers faltered. The divine intervention successfully activated, but the reversal of time did not affect Ezio. The staff of Hermes had effectively locked Ezio's timeline. As long as the staff remained attached to his being, his time was eternally fixed at the pinnacle of his existence. Any injury that was not fatal could heal slowly, devoid of the notion that wounds would worsen over time. The meticulously calculated strike fell short, and Hinata, positioned as the support in the team, was not merely a healer but also a formidable presence in close combat. Having delved deeply into the art of gentle fist, the instant Ezio appeared, she filled the gap left by the missed attack. With the technique of 8 trigrams 64 palms, dozens of palm winds unleashed gravitational singularities akin to celestial explosions. In the moment of spatial disruption, these singularities detonated, creating a turbulent field capable of utterly shredding matter, with forces pulling and pushing from all directions, sufficient to mold steel as if it were clay. This brief moment of intense control allowed Naruto and Sasuke to charge back in, momentarily abandoning their techniques and coordinating their physical prowess to suppress Ezio. Hinata's Byakugan discerned the flaws in their offensive, and the trio's synergy fully manifested before Ezio. In this fierce, concentrated, and harmonious collaboration, despite Ezio's extensive combat experience surpassing that of the three combined, he found himself somewhat flustered. Naruto and Sasuke's battle instincts were alarmingly acute. Nearly every minute of engagement saw them rapidly absorbing experience and evolving, the potential of the children of the world being swiftly realized. This rapid growth elicited a tinge of envy from Ezio. Such prolonged and high-frequency combat enlightenment was indeed enviable. In their era, they shone as the brightest of stars, a testament to their remarkable talent. As Ezio was pressured by their combined might, his gaze grew increasingly intense. "What heights can I reach with your assistance?" he mused. Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke's senses were suppressed. The enhancement of Sage Mode was nullified when Ezio entered a similar state. Once this advantage vanished, it felt as though a sharp blade lay across their throats. The combat techniques gleaned from countless battles were beyond what Naruto and Sasuke could compare to. When the blade was drawn, the stark reality they faced was either to evade or face death. The earlier momentum dissipated, and the previously united Naruto and Sasuke found themselves compelled to dodge Ezio's lethal prowess. In that moment, they realized that their mentor was not merely skilled in combat, but in the more primal art of slaughter. Fully liberated, Ezio stretched his body, and a familiar scene replayed before the trio. However, this time, they were not facing the renegade from the hidden mist village, Zabuza Momochi, but rather, his own disciple standing before them. The river of blood engulfed their bodies, while the skeletal structures of the capital loomed ominously. A hellish illusion, filled with a million souls, manifested before their eyes, a pure and unadulterated aura of death sweeping over them like a gentle breeze, devoid of any ferocity, yet chilling to the bone. Their fighting spirit was nearly shattered. Confronted by this embodiment of death, their courage to battle was significantly diminished, with the primal instinct to preserve their lives and survive deeply embedded in human nature. Just as a sense of retreat began to creep into their hearts, numerous faces flickered through their minds, those they had just reunited with, only to lose again, anchoring their wavering resolve in an instant. There was no alternative. Naruto swallowed hard and softly murmured in his heart, "Please, Kurama." With barely a flicker of strength left, the Ninetales squinted. For had it not been for the dragon vein chakra, this unconscious yet extraordinarily refined chakra, sustaining him, the heavy particle mode would have consumed him entirely long ago. The chakra connecting the three of them began to deplete violently, the once faintly red chakra transforming back into a deep crimson. Sasuke and Naruto cast a glance at their palms, watching as the yin-yang patterns left by the Sage of Six Paths rapidly vanished. As a protective shell, the Sage chakra, which stabilized and maintained their ocular power, was now poured into the burning embers below. The crimson flames surged forth, and a Susanoo, no taller than 5 meters and entirely crimson, rose from the fire at that moment. The dual blades forged from the truth-seeking balls were grasped firmly in hand, while 9 crimson cloaks billowed in the absence of wind. The heavens were collapsing. No longer constrained by any reservations, the three of them fully ignited themselves, casting aside everything, including their own lives, with a singular thought: even in death, they would drag this foe down with them. A resplendent golden radiance ascended as the dual blades, in their intertwining motions, unleashed a destructive brilliance akin to the rebirth of the golden wheel. The entire firmament was instantaneously cleaved apart, leaving 2 gashes in the earth, hundreds of meters deep, extending to the very ends of the world. A pitch-black wound appeared in the sky, the space shredded by the 2 strikes, with cracked patterns spreading through the air. At the very center of their convergence, a black sphere collided continuously with the blood-red traces of their strikes. The 8th gate of death, igniting the universe. A collapsing black hole, destined to transform into a supernova, was forcibly sliced inch by inch at this moment. Ezio, sensing the fleeting nature of life and death, summoned the power of the 8 gates to deliver this blow. Yet, this strike, capable of overwhelming might Guy, seemed to be on the verge of disintegration. Through the lens of the Rinnegan, the Crimson Giant not only ignited itself, but also drew in all remaining natural energy from the world, akin to moths drawn to a flame. As if it had gathered the remnants of this world's power, reaching an unfathomable limit beyond human reach. to elevate one's strength to such an extent in an instant. Ezio sighed with a hint of regret. This endeavor had lost its meaning for refinement. What he desires is a continuous fusion of the powers he has mastered in battle. What he requires is a whetstone. Hence, he relentlessly exploits the potential of the three to create this condition for himself. However, such a method, which is entangled with the might of heaven and earth and evidently aimed at mutual destruction, can no longer serve as a whetstone. Perhaps next time, I should adopt a gentler approach. The act of slaying parents and kin, forcing children to grow stronger, is still rather inhumane. Do not even think of escaping. As they watched Ezio turn and take flight, with their lives ticking away, how could the three let him go? Chapter 159. The simplest way to address the current situation is to open the 8th gate. Yet, the cost of such an action is the forfeiture of the assassination bounty, a reward of 150,000 secret silver coins, nearly half of the total bounties in the ninja world. Ezio was not devoid of the resolve to abandon the fight, but at this moment, the three, forcibly drawing on their powers, had merely lost their value as a whetstone for his refinement, rather than being insurmountable foes. His retreat was merely an attempt to rejuvenate his abysmal state. With Yin Yang release at his disposal, opening the 8th gate would not bring about his demise. The Yang release chakra could directly seal the 8th gate, and the injuries he sustained could be temporarily managed with Yang release chakra. He merely needed to wait for a little over an hour to resurrect fully. However, Naruto and the others could not afford to wait for him, at most. They had 30 seconds before they would be utterly consumed. At this moment, the towering god tree once again blossomed with buds, and 2 orbs of light, one large and one small, appeared at its center. Kaguya Tsutsuki devoured one chakra fruit, and after offering it as a sacrifice, the power within her was reconstituted and extracted, serving as nourishment for the production of chakra fruits. Reaching out, Ezio inserted the not yet fully ripened chakra fruit into his mouth. The life sample from the ninja world had already been perfected after the first consumption of a chakra fruit. This second fruit, aside from providing him with additional chakra, did not enhance the essence of his life. Yet, as the abundant chakra flowed into his body, his physical form visibly recovered. In the final moments, restored to his former state, Ezio stood poised in midair. Let me impart one last lesson. However, at this moment, Naruto and the others were not inclined to heed such tedious words. The golden blade was raised high. They intended to wield their overwhelming power to obliterate the architect of tragedy in the ninja world. When you reveal your trump cards, you must be prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Had you unleashed your full strength earlier, you could have slain me. But you should not have entertained the notion of executing a second strike. The immense Tintail's god tree began to contort. Its colossal form swallowed whole within the blink of an eye into Ezio's body. When the Tsutsuki merged with the god tree, it signified a true state of perfection. When your trump cards are exposed, that is the moment of your failure. For you can never truly know what unexpected surprises your adversary may yet bring forth against you. However, neither time nor space constitutes the power that Ezio cherishes. Although he often presents himself as less of an assassin, he harbors a heart that yearns to become a premier assassin. While he excels in the art of undetected stealth, this method lacks the elegance and romance of striking down an enemy from 10 paces, leaving no trace behind. As he gazed upon the oncoming blade, which seemed poised to cleave the heavens asunder, Ezio lowered his gaze slightly and donned his hood. In that moment, he vanished from this world. Or rather, in the perception of Naruto and his companions, all that was Ezio had utterly dissipated. In this instant, bereft of a target, they found themselves engulfed in a fleeting confusion. Ezio sought not to complicate his existence. He simply desired simplicity. The dark crimson gem sword embodied the manifestation of annihilation. Even the most sublime crimson chakra energy could not withstand the spread of the law of destruction. It sliced through resistance as effortlessly as a cold knife through butter. Although a force of obstruction was felt, as the destructive energy expanded, the sensation transformed from initial awkwardness to a smooth ease. When the dark crimson blade pierced through the chest, the sudden cessation of their heartbeat compelled them to lower their heads slowly. When had this occurred, a disbelieving whisper arose as they yearned to turn and confront the one who had thrust the blade into their back. Yet the life that had once burned brightly was extinguished in an instant. The crimson chakra surged and dissipated, and the desperate pursuit came to an abrupt halt. It was over. Ezio removed his hood and revealed himself with composure. His gaze fell upon a certain spot, where, under his scrutiny, a figure gradually materialized. Do you have anything to say, Sage of Six Paths? Or do you prefer the name Tsutsuki Kaguya? The sage shook his head. I have a question for you. He regarded Ezio's peculiar golden red eyes. Are you, like my mother, and Tsutsuki from beyond the stars? You may interpret it that way. At this moment, Ezio had no intention of concealing anything. I absorbed the power of an Tsutsuki, transforming a particular ability of their clan into my own. What they can accomplish, I can as well. What they cannot, I also can. It appears you are an even more formidable predator than they. One could say that. My initial intentions for coming to the ninja world were far from benign. I came to harvest. However, my years in this realm have been rather pleasant. I have learned a great deal. The utilization of chakra has provided me with significant insights. Compared to magic, this energy, being closer to elemental forces, possesses greater malleability. Yet, I harbor disdain for this world. It is neither peaceful nor harmonious, filled with an array of lunatics. One moment, there's a psychopath slaughtering kin, the next, a wretch slaying their mentors, and a cadre of fools fantasizing about achieving peace through martial intimidation, alongside various individuals whose mental states are beyond description. And what of you? Suddenly, a figure emerged beside the Sage of Six Paths, frantically dashing towards Ezio. It was Sasuke, his eyes ablaze with a fervent defiance. Yet he remained merely a transient soul lingering in the realm of the living, powerless without the sage's assistance. "You are a lunatic who has obliterated the world and destroyed everything," he exclaimed. "Is it because I killed your parents?" Enraged by such nonchalant words, Sasuke swung his fist, but struck nothing. "However, now that the game has concluded, allow me to summarize my experience. As for you, Sage of Six Paths, your performance was rather lackluster. After living for over a millennium, aside from imparting a modicum of chakra, you were of little use. Though titled a sage, I must admit my disappointment. I had expected you to have developed some understanding of natural energy over such a long time, yet you still relied on techniques learned from toads, showing no signs of progress. Initially, I had high hopes for your performance, but alas, it was not to be. In summary, although the finale was somewhat unsatisfactory, the three of you managed to employ your resources effectively, which qualifies you in my eyes. Now, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. You have presented me with a satisfactory response, and I shall honor my word." "What does that mean?" Naruto, standing beside the Sage of Six Paths, asked, exhibiting a more stable state of mind than Sasuke. "I have stated, this world is a grand game. Since it is a game, after achieving full completion, one may naturally select a preferred ending for the next cycle. Have you not yet realized? In the ninja world, where the Pure Land exists, death has never signified an end. Unlike other realms, this world appears imperfect," Ezio remarked, casting a glance at the Sage of Six Paths. "In the meantime, I encountered many deities sealed by the Uzumaki clan, not just the god of death, but numerous other entities as well." The Sage of Six Paths remained silent. His golden eyes flickered slightly. The crowd previously obliterated by the Sword of Rebirth reappeared, their eyes filled with confusion, questioning whether they were dead or alive. "What do you mean?" Sasuke, feeling his renewed body, gazed at Ezio with a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. "It's merely a game. I have completed my score. Is it not normal to pursue an ending that I prefer? As for whether the inhabitants of this world would harbor resentment towards themselves or their self-perception, Ezio was entirely indifferent to such trivial matters. All right, now that we are united once more and the world is at peace, I have fulfilled my earlier promise. Oh, and one more thing. The consciousness of the nine-tailed beasts, previously gathered by Ezio, was extracted. Utilizing yin-yang release, he fashioned them bodies, granting them physical form. There are two nine-tails, one residing within Naruto and the other outside, yet their consciousnesses are interconnected. Minato had once divided the nine-tails into yin and yang halves, but in truth, they remain a singular entity. I have taken their chakra, and I shall bestow these little ones upon you. Ezio stepped forward, gently ruffling their hair before they could react. Now, it is time to bid farewell. By the way, Naruto, after you marry Hinata, if your firstborn is a boy, you must not name him Boruto, understood? Huh. Naruto suddenly appeared dazed, his mind in a state of overload. Why? Because Boruto's legacy is not one of mere embers. Youth should blaze fiercely. In a decade or so, the Otsutsuki clan will once again descend upon the ninja world, but seeing your current strength allows me to rest easy. What do you mean in a decade? Before they could inquire further, Ezio vanished from their sight. Unlike before, this disappearance signified an eternal absence. In conclusion, the Naruto arc has been somewhat lacking. Perhaps the previous 2 months of over 50,000 updates depleted my inspiration. I felt a distinct dryness while writing. This is not ideal. It leaves readers unsatisfied and makes writing a struggle. In the next half-month, I will adjust my pace, ensuring a minimum of 4 updates. And by July, I shall enhance the quality and refine the story structure. Additionally, I shall summarize the gains from the Naruto arc for easier navigation. 1. Talent abilities. 1. By acquiring a physical sample of the Otsutsuki clan, I achieved a targeted animagus transformation and extracted their innate talent, compilable data entity. This talent synergizes with the Ten-Tails Divine Trees, biological gene plunder. The evolution of the Otsutsuki clan is facilitated by the Ten-Tails Divine Tree, which continuously absorbs life from planets, propelling them towards the perfect divine realm. 2. A previously hidden talent, initially labeled as unknown, was unlocked upon entering the Dragon Cave, named War. This is a domain aura with an expansive reach. All life within its confines is influenced by the essence of war, engulfed in ceaseless battles and conflicts. While one can resist its effects through willpower, unless they possess an equal standing, they inevitably succumb to the provocations of war. Ezio harbors the highest level of animosity within this realm. All who behold him will prioritize him as their primary target. Moreover, any life that perishes within the war domain is sacrificed, granting the Slayer a boon, while Ezio, as the domain's master, also receives a reward. 2. Eye techniques. 1. The Rebirth Eye, a natural evolution of the Byakugan after acquiring the Otsutsuki clan's talent, compilable data entity, transcends through continuous mental and ocular enhancement. It possesses colorful vision, allowing one to perceive spatial fluctuations and demonstrating formidable control over chakra, far surpassing the Rinnegan in energy convergence and release. 3. Spatial traversal, excluding the creation of space. 3. Core skills. 1. The 8 gates formation, with each gate possessing a unique skill. The 8 gates correspond to the 8 trigrams: open gate, wind, rest gate, water; life gate, thunder; injury gate, fire; closing gate, heaven; view gate, mountain; shock gate, marsh; and death gate, ultimate fire. According to the principles of gravity, repulsion, and arcane energy, several skills have been developed. The pulsar stream gravitational collapse involves the aggregation of chakra to form the core of a celestial body, subsequently utilizing arcane energy to shield physical laws, simulating the state of neutron degenerate matter, and generating a gravitational singularity core that attracts matter to create a degenerate sphere. The pulsar stream magnetic axis annihilation occurs after the gravitational collapse, wherein repulsion is employed to construct electrodes directed towards the electromagnetic field of magnetic flux, constraining the explosive potential of the collapsed core. A directed repulsive wave detonates the unstable core, resulting in an explosive release of electron degenerate pressure, thus generating a high-energy particle stream. However, this technique remains imperfect. The energy explosion of the core is incomplete and will detonate after reaching a certain distance, with destructive power comparable to a thermonuclear explosion of approximately 100 kilotons. The core's damage radius is limited to merely 300 meters. Yet the penetrating impact of the shockwave can extend as far as 100 kilometers. The ultimate aspiration is to completely confine the high-energy particle stream to penetrate the planetary core. As for the current physical attributes of Ezio, strength, without any enhancements. His physical capabilities are akin to that of Spider-Man, able to lift 50 tons with instantaneous punching power reaching 300 tons. Agility, without enhancements. His maximum reaction speed is 0.00001 seconds, with a running speed of 810 kilometers per hour. Amplification skill. Berserker's spirit increases his strength, agility, and perception by 1 per second during combat, with a maximum enhancement of 10-fold. Chapter 160. The Temptation of Homecoming. At the foot of Mount Bonivis lies the Summer Sanctuary, where spring prevails throughout the year. In the magical garden, flowers bloom in every season, and tiny fairies flit among the blossoms. A beautiful silver-haired maiden, clutching a woven flower basket, hums a tune while leisurely selecting her favorite blooms. Perhaps it is due to the enchanting proprietress of the flower shop situated on Moonbank, which thrives in business. However, as time passes, Furong grows weary of managing the shop, for not all customers come solely to purchase flowers. The oblivious ones tend to irritate her. Who gave you the audacity to approach me? As the flower-picking maiden bends down, 2 hands suddenly encircle her slender waist from behind. Furong's body tenses momentarily before relaxing. I missed you. The warmth of his palm glides over her silken skin, a sensation that, regardless of how many times it occurs, captivates Ezio, particularly after tracing her soft curves, leaving him yearning to linger and savor the experience. The conclusion of matters in the shinobi world is rather tedious, such as arranging the impure world reincarnation and gathering the biological samples required for it. Taking advantage of the battlefield's distraction, Ezio also scavenged some spoils to fill his empty exhibition hall. However, the deficit of mithril coins remains significant. To fully exchange for the magic spells I frequently use, an expenditure of 400,000 is required. The spoils of the ninja world also necessitate mithril coins for conversion, although most are not exorbitantly priced. The Ten Tails Divine Tree is astonishingly costly. After acquiring the 10 tails, the amount left for Ezio is just over 120,000. The immortal figures of 6 Paths Madara and the Sage of 6 Paths do not have bounties. Otherwise, an additional 40 to 50,000 could have been amassed. The exchange of ninjutsu differs from that of magic. Certain ninjutsu must be exchanged individually, such as the shadow clone technique, while common elemental ninjutsu resembles the exchange for transformation techniques, requiring merely the relevant category for complete utilization. Yet, even so, it is insufficient, truly inadequate. The earnings from the ninja realm scarcely suffice to procure all its offerings. Ezio desperately needs a realm solely for scoring, lest he be compelled to make sacrifices. However, this matter can be set aside for the moment. Having just concluded his journey in the ninja world, Ezio is in high spirits. Casting aside his burdens of choice for now, "Have you missed me?" he softly whispered into Furong's ear, a gentle breeze tickling her earlobe. "No, I haven't," Furong retorted, turning to face Ezio. "You have no idea how relaxed and joyful I have been these past 2 weeks. Then surely today will be even more delightful, won't it? What tricks do you still possess?" Furong asked, tilting her head, a playful glint in her eyes. "We've already tried everything in the garden. There are no surprises left." Ezio raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "I can fly now." Wait. Furong exclaimed, her heart racing as she felt herself slowly levitating from the ground. "Today's theme is outer space and weightlessness," Ezio declared, snapping his fingers. The surrounding environment transformed abruptly. The once bright garden morphed into a celestial expanse adorned with twinkling stars, a colossal moon hovering serenely beside them. After the initial panic, Furong curiously waved her arms as Ezio reversed gravity, creating a weightless environment. "So, is this what Muggle astronauts experience once they leave Earth?" she inquired. "Indeed. So, shall we attempt a new posture?" Ezio suggested. Furong pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before cautiously responding. "Let us give it a try." First, she wrapped her arms around her knees, drawing them close to her chest. And then, she queried, her eyes wide with curiosity. Suddenly, Ezio gave her a gentle push, and she began to spin, her skirt blossoming like a flower in bloom. "That's a bit too exhilarating." Stop, Furong exclaimed, her mind nearly soaring beyond comprehension. "This move is called the spiral sphere," Ezio announced. "What an absurd name." Furong laughed. "I can't continue like this." She abruptly sat up, her expression resolute as if pledging allegiance. At that moment, Ezio entered, carrying a sumptuous dinner. "You must be exhausted. Today, I made your favorite French bouillabaisse." Furong quietly nibbled at her dinner, her demeanor somewhat subdued. "Do you have plans for where to go?" "Uncertain. I have arranged to meet Chio this weekend. Perhaps I shall inquire with her then." "Has Hogwarts entered its holiday?" "Very well, I shall heed your words. However, it seems you harbor some unspoken worries. Have you encountered any troubles?" Furong is not one to conceal her feelings easily. Ezio gently caressed her silken silver hair before reclining beside her. "It is a secret belonging to a girl, one I cannot divulge at this moment." After swiftly finishing their dinner, Furong, feeling slightly drowsy, lay back, resting her head on Ezio's hand, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. They relished this rare moment of serenity, listening to each other's breaths. Gradually, as the night deepened, the lights dimmed. On June 30th, 1996, a Sunday, the students of Hogwarts welcomed their annual respite. Harry and Chio concluded their 6th year of studies at the school. In merely a year, they would graduate from Hogwarts. Compared to the past, Hogwarts exhibited a certain transformation. Following the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament, Hogwarts began to restore its connections with other magical schools worldwide. Partaking in various exchanges and competitions, the horizons of the young wizards were broadened, and everything was advancing towards a flourishing future. Chio's family resided in Hampstead, London. Unlike many other wizarding families, they chose not to conceal their abode through magic. Nestled in this affluent area, which hosts a significant population of Chinese expatriates, their estate was of considerable size. Chio's father held a notable position in the Muggle world, serving as a visiting professor in the Department of Ancient History at University College London. His research within the magical realm also pertained to ancient magical texts, a pursuit that harmoniously coexisted with his Muggle identity. In the study of ancient magical writings, he sometimes drew insights and inspirations from Muggle historical records and archaeological traces. Though Muggles often viewed wizards with hostility, it was undeniable that ancient Muggles had greater access to wizards and magic, particularly those in positions of power. Ezio drove a striking Lamborghini, a dazzling combination of handsome youth and beauty that drew attention along the way. The deep blue paint adorned with silver racing stripes was exceptionally eye-catching. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Zhang." "Welcome," he greeted. Chio's father exuded an aura of scholarly sophistication, distinctly different from their first encounter at Platform 9. His attire bore no traces of wizardry, and he was quite accustomed to life in the Muggle world. "Please, come in. Chio is preparing some refreshments for you. I have brought a few gifts, and I hope you find them to your liking." Naturally, Ezio arrived with a token of appreciation. "A few days ago, I visited Sotheby's and fortuitously chanced upon a rather intriguing item. Tea salvaged from a sunken ship in the Strait of Magellan in 1989 and an 1852 Zhongshan Xiaozhou. I hope, Mr. Zhang, that this pleases you." "This is far too precious," Mr. Zhang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the revelation of the gift, clearly touched by Ezio's thoughtful gesture. "In truth, I brought this with a hint of personal motive." Ezio, with a smile, presented the gift. "I yearned to savor the renowned red tea, said to be a marvel of preservation. Though its outer layer bore some mold, the essence of the tea remained intact. My knowledge of brewing tea is rather limited, and since I was visiting your esteemed home, I thought it prudent to seek your expertise. Oh, not at all. Mr. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. While my studies focus on ancient history and arcane scripts, I possess only a cursory understanding of this subject. However, I happen to know a friend who is quite knowledgeable in this area. I shall consult him shortly. Though he spoke of seeking advice, his true intent was to boast. For such treasures are indeed rare, valuable, yet elusive. Upon entering the living room, Ezio and Furong were greeted by Chio, who, with her hair casually tied back, entered the parlor bearing a plate of exquisite pastries. Furong, Ezio. Chio beckoned them over. Come, come. Try the delicacies my mother and I made, almond millefeuille and osmanthus cake. Upon hearing that Furong had ventured out for an adventure, she chided, leaving Furong alone at home is simply unacceptable. Chio and Furong shared a close bond. Indeed, Furong had few friends, and Chio was one of the few with whom she maintained a steady connection. Thank you, Chio exclaimed, embracing Furong before pulling her to a nearby sofa, where the two quickly delved into conversation. Ah, the soul returns home. Ezio mused as he savored a piece of osmanthus cake, a familiar taste flooding his memories. Congratulations. I must admit, I am quite intrigued by that place. I wonder if there are indeed those who practice cultivation on flying swords. Flying swords certainly exist, akin to the broomsticks here. Though I've heard they require some form of qualification and are managed more strictly than in England, Chio replied, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as if she could see across vast distances to a long-lost homeland. I wonder what it would be like there and how their magic differs from ours. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that next semester, Hogwarts would host several exchange students from various magical schools, though the list has yet to be revealed. It remains uncertain if anyone from there will come. Let us go together, Chio suggested brightly. My father will be busy with his own affairs, and I would surely be bored if I went alone. Are you not bringing Harry along? Ezio inquired with a smile. Humph, Chio pouted, of course I will. Otherwise, I'd be overwhelmed watching the two of you flaunt your affection. If we are to travel there, I believe we must arrange for a visa at the Ministry of Magic, and this should be done in advance. Let us not forget. I could mention it to my father, and we could handle it together. It might be more convenient. That would be quite helpful. After finalizing plans with Chio, the two girls huddled together, whispering excitedly about their itinerary, while Ezio and the beaming Mr. Zhang enjoyed the rich, aged red tea. The evening meal was lavish, comprising simple home-cooked dishes, yet it was the most delightful fare Ezio had encountered in this world, reminiscent of the flavors of home. Memories of yesteryears surged forth, igniting within him an ever-growing anticipation for the journey to the enigmatic Eastern realm that was set to commence next week. What wonders might await him there? Resting his hands behind his head, Ezio gazed upon the vast expanse of twinkling stars, his thoughts drifting aimlessly, conjuring images both familiar and yet now tantalizingly out of reach. Chapter 161. The value of Animagus continues to rise. Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. As Ezio stepped into the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, an oddly comforting sense of familiarity washed over him. The castle itself appeared largely unchanged. Yet the headmaster's office bore new additions. Indeed, it has been 2 years, Ezio, Dumbledore remarked with a warm smile, his vitality seemingly enhanced since their last encounter. Then let us savor this moment. Ezio was somewhat taken aback by the news. Why was Mr. Grindelwald dabbling in ranching? He had intended to vigorously advance global trade, as the previous turmoil had inflicted considerable losses upon the North American magical community. However, this upheaval had also effectively reshuffled the landscape, and his methods and ideologies diverged significantly from those of the former Magical Congress. It could even be said that his approach was entirely revolutionary. Despite the fraught relationship between wizards and muggles in North America, the Magical Congress maintained close ties with the Muggle government, an intriguing revelation he had uncovered upon assuming power. Perhaps due to historical factors, North American wizards had revealed their existence to Muggles later than their counterparts elsewhere. Although international confidentiality laws were in place, Muggles were aware of the existence of wizards. The previous speaker had exploited a loophole in the regulations to establish a clandestine organization known as Area 51 in collaboration with the Muggle government, a move that ultimately solidified Gale's grip on power. Last year, the International Wizarding Federation began negotiations to amend the terms of the international secrecy laws, planning to progressively open channels between the magical and Muggle worlds in the future. For instance, through the utilization of alchemy and artificially crafted magical gemstones. Magic could be made to manifest only when necessary, thereby minimizing the disruptions caused by a persistent magical field. In essence, might there come a day when wizards could openly traverse the world? Perhaps so, he mused, but the foremost challenge lies in how to regulate those endowed with extraordinary powers. In today's climate of secrecy, many wizards still resort to using magic to manipulate or harm Muggles. Those of us who wield magic indeed possess an authority that transcends that of Muggles, and before we can ease restrictions, we must address this complex societal issue. Have you ever encountered a Muggle comic titled X-Men? The mutants in it bear a striking resemblance to wizards. We are both human, yet we possess powers beyond the ordinary. However, the antagonism between mutants and humans depicted in the comic is something we wish to avoid. Yet, it may take a decade, or even longer. Nevertheless, our time is ample. I should be able to witness that day arrive. Who could argue otherwise? Professor, you must be destined to live to 300, at least. Perhaps even a tad longer. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked that we old-timers, upon witnessing the forthcoming transformations of the world, find ourselves somewhat reluctant to embrace death. Fortunately, the magical realm offers numerous methods to extend one's lifespan, such as the phenomenon of animagus transformation. This revelation has brought a brighter smile to Dumbledore's face, and he noted that it bears significant relevance to you. Surely, you recall the first wizard to master the transformation into an animagus? Recent research has unveiled that wizards who undergo such transformations are influenced by the traits of magical creatures, with the initial observed effects being enhanced vitality and an increase in life force. The connection between the animagus and their transformed creature is reciprocal, a fact long established. Yet the potency of this mutual influence intensifies once the transformation into a magical being occurs. Creatures of remarkable magical prowess generally possess extensive lifespans, with those living over 1,000 years being far from uncommon. Take, for example, the phoenix or certain rare dragon species. Furthermore, speculation abounds within the magical community regarding whether wizards transformed into magical creatures may acquire certain innate abilities of those beings, such as the phoenix's rebirth from ashes. The innovation of animagus transformation has been heralded as the greatest revolution in the magical world in a millennium. The significance of animagus transformation continues to rise, much to the astonishment of Ezio. Perhaps I should decide upon my animagus form, Professor. Ezio pondered for a moment before resolving. What you say is indeed enticing. If wizards can gain the innate abilities of magical creatures, that would be truly extraordinary. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. A wave of enthusiasm for animagus transformation has swept across the globe. Even Professor McGonagall has taken the opportunity during the holidays to further her studies in Wagadu, seeking to refine her own animagus form. I am quite curious to see what new feline form she will take. Ezio expressed his anticipation, though lamenting that it is highly unlikely Professor McGonagall would permit anyone to stroke her cat's head. However, Professor Dumbledore, since the magical community has proposed the acquisition of innate abilities from magical creatures, could it be that there are already discoveries in this realm? Indeed, for instance, having transformed into the elemental immortal phoenix, I have, to some extent, developed an affinity for flames and certain elemental capabilities. Dumbledore extended his hand, and a flame erupted from his fingertips. Upon closer inspection, it was not that he conjured the fire, but rather that his fingertip had transformed into a flame. Though only a portion of his finger had adopted an elemental form, the future holds great promise. The Academy of Animagus Transformation has conferred upon you the status of lifetime honorary member, yet they have been unable to locate you until now, necessitating your personal visit to their headquarters. No, however, the distance to Wagadu is not great. In the Kunlun Mountains of the Tsongling region, the majestic Yushu Palace is under construction, a magical edifice that promises to be a marvel. When you visit, I implore you to take the time to explore. Believe me, it will be an unforgettable experience. Although Ezio's intuition suggested that Dumbledore might not be entirely forthcoming, he acquiesced, recognizing that his esteemed professor was a paragon of virtue among wizards. After all, it was merely a matter of convenience, as he had intended to visit that area for leisure. However, why did the aura of the Jade Void Palace seem increasingly imbued with the essence of cultivation? Could it possibly be a sanctum established by the primordial supreme deity? The enigmatic Dumbledore was reticent to elaborate, and after departing the headmaster's office, Ezio contemplated visiting Hagrid. Yet, the hut was devoid of life, leading him to surmise that Hagrid had likely ventured to Paris to see Madame Maxime. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern regarding any rogue creatures in the Forbidden Forest, as Hagrid had situated the dragon nest at its entrance. Presently, any young wizard attempting to sneak into the Forbidden Forest would face insurmountable challenges. The entrance was guarded by Rubius and his 5 cohorts. Hogwarts, with its formidable 5 dragons, would deter even a reincarnated Voldemort and his Death Eaters, who would find themselves scattered by the dragon's fiery breath. After all, one could not vanquish a dragon with a killing curse. Unbeknownst to him, a week had swiftly elapsed. Autumn Zhang's father had effortlessly resolved the visa matters. The current English Ministry of Magic was markedly different from its predecessor. Since Kingsley's ascension to power, he had collaborated with Grindelwald's Pureblood Party to initiate a thorough overhaul of the ministry, dismantling the previously bloated departments and eliminating nearly a third of its personnel. However, this transformation did not precipitate an unemployment crisis within the magical community, as the European wizarding world had become significantly more vibrant. With North America re-establishing connections with Europe, Magical institutions worldwide had restored ties with the three principal European schools, invigorating the stagnant European magical realm. In the past 2 years, this resurgence had generated numerous opportunities for entrepreneurship and employment, ensuring that those willing to work would not face starvation. Yet, there was a minor complication during this journey. The Zhang family possessed legal identities in the Muggle world, as did Ezio. However, Fleur was an undocumented individual, hailing from a wizarding family. Fleur lacked a French social security number, a lifelong identifier deeply intertwined with medical and social welfare, akin to an identity card. Fortunately, the recent reforms at the Ministry of Magic included a new service within the Department of International Magical Cooperation, facilitating the acquisition of legal identification for wizards in the Muggle world. A direct flight from London took merely 9 hours, departing at 10 in the evening and arriving by 3 in the afternoon. Upon landing, Ezio found himself momentarily paralyzed by the scene before him. Had he traversed dimensions? He stood there, akin to a Muggle from the countryside, gazing in awe at the airport architecture, his mouth agape in disbelief. Fortunately, he was not alone in his astonishment. Numerous ordinary travelers from the non-magical realm emerged from the aircraft, equally captivated by the spectacle ahead. However, the source of their wonder differed between the two groups. Ordinary individuals stood in awe before the expansive and magnificent airport terminal, an architectural marvel infused with hitherto unseen Eastern elements, reminiscent of the opulent palaces of ancient emperors. Spanning at least 5 kilometers in width and soaring nearly 80 meters over 4 levels, it would be no exaggeration to deem it a wonder of modern human architecture. However, Ezio's attention was captivated by a peculiar magical apparatus soaring through the sky, seemingly orchestrating urgent construction in a specific area. Indeed, it was a construction crew diligently erecting a colossal gateway, not a palace, but a grand portal suspended in the heavens. Yet, the surrounding Muggles, devoid of magical abilities, appeared oblivious to the spectacle above, shielded by an immense magical barrier that rendered them blind to all that transpired in the sky. This was the North Celestial Gate, the inaugural step in the implementation of the Heavenly Palace project. Once the 4 principal gates and 192 auxiliary gates were completed, one would have the ability to traverse directly to any desired destination through these celestial portals. Welcome to the Taishur Celestial Empire. We are pleased to have you here. A representative spoke with an air of calm authority, a courteous smile gracing their features. Should you wish to learn more about the Heavenly Palace Initiative, I invite you to visit the Celestial Exhibition Hall. Ezio detected a broad magical fluctuation, subtle yet extensive, likely the result of Dumbledore's alchemical methods and synthetic gemstones, which mitigated the interference of magical fields on technology. Indeed, upon entering the borders of this realm, all non-magical individuals would undergo cognitive alterations, rationalizing any extraordinary phenomena they witnessed. However, as visitors from the magical world, you are required to adhere to the provisions of the International Confidentiality Act. The staff meticulously explained this while guiding them onto a nearby ferry, also powered by magic, akin to a giant flying carpet, hovering 20 centimeters above the ground. At first glance, I thought I had traveled decades into the future, Ezio mused, genuinely astonished by the overwhelming surprises, or perhaps shocks, this place presented. Remarkably, all of this had transpired within a mere 2 years. Was it due to the events in North America? Ezio felt a stir within. He had previously heard reports of turmoil in North America, where, following the detonation of a nuclear device, the subjugated had suffered a brutal purge, resulting in the demise of 1/20th of the global wizarding population. Upon hearing this, the staff's gaze towards Ezio shifted slightly, as if questioning his origins. Had he not come from London, registered as part of the English Ministry of Magic? My mother is a Muggle, hence, I appear mixed blood, he replied, though uncertain of his lineage. Yet, Ezio could confidently assert that he was not mistaken about his past life. As these words echoed in his ears, Ezio maintained his composure, while Mr. Zhang beside him suddenly reddened with emotion. The wisest decision I made was to come here with you, Ezio said, pulling Furong into his embrace. His gaze drifting to the panorama beyond the balcony window, a smile blossoming on his lips. What delightful surprises await me here. Chapter 162, The City of Yushu Palace. The unveiling of magic has wrought monumental changes upon the non-magical world. Currently, the International Confidentiality Law is undergoing revisions and seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Taishur Heavenly Dynasty has completed its transformation to embrace the new millennium. However, the magical realm, or perhaps the realm of cultivation, presents a distinctly different atmosphere. Though both utilize flames, the fiery manifestations produced can only replicate ordinary infernos. Even a wizard as proficient in pyromancy as Dumbledore can only conjure flames with a temperature exceeding a mere 1,000 degrees, making it a challenge to melt steel. Conversely, if one were to first elementalize magical energy and subsequently compress and concentrate the fire element, achieving temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees, akin to ionized flames, is not insurmountable. Yet, the initiation into the process of elementalizing magical and spiritual energies is quite arduous. This endeavor was born from the ancient alchemists' attempts to transcend into immortality by imitating the forces of nature. While fire may be manageable, attempting to emulate lightning is perilous. The trials of ascension are not merely fables, as some audacious individuals have risked their lives practicing lightning magic during thunderstorms, only to be struck by lightning in their audacity. Consequently, to ensure successful ascension, ancient alchemists pioneered a rather wild approach, studying magical creatures that could assimilate magical energy into their beings, thereby tempering their physical forms. After all, aside from the Thunderbird, one can certainly identify several other magical beings that traverse and bathe in storm clouds. The recent hairstyle of Animagus has unexpectedly drawn attention to the once declining path of physical tempering within the Taisher Heavenly Dynasty. Although they now acknowledge the absence of celestial realms and ascensions, the potential of this path remains viable. Unlike magical creatures, which inherently possess bodies highly compatible with magical energy, human spellcasters exhibit a lesser affinity, belonging to a category of beings that can wield magic but cannot fully embody it. The impact of magical energy on the human body is minimal, which partly explains why wizards generally have shorter lifespans than magical creatures. In the pursuit of longevity, the spellcasters of the Taisher Heavenly Dynasty possess a greater yearning than their counterparts in other regions, a desire shaped by culture, heritage, and history. Yet, they exhibit some resistance towards hybridization. Behaviors such as that of Farong, who is of mixed heritage with magical creatures and thus gains extended longevity and certain traits, are not widely accepted here. To put it simply, practitioners in this realm have long held the belief that humanity is the essence of all beings. Humanoid magical creatures evolved to resemble humans because this form most closely aligns with the Tao. Magical beings that possess partial or complete humanoid forms are referred to as Yao and Jingguai in this region. The distinction lies in that Yao pertains to beast-like entities, while Jingguai encompasses plants, insects, and elemental beings. For instance, the fairies nurtured in the Ezio garden fall under the category of Jingguai. Strictly speaking, these fairies, possessing fully humanoid appearances, are classified as a type of magical insect, laying eggs and undergoing a pupation process to achieve their final metamorphosis. However, it was not long before the establishment of the First Dynasty, when extraordinary cultivators ascended to the status of rulers, akin to the pharaohs and high priests of ancient Egyptian civilization, who wielded immense power. This system of governance did not persist into modernity. In Europe, the exiled sorcerers, referred to as ancient wizards, played a pivotal role throughout history. These individuals, endowed with powers far surpassing ordinary practitioners, commanded an energy known as celestial force, granting them an overwhelming advantage over common spellcasters. Among them was the first emperor to unify the realm, whose tomb remained undisturbed for a millennium, owing to the enduring potency of the forces he had meticulously arranged. Even in the present day, the spellcasters of the Taisher Celestial Dynasty dare not excavate that site, for the terrifying powers contained within exceed the dread of the magical pyramids of Egypt. Subsequent historically documented exiled sorcerers include Lu Xiao, the Son of Destiny, who sustained the Han Dynasty for nearly 2 centuries. He unleashed a colossal summoning spell, transcending the laws and techniques of magic, drawing down a meteor that drastically altered the weather, unleashing tempests of wind, rain, and thunder that obliterated Wang Mang's army of 480,000. Other notable exiled sorcerers included 2 formidable rebels. One was Zhang Jiao, the General of Heaven, who proclaimed the death of the heavens and the rise of the yellow sky. This individual harbored an unusual fascination for defying fate, simultaneously inciting revolutionary uprisings while attempting to ascend through cultivation, ultimately attracting a lethal bolt of lightning that led to his demise. The other rebel was far more formidable. Known for his declaration that the streets of heaven would be paved with the bones of officials, he toppled the current sect of practitioners, utterly shattering their influence. Although he met his end through a counterattack, his actions paved the way for the emergence of the Taisher Celestial Dynasty a century later. The hidden sects gained the upper hand, establishing a dynasty that severed ties with the mortal realm and has persisted to this day. While exiled sorcerers appeared in history, their influence gradually waned, retreating into obscurity. Until now, the Taisher Celestial Dynasty has undergone a new transformation, swiftly integrating into the world of ordinary people. Seizing the fortuitous opportunity presented by the newly revised international confidentiality laws, they are reuniting the previously separated groups. Could it be that the illustrious third millennium I casually mentioned is indeed on the verge of realization? After visiting the History Museum and exploring the forward-looking Celestial Pavilion, I Jiao pondered, feeling that this world was becoming increasingly intriguing. Once Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang attended to their primary mission, I Jiao and the others were granted leisure time. My next destination is the Jade Void Palace City to personally visit the Anima Magus Society. What are your plans? I intend to accompany Harry to Rome City, as I have long wished to see pandas. Will you not join us? Chio, resting his chin on his hand, remarked. Harry and I have a short holiday this semester. We must return to school by the end of July, as Hogwarts has a short-term break this year, requiring us to prepare early for the competitions in November. The Youth Wizarding Potion Championship in the realm of potion making has commenced. Harry bore a somewhat pained expression. It had been over 3 decades since Hogwarts participated in this prestigious competition. Professor Snape had enrolled him, and since the beginning of the year, he had been inseparable from his cauldron at Hogwarts. At times, he mused that if he were to be submerged in a pot of boiling water, he might very well simmer into a potent concoction. Compared to 2 years ago, Harry had grown significantly taller and matured considerably. Autumn would serve as his assistant, and he was determined to leave a substantial trophy in Slytherin's trophy room before departing from Hogwarts. Should matters conclude swiftly on that side, he and Fleur would come to visit. Ezio brandished an object reminiscent of a token. It was their means of communication acquired upon their arrival. Akin to a two-way mirror but enhanced with voice communication capabilities, allowing them not merely to see one another but to converse as well. The only inconvenience was that this device did not support communication with strangers. A face-to-face magical imprint process akin to exchanging numbers was required, enabling point-to-point communication effective up to a distance of approximately 1,000 kilometers, beyond which distortion would occur. The following morning, after enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, the 4 friends bid farewell in pairs. Ezio had secured 2 tickets for a journey to Yushu Palace City, where, as of yet, no airport had been constructed. Apart from trains and cars, wizards could opt for long-distance carriages drawn by magical creatures. The pullers were nightmares, a breed of flying horses that thrive in diverse environments. Known for their gentle temperament and intelligence, making them easy to raise and widely favored by spellcasters around the globe. Regrettably, the magical world lacked an organization akin to an airline. Without personal nightmares, transnational travel could not avail itself of a magical ride. In just over 2 hours, the specialized carriage, propelled at supersonic speeds by the nightmares, traversed over 3,400 kilometers, reaching the westernmost edge of the Taishur Celestial Empire. In the Muggle world, this area was deemed uninhabited, yet in the magical realm, it held significant importance. The origins of the Kunlun Mountains lay here, and many exiled immortals had once attained enlightenment in this very place, marking it as a site of considerable significance. Even before the carriage had fully descended, Ezio immediately discerned the surprise Dumbledore had alluded to. In the distance, a towering, ethereal wall loomed at the boundary, stretching for hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers. Thousands of spellcasters appeared as mere specks, diligently engaged in constructing intricate alchemical arrays. Upon the establishment of a specific anchor point, an invisible wall of magical energy would connect, imperceptible to the untrained eye. Prior to their arrival, Ezio had contacted the Animagus Society, and as soon as the nightmare carriage touched down, members of the society, already informed, dispatched someone to greet him. As a lifelong honorary member of the society, although Ezio's understanding of Animagus transformation lags behind that of more esteemed masters, his contributions have garnered recognition. In any field of research, inspiration is often a far more potent force than sheer effort. Welcome, Mr. Florence and Miss Drackle. I am Zhang Zhe, the External Affairs Director of the Animagus Society. A man clad in a uniform emblazoned with words approached warmly. Please, call me Ezio. This is Ferong, my wife. Ezio smiled and waved as he regarded the man before him, who was at least a generation older. When I arrived, I caught sight of the distant magical city walls. What are those? That is the Great Wall. In the future, we intend to lift the restrictions on the Kunlun secret realm, bridging the gap between practitioners and the mundane world. Here dwells over 24,000 extraordinary creatures, making it one of the largest magical creature reserves in the world, rivaling the plains of Wagadu. After careful consideration, we plan to construct a wall encircling the entire national border and the secret reserve, with an estimated total length of approximately 97,000 kilometers, projected for completion in 3 years. Comprehensive cognitive modification across the entire nation? Ezio was momentarily taken aback. While cognitive alteration could facilitate the rapid integration of the magical realm with the ordinary world, rendering extraordinary occurrences rational, such an endeavor seemed excessively costly if pursued solely for that purpose. It is our firm belief that in the future, magic and technology will undoubtedly intertwine, fostering a symbiotic relationship. Preparing and planning for the future before the dawn of the new century is surely a prudent course. However, before that, President Avaru is awaiting your arrival. Upon hearing that Master Avaru was expecting him, Ezio set aside his curiosity and followed the man onto the magical express train bound for the Animagus Society. Here, many foreign faces gathered from across the globe, all passionate about transformation magic. At least 20 to 30,000 spellcasters resided within the realm of Yushu Palace. The magical creations scattered throughout exuded an exotic charm, and yet, Ezio felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Before long, they arrived at the Animagus Society, a residence steeped in antiquity, with a beautiful square in front, likely a recent addition. In the center of the square stood a dynamic statue depicting a wizard continually transforming into various magical creatures, while flowing text on the light screen narrated the history of Animagus transformation. As they traversed the garden courtyard, Ezio spotted Master Uvaru amidst a gathering of conversing individuals. "Ezio, my dear boy." Master Uvaru, having recognized Ezio and Furong, hurried over with a beaming smile to greet them. "Allow me to introduce you. These esteemed individuals possess profound understanding of Animagus, particularly this one. He is the first in the world to achieve the transformation of magical creatures. Let us refer to him as Master Tortoise, as in the character for tortoise. Indeed, you African elephant has quite the impressive set of canine teeth." An elderly gentleman, whose silver hair and age surpassed even that of Master Uvaru, was at this moment furiously puffing his cheeks and glaring, exclaiming, "Am I a turtle? That is a Xuanwu. A Xuanwu, mind you. You ignorant old elephant trunk." The two elderly men, whose combined age nearly approached 4 centuries, squabbled like children. Meanwhile, Ijiao pondered for a moment before gently pulling Furong back a couple of steps, munching on sunflower seeds and peanuts. Chapter 163, The Secret Realm of Longshan. Not witnessing the full martial arts exhibition left Ijiao somewhat disappointed. This group of venerable elders, whose ages could easily sum to 1997, were all luminaries in their respective fields, masters not only in the art of transmutation, but also in potion-making, alchemy, and magical texts. Wizards, or spellcasters, often possess a rather tenuous connection to national identity due to the small population within the magical realm. The practitioners, bound by confidentiality laws, maintain a distance from the Muggle world. The elite among them are scarce, and owing to their prolonged lifespans, the number of distinguished individuals in the upper echelons is limited. Even when crossing disciplines, their connections remain notably close, with the interrelations among magical studies far exceeding those within scientific fields. Research and transmutation frequently intertwines with potion studies. Animagi were once part of ritual magic, which is linked to both alchemy and magical scripts. It is hardly surprising to encounter masters from other domains within the Animagus Society. As Master Uvaru's current research encompasses far more than mere transmutation, it is entirely natural for these aged scholars to congregate and delve into new discoveries. Under Master Uvaru's introduction, Ijiao and Furong became acquainted with a circle of distinguished figures from around the globe before accompanying him into an office, alongside the venerable gentleman who had quarreled with him over the tortoise issue. This elder, appearing several decades older than Master Uvaru, was actually over 370 years old, a living relic from the Ming Dynasty's reign of Tianqi. Transforming the human body into a structure akin to fantastical creatures, heavily reliant on magical energy, exacts a tremendous toll. However, the benefits are remarkable, despite Mr. Su's appearance being nothing out of the ordinary for an elderly man. His magical resistance affords him a power akin to that of a giant. Master Uvaru affectionately called him Old Turtle due to an incident during a martial arts demonstration, where the elder stood resiliently, allowing Master Uvaru to strike. Yet the latter's attempts were futile against this tough-skinned individual, with all spells either resisted or completely immune, standing firm as a mountain. This is your membership card. Currently, the Society boasts a total of 203 official members, centered around the study and practice of animagi. There are no external entanglements. You may join without concern. For within lies only honor and no authority, ensuring that no unsavory characters will disturb your peace. However, the Society does offer commendable benefits. We were unable to locate you previously, so we are now issuing these materials to you. Master Uvaru, being direct and succinct, wasted no time in presenting the benefits to Ijiao. This was a potion designed to expedite the aggregation of magical cores, exhibiting effects akin to that of unicorn blood. However, its focus lay not on prolonging life or vitality, but rather on enhancing the strength of the soul. The yield was quite limited, circulating solely within the confines of academic institutions. Are you hoping I will expedite the transformation into the Animagus of magical creatures? Ijiao inquired, taking hold of the potion that shimmered with a blue and silver luminescence before casting a glance at Master Uvaru. Indeed, for the initial inspiration and concept were yours. I genuinely hope you can conjure another stroke of genius. After all, diligence is a trait common to all. Yet the elusive spark of inspiration critical to research is much harder to attain. I wonder if Dumbledore has informed you that the transformation of magical creatures has reached a significant crossroads. Wizards can now acquire certain magical attributes from transformed creatures, and our current research focus lies in how to obtain the core characteristics of these transformed beings. For instance, the rebirth of the phoenix? Ijiao asked curiously. No. Master Uvaru waved his hand dismissively. That kind of power is indeed tempting, but based on our current understanding of the phoenix, to possess such strength, one must first resolve a monumental challenge: how to transform into an elemental life form. Only an elemental life form can forsake its corporeal body and reconstitute itself, achieving a form of rebirth in that sense. There are other magical creatures endowed with similar abilities of rebirth, not solely the phoenix, although it is the most renowned. However, wizards transforming into a phoenix can already achieve a degree of elementalization, can they not? If one day complete elementalization were attainable, then elementalization and elemental life forms are distinct entities. Elementalization is merely a transient change induced by magic, not a total transformation into an elemental body. The physical form remains an inseparable part of you. It is essential to recognize that a person's most vital thoughts and will are intricately linked to their corporeal existence. You are familiar with Horcruxes, I presume? Yes, Ezio nodded. The so-called immortality provided by Horcruxes is, in fact, a deception. When a person is resurrected using a Horcrux, they have already perished. You merely acquire a body capable of housing your soul. Your thoughts will remain forever suspended at the moment you created the Horcrux. Akin to a ghost. Regardless of the experiences endured, your cognitive patterns will not evolve, and your mind will be incapable of generating anything new, forever frozen at the moment you left your imprint. In contrast to the phoenix, such elemental beings, even after discarding their former bodies and being reborn in a new form, continue to live, relishing all the beauty that life bestows upon them. Take, for instance, this old tortoise. Master Uvaru pointed to the nearby Susanjiang. This fellow chose to transform into a tortoise, and shortly after completing the metamorphosis, he discovered that he could live for many more years, having narrowly escaped burial. That is a Xuanwu, you uncultured black elephant, Uvaru added with a hint of admonition, as the two elderly individuals, resembling mischievous children, appeared on the verge of another quarrel. Ai Jiao, who had already endured their antics, hastily interjected, "Is Xuanwu truly a real entity? If so, do the other three of the four symbols also exist?" Ai Jiao pondered aloud. Isn't it common knowledge that there are only 3 symbols? Master Su turned to Ai Jiao and remarked that Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Baihu do indeed have real-world counterparts. Yet the Qinglong does not. Ai Jiao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Isn't the dragon a creature that exists in our world?" Indeed, dragons do exist, yet the Qinglong is absent, as it represents a totemic dragon. Recognizing Ai Jiao's genuine confusion, Master Su proceeded to elucidate, acknowledging that it is quite normal for someone unfamiliar with their nation's lore to be unaware. Dragons can be broadly categorized into 3 types, the first type being the lizard dragons, which encompass the commonly known fire dragons found across the globe. The second category consists of ancient dragons, whose numbers are exceedingly scarce, yet each one possesses immense power and size. Currently, there are only 2 known habitats for these ancient beings. One is concealed deep within the Arctic ice fields, where an elemental ancient dragon resides, though only witness reports exist, as no one has successfully captured or approached it alive. The sole evidence of the existence of the ice-field ancient dragon is a powerful, magical scale, or perhaps a hexagonal ice crystal, imbued with unique and formidable magical energy. The other ancient dragon dwells within the confines of the Kunlun Protection Zone, known as the progenitor of all dragons, referred to as the father of dragons, or Huanglong. The totemic dragon's appearance is believed to have evolved from it, and in historical texts, it bears another name, Yinglong. It is depicted with 2 wings, a serpentine body, and 4 limbs. According to our research, the oldest known Yinglong has lived for over 11,000 years, ranking 7th among the most extraordinary creatures we have encountered in terms of lifespan. However, the top 5 are pure elemental beings, whose ages cannot be precisely determined. Among non-elemental life forms, the Yinglong ranks 2nd. And what of the first? The first is the tortoise, interjected Master Yulu. That ancient creature has a verifiable lifespan exceeding 24,000 years, truly a timeless turtle. Yet, only one individual of the Xuanwu has been discovered, with no known population. Should this solitary being perish, it would indeed face extinction. Master Su sighed but soon regained his composure, adding that the Yinglong is different. It boasts a brood of 33 offspring, the youngest of which is merely 1,300 years old, alongside numerous subspecies of ancient dragons, exhibiting a substantial population. The third category encompasses the totemic dragons, which are not naturally occurring entities, but rather creations of former alchemists or exiled immortals who sought to forge elemental dragons. Unlike other elemental beings, these dragons belong to the realm of spiritual elements, birthed from the will and imagination of humanity. We have transformed dragons into totems, crafting legendary tales, depicting their forms, and constructing temples to bring them forth from the realm of fantasy into the realm of reality. This is a magnificent endeavor, yet fraught with challenges. Even after nearly 2 millennia, the totemic dragon remains but a fleeting shadow, lacking the essence and sentience of true life. However, perhaps one day in the future, it shall manifest in reality, and at that moment, the 4 symbols will achieve their completeness, heralding the emergence of the Azure Dragon. A synthetic totemic dragon? Ezio was momentarily taken aback. While the yin-yang release of the fire shadow can create, the products of such creation are akin to the formation of virtual souls found in transformation techniques. The existence of these virtual souls is sustained by natural energy, which is inextricably linked to the chakra of the ninja world. As long as natural energy remains abundant, the yin-yang release will not falter. This is fundamentally why the nine-tailed beasts do not perish but are reborn time and again. Had Ezio drained the planet's life force upon leaving the ninja realm, taking all natural energy with him, it is uncertain how long the nine-tails would have survived. In a world devoid of natural energy, the creation through yin-yang release would rely on the energy input from Ezio to endure, bearing little distinction from transformation techniques. Chakra is not an omnipotent force. In its impact on the world, it pales in comparison to magical energy. Chakra's strength lies in its superior integration with the body, as it is an energy synthesized from living beings. Surely, the architect of this totemic dragon was an extraordinarily gifted individual. Indeed, it was the first emperor, who unified the 6 kingdoms and remains the most formidable celestial exile in history, without exception. Had he not been consumed by the pursuit of immortality, the Qin dynasty may not have met its swift demise. His sons failed to inherit his talents. After the tragic death of his eldest son, Fusu, the ascendant Huai was, well, in your terms, a mere puppet. Feudal superstition can be lethal. Su Songyang sighed deeply, reflecting on how countless brilliant individuals perished in their quests for transcendence. Truth be told, had they not sought their own demise, even a celestial exile could live to 200 years without consuming any longevity elixirs. And reaching 300 or 400 years would not be a daunting task. Even I, a cautious old tortoise, have lived over 370 years, haven't I? Su Songming chuckled self-deprecatingly. He was no celestial exile. Rather, he was simply an elderly man averse to death. Choosing the path of refining qi and strengthening the body was a means to prolong his life, ensuring robust health and reducing the likelihood of untimely demise. So that is how it is. Ezio nodded in sudden understanding. Then, esteemed masters, your discourse with me suggests you have intentions for my future? Indeed, for you are a promising young individual whom I hold in high regard. Naturally, I wish for you to seize this opportunity. Master Ovoru spoke candidly. The ancient dragon's lair is about to open, specifically the Dragon Mountain secret realm within the Kunlun protection area. The ancient dragon, having lived for millennia, is no mere foolish beast. The greater the magical prowess of a wondrous creature, the higher its wisdom. Humanity does not possess an overwhelming advantage in intellect, with many beings surpassing us in cleverness. The forthcoming opening of the Dragon Mountain secret realm presents us with a chance to transform into ancient dragon species. Certainly, not everyone can achieve success, as the test of strength remains. If one fails to gain recognition, opting for some ancient dragon species or subdragons might be a wise choice. For the power of ancient dragons surpasses that of the lizard-like creatures found outside. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, this endeavor significantly benefits Inimicus' future research. Have you considered this? I eagerly anticipate your performance. There is certainly no issue with that. Ezio nodded in agreement. He held no particular interest in transforming into a fire dragon, as the portly fire lizard lacked aesthetic appeal. To Ezio, it resembled more of a culinary ingredient than a form he would adopt. After all, one cannot simply transform into a fireball dragon merely because they enjoy its meat. Previously, Ezio favored the Thunderbird as his transformation target, but it appeared he now had a plethora of options. Chapter 164, A Trial for Robin Hood. With approximately a month remaining until the opening of the Dragon Mountain secret realm, time was still ample. After spending several days exploring the Jade Void Palace, Ezio and Furong set off to meet Hong and Harry in Rome City in autumn. Having arrived a few days early, they had already scouted the area, eliminating the need for a tour guide. Following their lead, the group joyfully explored, and the adorable black and white creatures were utterly irresistible, particularly the younger ones. Holding them in their arms felt like a moment of transcendence and purification. Ezio, is there any way we could keep one at home? Perhaps due to Furong's overwhelming charm. The adorable black and white creatures showed no hesitation in approaching her, as 4 or 5 little ones rolled around her feet, their endearing antics melting hearts. After all, they are a national treasure. I want one. Principally, that's impossible. Think of a solution. When Furong first tugged at his clothing and pouted, Ezio's previously unyielding heart crumbled under the weight of her charm. Although his face displayed a hint of exasperation, his mind was racing with possibilities. I'll find you a household item. Upon seeing Ezio's expression, Furong promptly revealed her trump card. I'll personally choose it for you. Ezio, momentarily stunned amidst his strategic contemplation, turned his gaze in astonishment and skepticism towards Furong, who was cradling the black and white creature. He reached out to touch her forehead. You're not feverish, so why speak such nonsense? I am quite serious. Farong replied with a slight squint, concealing her true intentions. Just think of a way, my dear. Even if you jest, I am indeed pondering it. Ezio ruffled Farong's hair, contemplating that perhaps there was a viable but risky approach. But I can give it a try. Really? Farong exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement. The little creature in her arms wiggled its tiny legs, seemingly longing to reach out for Ezio. I feel like I simply must try. Lifting the small, soft creature nestled in her arms high into the air, Farong savored its warm, delicate touch. It was not just Farong who felt this way. Even he found himself yearning to keep one. With nearly a month remaining until the trials of the Dragon Mountain Secret Realm commenced, Ezio initially intended to indulge in leisure during this time. However, he soon set a personal mission for himself. As a seasoned assassin, having faced countless intricate challenges within the trial space, Ezio possessed considerable expertise in problem-solving. What is your plan? Farong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Without hesitation, as the outlines of his strategy began to crystallize in his mind, Ezio descended into a focused state of execution. Upon landing in London, he immediately commenced the arrangement of his task. First and foremost, Ezio required a cadre of personnel. In the past, assembling an elite team of several hundred had proven to be a daunting endeavor, necessitating the use of magic or potions for control. Indeed, gathering a usable group without employing magical means was a formidable challenge. Inyong Dune, a force revered in the ninja world as the essence of creation, was not as mystical as it seemed. Its capabilities did not extend to the creation of worlds or life itself. Kurizetsu, having split from the body of Kaguya Otsutsuki, was akin to a wedge, hastily crafted as an independent entity imbued with Kaguya's own data. The nine-tailed beasts, constructed by the Sage of Six Paths, would not survive long outside the ninja realm. Their existence relied upon the natural energies of that world. Deprived of such energy, they could neither resurrect nor sustain their lives. Muggle matters remained the concern of Muggles. What relevance did they hold for wizards? In a realm infused with extraordinary powers, Ezio understood that if he were to accomplish his objectives, he must navigate around such high-level forces. Although he was confident in his ability to eliminate threats, escalating the situation could lead to complications. Ezio set forth on a new endeavor. More specifically, he sought to find an open space for the Divine Tree, offering it an array of sacrifices. His aim was to transform individuals into obedient white Zetsu, capable of perfect mimicry. In England, the disappearance of several hundred individuals would hardly cause a stir. The targets Ezio selected were those skirting the fringes of society, even if they were to perish. No one would care to retrieve their remains. Viewing the magical world as his own, Ezio had no intention of unleashing the Ten-Tails to drain the land and create chakra fruit. Awakening the Ten-Tails to consume the planet also required sacrifices. Ezio felt a deep-seated aversion to the notion of self-sacrifice. Having attempted it once before, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to repeat the experience. His aspirations did not lean towards divinity, and the evolution of Otsutsuki held little allure for him. Should he pursue such a path, the number of planets he would need to devour was staggering, an undertaking not easily accomplished in the short term. Within just a few hours, the Divine Tree, having received its nourishment, produced a batch of exceptionally reliable and adept white Zetsu. These beings, born soldiers, executed the commands of their master, Ezio, without hesitation. Infused with the essence of yin and yang, they were endowed with intelligence, transforming their previously rigid behavior into something more fluid and adaptable. With a sufficient number of dependable operatives at his disposal, Ezio's grand scheme was set in motion. In 1997, London was experiencing a peak in urban development. With over 200 construction sites bustling with activity and lax oversight, Ezio forged a document purporting to be for the cable renovations at Heathrow Airport. After investing a modest sum in securing passage, a construction company entirely replaced by white Zetsu commenced remarkably efficient earthworks. These tireless beings worked around the clock, skillfully operating machinery to excavate a tunnel measuring 1.8 meters in diameter and extending 1.2 kilometers, situated 30 meters underground, directly leading to the vaults of the British Museum. A cargo ship docked at Gravesend was clandestinely commandeered by Ezio under the pretext of maintenance, securing a prolonged docking permit. The personnel overseeing Gravesend's operations were systematically replaced by white Zetsu, providing essential support for the mission. Ezio intended to make his move against the British Museum, harboring little affection for England while seeking amusement during this interval. As the date reached July 17, 1997, a Thursday, the construction of the underground tunnel neared completion, and the plan was ready to be executed. At 8:50 p.m., as night fell over London and the British Museum closed its doors, the 89-member security team divided into 4 groups for their patrols, armed only with walkie-talkies and rubber batons, rendering them relatively harmless. Among them, 12 members were tasked with the protection of key artifacts, patrolling in pairs throughout the exhibition halls. 8 personnel manned the central monitoring station. Yet the museum found itself in a precarious situation, The transition from analog to digital surveillance was incomplete, and the antiquated monitoring equipment produced only grainy 480p footage prone to disruption. The only potential complication arose from the K9 unit, which conducted thorough scent checks after hours. These astute German shepherds were primarily employed to prevent incidents such as arson. Compared to the outdated technology and personnel, the presence of the K9 unit posed a significant challenge, as eluding their keen noses without the use of magic presented a formidable task. Having completed the perimeter deployment, the white Zetsu awaited the cover of darkness while Ezio, like a specter, infiltrated the museum. He meticulously controlled his abilities, maintaining his physical prowess within the realm of an ordinary human. This long-lost sensation evoked the thrill and tension reminiscent of his earlier missions within the trial space. Utilizing his rebirth eye, Ezio gained comprehensive insight into the museum's layout, understanding far better than the guards where the blind spots in surveillance lay and the routes of their patrols. A week of observation had rendered Ezio intimately familiar with every aspect of the museum. A nimble figure clung to the wall like a spider, while Ezio silently counted down in his mind. As the clock struck 0, he dropped silently from above, deploying his non-reflective, sharp hidden blade. The German shepherd leading the way was pierced through the skull by a single thrust. The blade twisted slightly, turning its brain into a mushy pulp upon extraction. As Ezio rose, the two security personnel trailing behind the police dog fell soundlessly, and he caught their bodies, dragging them into a corner. 32 remained, he noted internally, then deftly evaded the surveillance cameras, becoming a ghost weaving through the vast, empty halls of the Grand Museum. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, yet it did not disturb anyone's slumber. At 9:45 p.m., a hole large enough for a person to stand upright was breached in the basement of the British Museum. The white masks had brought in railway tracks, hastily laying down a makeshift transport route. An electric-powered railcar swiftly arrived along this temporary track, rapidly loading supplies for transfer. As hundreds of individuals coordinated seamlessly, without a single sound of discord, bulletproof glass display cases were dismantled at their weakest points. 3-dial combination locks were violently forced open after being frozen with liquid nitrogen, and the now-defunct floor capacitive sensors failed to trigger any alarms. Hundreds of feet trampled through, like a swarm of locusts, taking everything from the exhibition hall. Ezio was a professional in the art of robbery. However, some artifacts were inherently fragile, and for the sake of efficiency, it was sometimes necessary to sacrifice their integrity. Although the British Museum housed countless invaluable treasures, their status as looters meant that they did not maintain these foreign relics well. The electric-powered railcars, capable of transporting up to 20 tons, moved swiftly through the inky darkness, while trucks laden with mysterious cargo sped towards the port area, each container being packed overnight. Such a flurry of activity was not uncommon in the port, but the workers involved seemed excessively diligent, with no complaints or slacking off. Their astonishing efficiency was almost embarrassing to witness. On July 18, 1997, at 9:15 a.m., a cargo ship departed from Gravesend. Simultaneously, a piercing alarm echoed from the Royal Navy base in Portsmouth. This was not a traditional air raid siren, but rather a warning as they looked up to see a bright point of light suddenly appear in the sky, racing towards them from the distance. The despair of impending disaster robbed them of the will to resist. When this meteor, carrying immense kinetic energy, touched the ground, the foundation of the dock was breached, and a crater 35 meters deep and 80 meters in diameter was instantly formed. The impact of 6 megatons of energy transformed into a shockwave. And although the energy conversion rate was low, this fundamental force was 400 times more destructive than the Hiroshima atomic bomb, unleashing catastrophic devastation in an instant. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, metal was instantaneously vaporized by a plasma fireball reaching 200,000 degrees Celsius, shredding the Elizabeth-class aircraft carrier into high-temperature debris flung into the air. The asphalt pavement within 3,000 meters melted into a tarry black lake, while a peak overpressure of 1,000 rendered concrete structures within 500 meters to a state of catastrophic disintegration, with shrapnel propelled at 4 times the speed of sound. The defensive line of the English Channel crumbled in an instant, leaving no one with the energy to attend to a suspicious cargo ship's abrupt departure. Though the hour for opening had arrived, the British Museum remained tightly shut, provoking discontented protests from visitors. After nearly 2 hours of delay, the sluggish government finally dispatched personnel to investigate the situation. However, upon the opening of the doors, the empty museum left them speechless. A flamboyant inscription appeared on the previously blank wall. Robin Hood met his fate here. Chapter 165, Shadow of the Dragon. The British Museum had been robbed, the Royal Navy's main fleet annihilated, and a succession of grim tidings plunged England, still recovering from the economic turmoil of Black Wednesday, into profound unrest once more. The fleet of aircraft carriers, constituting 60% of the nation's military strength, had evaporated. The Atlantic defense line collapsed in an instant. nuclear submarine bases were obliterated, and the Trident missile system spiraled out of control. As the final veil of modesty was violently torn away, the Empire's frailty was laid bare. On the day following these events, Scotland's independence referendum passed, and a secret treaty was signed between Germany and France, leading to France's assumption of patrol duties in the English Channel. The last fleet of England was trapped in Victoria Harbour. On July 20th, UNESCO passed an emergency resolution, with 129 nations endorsing the Emergency Return of Looted Cultural Property Act, while 45 nations, including China and Russia, formed the Cultural Relics Recovery Alliance. The world's attention turned to the cargo ship Whipson, which had departed on the day of the incident. Yet, its precise location remained elusive, as it vanished like a ghost into the depths of the Atlantic. "How did you do it, Ezio?" cried Ferrong, rushing over in a flurry, awakening a small creature with her exclamation. The little one blinked its adorable eyes, and after a moment of mutual gaze with Ferrong, it extended its tiny paws as if yearning for a hug. "A magical panda?" Ferrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "One could say so, but they differentiate this subspecies of panda by calling it an iron-eating beast. Its diet consists primarily of meat, and it only consumes magically imbued arrow bamboo. In truth, it can be considered a wondrous creature, particularly due to its prolonged juvenile phase, requiring ample energy and magical power to develop its inner magical organs. This means it will maintain its size for over 11 years, allowing you to play with it for a decade more. Once fully grown, this little darling will become quite substantial, typically reaching the size of an adult Asian elephant." However, despite all this information, Ferrong paid little heed, as the adorable creature in her arms captured her full attention. Indeed, it appears that every point of evolution has been devoted to cuteness. Ezio playfully tugged at the little creature's short, swaying tail. The adorable little bundle turned its head, emitting a series of delightful sounds while reaching out to Ezio, as if pleading for more affection. Unconsciously, a tender smile graced Ezio's face, yet he found himself unable to intercept this little one's grand performance. Instead, he produced a bamboo shoot, watching it blissfully munch away in his embrace. Ezio and Ferrong were compelled to observe this spectacle of eating for a solid 5 minutes. "I nearly forgot. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave." Yes, go ahead," Ferrong replied, her gaze fixed on the little one as she dangled a peeled bamboo shoot in front of it, playfully coaxing, "Call me Mama." The tiny creature waved its little hands, its dark eyes tracking the bamboo shoot in Ferrong's grasp. "It can call you Mama now. Did you hear that, Ezio?" "I suppose so," Ezio responded, bemused, before waving goodbye and exiting the room. Before long, Ezio arrived at the Anima Magus Academy. After acquiring his official credentials, he sought out Master Avaru. "I hope I'm not late, Master." "I thought you had already left," Master Avaru replied, casting a glance at the clock on the wall. "But it's not too late. There is still over an hour until it begins." Rising and setting aside his documents, he said, "Let us go. I'll take you there and collect some samples along the way." "Could you tell me about the ancient dragons, Master?" Ezio inquired, his curiosity piqued by this newly discovered ancient species. Yet, it seemed that relevant information was scarce outside. In simple terms, ancient dragons are a type of magical primordial species. Master Avaru elucidated, presenting a new classification. Magical creatures can be divided into 3 categories. The first category consists of magical subspecies, which possess magic within them. Those that are weaker, such as owls influenced by artificial intervention, unable to wield magic, while the stronger ones, like wizards, can utilize magic but are less affected by the magical environment. The second category includes magical beings. The vast majority of extraordinary creatures fall into this group. These beings are significantly affected by the magical environment. If they lose their suitable magical habitat, demise is imminent. Their physical structures are almost entirely reliant on magic for existence in the real world. Without the influence of magic, their bodies enter irreversible collapse. The third category comprises primordial species, encompassing all elemental life. We can understand this as life that has come into being through the gift of magic, possessing one or more extraordinary powers. The phoenix's rebirth from flames is one such example, as are the ancient wizards who mastered archaic magic. Their unique powers resemble magical resonance, allowing them to directly manipulate natural magic. Their magical level surpasses that of wizards. For instance, the phoenix can ignore the spatial teleportation magic of wizards, relying on the sheer essence of magic, a feat that ancient wizards are also capable of achieving. Among the indigenous species, there exists a hierarchy of strength, with the ancient dragon species representing the pinnacle of this classification. They should never be regarded as mere wild beasts or extraordinary creatures. Rather, they are advanced intelligent beings. It can be asserted that any top-tier indigenous species, including but not limited to the ancient dragons, possess the capability to obliterate the contemporary world should they so desire. The anima forms of the venerable tortoise, the Xuanwu, manifest as an entity as vast as an island, encompassing nearly 600 square kilometers. Notably, This creature is considered the most temperate and least inclined to relocate among the elite indigenous species. Currently, only 6 top-tier indigenous species have been identified across the globe, residing in areas known for their profound magical concentrations. The Yinglong, Xuanwu, feathered serpent, sea dragon Tiamat, sea beast Leviathan, and colossal serpent Apophis, all of which appear in mythology, have tangible counterparts in reality. Among them, the most potent are the Yinglong and the sea dragon Tiamat, both belonging to the ancient dragon category, each possessing their own clans. Furthermore, they wield formidable magical abilities akin to world shaping, which are reminiscent of creation powers in mythology. In truth, they have indeed created their own miniature worlds, such as the Dragon Mountain secret realm we are currently destined to visit. Master Yuora grasped Ezio's hand and transported him through illusion to an ancient city bustling with life. The buildings here are sculpted from rock, with an architectural style somewhat reminiscent of the Taishur Celestial Empire, though upon closer inspection, the differences are notable. The first impression this place imparts is one of grandeur. Towering columns, hundreds of meters high and requiring the embrace of numerous individuals, support an opulent open-air palace, with steps nearly 3 meters high that only giants could ascend in a single stride. This is not a dwelling for ordinary humans. Rather, those towering over 6 meters are the true indigenous inhabitants of this locale. They serve as the outer guardians of the Dragon Mountain secret realm, beings birthed from a process akin to genetic engineering, possessing a certain kinship with the ancient dragons. It is said that the original form of Quafu from Chinese mythology is derived from them. These giants lack human hands, their muscular arms are gnarled, and their palms have morphed into shapes reminiscent of dragon heads, adorned with fearsome fangs and teeth. Speaking of hybrids, you must be acquainted with a professor at Hogwarts named Hagrid, correct? Hagrid? Ezio paused momentarily, recalling that he was indeed a friend. What has Hagrid done? He has achieved a groundbreaking interspecies hybridization. Though the creature he cultivated, a blast-tail snail, possesses somewhat of a trash amalgamation quality, with its lion-headed, scorpion-tailed beast and fire crab. I remain perplexed as to how he managed to merge those two entities. Nevertheless, one must concede that he succeeded, should this technique be further developed. The animaforms would also reap its benefits. This hybridization carries significant uncertainty, while the creation embodied by the Yinglong can be interpreted as a predetermined shaping of outcomes. The ancient dragon subspecies likely emerged through such a method, existing solely within the Dragon Mountain secret realm, unseen in any other place. Master Ovaru brought Ezio to a colossal gateway, guarded by giants, embedded within the mountainside. This stone portal towered nearly 300 meters high and spanned close to 800 meters wide. Behind the gate, the mountain rock formed a seamless expanse, as if it were hewn from a single massive stone, adorned with an array of intricate patterns whose nature remained a mystery, whether mere decoration or arcane symbols. This was the entrance to the Dragon Mountain secret realm, and crossing through it would lead to an entirely new world. After a wait of approximately half an hour, the enormous door suddenly shimmered with a faint luminescence. As it swung open, a vast portal connecting 2 worlds was unveiled. Looking through the shimmering veil, they beheld a boundless realm stretching before them. A crowd of roughly 100 people congregated in the plaza, their gasps and exclamations echoing continuously. In that world, even the laws of physics diverged from those of the outside realm. Serving as the most direct evidence of the dragon's power to create worlds, he fashioned a habitat tailored for their existence, a true home. While the sorcerers sought to harness the power of anima magus, the dragon appeared unperturbed by such acts of power theft. However, not everyone could attain this strength. Only those deemed worthy would succeed. Every decade, a trial would be initiated here. Let us proceed, he urged. Upon entry, Ezio's breath suddenly became heavier, a peculiar and stimulating air permeating his being with each inhalation. Some of the accompanying sorcerers trembled, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Magnificent, someone exclaimed. And laughter was absent, for they all shared in the moment's exhilaration. The air was saturated with an unimaginable density of magical energy, each breath akin to indulging in a feast composed of condensed arcane delights, instilling an ethereal euphoria. It felt as though tangible magic could be scooped up, coalescing into droplets within one's palm. Gravity seemed slightly more pronounced here, perhaps 1.2 times that of the outside world. Yet the overwhelming magical essence invigorated their bodies, enabling them to withstand this minor difference. Gazing ahead, Ezio beheld mountains soaring hundreds, even thousands of meters into the sky. As the heavens here appeared loftier than those of Earth, massive peaks were embedded beneath the celestial canopy, while a tumultuous river, spanning several kilometers in width and of indeterminate length, wound its way through the sky. Ezio's keen perception allowed him to hear the river's roaring currents. And a colossal shadow darted through the waters, perhaps a fish of extraordinary size, or something else entirely. The area at the entrance was remarkably flat, yet it was evident that they stood upon a mountain floating in midair, with shorter peaks peeking over the edges. Following the throng, Ezio made his way to a spot near the precipice. Gazing downward, one beholds a pitch-black abyss, adorned with twinkling stars. Shrouded in an immense shadow that obscures the view below, yet, one can still glimpse colossal structures resembling towering trees. This world is divided into 3 layers. The first layer, the terrestrial realm, can be envisioned as an expansive pasture, providing sustenance for this domain. The second layer, where we currently reside, comprises floating mountain ranges, the habitat of ancient dragon subspecies. While there are indeed some in the terrestrial region, the majority thrive in the floating mountains. The highest layer, known as the celestial canopy, is home to the Yinglong clan, where a floating continent exists. Few have ventured into the celestial canopy. Yet those who do discover that its inhabitants have established their own civilization, albeit a modest one, encompassing wisdom, writing, language, and a system of power. They have even delved into the technology of modern muggles, though to them, such technology is merely a plaything, as wizards are capable of defying the laws of physics, and they excel in this regard. In the celestial canopy, there exists a sun, crafted by their hands, akin to a colossal nuclear fusion reactor with a diameter of 10 kilometers. When muggles first uncovered atomic energy, they had already perfected this technology, which would take several more centuries for others to achieve. Here, they are akin to deities. Although they dwell in a world of their own making, their gaze is perpetually fixed upon the outside realm. Quite fascinating, isn't it? Master Avara chuckled, marveling at the wonders of the magical world, which surpass our imagination. We have entertained a daring hypothesis, that their small number is leveraging the vast wisdom of humanity to unveil the mysteries of the expansive unknown, which explains their benevolence towards us. At that moment, a colossal dragon silhouette appeared above the canopy, as a brilliant and fervent sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating this previously dim world with the light of day. The resplendent radiance was magnified by the sun's glow, and the dazzling platinum scales refracted myriad brilliant hues. Chapter 166. Are we monster hunters or monster hunters? Suddenly, the shadow that obscured the sky vanished, and a man clad in a pale golden robe adorned with cloud patterns materialized in midair, bearing distinct draconic features, such as horns upon his forehead and a dragon tail trailing behind him. Do they also possess the ability of animagus? Ezio scrutinized him for a few moments, confirming that he had indeed witnessed a transformation akin to that of an animagus, and he turned to Master Uvaru to inquire. The essence of magic is universal, making it not difficult for them to learn. After all, there has always been a dialogue between the Dragon Mountain secret realm and human wizards. As they conversed, a massive blue crystal, approximately 10 meters in diameter, suddenly emerged before the gathered crowd. The man in the sky spoke, his voice resonating with calm authority. Touch the crystal, and based on your magical attributes, you shall be transported to different trial arenas. Those who successfully navigate all 3 trials shall receive my gifts. He extended his hand before him, and several shimmering scales, emitting a faint golden glow, floated into view. Even from a distance of several dozen meters, the powerful waves of magical energy radiating from them could be felt by all. Step upon the ancient dragon's path, he uttered, and with that, his body soared into the air, transforming once more into a magnificent dragon silhouette, vanishing into the horizon. What a beautiful and enchanting life it is. A man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, emerged from the crowd. Clad in a traditional black robe of a European wizard, he exuded an unusual aura. For reasons unknown, the moment Ezio laid eyes upon him, an alarm resonated within his heart. This seemingly harmless elder emanated an unprecedented sense of threat. Master, do you know who he is? You do not know? Master Avaru cast a peculiar glance at Ezio. This gentleman is a former student of Hogwarts, from decades past. You may be unaware, as you were not yet born at that time. So who is he? Setharera Skeggi, a staunch protector of magical creatures. He has profoundly influenced an entire era, having vanquished thousands of poachers and dark wizards. His name is notorious worldwide, and his chain lightning spell, the Avada Kedavra, can obliterate an entire camp of poachers in an instant. A wizard who has mastered ancient magic, he is a chosen one of the magical realm, belonging to the same generation as Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Indeed, Europe was brimming with talent a century ago. Goodness, Ezio gasped, having played Hogwarts Legacy. Though the game diverged from the true Hogwarts experience, the protagonist was undeniably impressive, having decimated foes in the Forbidden Forest within a mere year of enrollment, single-handedly defeating rebellious goblins. He is my idol. Ezio rubbed his hands together, eager to engage him in a discussion about the myriad ways to stack jingwins. However, before he could approach, the man reached out to touch the enormous crystal, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Observing this, other wizards followed suit, stepping forward to touch the crystal. Then I shall take my leave, master. Be cautious and safe, Master Avaru advised. As Ezio extended his hand to touch the crystal before him, a sharp sting caused him to frown slightly, akin to a prick from a blood collection needle. Suddenly, His vision blurred, and he found himself in an unfamiliar forest. Simultaneously, a gender-neutral voice softly echoed in his ear. Floating Land Armor 1 and 2. Hunt the Tempest Dragon. What? Assassination Bounty. The Catastrophic Tempest Dragon. Task Difficulty. Task Description. This creature does not belong to this world, yet for unknown reasons. It has appeared here and has become your target for hunting. Task Reward. 10, 950 mithril coins. Why do elements from Monster Hunter emerge here in this world? Startled by the assassination bounty, Ezio shuddered, and an exhilarating thrill surged within him. It was not merely because the Tempest Dragon was a formidable target. Rather, in that moment, he seemed to uncover a little-known secret. Just then, amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning, a slender dragon with translucent membranous wings emerged, gliding effortlessly through the air as if engaged in a celestial dance. The tempest encircling it possessed an extraordinary might, rivaling that of natural disasters. With the dazzling lightning threatening to reduce everything in its vicinity to ashes, the heavens transformed in hue with its arrival, the storm incarnate embodied by the dragon. Unlike the clumsy creatures in the game that descend to confront hunters on land, this magnificent beast had no intention of alighting. The sky was its rightful domain. The dance of the dragon unfolded in midair, as it conjured storms and bolts of lightning. The tempest had minimal impact on the sorcerer, who could navigate through a level 15 storm with ease, thanks to wind-repelling spells. Magic wielded formidable countermeasures against numerous natural forces, yet the thunderous lightning remained somewhat exceptional. Spells capable of effectively mitigating lightning damage appeared to be scarce. At least within the repertoire of spells at Ezio's disposal, there were none akin to fire or wind shields. But what of it? The seventh gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia opens. The self-protective valve restricting chakra within his body was unleashed, and a surge of ferocious energy coursed through him in an instant. With a powerful stomp, as the ground shattered beneath him, Ezio instantaneously ascended into the air. The seventh gate, Azure Dragon emerges from the abyss. The vapor suspended in the sky converged, compressed, and shaped by the force of his punch, morphing into a brilliant azure dragon that, propelled by the destructive wind pressure, shattered the tempest and lightning ahead. In midair, the storm dragon opened its gaping maw lined with fearsome fangs, unleashing a torrent of water, nearly as thick as its own body, that surged towards the roaring form of the azure dragon. This column of water, capable of piercing through a small mountain, erupted into a cloud of vapor, drenching the floating peaks below with a torrential downpour. Claws entwined with raging winds and lightning cleaved through the sky, emanating an overwhelming majesty characteristic of apex predators. Do you still wish to dance? The dragon's claw, resembling a divine talon, was seized by Ezio, the powerful current causing his hair to stand on end. A charred scent wafting from him. Then let us dance. The 8th gate opens. Crimson steam ignited, and the storm dragon, now transformed into a circular projectile, plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, the thunderous roar causing the entire mountain to tremble, rocks crumbling, and peaks collapsing. In that moment, a blood-red silhouette surged towards the point of the dragon's descent. A deafening crash resounded, though it was not the roar of the sky's thunder. The entire head of the dragon, driven into the earth by a single blow, momentarily left it in a state of confusion, accompanied by the sound of its scales shattering. It was wrenched from the ground and forcefully slammed back down. A massive fissure appeared on the 1,000-meter-high peak, the same force that nearly shattered the mountain now afflicting the storm dragon. As the crimson steam dissipated, the 8th gate could be closed for Ezio. But the duration of this state was limited, and if he exerted too much force, it would be disastrous if he inadvertently shattered this magnificent creature. The 2 magnificent golden horns atop the storm dragon's head were a sight to behold, but at this moment, one of them was firmly gripped by a pair of hands. A wretched scream pierced through the howling winds, and amidst the dragon's heart-wrenching wails, the golden horn on the right side of its head was wrenched from its very roots with a force reminiscent of uprooting a willow tree. Scalding dragon blood splattered into the tempest, as Ezio, clutching his prize, landed steadily after being hurled from the dragon's head. The storm dragon ascended once more, enduring the sharp pain coursing through its body as it spiraled rapidly in the sky. A colossal storm took shape under its tumultuous movements. A gargantuan tornado with a diameter exceeding 500 meters, devouring the thunderous roars and flashes of lightning above in mere seconds. The ionized air emanated a distinctive scent of ozone. The power of disaster was entirely awakened within the storm dragon and the immense tempest, already wreaking havoc upon the floating mountain before even drawing near, obliterated the mountain itself. The torrential lightning, dense as rain, ravaged every corner of the floating mountain with the storm's swift advance. Long time no see, old friend. Ezio raised a double-handed sword high, its radiant golden beam shredding the remnants of the storm clouds above. Finishing blow. A certain hit. Victory shall be ours. Here it comes. The brilliant golden light cleaved through the storm of calamity, causing the thunder to split apart in its wake, a resplendent beam of gold slicing through the disastrous tempest. A golden line etched across the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the roaring thunder fell silent, and the howling winds were hushed. The obscured sun cast forth a warm light and heat. A massive figure plummeted from the sky, the shattered storm pushing against its form, casting it upon the now-halved floating mountain rock. The hunt was complete. The sword of the oath of victory was sheathed, and Ezio stretched his neck, feeling a sense of joyful satisfaction from the battle. Shall we not proceed to the next hunt? The dissipating rain curtain revealed a clear sky, and under the sun's warm glow, Ezio waved his hand. The robust trees were magically transformed, excess moisture evaporated, and the dry wood was chopped, rising into a great bonfire. The dragon's body, cleaved in two, exposed its pink, tender flesh beneath a shell-like covering. Though uncertain of its edibility, Ezio, assured he wouldn't meet his demise, hesitated not a moment, retrieving an array of barbecue seasonings from his pack and swiftly beginning to prepare the ingredients. The large chunks of dragon meat were pierced with numerous small holes, allowing the marinated mixture to seep in thoroughly. The flames licked at the grease, producing a delicate crackling sound, and amidst the thin wisps of smoke, the aroma of roasting meat spread vigorously. How delightful! A somewhat unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar voice resonated from nearby. Ezio turned and instantly broke into a smile. It's the senior. Welcome, welcome. He gestured with his hand, transforming a nearby piece of wood into a chair, and warmly stood to welcome the elderly man, who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, yet was several years older than Dumbledore. I, too, am an alumnus of Hogwarts. My name is Ezio. During my time at school, I had the fortune of visiting the map chamber, albeit it lay in ruins. Nevertheless, I heard tales of your legendary exploits from the upperclassmen. Is that true? Ha! The senior chuckled heartily, finding it difficult to refuse the enthusiasm radiating from a seemingly adoring junior. I noticed a commotion nearby and came to investigate. He remarked with a smile. I have mastered the powers of ancient magic, a rather unique form of sorcery, I must say. Upon reflection, in the realm of biological classification, he, as an ancient wizard, belongs to the same tier of primordial beings as the dragon of prophecy. While there may be differences in strength, his limitations are certainly far fewer than my own. Which dragon did you encounter, senior? It is my first time seeing such creatures in the magical realm. I wonder if their flavor is equally extraordinary. The molten mountain dragon. Yet I suspect it might not be particularly palatable, being composed entirely of stone and metal. When I attempted to shatter it, I hardly noticed any flesh. Even if there were, it likely would have been sulphurous in taste. Quite unfortunate, indeed. The manner in which the senior described shattering the molten mountain dragon piqued Ezio's curiosity. It gave him the impression that he merely exerted a slight force, causing the creature to crumble effortlessly, intensifying his interest in the power of ancient magic. Senior, might you share your past experiences with me? I have heard that you single-handedly eradicated poaching bands in the Forbidden Forest. Master Avaru informed me that you once swept through the Wizarding World alone. Is that correct? Ha! It is not quite so exaggerated. The senior's face creased with laughter at this remark. You may call me Surdy. Senior Surdy. That was a long time ago. In truth, until the age of 15, I was unaware of my identity as a wizard. Ancient wizards are indeed remarkable. The magic of ordinary wizards, without the aid of alchemical arrays, can merely alter a minuscule area around them. In contrast, ancient wizards possess the ability to transform weather patterns, even reviving withered trees and reversing the natural environment of vast regions. For instance, they can turn a snowy winter into a spring day, or rejuvenate parched lands with gushing springs. Although Ezio could manage such feats, it was only after he had harvested the majority of wealth from the ninja realm that he could accomplish them. Had it not been for a moment of inspiration that led the Tintail's divine tree to bear chakra fruits imbued with its own magical energy, he would have been unable to perform such acts. Magical energy can effortlessly modify the laws of physics, while magic, though capable of alterations, has its limitations and necessitates the application of specific spells. After indulging in a feast of storm dragon barbecue, the second trial commenced shortly thereafter. About an hour after the first trial had concluded, those who could succeed had done so, while those who could not would find no fortune even with additional time. These dragons, clad in the names of ancient draconic subspecies, hail from a new world and are significantly stronger than the fire dragons of this realm. In addition to their formidable physical prowess, the draconic beings of this world are largely limited to the ability to breathe fire. Although they possess robust and resilient bodies, to a wizard of a certain caliber, they bear little difference from mere fire-breathing lizards. However, these dragons are endowed with an innate talent for harnessing elemental forces, granting them significantly enhanced physical strength. Take, for instance, the second quarry that Ezio now faces. If the previous storm dragon was the embodiment of tempest and thunder, the colossal dragon's silhouette now unfurling its form in the sky resembles a black sun. The obsidian dragon is suffused with an unknown, unstable elemental energy, capable of manipulating all attributes to their maximum potential, thereby conjuring expansive domains of storms, lightning, raging fire, and blizzards, utterly altering the meteorological phenomena of the region and summoning natural disasters. Yet, all of this is merely a byproduct of its unconscious energy release. Even the slightest unintentional dispersion of the energy within the obsidian dragon is sufficient to bring forth cataclysmic havoc. Its form, akin to a jet-black Pegasus, is cloaked in a heavy armor of scales. The elemental properties coursing through it cause the light patterns that seep from the interstices of its scales to shift, transitioning from deep azure to fiery crimson, ultimately merging into an abyssal darkness that seems capable of consuming light itself. This is the origin of its moniker, the Black Sun. When soaring directly beneath the sun, those who gaze upward are greeted by an eclipse wrought by its presence. The obsidian dragon obscures the sun's outline, its black hole-like body devouring the sunlight, leaving behind only a hazy ring at the threshold of light and shadow. The circling obsidian dragon appears devoid of any aggressive intent. In contrast to the tempestuous storm dragon that unleashes gales and reveals its claws, the obsidian dragon seems relatively composed. Yet, the moment Ezio steps into its domain, the battle has already commenced. The floating mountain that the obsidian dragon inhabits is significantly larger than the one where the storm dragon resides, almost akin to a small island, so vast that one cannot discern its boundaries even from a high vantage point. However, this place is devoid of forests or trees, presenting only a desolate expanse of lifelessness. Suddenly, the ground, adorned with molten black stone pillars, is swept by a ferocious whirlwind. The tempest, appearing out of nowhere, erupts violently, hurling sand and gravel like bullets against Ezio's form. In the wake of this, a surge of magical energy disperses, triggering his passive defensive spells. Countless stones become suspended in midair, momentarily forming a shield wall comprised of sand and gravel around Ezio. The tempest's abrupt onset is as fleeting as it is fierce, yet it is swiftly followed by a penetrating chill that blankets the area, causing Ezio's breath to crystallize into icy mist, as an intense cold seems intent on freezing him to the core. Frost clings to Ezio's dark hair. This is the result of the obsidian dragon's unconscious energy dispersal, leading to widespread anomalous weather. Such an anomaly, which should have affected an area spanning hundreds of kilometers, has been compressed into the confines of its floating mountain domain. When such cataclysmic weather is distilled into this broad yet confined space, these disasters manifest in a near-continuous succession. After the tempest comes the frost. Following the frost is the savage thunder and lightning. A torrid rain of fire blankets the land ravaged by the storm, transforming the molten earth into a frozen wasteland. Occasionally, the fractured light and shadow of space flickers, and beyond the commonplace elements of nature, a draconic essence manifests, wielding the power to affect spatial stability. It seems a gaze, laced with disdain, rests upon Ezio from the obsidian dragon soaring in the heavens, dismissing the intruder in its domain as inconsequential. However, this contempt soon transmuted into a fury of flame and thunder. With hands pressed together, Ezio gently clapped. The true thousand hands of would release. In a realm devoid of natural energy, the powers of Sage Mode are significantly curtailed. Remnants of natural energy plundered from the ninja world remain. Though scarce, they suffice for Ezio's purpose. A towering statue of the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara, over 500 meters in height, rose from the ground. Before this colossal figure, the obsidian dragon, merely dozens of meters long, appeared exceedingly diminutive. Transformation of the summit. At this moment, the floating mountain began to collapse under the brutal onslaught of the immense wooden statue. The once mighty floating peak, now reduced to shattered fragments, was thrice its original size. As the mountain crumbled, it began to tilt, yet the descending stones were arrested by an unseen force, stabilizing in midair after a slight descent. The once mighty obsidian dragon, now swollen and resembling a bloated creature, emanated a black mist that boiled outward, its current appearance more akin to a black sun as the name suggests. Is this enough to vanquish you? Ezio mused, bemused by the dragon's resilience. At that moment, a ring of black ripples emanated from the now spherical dragon. As the powers of wind, fire, ice, and thunder intertwined within the vibrant darkness, shattering the fragmented stones into powder upon contact. Waves of destructive energy, capable of annihilating worlds, surged outward relentlessly. The world-ending might of the obsidian dragon manifested, with black and red draconic energy rising endlessly, a colossal phantom dragon nearly 1,000 meters long. Its true form becoming the core of this dragon, radiating a fearful torrent of energy. Its breath, akin to a river severed, transformed into a tsunami of energy that blotted out the sun, obliterating everything below and engulfing the entire trial area in a cataclysm of devastation. Without a moment's respite, a massive cube of black-red dragon flames materialized where the floating mountain once stood. All existence was incinerated by the searing fire, frozen by the frost, torn asunder by thunder, and ultimately ground to dust by the furious tempest, utterly annihilated within this tidal wave of energy. Had a legitimate sorcerer been present, they would have surely perished. The yin-yang escape sphere constructed from the Taoist jade isolated the external elemental chaos. Almost caught in a trap, this unavoidable assault, which could only be faced head-on, indeed proved to be a rather unscrupulous tactic. The shattered Taoist jade barrier dispersed the remnants of destructive energy lingering nearby, and soon a new Taoist jade materialized, revolving in the grasp of Ezio's right hand. His molten golden eyes fixed upon the formidable black dragon ahead, which radiated an overwhelming aura of menace. Indeed, one must not allow a slight increase in strength to cultivate an inflated ego. Golden cycle rebirth explosion. A slender golden thread sliced through the void, as the black sun before him unleashed an endless cascade of dark radiance. In an instant, this delicate golden line was engulfed by the darkness, seeming to drown within the unfathomable abyss. Even if, but for a fleeting moment, it was sufficient to cleave through all barriers that lay before him. A crimson figure surged into the cleaved abyss, tearing open a pathway leading to the core of the magnificent black dragon's essence. 8th Death Gate, Ashen Annihilation. A distorted, unstable sphere of darkness flickered at the tip of his fist, a terrifying gravitational force devouring all matter and energy in its vicinity. At that moment, an artificial miniature black hole was formed, as the spatial fabric was shattered by the might of the 8th Death Gate, creating a void that became the very vortex of annihilation. This relentless collapse, consuming all in its brief existence, was more than sufficient to absorb the entirety of the energy unleashed by the black dragon. In the instant the collapse ceased, a sphere of extraordinarily high-density energy lost the restraint that bound it, its aggregation interrupted, releasing waves of destruction. This sphere, containing all the energy previously emitted by the black dragon, obliterated any matter that dared to come into contact with it, a force of annihilation that was insurmountable. Even Ezio himself could barely ensure his survival against this cataclysmic wave. The more energy it absorbed, the stronger it became. Indeed, even Ezio, the wielder of this power, risked being consumed alongside it. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated in Ezio's ear. The trial has been passed. The sphere of destructive energy, expanding uncontrollably, was abruptly frozen and stilled by an unfathomable force, subsequently vanishing from sight. The bewildered black dragon, in that moment, obediently curled into a ball, while the previously destroyed floating mountain reassembled in the void. The black sun was cast upon the mountain, and all returned to its original state. Is it impossible to eliminate it? Ezio asked uncertainly. Yes, there is only one, and it is quite difficult to sustain. It is rather finicky. So that is the case. Ezio smacked his lips. This black dragon, capable of threatening his existence, seemed merely to be a pet nurtured by that authoritative voice. Presumably, this voice belonged to the master of this world. The power of Yang escape could only mend his superficial wounds, failing to restore the life force he had just expended. The 8 gates of life and death technique was inherently a life-risking art that traded longevity for a brief surge of power. Yet, regarding his own safety, Ezio retained a measure of caution. His magical energy remained untouched, and he had yet to invoke his life-preserving card, the Ares War Cry. Although he had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of power, the strength of the world's master gradually took on a vague outline in Ezio's mind. Reflecting on the scene he had witnessed not long ago, Ezio pondered. As the architect of this realm, possessing mastery over the temporal forces of the world seemed not entirely incomprehensible. Perhaps I should contemplate ways to expand my own power as well. After all, is not time an intrinsic aspect of the ISU bloodline? The ISU, who crafted the staff of Hermes and glimpsed the apocalyptic visions of the future, inherently possessed the ability to peer into the fabric of time. But how might one purify or activate the ISU lineage? Should I invest points? Ezio shook his head. For thus far, he had yet to discern where the deep blue enhancement symbol resided. Truly, this system was in dire need of an update. Just as Ezio was lost in these thoughts, a familiar line of text suddenly appeared. Updating. His personal panel was once again unresponsive, and the task interface had vanished. The third trial was imminent. I have over 10,000 mithril coins at stake. Why not generate the task before proceeding with the update? The heart-wrenching loss of 1 billion left Ezio gasping for breath. He was in desperate need of funds, having already incurred significant losses from the recent encounter with the Black Dragon. With a resigned sigh, Ezio acknowledged that at least this time he had received a prior warning, indicating a degree of increasing intelligence within the system. Chapter 168, The Crimson Comet. He felt a certain anticipation regarding the third trial, for such challenges invariably escalated in difficulty. Having faced the Black Dragon, the next adversary was sure to be even more formidable. Upon arriving at a new floating mountain, Ezio scanned his surroundings, only to find no trace of a dragon. Moreover, the floating mountain beneath him was significantly smaller than the one housing the black dragon. Could this trial feature a particularly diminutive dragon species? Yet, was there truly a creature more powerful than the black dragon among the smaller varieties? The black dragon, known as the Black Sun, belonged to the category of taboo dragons and was considered one of the most elite ancient dragons within the realm of monster hunting. If one were to speak of a creature even mightier than it, Ezio could only think of the Annihilation Dragon. This dragon, a hunter of ancient dragons, actively sought out and exterminated its kind. Its formidable regenerative capabilities allowed it to instantly recover from injuries, and with each cycle of destruction and rebirth, its body grew ever stronger. What could not kill it only served to augment its power. The Annihilation Dragon represented a unique individual among its kind, having endured countless battles that rendered its body impervious to conventional ancient dragon strikes, and its self-healing abilities surpassed those of typical Annihilation dragons. Only such a being could rival the Black Dragon in strength. Just as Ezio could no longer contain his urge to activate his rebirth eye in search of prey, a blazing red light streaked across the sky, reminiscent of a comet, trailing a long crimson tail. This trial would not unfold upon the ground, but in the heavens. As the crimson comet streaked across the sky, a thunderous roar echoed belatedly, the sonic boom striking Ezio's chest with the force of a drumbeat. The red energy particles wafting through the air, accompanied by the shockwave, delivered a reverberating power that penetrated deeply into his lungs. The silver-winged harbinger of doom, the embodiment of despair, the crimson comet. Soaring through the heavens was the swiftest of all, the celestial comet dragon. Unlike other dragons, the celestial comet dragon possesses a unique anatomical structure. It does not rely on flapping its wings or manipulating the winds for flight, but rather adopts a ferocious and unrefined method of soaring. Its specially designed dual wings, sharp as an oversized lance, emit a radiant crimson blaze, a manifestation of the dragon's internal energy surging forth. Each wing is adorned with two pairs of organs resembling vector engine nozzles, where the red dragon energy erupts, fueling an unceasing cycle of power that allows it to attain comet-like speeds, accelerating to nearly 100 Mach within the atmosphere. While meteorites descend at a speed of merely 20 to 30 kilometers per second, rapidly decelerating due to atmospheric friction, the celestial comet dragon's velocity is nearly double that. It does not require a landing. A mere decrease in altitude allows this crimson comet to obliterate everything in its path. Such an unstoppable, unpredictable, and incomprehensible force of destruction has earned it the moniker of the embodiment of despair. Yet, the greatest terror lies in its maneuverability. Even at its maximum cruising speed, it can effortlessly adjust its flight posture and direction, executing instantaneous 180-degree turns, completely disregarding inertia and resistance. The only moment of loss of control occurs when it transforms itself into a meteor. By weaponizing its own body, the dragon unleashes its energy to its utmost, elevating its speed to the pinnacle and exceeding all limits. In its final form, this creature, merely a few dozen meters long, plunges earthward like a kilometer-sized iron meteorite, tearing through the sky at speeds exceeding 60 kilometers per second. It is even more dazzling and spectacular than the fireworks Ezio had seen exploding in England just moments ago. Moreover, this dragon comet is capable of reloading after a brief respite, resembling a clean nuclear warhead with a yield of 1 megaton, equipped with cruise capabilities and biometric locking mechanisms. Presently, this celestial bioweapon has locked onto Ezio's position at a speed of 42 kilometers per second, or 123 Mach. Earth-shattering star. A black gravitational core materializes, yet as it captures the celestial comet dragon, the creature has already distanced itself from the gravitational field, merely experiencing a slight tug, narrowly avoiding a collision just above Ezio's head. How does one combat such a being? The hunters in Monster Hunter are, in truth, the true monsters. Observing the dragon make a swift 180-degree turn without losing an ounce of speed, Ezio felt a shiver run down his spine. When velocity reaches a certain threshold, the word invincible seems to manifest upon one's visage. Such a creature. As the crimson glow swept past him repeatedly, Ezio found himself beset by an unprecedented desire to withdraw from the fray. Such antics were nothing short of a violation of the rules. Yet, the celestial comet merely toyed with him, akin to a dog frolicking around a ball. After being influenced by the force of the earth-shattering star several times, it adjusted its flight trajectory once more, incorporating gravitational data, with the blazing red dragon aura extending into a sharp blade at the tips of its wings. However, this was merely a ruse to deceive the senses. At the moment, Ezio concentrated on redirecting the gravitational core to alter the trajectory of the celestial comet's charge. The vector nozzles of his gun wings abruptly reversed. The torrent of crimson dragon aura momentarily ceased, only to erupt into an even more blinding scarlet flash. Hundreds, even thousands, of fist-sized compressed dragon flame projectiles rained down. The area of impact exceeding 500 meters, leaving no time for reaction or evasion. "Blast it!" Ezio exclaimed, feeling as if he were about to become a morsel for the grill. Does this thing have any understanding of aerodynamics? The celestial comet, having unleashed 4 rounds of projectiles, executed a swift turn and appeared 10 kilometers away in the blink of an eye, leisurely observing Ezio's frantic struggle. Divine reversal. The spherical repulsive field unfurled in an instant, and the compressed dragon flame projectiles detonated at the edge of the repulsive field, releasing countless bursts of fiery energy. The once perfectly spherical divine reversal was now compressed and concave, while the scorching projectiles exploded 20 meters in front of Ezio, unleashing temperatures in the thousands of degrees. Even fireproof spells rapidly depleted under such searing heat, singeing his hair to ashes and cracking his skin, which glowed a deep crimson. At medium rare, the scent of seared flesh began to waft through the air. "Enjoying the game, are we?" Ezio ran his hand through his hair, only to find a smooth, bald dome. His skin, cracked by the intense heat, healed rapidly. While the chakra of the sun could not replenish his vitality, it could mend his physical wounds. The hair that had been reduced to ashes began to grow back, but that moment of baldness was already quite enough. Baldness, it seems, brings strength. As the celestial comet turned back once more, preparing for another round of amusement, Ezio extended his right hand in a clenched gesture. The arcane energy began to dwindle. The laws of physics faltered. The world was drawn within the confines of his palm. Stasis. The flowing wind came to a halt. The surging dragon aura solidified. The motion of microscopic particles was forcibly arrested, and the irreversible increase of entropy was momentarily suspended. Though time continued to flow outside, within this sphere, time and space were frozen. At the instant when all matter ceased its movement, time became an inconsequential concept. What stasis bestowed was death, before the particles resumed their motion. The notion of life was non-existent within this region. The fully charged arcane energy was consumed in an instant, yet this fleeting moment of stasis was sufficient. "I have you now." The celestial comet dragon, beneath the weight of Ezio, began to writhe violently in the sky. Each roll met with a resounding impact akin to the tolling of a great bell. Bloodied cracks marred the silver scales upon its back, while the sickening sound of bones shattering penetrated its ears. The excruciating pain and terror of its bones being crushed inch by inch drove it to madness. The crimson dragon danced wildly in the heavens, yet no amount of acceleration, deceleration, or rolling could dislodge the figure upon its back. The incessant thud of heavy fists echoed in its heart, the grim rhythm of death growing ever more pronounced. This sensation of inexorably approaching the end of its existence was an uncharted terror. Thus, it ascended rapidly towards the lofty sky, soaring until it breached the chaotic darkness. Only then did it slowly alter its course. The artificial sun, once radiating boundless light and warmth, now appeared as nothing more than a speck. The dragon's chest swelled, the energy it had absorbed transforming into a surging torrent of draconic essence, converging at 4 vector nozzles before erupting forth. The limits of speed were shattered. Accelerating from 0 to 60 kilometers per second took but a fraction of a moment. Enveloped in a rich, crimson aura of draconic energy, the comet-like dragon plummeted toward the earth with devastating force. Suddenly, a floating mountain emerged in its path, as if the universe sought to prevent a catastrophic collision. For the land below was a breeding ground for life. In the spirit of play, it was imperative not to ruin one's sustenance. This extraordinarily dense peak withstood the full force of the accelerated crimson comet, sinking hundreds of meters as a sun erupted from within the mountain. A towering mushroom cloud ascended to the heavens, resembling a volcanic eruption. Molten rock and soil splattered in all directions, while the material at the center of the explosion vaporized. The once towering mountain, nearly 2,000 meters high, now stood reduced to a mere third of its former base. The dragon's once splendid silver scales had transformed to a fiery red, the searing temperatures inducing a state of overheating and overload within its body. The softened scales temporarily robbed it of the ability to soar using its draconic energy. This period of weakness would not endure long. A slight cooling would allow it to ascend rapidly, utilizing the swift currents to dissipate excess heat and reignite its engines. "Is this amusing?" A voice, sending shivers down the dragon's spine, echoed forth. It sensed something traversing its searing scales. A man, clad in a red and white cloak, crouched before its visage, his pupils reflecting Ezio's gray eyes. "Now it's my turn to play with you." How could he emerge unscathed? Even a deity could not withstand such a blow. "What manner of creature are you?" The dragon could not articulate its thoughts, yet its gaze conveyed the question. "I have just the perfect move in mind." A colossal obsidian sphere floated in midair, a powerful gravitational field manifesting in that moment. Soon after, a second dark gravitational core was formed. The two immense black spheres began to rotate rapidly in the void, subsequently embarking on a spiral trajectory around a common center of mass. With the addition of a third gravitational core, the three black celestial bodies positioned themselves at the vertices of an equilateral triangle. The uniform gravitational field ensuring their stable and harmonious rotation around the center of mass. The center, located at the midpoint of their rotation, experienced a combined gravitational force from three directions. How swiftly do comets fly indeed! In the terrified gaze of the celestial dragon, an irresistible force lifted his body, casting him into the heart of the swirling black triad. The gravitational pull from three directions stretched and tightened his form, causing him to spin rapidly as the triad accelerated. The power surged to the maximum, akin to a washing machine reaching its peak velocity. The celestial dragon, with his mind nearly shaken into oblivion, lost all capacity for thought. Just as he felt his consciousness on the verge of escape, the repulsive field completed its construction, and a dazzling electromagnetic arc stretched dozens of kilometers across the sky. The rotating triad gaining uniform acceleration along the luminous path. When the inward-directed repulsion and the gravitational pull of the triad reached a critical equilibrium, the triad disintegrated in an instant, while the center, having reached ultimate acceleration, transformed into a streak of lightning-like brilliance. The celestial dragon, propelled to the limits of his corporeal endurance by the extraordinarily long electromagnetic trajectory, metamorphosed into a true dragon comet, bursting forth at a staggering speed of 300 kilometers per second. In that moment of explosive release, a cloud of blood mist erupted from his silver-scaled form, compressing his entire dragon shape to half its previous length. His innate power, capable of defying air resistance and inertia, faltered during his moment of weakness. As the laws of physical reality bore down upon him, he experienced the true velocity and exhilaration of breaking through the void. Am I dead? Ezio gazed into the distance. Yet his rebirth vision could no longer trace the entity's path. No. A familiar voice resonated in Ezio's ear. Does this mean I have completed the challenge? Indeed. As soon as the words were spoken, Ezio found himself in a new realm, beneath a radiant sun. With a continent formed from a sea of clouds stretching infinitely before him, several figures emerged nearby, including his previously amiable senior, Surdy. Come, over here. Surdy beckoned Ezio as he appeared, beside a roaring fire where several large pieces of meat were being roasted. Try this meat from the Annihilation Dragon. What do you think? The Annihilation Dragon? Is it the kind with tough skin that's impossible to kill? Roughly, Surdy nodded. I battled him for half an hour. He howled incessantly, yet refused to perish, eventually lying still and asking for a quick end. What a sly trickster he was, utterly unamusing. Ezio spat disdainfully, and then turned his gaze towards the golden-haired man beside Surdy. Senior Surdy, who is this? Ah, he is one of the dominators of this world, Long. Tianshun. I just had a confrontation with him and suffered a crushing defeat. Chapter 169, Cooperation. I have come specifically to seek you out. Tianshun's radiant golden vertical pupils scrutinized Ezio. The immense power, accumulated over countless ages within him, remained utterly unassuming. Were it not for his resplendent appearance, one might mistake him for an enthusiast, as he exuded not a hint of extraordinary energy fluctuations. You can traverse other worlds, correct? With his second utterance, Tianshun pointed directly at the crux of the matter, piquing Surdy's interest. Did the Dragon of Annihilation let something slip? Ezio chuckled bitterly, realizing he had been somewhat careless. No, I was aware of it the moment you stepped into this world. You possess energy from other realms, as do I. Tianshun snapped his fingers, signaling them to look ahead. In the previously empty space, a small black dot emerged, precisely tearing open the fabric of reality. This is called the Subspace Rift Slash. Originating from a world teeming with fascinating creatures. Pokemon. It appeared that Ezio was well versed in this, which delighted Tianshun. Your honesty pleases me. Such dialogues are indeed the most fruitful. Perhaps it is because I sense that I am utterly outmatched by you at present. Ezio forced a smile. The Subspace Rift Slash serving as a reminder of his vulnerability, compelling him to confront the overwhelming sense of power inherent in spatial attributes. I am not particularly curious about how you traverse other worlds, for we possess our own mature and refined methods. The sole reason for locating you here is straightforward. Although dragons from various worlds may differ in appearance and power, they hold substantial research value for us. For wherever dragons exist, there must also be the laws of dragons. Much like the fragments of the three laws of death, destruction, and war within you, they are birthed from the very concept of dragons. What say you? Are you willing to strike a bargain with us? This universe harbors an abundance of worlds, far surpassing the number of stars. Even a lifetime would scarcely suffice to explore them all. We can exchange that which we each desire. With a gentle wave of his hand, Tianshun summoned a hidden treasury from the void. Thousands of treasures from diverse worlds amassed within, meticulously categorized upon various shelves. Ezio could hardly recognize these items. Yet the most astonishing among them was a towering steel construct, approximately 16 or 17 meters high. Is that a flying dragon Gundam? Though this creation lacked the renown of the Angel Gundam, its design elements sparked a vague familiarity within Ezio, evoking memories of Eastern invincibility and meteor butterfly sword, leaving an indelible impression. Indeed, however, since this world does not harbor dragons, our exploration of it has been minimal. This artifact serves as a memento of a journey past. In the treasure trove, everything is open for trade. All we seek are dragons from diverse realms. We can even offer coordinates to certain worlds, which hold no value for us in the absence of dragons, but may prove useful to you. Death, destruction, war. You are a born world annihilator. I am uncertain how these 3 fragments of laws came into your possession, but since fate has ordained it thus, we are willing to engage in a transaction with you. We are even prepared to assist in your growth. I can share insights on how to enhance the fragments of law. Devouring worlds? Ezio mused. Such an endeavor is arduous. Unless one is dealing with a fundamentally incomplete shattered world, any intact world cannot be easily consumed. To shatter a world is not merely to extinguish the lives within it. I lack the capacity for such an act, a feat only achievable by my father. Tianxian gestured at the ground beneath them. This diminutive world was acquired through that very means. Furthermore, only by absorbing the law's power from that world can your own law's power be fully realized. This process is known as synchronization. Upon hearing this, Ezio recognized the disparity between himself and them. His law's power could manifest fully across different worlds. Yet the strength of his fragments was insufficient. When he faced formidable natives, the effects were far from optimal. Previously, during his encounter with the White Snake Sage in the Ninja Realm, the Blade of Death's law could not vanquish the creature, ultimately yielding results akin to true damage. After we complete our initial transaction, I shall instruct you on how to siphon the law's power from other worlds. I eagerly anticipate our dealings, young man. This is the reward you have earned through your trials. Tianxian's honesty dispelled some of Ezio's reservations. Although Ezio had little concern about hidden schemes, he recognized that his own system, while not particularly intelligent or feature-rich, possessed considerable strength. Should you uncover any clues or items related to dragons, feel free to return here. You have cleared the trial, correct? Indeed. Ezio hesitated, contemplating whether to undergo the Animagus transformation. Undoubtedly, the Dragon of the East was formidable, and Ezio found himself intrigued by their innate abilities, yet 2 concerns loomed. Firstly, would he genuinely acquire their innate powers post-transformation? Unlike the prior Otsutsuki Ishiki, these were genuine magical beings. Based on his observations, transforming into a magical creature may not guarantee the acquisition of their wondrous capabilities, at least not in their entirety. Was it necessary for him to pursue this power? Ezio held the scale aloft, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, a soft form approached him. Furong gently pressed against him and wrapped her arms around his neck. What troubles you? She inquired. I was pondering whether it is essential to take the form of a dragon. I am curious about their strength, yet I fear the potential repercussions, for they currently represent an existence I find challenging to contend with. Venturing into the outside world seems perilous, does it not? Furong gently opened her mouth, her words laced with a hint of concern. To attain more, one must inevitably embrace a modicum of risk. However, should one temper their greed, such risks become manageable. The most perilous moment is likely when one first enters that new realm, as the stark contrast between worlds can deliver a profound shock. For instance, stepping into a world devoid of magic feels akin to a fish gasping for air upon land. As for this transformation, I remain uncertain of the powers it may bestow upon me, yet I can ascertain its formidable nature, for these beings possess the ability to traverse worlds through sheer strength. The power and secrets embodied within those scales are indeed captivating. Is there something else you wish to share with me today? Ezio inquired, wrapping his arms around Furong, drawing her close as he whispered in her ear. How do you know? She replied. Perhaps we share a telepathic connection. I, too, yearn to venture out, Furong admitted, a hint of conflict in her voice. Yet, I worry about becoming a burden to you. That thought is splendid. If I were to venture forth alone, it would merely be for thrill and adventure, but together, what might we discover? That would be the most romantic endeavor in existence. Our future stretches long before us, and with you by my side, I can choose to savor every moment together. Have you made your decision? Ezio asked, tenderly stroking Furong's long hair, his fingers gliding down her back as he tightened his embrace around her waist, the soft contours of her form pressing against him. Yes, I have made my decision. Then let us commence our specialized training. What type of training? As an assassin, before one learns to inflict harm, one must first comprehend the experience of being harmed. Does the wounded not also lean in closer? Furong mounted Ezio, looking down upon him with a playful smile. Today, I shall take the lead. The beautiful maiden rode like a spirited horse upon the expansive road. Much like the new students at Hogwarts, Furong officially embarked on her assassin training. For to traverse other worlds, she must complete the various trials and assessments within the training space. Fortunately, the passage of time within this trial space operates independently. Regardless of how long she spends inside, it feels as though but a fleeting moment upon exit. This experience, distinctly separate from reality, gradually led Furong to accept the notion that this is merely a virtual world. Unlike Ezio, a player of the fourth cataclysm, Furong found herself somewhat averse to the act of taking lives, particularly when faced with innocence. However, after witnessing several world map transitions and the resurrection of those who were once deceased, her perspective began to shift. The trials of an assassin are undeniably brutal. Without Ezio's patient guidance and unwavering encouragement, she would have been unable to complete the assassin trials on her own. Fortunately, the criteria for clearing the trial space do not necessitate one to become a master assassin. It suffices to master all essential skills of an assassin and complete 10 examinations with varying focuses to successfully navigate the trial and become an official member of the Summer Sanctuary. At the earliest opportunity, Ezio expended silver coins to share his abilities with Furong. The shared abilities were limited to the current entries. Furong could neither achieve the milestone accomplishments within the trial space nor activate them in the real world, and truth be told, those milestone achievements were formidable. For instance, the Ares battle cry, which grants a 30-second reprieve from death, could be utilized once every 12 hours by Ezio, serving as an absolute life-saving and game-turning skill. Nevertheless, these three skills did not entirely assuage Ezio's concerns. Compared to his own robust and astonishingly resilient form as an assassin, Furong was indeed rather fragile. Akin to a delicate wizard, but even more so. It was somewhat regrettable, yet regardless, with the acquisition of chakra, there was at least a modicum of self-protection. Should there be any hidden traps, he could always solidify his innate abilities, fundamentally appropriating the core strength of the Dragon King form. The recent system update had instilled him with the confidence to undertake this task. The 3-month-long update had transformed the entire interface, revamping the task system and the exchange system. Akin to evolving from an alpha test version to a formal 1.0 release, things had suddenly taken a turn for the better. Today, despite battling a fever of 39 degrees and feeling unwell, he was on the brink of entering a new world. Chapter 170, The Imminent Arrival of the New World. The first update of his system had unveiled the construction expansion options for the Summer Sanctuary and modified the task triggering mechanism. However, it must be noted that Ezio had never ventured into the construction expansion of the Summer Sanctuary, as the minimum expenditure for this endeavor was a staggering 10,000 silver coins. Given his current financial constraints, he had opted to allocate his limited resources toward his own enhancement. This approach, however, may have led the system to perceive this feature as ambiguous and flawed. Hence, following the second update, an effect preview was added, allowing one to view the constructible expansion content of the Summer Sanctuary without the need to exchange Edenic golden apples, cleverly enticing expenditure. Additionally, the previous task triggering mechanism had its vulnerabilities ripe for exploitation. During his time in the ninja realm, he had elevated the scores of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata through such methods, significantly boosting Might Guy's score as well. The prior weekly and daily tasks had been abolished, and the initiation of assassination tasks was revised from active or passive triggers to task commissions, with rewards tailored to the needs of the client and subject to change based on the client's circumstances. Conversely, assassination targets no longer required Ezio to make direct contact to be triggered. Simply accepting a task would directly mark the target on his synchronized map. Accepting payment for services rendered, everything had become remarkably straightforward. Meanwhile, on another front, the transformation progress of Anima Magus had been proceeding quite smoothly. Ezio consumed the potion previously bestowed upon him by Master Uvuru, propelling the lengthy process of generating a magical core to its completion in an instant. 6 additional magical cores, alongside his original one, brought him to the zenith of what a sorcerer could possess, 7 magical cores in total. Following the successful concoction of the potion, the transformation into an animagus commenced. Having previously undergone this metamorphosis, Ezio was no stranger to the steps involved, though this particular transformation bore slight distinctions. The chosen venue for the transformation was outside the Summer Sanctuary Castle, as the true form of the Azure Dragon was significantly colossal. In its adult form, the dragon's length exceeded 50 meters, with a wingspan nearing 100 meters, necessitating a far greater expanse of magical energy. The first magical core shaped the exterior form of the dragon, followed by the illumination of the remaining 6 cores, which infused the vacant shell with the essential energy required for sustaining life. The previously unstable body now found stability, with all 6 additional magical cores fully engaged. This form, drastically divergent from his human shape, left Ezio uncertain about how to maneuver. Cautiously, he began to move, gradually acclimating to his new physique. A significant drawback of the animagus transformation is that one cannot immediately wield the new body with agility. An adaptation period is essential. While the transformation spell has a time limit, there is no disputing the fascinating nature of this magic that allows one to assume various forms. After approximately 10 minutes of familiarizing himself with his body, Ezio tentatively rose, unfurling his resplendent golden wings. Magic coursed through him at an exhilarating pace. This rapid flow of energy, potent enough to rend a sorcerer's body apart, was merely a normal phenomenon. The Azure Dragon's physique was formidable, even in its current rudimentary state. Ezio felt capable of effortlessly decapitating a giant with a mere claw. This was the fundamental strength inherent to the apex predators of the world. The might of the body represented only a fraction of the Azure Dragon's true power. Their greatest strength lay in their mastery of magic. However, Ezio keenly discerned a peculiar limitation. This extraordinary primordial creature found ordinary magic somewhat insufficient. Unlike the sorcerers who wielded ancient magical powers, Ezio's magical essence bore no distinction from that of other sorcerers. This low-grade magic could only barely sustain the basic functions of the dragon's body. Akin to how an aircraft requires aviation fuel, regardless of the gasoline's octane rating, to fulfill its needs. The disparity in their respective tiers suddenly illuminated Ezio's understanding of why sorcerers transforming into magical beings often failed to acquire or fully harness the unique abilities of these creatures. Particularly for those sorcerers who chose to transform into powerful magical beings, the higher the natural tier of the creature, the greater the demand for magical energy. Sorcerers unable to meet these fundamental requirements naturally could not unleash the full potential of their transformed state. If magic proved inadequate, what about magical energy? Having traversed the ninja realm, Ezio had also received rewards akin to those obtained from conquering worlds. Name: Huishing Aigaod Tuale da Fo Luo Luansa. Profession: Assassin, Wizard, Ninja. Mark skills: Assassin omitted. Mark skills: Wizard omitted. Mark skills: Ninja omitted. Innate abilities: Sixth Sense, Bloodline. Arcane Body, Bloodline. Rule of Death, Unknown. Rule of Destruction, Unknown. War, Unknown. Compilable Data Entity, Bloodline. Energy Furnace, Bloodline. Temporary, Unknown, Bloodline, Temporary. Unknown, Bloodline, Temporary. Carried Armaments, Omitted. World Gifts, acquired after completing world exploration. Eternal Source of Magic, restores 1 of total magic every 3 seconds. Eternal Heart of Nature, restores 1 of the maximum natural energy capacity every 3 seconds. After completing the transformation into the Anima Magus of the Azure Dragon, 3 temporary bloodline abilities appeared in the innate ability section. Among these, 2 are marked as unknown and can only be utilized in the Azure Dragon form, while the first, Energy Furnace, although activated, requires a supply of fuel to commence its refining process. Magical Energy, as a fusion of natural energy and arcane power, possesses a higher tier of energy. Although its precise comparative level remains uncertain, it is undeniably sufficient for the Azure Dragon's utilization. Regrettably, Aijiao's passive natural energy recovery is determined by his original form, and the magical energy storage limit in Azure Dragon transformation is several hundred times that of his corporeal body. To amalgamate such a vast amount of energy, the charging process alone would take nearly 2 days. It appears to be yet another ability that cannot be casually employed, leaving me uncertain if it can truly serve as my new trump card. The first innate ability unlocked by the Azure Dragon, Energy Furnace, literally embodies its meaning. It possesses the ability to absorb any form of energy and convert it into usable energy. This conversion process operates at a certain rate, theoretically rendering any form of energy attack ineffective, provided it does not exceed the conversion rate's upper limit. The process necessitates an initial consumption of energy before yielding any output. However, in the absence of sustaining attacks and considering the surplus of natural magical energy in the world, activating this ability seems unwarranted. As the energy consumed exceeds the energy converted, it is evident that, as a primordial species, this single ability suffices for their dominance in the magical realm, rendering wizardry largely ineffective against them. Before the magic can take effect, it is devoured by the energy furnace and subsequently transformed into their strength. Coupled with their formidable physical prowess, they are unstoppable in this world. No wonder the Azure Dragon gazes beyond this realm, severing ties with the magical world. For although this is their home, it is sparsely populated, with only a few cats to play with. One wonders what the other apex primordial species are like. Previously, Master Ovara mentioned that Tiamat, like the Azure Dragon, possesses her own miniature world and kin. Can they also traverse to other worlds? However, Tiamat is a type of sea dragon, both belonging to the ancient dragon lineage. Might there exist a competitive relationship between them? Suddenly, the world seems far more intricate than the previously imagined complexities, leading Ezio into a contemplative reverie. Yet, pondering these matters excessively serves little purpose. After all, if one lacks strength, deeper thoughts and greater knowledge merely augment one's distress. The affairs between Inglong and Tiamat are beyond his current reach. Perhaps Yinglong's allowance for wizards to assume animagus forms as members of their clan is a means to rally the wizards. Had it not been for my presence, Tianxian's objective would likely have been Senior Seti, a wizard who wields ancient magical powers. Upon completing the animagus transformation, he should possess the capability to harness the full might of the Yinglong form. Gradually acclimatizing to this new body, Ezio endeavored to lift off the ground. Lacking the instinct for flight, he had to learn everything from the beginning. Fortunately, Yinglongs do not rely on wing flapping for flight. Rather, akin to other magical creatures, their wings are not mere adornments. They are organs designed to maximize contact with natural magical energies, allowing these energies to elevate their forms and grant them the ability to soar freely through the skies. All creatures capable of flight possess specialized body parts. Perhaps initially, they required wing flapping to take off, but as their bodies underwent deeper transformations due to magical energies, this method gradually became obsolete. Magical creatures indeed have discernible evolutionary pathways. However, due to the lack of interest from wizards and archaeology and the inability of muggles to fully comprehend these magical beings, the evolutionary chain of magical creatures remains incomplete. Unlike other biological studies conducted by muggles, a coherent evolutionary chain cannot be established. In comparison to before, the power ceiling achievable in Yinglong mode is significantly enhanced. Previously, Ezio could only manipulate, modify, and control an area with a radius of 100 meters centered around himself. Now, while utilizing the Yinglong form, this controllable radius has increased to 500 meters, and the energy consumption has notably decreased. What once could barely sustain itself for less than 1/10 of a second can now last nearly a full second. The nearly tenfold increase in the distortion of physical laws over time yields tremendous effects. This simulated collapse essentially constructs a gravitational core with the intensity of a neutron star, whose gravitational field strength is 100 million times that of Earth's. Even a fleeting moment, less than a blink, could wreak havoc upon the material world within its influence. When the affected range expands to a radius of 500 meters and the duration approaches 1 second, Ezio refrains from fully testing this effect, wary of provoking uncontrollable disasters. After all, this world is his home. It is better to refrain from causing unnecessary destruction. Experiments can be conducted in other worlds, where he would feel no sorrow even if that realm were to be obliterated. As the spring of 1998 dawned, basked in radiant sunshine, Ezio, fully prepared, resolved to initiate the next collapse towards other worlds. The remaining silver coins barely suffice, and Neil, who has idled at home for quite some time, has already become a father to 2 little ones. Despite his new role, Neil remains very close to Ezio, yearning to venture out with him, sharing a profound connection. Neil is Ezio's most intimate comrade. I will definitely take you out to play this time, Neil. Ezio gently ruffles Neil's feathers, and Neil affectionately nudges his small head against Ezio's face. Allow me to scout the path ahead. If I find myself in a world devoid of magic, I will first establish a safe zone. The initial transition from a magical realm to a non-magical one can be quite arduous. Ezio, having traversed the ninja world countless times, has thoroughly adapted to this sensation, though Fujiko has not. I will wait for you at home. Do exercise caution on this journey, Ezio. A dim light filtered into his eyes, yet it felt different from the suffocating lack of oxygen he experienced upon entering the ninja world. This realm seemed to possess an element akin to magical energy, carrying a faint metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Chapter 171, The Dragon in the Tunnel. January 30th, 1992. Most of the text on the aged, yellowed newspaper had become illegible, yet the date remained somewhat discernible. Ezio cautiously perused the fragmented newspaper, the square characters evoking a long-lost familiarity within him. Although this was not his homeland, the recognition derived from the written words provided him with an oddly comforting sensation. Upon arriving in this new world, Ezio discovered himself in what appeared to be an abandoned subway station. He waved his fingers, summoning objects that might yield clues before him, such as the tattered newspaper he had just encountered. However, beyond that, he found no information that could unveil the mysteries of this world. The spatial dynamics here also seemed peculiar. His Rinnegan revealed the unusual nature of this place, as he could not discern the location of an exit. Despite being able to see through hundreds of kilometers, the Rinnegan could not penetrate the concrete walls and ceiling. Behind the concrete appeared an abyss of unknown darkness, which defied logic. He strolled along the aged iron tracks. The air in this world imbued with elemental energy was quite pleasant. Although distinct from magical power, it could be absorbed and transformed. Breathing here felt akin to wearing a somewhat constrictive mask. There was a slight hindrance, yet it was far from suffocating. Significantly better than the environment of the ninja world. After walking for approximately 5 minutes, a faint spatial fluctuation suddenly caught Ezio's attention, illuminating his gaze. Following the trail of the spatial disturbance, he vanished from his original spot in a flash. Before him stood a wall, or rather, a dragon embedded within it, its massive form filling the entire subway passage. With a single glance, Ezio confirmed the identity of this creature. Unlike any dragon Ezio had encountered before, this creature was no ordinary being. It was not a lowly dragon like those rotund lizards that merely breathed fire and performed tricks. Rather, it possessed an indescribable, noble essence akin to that of the Yinglong. Its ancient and majestic body was adorned with dark, bluish-black scales that interlocked from head to tail, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The dragon's face, marked by pronounced bone structure, exuded an air of regal authority, and as it gazed down upon Ezio, it unfurled its massive black wings and let out a piercing roar. Yet, this imposing demeanor dissipated almost instantly, much like a cat that, after stretching, quickly resumes its docile nature. The dragon retracted its long neck, and with a cautious motion, it scrunched itself into a corner, its formidable golden-hued vertical pupils watching Ezio with a mix of wariness and curiosity. "Would you care for some potato chips?" the dragon inquired, its voice resonating with the gravitas of a sovereign, yet the words emerged with the innocence of a child of 4 or 5. "Are you Fenrir, the king of earth and mountains?" Ezio rifled through his memories, eventually unearthed a somewhat blurred name. "What of your sister, Jormungand? Or perhaps, Shamey? What time is it? Do you know my sister?" The voice of the colossal dragon seemed to carry a hint of surprise as it nodded. "She should be studying at school, yes? And you? Who are you? You possess a peculiar scent. Are you also a dragon?" "You may call me Ezio." Taking 2 steps forward, Ezio reached out to stroke Fenrir's smooth scales, which felt exquisite, like meticulously polished metal, cold yet imbued with a gentle warmth. "Would you care for some roasted meat? Dragon meat, no less." Ezio produced the previously acquired meat from the storm dragon, as well as his favorite, the fireball dragon. Although the storm dragon was overwhelmingly superior, the taste of fireball dragon was indeed remarkable. Simply grilling it with a sprinkle of salt rendered it utterly delightful. A great bonfire erupted, and hundreds of pounds of marinated dragon meat sizzled over the flames, releasing an astonishing aroma as the fat met the fire. Behind the fire, Ezio sat atop Fenrir's head, sharing his prized potato chips with the great beast. Surely, roasted meat is far more delectable than potato chips, right? Yet, the chips my sister bought are the most delicious in the world. The happenings within Nibelungen could not escape the notice of the master of this domain. Indeed, should anyone happen upon this place, their freedom of movement would entirely depend on the Lord's disposition. Individuals like Ezio, who could perceive spatial ripples and directly disrupt the cyclical resetting of this realm, were exceedingly rare. Before long, the roaring bonfire extinguished, the charred wood radiating residual heat, preventing the tantalizingly sizzling meat from cooling. After sprinkling on spices, the sumptuous feast of roasted meat was complete. In stark contrast to the insubstantial potato chips that barely fill the gaps between teeth, a substantial barbecue skewer, comparable in girth to that of an adult, is perfectly suited for Fenrir's mouth. The succulent meat juices burst forth after being gnawed by his sharp teeth, flooding his palate, while the rich aroma compels him to emit a delighted hum. "Delicious. I crave more." If Fenrir could still wag his tail at this moment, it would undoubtedly be in a fervent sway. No need to rush, savor it slowly, there's plenty to go around. The intense fragrance wafts outward, permeating the entirety of the ancient underground passage with its distinctive allure. As time languidly passes, approximately half an hour later, a diminutive figure swiftly approaches through the pitch-black depths of the subway tunnel. Fenrir's head slightly stirs as Ezio shoves a piece of roasted fireball dragon meat into his enormous maw, satiating his voracious appetite. "Would you care to join me for a bite?" Ezio calls into the looming darkness ahead. "Yamongad, who are you?" A somewhat frosty female voice emerges from the shadows, accompanied by a visage devoid of any flaw, delicate features that resemble the most exquisite of artworks. If one were to find fault, the only slight imperfection might be the youthful appearance of this face, not in a childish sense, but rather akin to a flower yet to fully blossom. A beauty already astonishing, yet not yet at its peak. "I am but a traveler, here for sightseeing, hoping to earn a little extra on the side if the opportunity arises. I harbor no ill intentions. However, your words alone do not hold sway in this matter." Yamongad, clad in a student uniform, bears an expression both stern and earnest. "Sister." Fenrir gulps down the meat, his eyes sparkling as he gazes at her. Yamongad remains silent, merely casting a glance at Fenrir, who obediently closes his eyes and covers his head with his large, dark wings, displaying utmost compliance. "What year is it?" "June 20th, 2010, at 1:30 in the afternoon. "Ah, this timing. What a pity, the King of Bronze and Fire has perished. I was hoping to earn some pocket change from him. As a dragon lord, the bounty for the assassination of the King of Bronze and Fire would undoubtedly be substantial. In a world where hunting dragons is the prevailing theme, such bounties targeting dragon lords surely exist. I am truly just a traveler. Please do not regard me with such hostility. I have no desire to engage in conflict with you, at least not at this moment. But what of the future?" Yamongad, far more perceptive than Fenrir, detected a flicker of eagerness in Ezio's gaze, an unmistakable glint reminiscent of a hunter eyeing its prey. Though he refrains from attacking now, Yamangad is reluctant to leave the decision in the hands of this peculiar man before her. Is it apparent that we cannot engage in peaceful discourse? Must a confrontation ensue? Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. I merely hope that once I have subdued you, we may converse calmly. Though, should the price be right, I would indeed consider eliminating you. After all, life is arduous, and I too must earn a living. Ezio raises his hand, and a sharp bolt of lightning erupts forth. Akin to a spear, hurtling through the air, the blinding white light overwhelmed the entire subway tunnel, and in that fleeting moment of disorientation, Ezio's figure vanished from sight. Nevertheless, as the master of this realm, Emer could still perceive Ezio's presence before he could deceive the world. Realizing her ruse had been uncovered, she clenched her fist and struck the void, sending rippling waves that instantly reached Ezio, striking him as if hit by a heavy truck. This dull blow elicited a wry smile from Ezio. Truly, the Dragon King is formidable. Engaging in battle within your domain is indeed a disadvantage. However, it matters not. A rogue assassin who cannot confront head-on is no worthy sorcerer. The seventh gate opens. In a flash akin to teleportation, Ezio appeared before Emer and unleashed a powerful punch. Yet this fist, imbued with tremendous force, was effortlessly neutralized by Emer's delicate hand. A mere touch shattered the force behind his strike, causing him to stagger momentarily from the imbalance. Emer, sensing imminent danger, recognized that this adversary's strength and speed surpassed those of most hybrids. A punch weighing 100 tons could easily overpower her in her current state. Fortunately, Emer possessed the ability to perceive the essence of all things. As long as she wielded the appropriate force in the right moment, nothing in her eyes was insurmountable. Whether through physical strikes or energy assaults, she effortlessly countered them all. Is Emer truly powerful? No. In terms of the energy intensity she was currently employing, she was somewhat lacking, insufficient for even a mere scratch on Ezio. Yet her status was exalted, akin to a transcendent sage playing at a novice level in a beginner's village. She maximized the technique of leveraging 4 ounces to move 1,000 tons, and even under her full restraint, not even Ezio, with an absolute strength potentially tenfold that of hers, could break through the intricate web she wove with a flick of her wrist. Was this the authority of the Earth and Mountain King, who commanded the roots of power? As the thought lingered, the majestic form of the dragon materialized in an instant, and the once narrow subway tunnel began to expand, accommodating the massive dragon body, nearly 50 meters in length with a wingspan of 100 meters. Its golden eyes cast an imposing gaze, while its claws grasped the void, summoning forth a pure golden sword forged from the power of the reincarnation eye and all gathered chakra. The arcane energies surged within, carving out an independent domain in this Nibelung space, a realm untouched even by its master. The previously serious expression on Emer's face transformed upon witnessing the grand and majestic form of the dragon, prompting her own transformation into her draconic form, a necessary concession to operate within the human world. When faced with the genuine crisis of life and death, she could only assume a highly draconic form, a hybrid of human and dragon. Her originally exquisite and beautiful appearance was shattered by the metamorphosis brought on by this transformation. This incomplete state held no beauty. Even the remnants of Fenrir, half embedded in the wall, possessed more allure than the current half-dragon state of J. Ramungander. The golden lightsaber, gripped by a dragon's claw, fell to the ground. The chakra, compressed to its utmost limit, had transformed into an entity of energy, and the magical power expanded the domain, utterly rewriting the rules governing everything within its reach. At this moment, J. Ramungander lost her greatest reliance. Her eyes, capable of perceiving the very essence of all powers, were completely obscured, leaving no glimmer of light to penetrate. In this darkness, the radiant golden lightsaber fell mercilessly, akin to the light that separated the pure from the impure. Please take a break. My cold hasn't fully resolved. It's been quite recurrent. I need some rest. Chapter 172, The Flat and the King Without Breasts. Now, shall we engage in a proper discussion? Yet, this strike still failed to inflict any serious harm on J. Ramungander, who effortlessly divided the last of Ezio's attacks, only affected by the residual waves. Confronted with this ultimate Dragon King, if not for her current inadequacies, Ezio might have found it difficult to contend with J. Ramungander. She possessed the authority to see through the essence of all material and energetic constructs, granting her exceptional prowess in both offense and defense. However, her current state of extreme deficiency rendered her capabilities painfully limited. You can withstand the first strike, but not the second or third, can you? Even if one intends to extend goodwill, it necessitates a force that commands respect, or rather, capital. It was evident that Ezio currently possessed such capital. J. Ramungander, too, had no desire to completely sever ties with the enigmatic figure before her. Then you may converse. With this abrupt remark, J. Ramungander fell silent. After a moment, A faint blush suddenly appeared on her face, now restored to human form, as if she were shy. Shamey? Ezio ventured to inquire, and as he uttered the name, the flush on the girl's face rapidly intensified, as though it might soon bleed. You already know, yet you still stare. Shamey glared at Ezio with fury, her hands shielding her front. The earlier transformation had torn apart her school uniform, and what remained of the tattered fabric was obliterated in the recent surge of energy. Such complete devastation, even magic could not restore. Does even the Dragon King feel bashful for lacking clothing? To be honest, I am quite curious about your relationship. I am human, not a dragon. Shamey gritted her teeth, glaring at Ezio. The Dragon King is not like those crawling lizards. She wears clothes, you know. If you had even a modicum of gentlemanly decorum, shouldn't you lend me your coat? Are you the consciousness separated from J. Ramungander, or her human disguise? Why do you have so many questions to ask? It is rather cold here, despite it being June outside. Can't you see that I am already shivering? I initially assumed your agitation stemmed from anger, given that your head seems ready to emit smoke. The two exchanged a silent gaze for several seconds, and I noticed the corners of Xiaomi's eyes redden as she crouched down, seemingly on the verge of tears. It appears that there is quite a significant distinction between you and Yimingxia. Xiaomi is Xiaomi, and Xiaomi is also Yimingxia. Yet Yimingxia is not Xiaomi. Now, do you comprehend this? In other words, you are obliged to heed Yimingxia's words, while she, in return, is not beholden to yours, correct? Ezio paused slightly. She may not heed all your words, yet she will be influenced by you, albeit to a limited extent. Roughly speaking, that is the case. Xiaomi, crouched on the ground, extended her hand, asking for my clothes. However, I am not in the habit of lending my garments. You. Xiaomi's hand was grasped by Ezio. Come, I shall take you somewhere to change. I do not possess any attire suitable for a girl. Where to? Xiaomi was reluctantly pulled up from the ground, though her resistance was feeble. To my home. They traversed an invisible threshold and found themselves in the summer sanctuary. Who is this adorable little girl? Furong inquired curiously, glancing at Ezio. When did you develop a fondness for children? The child, Xiaomi, felt an inexplicable irritation rising within her, yet upon directing her gaze toward Furong, she fell silent. When did I ever express a liking for children? Ezio replied, perplexed by Furong's question. You know well that I am fond of ample bosoms and alluring figures. Just now, I had a spar with the Dragon King of that world. Xiaomi is a human consciousness separated from Yimingxia. We just engaged in a bout that resulted in her clothing being torn. Please see if you have anything suitable for her. I need to step out for a moment. The Dragon Realm and our world share an energy affinity. Perhaps some of the magic here will be effective in that realm. I am off to Paris to seek out Nicoline. Ezio was aware that alchemy existed in the Dragon Realm, and even that realm possessed the Philosopher's Stone. However, it is probable that Nicoline's magical stone is entirely different from the Philosopher's Stone. The former is a magical artifact endowed with quasi-eternal transformative power. As long as one is in a world imbued with magic, items created from the magical stone can permanently alter their forms. In contrast, the latter is a lethal poison aimed at dragons, capable of slaying the Dragon King. Thus, the Philosopher's Stone of the Dragon Realm is a substance that purely embodies the crystallization of spiritual elements, with entirely disparate effects, such as efficient and rapid harvesting of organic life forms. However, technology poses no such concerns. As long as there is ample stock, one can unleash explosions for years, maintaining a relentless barrage of firepower 724 hours a day without issue. One operates on high-end boutique principles, while the other adheres to bulk, low-cost strategies. Simultaneously wielding both powers does not interfere with one another. Ezio's journey to Paris consumed a considerable amount of time. Nicoline, that old fellow, emanated a sense of being on the brink of death, having been preparing for his end for the past 2 or 3 decades. However, upon Ezio's recent visit, there was a distinct impression that this man was experiencing a sort of rejuvenation. Though considerable time was lost, Ezio ultimately acquired the knowledge he sought during this visit. He harbored no concerns regarding the potential dangers of Fuyun and Shamey's companionship. Even in the sacred realm of the assassins, Shamey, as a guest at the summer sanctuary, could not act out of line, even if she transformed into the formidable king of earth and mountains. Your conversation seems quite pleasant, but why are you dressed in Gabrielle's attire? Ezio remarked, momentarily taken aback by Shamey's garb. Ah, indeed, you cannot wear Fuyun's clothes, but Gabrielle seem a tad oversized. Don't they? Unfazed by Shamey's piercing glare, Ezio maintained his jovial demeanor. His disregard for her feelings struck Shamey like a heavy blow, leaving her breathless as she clutched her chest. Ezio, Fuyun interjected, assuming an older sisterly role as she stood before Shamey. Shamey is still young. Girls only grow more beautiful with time. Ah, a girl who has reincarnated multiple times, frozen in age for millennia? Ezio rolled his eyes, recognizing that Emer's age surpassed the entirety of human civilization. I am Shamey, not Emer, she replied coldly. Even if the Dragon King can continuously cocoon and be reborn, My body is merely 16 years old. Aren't you 18? Ezio queried, puzzled as he gazed at Shamey. In mixed blood lineages, the higher and purer the bloodline, the more admirable the appearance. I cannot alter this face, nor can Emer. The Dragon King's true form during youth is humanoid. Thus neither Emer nor I can make ourselves appear less attractive. This is determined by our lineage. Moreover, neither of us harbors intentions to appear unattractive. So, you have chosen to diminish your perfection to avoid standing out in human society? Ezio began to grasp Shamey's sentiment. Thus, my physical age is frozen at 16. Halting my development, Shamey declared, hands on her hips, exuding an air of defiance. Gabrielle is only 12 this year, right? Ezio glanced at Fuyun, who nodded affirmatively after a moment of thought. Indeed, she would be 12 in 8 months. Shamey blinked in surprise. You wear the clothing of a 12-year-old girl and do not find it somewhat loose. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she turned away, crouching and covering her face. You bully me. Gabrielle, like me, possesses the bloodline of the Mua, which may be why she exudes a certain charm from a young age, Fuyun said, blinking innocently before bending down to stroke Shamey's hair, offering quiet comfort, though it seemed of little solace. As the queen of flatness and lack of bust, Shamey's figure, in its own right, possessed a regal bearing. She was slightly perturbed, but only to a minor degree. After Ezio donned Fuyun's apron and took charge in the kitchen, a sumptuous feast soon adorned the table. Delicious. Although Ezio, you are sharp-tongued and somewhat vulgar, lacking in warmth, your culinary skills are undeniably commendable. I appreciate your compliment. One might attribute it to the quality of the ingredients. Alas, it is a pity that we cannot bring a house elf into the summer sanctuary, for their culinary prowess is indeed reliable. Ezio swished a bottle of aged honey mead in his mouth, and like a lotus, he had a habit of savoring a little wine with his meals, indulging only modestly. House elves? Upon arriving at Ezio's abode, Shamey had consistently conversed with them in French. As a dragon king, it would be rather disappointing if I were not proficient in languages. It seems I have encountered this notion before. Have you heard of Harry Potter? Ezio raised an eyebrow slightly, uncertain if such a thing existed in Shamey's realm. The book written by Rowling? Indeed, this is the world depicted in that very book. I graduated from Hogwarts, entering the same year as Harry Potter. How could such a thing exist in the world? Shamey was taken aback. Are you implying that there exists another book that tells the story of you? Then I must surely be the heroine, right? A girl as beautiful as I am. You met a most gruesome fate, stabbed to death by Chu Zihong. But that must have been part of your own scheme, as he was transformed into a resurrected cocoon by you. The one truly unfortunate was your brother, first slain by Lu Mingfei, and then consumed by Odin. I actually quite like that fellow, though a bit foolish. He would make a delightful pet. Chu Zihong, you say? Shamey narrowed her eyes slightly. I did indeed consider exploiting him. He is a rare resource, valued by Odin, and I have discerned qualities within him that other hybrids lack. What is the heart of a dragon? Ezio expressed a keen interest in this matter, for the world has confirmed that the characters and tales within novels differ from reality. What is penned in books merely represents a fragment of the complete world. The heart of the Dragon King, to put it simply, is that he is an exceptional furnace. If I were to cocoon within him, I could even exert the strength of a subadult without hatching. Each rebirth requires an immense amount of energy to shape the body. The energy needed for a dragon's form is substantial. If one were to grow in a conventional manner, even a century would not suffice to escape the juvenile stage. This is a feat that would take at least several hundred, if not thousands, of years to achieve. My past experiences have taught me that even a dragon king struggles to survive to a sufficient level of self-preservation during the vulnerable juvenile phase. We are invariably discovered and subsequently hunted down by hybrids without regard for cost. And this time, I do not have the luxury of time. Shamey's gaze remained devoid of emotion. The day of his awakening draws near. The Black King Nidhogg? Yes, our father, the Black Emperor. Shamey's voice grew heavier with each word. Though I comprehended the eventual outcome thousands of years ago, to claim I would not resist is merely empty rhetoric. Then, a ghostly, bloodless smile crept upon Shamey's lips. Then I step into the realm of eternal death, losing every trace of existence in this world. Perhaps after that, the so-called Dragon King will emerge. But it shall no longer be I. That, indeed, is the true death. Chapter 173, Vulgar yet not inferior. Xiaomi does not harbor much sorrow regarding her inevitable demise. She has known this fate for millennia. Yet, as she articulates, to know the conclusion and refrain from action or resistance is but a jest. Even as a dragon, even as the esteemed Dragon King, she yearns to live. How absurd one might think. Xiaomi, with her legs crossed, placed her delicate, snow-white feet upon the coffee table, reclining into the sofa, a posture that could be enticing, showcasing her graceful curves, yet her steely demeanor rendered it devoid of its soulful essence. I existed long before the dawn of human civilization, yet in truth, my conscious existence does not exceed 50 years. The majority of my time has been spent in slumber, awakening in a daze, often to find that after regaining my memories, it takes little time for those hybrids to descend upon me, compelling me to cocoon once more, embarking upon another lengthy cycle of rebirth. Is it not somewhat laughable? Is it not irrational, considering I am the Dragon King, master of the primal forces, hailed as the sovereign of earth and mountains? Yet, the lives of my brother and I are indeed marked by such absurdity. Destiny has been inscribed in a predetermined tome. I can only watch helplessly as events unfold along the trajectory of fate. Even if I were to expend everything in defiance, the ultimate outcome remains immutable. Emer created me, or rather, separated the human consciousness known as Xiaomi, solely because of her. Xiaomi's expression is complex, tinged with reluctance. Emer has resigned herself, no longer wishing to struggle, thus entrusting everything to me. I am human, not a dragon. I possess a greater array of emotions and thoughts than Emer. Can you comprehend this? Xiaomi gazes at Ezio, her eyes locked onto his. Humans possess a stronger will to survive, do they not? Yes, she nods. It is an instinct etched into human genes. Although I am not entirely human, I embody all that they possess, including the desire to live. Furthermore, I am no legendary hero, lacking the grand will to sacrifice my life for any cause. I am merely a young girl. And there is nothing in this world that compels me to forsake my life in pursuit. I relish delicious food, adore beautiful clothing, aspire to have wealth for shopping, and yearn for a beloved who reciprocates my feelings. I wish for my brother to be free from that confined existence. Though Fenrir is Emer's brother, I am her. I have inherited the bond between the Dragon King's twins and willingly embrace this connection. I have no parents at the moment of my birth. He was the only one by my side. He is my kin, my brother, Xiaomi. What has caused Fenrir to become as he is? Ezio suddenly shifted the topic. Speaking of Fenrir, are you aware of the Wang Gongchang explosion? Xiaomi paused momentarily, reflecting before she opened her mouth. It occurred on the 6th day of the 5th month in the 6th year of the Tianqi era, specifically May 30th, 1626. A mysterious and catastrophic explosion. Historical records indicate that a gunpowder store was detonated, with an explosive yield estimated at around 1,000 tons, though it may have been even more potent. An area within a 6-kilometer radius was reduced to ashes, and it even frightened a young prince to death. However, I can only say, he had it coming. A cold smile tugged at Xiaomi's lips. I wasn't present at that time. Yamoji had not yet separated from me. She had just awakened to her memories and, alongside Fenrir, was sold to the palace, trained as a young eunuch and maid. It is understandable that someone took notice of them, a strikingly beautiful young boy and a captivating little girl with an enchanting appearance. When someone planned to do something unspeakable to Yamoji, Fenrir awoke. As the twin possessing power, he forcibly transformed into a dragon, but the raging force was beyond his control, ultimately triggering the incomplete ultimate spell, the Shiva Dance. Had it been the complete Shiva Dance, Beijing would have been reduced to ruins. An elemental explosion far more powerful than the Tsar Bomba, capable of annihilating everything within thousands of kilometers. The Dragon King possesses the true authority and power to obliterate the world, yet they had little opportunity to wield it. After that incident, we found ourselves trapped in a relentless cycle of death and rebirth, akin to a curse. Ezio pondered for a moment. Indeed, like a curse. And the sole means to break this cyclical torment is to completely consume another twin, thereby acquiring total power and authority. But who among us is capable of such an act? Xiaomi gazed at the ceiling. Our father, upon our birth, limited our powers. Rooted in the solitude of blood and bone. The lament of blood is the very source of this cyclical curse. The one who wields power yearns to be consumed, while the one who holds authority dares not meet the other's gaze. He can endure the power wielded by the other, yet cannot withstand the dual solitude. The more aware he becomes, the more fragile he grows. Did not Odin complete the act of consumption, attaining the full power and authority as the king of sky and wind? Ezio spoke slowly. This is not an impossible feat, is it? He was once the most strategically wise and capable among the 4 dragon kings. Xiaomi softly replied. His power was not the strongest, nor was his wisdom the highest. But his determination and will were the most steadfast and resilient. The one who grasped authority and wisdom chose death. He killed himself and force-fed his brother, compelling him to accept an unbearable fate. With Odin's birth, the king of sky and wind perished, and the world no longer bore witness to his existence. Even their names were utterly erased. Regardless of whether it is I, Fenrir, or those 2 fellows, Norton and Constantine, none of us possess his unwavering determination. Emer has contemplated countless times the notion of devouring Fenrir, only to confront the Black Emperor in a final struggle, yet she would rather embrace death than accomplish this task. And Fenrir is no different. My foolish brother, even if I were to offer myself to him, he could not bring himself to swallow me. What difference does it make even if he resolves to do so? Xiaomi chuckled bitterly, realizing that with the acquisition of power and authority, that newly arisen being is, in truth, no longer connected to us. This choice is tantamount to death. That being is merely a third party inheriting our memories and anguish. It appears that the betrayal of the White King has had a profound impact on the Black King. I know little about the affairs of the White King, as they transpired before the birth of the 4 great dragon kings. Xiaomi stretched her body and rubbed her flat belly, feeling that this state of being is somewhat acceptable, yet contemplating the inevitability of death in a few years fills her with a sense of regret. After all, she is still an invincible 18-year-old beauty, having never experienced love. Don't look at me. I have no interest in the little steel plate. Ezio pulled Furong closer and kissed her in front of Xiaomi. Could you refrain from flaunting your affection at this moment? This is truly excessive. Xiaomi, feeling a tad frantic, patted the cushion beside her, her frustration evident. I am merely concerned that our guests have not been sufficiently catered to, lest they accuse me of poor hospitality. Ezio leaned back comfortably with Furong nestled against him. But isn't Xiaomi quite adorable? Furong rested her head on Ezio's chest and winked at him. I have no interest in the little steel plate. Ezio grinned mischievously, revealing his less than noble character. I am but a vulgar man who appreciates a curvaceous form. If you truly wish to seek refuge, I would not mind taking you as my subordinate. Ezio discerned the struggles of Xiaomi or Emer, if she cannot escape that world. Her ultimate fate is to embrace death. As for why the Black King has produced such treacherous offspring, Ezio could only speculate. Perhaps it is simply the Black King's solitude, for the lament of blood may very well be a manifestation of his loneliness. The culmination of all dragon bloodlines leads to the Black King, and the curse flowing through these veins surely has its roots. How about this? When my little brother works for me, I will lead you away from your suffering. What is the cost? Xiaomi raised an eyebrow. You shall serve me like a beast of burden. While I go shopping, you carry my bags, I dine, you cook when I tire. You will massage my feet and back. Indeed, that is akin to being a beast of burden. Xiaomi's lips twitched at the sheer audacity of the individual before her. A visage unlike any she had encountered. To exchange servitude for a new life, or dragon life, seems a modest price, does it not? A life can be worthless or invaluable, depending on one's choices. I could simply indulge in your world until I tire of it, and then depart. Ezio shrugged, indifferent to all. You should understand that. In my eyes, you are merely a character from a book, a figure in a story. We do not inhabit the same world. And I cannot regard you as a true human being. Xiaomi remained silent, while Fu Rong appeared to have something to say, yet was silenced by Ai Jiao's kiss, which left her gaze somewhat dazed. The guest rooms are also located on the 3rd floor, down the corridor to the left at the staircase. Feel free to choose any room. Ai Jiao turned with Fu Rong and departed, leaving Xiaomi to stare vacantly at the ceiling from the sofa. Do you think I am somewhat cold-hearted? Upon returning to the bedroom, Ai Jiao cupped Fu Rong's face and smiled as he spoke. Perhaps just a little, Fu Rong replied, pursing her lips, for she was indeed a charming girl, and I enjoyed our conversations. However, we will encounter an increasing number of individuals in the future. Regardless of the world we inhabit, tragedies will always outnumber moments of joy. There is an old saying in my homeland, life seldom goes as one wishes. Although most of us cling to the few fortunate events that grace our lives, it does not negate the existence of misfortunes and sorrow. What I truly care about is you, about our future together. Perhaps this is selfishness. I possess the capability to act, yet I cannot simply reach out at every opportunity, as that would only invite more troubles. Ultimately, we are merely strangers from different worlds. Fu Rong nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in that. But what if we were not strangers? Fu Rong suddenly lifted her gaze to Ai Jiao. What if we became friends or acquaintances? What? Do you wish to offer assistance? A little, but it depends on you. After all, I cannot make decisions on your behalf. Ultimately, it is you who will be helping. I sense that there is more to your words, Fu Rong. In truth, Fu Rong's eyes subtly shifted. I rather wish for someone to share the burden with me. Have you overeaten? Fu Rong blinked, her long silvery gray lashes shimmering in the warm light of the small night lamp. How about I find you a daily necessity? Ai Jiao looked taken aback. What do you mean by that? Is Xiaomi not beautiful? She is indeed lovely. I have no issues with my taste. Then how about 4 hours with her each time? It is always from dusk till dawn. While it is delightful, I feel utterly exhausted the following day. Your suggestion is quite audacious. In any case, I find it a bit too long. Fu Rong pouted slightly, turning her head away. I should find a girl I feel is also quite good. At least then, I won't have to work overtime continuously. The thought of spending several hundred years ahead with only you by my side is overwhelming. I certainly wouldn't be able to endure it. No, Xiaomi won't do. She is too placid. Though her face is attractive, she is entirely outside my realm of interest. Xiaomi will grow up. Fu Rong asserted confidently. Let it be. How could a noble dragon king ever lower himself? Xiaomi is merely Xiaomi. She is not Emer. Very well. A voice clearly echoed from outside the door. Though it was identical to Xiaomi's voice, it was evident that it was not she who was speaking. Take me and my brother away from this world. I can offer this body as a gift, and of course, if you desire, I can comply with your wishes. The Dragon King is free from mundane desires, is he not? Ezio waved his hand, opening the door to the bedroom. Since we are here, let us sit. A plush armchair was summoned to the forefront, and the barefoot Jörmungandr confidently entered, taking a seat. No, unlike the other Dragon Kings, I am distinct. The words of the Earth and Mountain King do not originate from me or my brother. In creating the 4 Dragon Kings, the Black King also birthed a secondary lineage of the broad dragon race. Whether of the 1st generation or the 5th, they are his direct descendants, not born of procreation. Class distinctions have existed since the dawn of dragonkind and are insurmountable. However, I am not interested in your body, Ezio dismissed with a wave of his hand. What if this were the case? Jörmungandr's calm gaze met Ezio's. I merely halted the growth of this body, yet time continues to flow. The suspended time resumed its course within this form, condensing the process of growth into mere seconds. The long black hair cascaded down to the waist, and the once fitting attire became taut, the fabric outlining 2 graceful curves. In perfect harmony with that flawless visage, the body now before Ezio exhibited not a trace of imperfection. Such an overwhelming perfection evoked an almost surreal sensation. A face and form so exquisite seemed ill-fitted for the realm of reality, as if they could not even be conjured in dreams. I have stated, I am not interested in your body. Ezio's gaze barely lingered on Jörmungandr for a few moments. If it is merely a toy, I can create one myself. Opening his palm, the Taoist gem of yin and yang materialized in Ezio's grasp, initiating the process of creation. Flesh and blood materialized from thin air. Crafting figurines is a skill I possess. A corporeal body, nearly identical to Jörmungandr's, appeared before him. I can even imbue her with a soul, complete with personality and thought, eternally loyal to me. Although temporary, this endowment will not fade unless I perish. With a gentle tap of his fingertip, a living Jörmungandr opened her eyes. Master, observing her own kneeling form with reverence, Jörmungandr tightly pressed her lips together. Though I am a man with a penchant for beautiful women with ample bosoms and long legs, I do not consider myself base. For humanity, the highest form lies within the heart and emotions. As a dragon, it is natural for you not to comprehend this. Chapter 174, The Abandoned Shamey. What do you desire? After her offer of bodily exchange was declined, Jörmungandr remained unperturbed. After all, she had not held any grand expectations for the transaction that just transpired. While it is often said that a considerable portion of men in this world are governed by their baser instincts rather than their intellect, it is indeed perplexing that those who possess the capability to engage in equitable collaboration would place any value on such trivialities. Once one's power ascends to a certain echelon, the physical form becomes merely a superficial facade, offering her own body as a bargaining chip. Jörmungandr saw no reason for hesitation. The Dragon King's every reincarnation signified a rebirth of flesh from the very beginning. Should a transaction be reached, she could simply acquire a new vessel. Her eternal soul constituted her true essence, while her corporeal form was but a shell for navigating reality. As for the additional entity, Shamey, Jörmungandr held even less regard. Though Shamey possessed an independent persona and consciousness, Jörmungandr, as her creator, did not consider her an equal. Her existence was merely to serve as a functional tool. You brought me here, allowing me to glimpse a glimmer of hope for survival and the genuine possibility of escaping that world. You had designs on me from the outset, did you not? I am indeed intrigued by this transaction, and I lack the means to negotiate further. What must I sacrifice for my brother and me to depart from that world? Or rather, what is it that you desire? Jörmungandr spoke candidly, having laid all her cards on the table, unable to reject the circumstances that surrounded her. Resigning herself to fate. The notion of placing oneself upon the chopping block for others to exploit brought a hint of amusement to Ezio's countenance. It appeared she truly had no alternative. Indeed, if this opportunity were to slip away, time was of the essence. Jörmungandr raised 3 fingers, indicating that only 3 years remained. The year 2012 would herald the awakening of the Black King, Nidhogg, at which point all resistance would be rendered futile and any struggles would be crushed. Even though he was currently a mere husk devoid of a soul, this incarnation of the Black King would be more terrifying than ever. Transformed into a beast driven solely by instinct, a creature of raw power infused with the essence of all linguistic roots in existence. What transpired between the dragon race and humanity in those days? It was of no concern to humanity. They were but insects, incapable of affecting any change. What I can disclose is that it was a rebellion of which the Black King was all too aware, or perhaps a struggle on his part. I cannot divulge further details, for the blood pact we established negated all that transpired then. I lack the power to rend the covenant asunder. Was it an intentional desire for death on the part of the Black King? Ezio raised an eyebrow. There exists no entity capable of slaying the Black King. Jörmungandr replied succinctly. Even the 4 great Dragon Kings, when he was conscious, possessed no means of resistance. After all, our strength is derived from his sharing what we possess. He also has, while what he possesses is exclusively his own. To listen to this was akin to perceiving Nidhogg as the embodiment of the world's will. Ezio shook his head. Since the entirety of the truth remained elusive, it mattered little to him, as he merely sought entertainment. In truth, it is not a matter of what I desire, but rather what you can offer as collateral. I acknowledge that my intentions in bringing you here are indeed purposeful, and I possess the ability to extricate you from that realm. However, I must caution you that the world in which I reside may not be as congenial to a dragon such as yourself as you might envision. There are dragons here as well. Those fire-breathing lizards? Emer raised an eyebrow slightly. This world is home to a cadre of ancient dragons capable of traversing to other realms, hunting in worlds inhabited by dragons. What is their objective? Emer's brow furrowed, his tone becoming somber. To procure the laws governing the very concept of dragons. I have little doubt that their strength derives from the continual absorption of the diverse laws of dragons across multiple worlds. Do you intend to hand me over to them? A sense of unease washed over Emer as she truly began to comprehend the stark differences between this world and what she had previously known. They seek to engage in a transaction with me, requesting that I provide them with living dragons or samples of dragons in exchange for treasures from their vaults that they no longer require. I too possess the ability to traverse other realms, and they are aware of this fact. Although this revelation caught me off guard, and is not something I am particularly keen on, at least, during our initial encounter, these beings, who wield greater power than I, have not been overly aggressive. Their amicable approach is rather pleasant. I do not shy away from trading with them. Who are they? My animagus transformation embodies them. You should be familiar with this name, the progenitor of all dragons in Chinese mythology, the Yinglong, said to possess the power of creation. And they indeed possess a complete microcosm. Have you joined them? I suspect they would be pleased to welcome my inclusion, as I could pave a path anew. However, I am not particularly interested in this matter, though I am intrigued by their powers. Their bloodline conceals 3 innate abilities, of which I can currently wield only one. The other 2 remain beyond my grasp. I surmise that only by obtaining and assimilating the laws governing dragons can the innate gifts of the Yinglong truly manifest. They claim to possess the knowledge to teach me how to acquire the law's power from other realms, and I believe in their capabilities. Yet I prefer to obtain such power independently. So, shall we engage in a transaction? Ezio gazed at Emer with a cheerful demeanor. I can facilitate your departure from that world alongside your brother, but in return, what price are you willing to pay? Emer's eyes narrowed slightly, deep in serious contemplation. Yet she exuded an air of delicate charm that could enchant any ordinary man into a flurry of distraction, restless with the desire to draw closer to her, yet hesitant to disrupt her thoughts. Ezio, however, was untroubled by such concerns. She reached out and gently grasped the chin of another Emer kneeling before her, tilting her face upwards to meet her gaze. Are you still in search of daily necessities? Ezio turned her head to glance at Furong, teasingly remarking, if it's merely tools you seek, I need not consult anyone. What use is a vessel so exquisitely perfect? While I am indeed fond of beautiful women, my admiration extends beyond mere physical appearances. It is the captivating charm of Furong that surpasses the beauty of any other. After your relentless pursuit of me, how can you so easily allow other women to intrude, right? Furong remained silent, merely linking her arm with Ezio's and gently resting her head on his shoulder. A sense of unprecedented tranquility washing over her. If we were to meet, there would be no need for missed opportunities. Furong whispered softly in Ezio's ear, I mean it. I am not jealous. As the two exchanged sweet nothings, Yemengade made her own decision. Her arms began to transform, sharp claws replacing her slender, fair fingers. The glint of their cold edge sending shivers down one's spine, yet their sharpness was not directed at anyone else. As the buttons of her clothing were undone, Yemengade revealed skin as pale as snow, delicate and flawless, seemingly radiating a jade-like warmth, an exquisite masterpiece that evoked no thoughts of desecration. Her figure was perfect, resembling the fullness of a peach, quivering slightly with her movements, possessing an irresistible allure. However, in the next moment, those sharp claws sliced through her alabaster skin. Crimson blood trickling from the fissures, the flow minimal, merely a few quivering droplets akin to red beans scattered upon the snow. A vigorous heart lay exposed to the air as the claws pierced it, extracting a bit of searing blood. Give me a bottle. No sooner had Yemengate spoken than a small glass vial floated before her. The steaming blood was tinged with a hint of gold, droplets cascading in succession, gradually filling the thumb-sized vial to a third full. Yemengade's complexion was as pale as a fragile ice surface, her hands hanging limply, gasping for breath. This is the power I command. As long as you can take me and my brother away from that world, I can grant you his strength. Is the authority and power of the Earth and Mountain King sufficient to pay the price for our departure from that realm? I can also provide Shami. Although this may cause her great sorrow, my ticket does not encompass her share. Ah, Ezio smiled at Yemengade, realizing that dragons and humans are indeed different. Are you implying selfishness? If so, then yes. Yemengade nodded, I have lived countless years. Yet I have not truly felt what it means to be alive during this extensive duration. Whether human or dragon, desiring to live is not a shameful thing, is it? Certainly, Ezio affirmed, life is the most precious commodity in the world, never to be taken lightly. Anyone who regards life as trivial is bound for hell, such as myself. Ezio spoke nonchalantly, never considering himself a good person, nor believing he deserved salvation. However, there are some matters I need to clarify to ensure the smooth execution of our transaction. Speak. Ezio looked towards Yemengate. My brother's injuries have scarcely healed to this day. When he first regained consciousness, he exerted himself forcefully, harnessing the power of the dragons formed through the art of word manipulation. His wounds, without the process of cocooning, would remain unhealed. Yet, that body cannot be relinquished carelessly, for it is the very currency needed for our transaction. Unlike authority, power necessitates a vessel, specifically my brother's body. I shall restore him, then acquire the full might of the Earth and Mountain King. Ultimately, I will compel him to merge all that strength into the dragon's skeletal cross and present it to you. All that you need to do is carry away the souls of my brother and me, transporting us from that realm to a new, secure place where we may undergo cocooning anew, thus completing our pact. In other words, I must also ensure that Finra possesses a complete dragon form. Indeed, only a fully realized dragon body can contain the entirety of that power. My brother stands as the most formidable warrior among dragon kings, though lacking in wisdom. He possesses an absolute strength capable of overwhelming all dragon kings through sheer brute force. We command the very essence of power, which can be understood as the laws encompassing all forces within our world, from tangible matter to intangible energy, all falling under the dominion of our authority and strength. If my brother and I were to devour one another, Hela would emerge as the mightiest dragon king beneath the Black King Nidhogg, without exception. We could vanquish Odin with but a single hand. Regardless of the grand schemes and calculations he may employ, a mere punch suffices. I hope this is not an exaggeration. When you acquire it, you shall comprehend its entirety, for it is all veritable and true. I accept your commission. Contract has been established. Mission difficulty. Issuer, Earth and Mountain King J. Ramungander Finrar. Mission content, restore Finrar's dragon form, transfer the souls of the Earth and Mountain King's twins to a safe world, and assist them in completing their cocooning. Mission reward, law of the source of power, all of Earth and Mountain Kings. Mission deadline, 1,152 days. The contract has superseded the assassination contract concerning the Earth and Mountain King. Such contracts will not reappear unless the mission is abandoned before failure. Therefore, may our collaboration be fruitful. Ezio rose, extending his right hand to shake J. Ramungander's. I await your favorable news. The young girl's eyes were reddened, brimming with tears. How does it feel to be forsaken? Ha. Ezio ruffled Shamey's little head, emitting a chuckle laced with playful mockery. How could anyone in this world possess such a vile temperament as yours? With eyes reddened, Shamey glared at Ezio, yet the light within her gaze was dim. She had come to understand her status as a discarded pawn. She had been stripped of even the right to serve as a bargaining chip, deprived of any meaning of existence. Do not be so sorrowful. Ezio reclined comfortably, noting that there remained over 3 years. Surely, you can still indulge in the pleasures of the moment, cannot you? I implore you, you are indeed a stunning beauty. With a mere beckoning of your finger, suitors could line up for miles, the modern-day Dodgy. As you gaze around, regardless of gender, they could all become your King Zhou. Those who derive joy from demeaning themselves possess a singular moniker. Xiaomi, with a cold demeanor and a stern expression, identifies them as wretched harlots. It appears you are indeed unlike Yamoja. I am human, not a beast. So, what are your plans for the future, Xiaomi? Just waiting for death. What other plans could I have? Ah, I see. You are impoverished, unable to muster even 200 yuan, even if you wish to savor your final 3 years. Financial constraints render it impossible. Suddenly feeling pierced at heart, Xiaomi staggered and sat on the ground, staring at the figure beside her, indistinguishable from a doll, and strikingly similar to herself, momentarily lost in thought. I am just like her, aren't I? Xiaomi murmured softly. A doll, when valued, is played with. Yet once deemed worthless, it can be discarded without a second thought. Indeed, for Yamoja, that is the case. Your very existence was a necessity for her to masquerade flawlessly within human society, and your independent thoughts make you both manipulable and capable of performing tasks she finds troublesome. Are you now contemplating a confrontation with us, the monsters who toy with the lives of others? Ezio peered from the foot of the bed, addressing the seated Xiaomi. In truth, there exists a distinction between you and this doll. What? Xiaomi suddenly looked up. Yamoja's craftsmanship surpasses mine. After all, this is my inaugural attempt at creating life. Thus, this being exists in a limbo between artificial intelligence and artificial ignorance. To truly become human, it requires decades of rigorous practical experience. With a snap of his fingers, Ezio caused the doll, born from the void through yin-yang techniques, to dissolve and vanish, leaving no trace behind. My previous words hold weight, you know. What did you say? Become my subordinate, work for me, and I shall lead you away from suffering. You desire livestock, not subordinates. Xiaomi's voice suddenly escalated as she fixed her gaze intently upon Ezio's eyes. Whether you consider them livestock is of no consequence. Boss. The boss intends to retire for the night, so you may kneel in peace. Ezio gestured dismissively towards the door. I could indeed assist with the task at hand. You adapt to your role rather swiftly, don't you? Ezio chuckled, for Xiaomi proved to be quite entertaining. I have been working for ages. I am quite adept. You know, remember to prepare breakfast tomorrow, seafood kanji. The ingredients are all in the kitchen. Thank you, boss. With a light step, Xiaomi exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Why the sudden desire to assist her? Furong inquired, somewhat taken aback. I mentioned it previously. Ezio reclined beside Furong, resting his arm upon her. And besides, she is human, not a beast, and fortuitously, I too am human, albeit a tad beastly. Chapter 175, an amusing rank 1 task. Having a little maid at home truly feels delightful. While savoring a steaming bowl of seafood porridge and indulging in a perfectly executed leg massage, Ezio comfortably squinted his eyes in pleasure. Indeed, what a delightful experience it is. Dressed in a maid outfit, Xiaomi dutifully attended to him. Though she couldn't resist voicing her grievances, the life of a wealthy master is quite blissful. After all, having hired a worker, it would be a bit too presumptuous not to utilize my services to the fullest. Yet, the unscrupulous employer does possess a modicum of conscience. For I am the one who dispenses the wages. Xiaomi's ears perked up at the mention of wages. You, my employer, are not lacking in wealth. Rather than granting a holiday, I would prefer to pay you. How much? Would a gold bar a month suffice? Ezio reached into the air and grasped a 1-kilogram gold bar that fell into his hand. Money depreciates, hence my preference for gold. With the current gold price at 210, 1 bar a month amounts to 210,000. Xiaomi instantly calculated her salary. Wow, am I dreaming? That's merely 2 meals worth. No need to make a fuss. Ezio waved his hand dismissively. A flat-chested and impoverished beauty. That's quite the peculiar trope. I senti it. With your intelligence, you should easily find a well-paying, respectable part-time job. Xiaomi paused, noting that she had, indeed, bought him chips. At this juncture, her voice dipped slightly. He is the brother of Yemigate, not mine. So what? You now have a wealthy, handsome, and generous master, do you not? Xiaomi rolled her eyes but then smiled and replied, indeed. Your voice is quite unpleasant. It would be better to return to normal. Rest assured, although I am not a noble character, I am a man of my word. There is no need to flatter me. Simply be yourself. Speaking of which, I rather enjoy a character who indulges in witty banter. It certainly adds to the amusement. There are hardly any beautiful girls who excel in this role. Xiaomi pouted. That sounds rather kitsch. Although I participated, it was solely for professional reasons. How about you become a butterfly priest? I find that quite appealing. You merely enjoy scantily clad attire, don't you? Xiaomi displayed a knowing expression. What is wrong with that? Is there any contradiction? I simply admire beautiful girls who dress minimally. Is that not normal? Due to his candidness, Ezio found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He discarded his utensils and vanished, having reached an agreement with Yemigate, and now he could prepare for the entertainment of the new world. Is it not a bit inappropriate to enter without knocking? Xiaomi clutched her chest, holding a new garment in front of herself. As if I did it on purpose. This is my home, my room. Knocking would be the true aberration. Ezio walked past her and sat on the edge of the bed, taking a moment to survey the room. It appeared much more pleasing now. The prior starkness was quite unappealing. Did the flat-chested one consume your family's rice? Xiaomi retorted indignantly. Are you reminiscing about the past? Not at all. See, as a girl, you understand the advantages of a good figure. How much more so for me? After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the two girls, after changing their attire, linked arms. Furong donned a beige dress complemented by a wide-brimmed sun hat, and merely gazing at her evoked a refreshing summer breeze. Meanwhile, Xiaomi opted for denim shorts. Her white printed t-shirt knotted at the hem, revealing a glimpse of her midriff and accentuating the curvature of her figure. Is this the essence of standing tall and proud? Ai Jiao cheerfully remarked. Shall we share some words of wisdom? Being a woman certainly has its merits, doesn't it? Oh, the old cliché of a lingerie advertisement seems to roll off your tongue effortlessly, she replied with a hint of sarcasm. Ai Jiao gave a thumbs up and then stood up, ready to embark on their journey. He took Furong's hand, gently placing the small black and white bundle into her embrace, summoning near as he pushed open an invisible door. They entered the aged, somewhat chilly subway tunnel, which appeared unchanged from their previous visit. How do you feel? Ai Jiao asked with concern, steadying her arm and observing her demeanor. Furong inhaled deeply, feeling a slight discomfort, her breathing not entirely smooth. Although this world possessed an element of magical energy, it still fell short of true magic. However, in comparison to the ninja realm, This place was significantly better. Naruto? Xiaomi inquired curiously. Yes, indeed. Is Tsunade exceptionally grand? Ah, I can only say she is rather formidable. Though I personally cannot appreciate her. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Furong gradually regained her composure. The chakra fruit she had consumed earlier proved quite effective, as chakra significantly enhances physical prowess compared to magic. In terms of energy versatility, chakra holds considerable advantages. This energy, synthesized by oneself, possesses high adaptability. I'm almost ready. But can magic be employed in this world? Yes, it can, albeit with limitations. Without the support of ambient magical energy, the duration and recovery of magic are somewhat compromised. Furong produced her wand, waving it before her. The tip blossomed with an orchid that soon vanished. Shall we proceed? You still need to address your identity issues, I presume? Aijiao walked ahead into the depths of the tunnel. What a magnificent dragon! Furong exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of a colossal dragon embedded in the wall, its form embodying the majesty of earth and mountain. Yet, he is merely a potato chip enthusiast. I happened to bring him some chips when I left. Do you fancy cheese and onion or smoked bacon flavor? Aijiao produced an enormous bag of potato chips, magically expanded using a seamless enchantment, filled with an abundance of freshly made crisps, just off the production line, akin to the British Walkers, the national champion of potato chips. Is all of this for me? Finlier's voice, though commanding, carried a childlike charm. Indeed, it is all yours. You may indulge to your heart's content. This bag contains a veritable mountain of chips. Ezio gently stroked Fenrir's head, truly contemplating the idea of adorning him with a collar, treating him as a cherished pet. Neil, perched upon Ezio's shoulder, tilted his head as if pondering the distinction between the dragon before him and a mere canine. Do you have anything to say to your brother, Emer? No. Shamie replied on Emer's behalf, her gaze resting on her immensely familiar brother, filled with a complex array of emotions. You are human, and humans cannot seamlessly integrate into the world of dragons. I understand, Shamie nodded, but after so many years of companionship, there is still a certain bond. She approached Fenrir, extending her arms to embrace the gentle giant who always called her sister, rubbing against his cool, scaled hide, as if to return all that had once been shared. After Emer had unhesitatingly abandoned her, Shamie's heart had already found its resolution. The simple-minded Fenrir, oblivious to Shamie's intentions, remained unconcerned, for even in her absence, he still had a sister who adored him. Emer was his only true kin who loved him unconditionally in this world. Let us depart, Ezio beckoned to Shamie. And an old subway train halted before them. As the antiquated doors closed, they ventured forth into the dark tunnel ahead. Emerging from an aged platform reminiscent of the 1980s, they found themselves in a Beijing subway station of 2009. At this moment, the morning rush hour was in full swing, with a throng of people bustling about. Yet the crowd suddenly parted to create a narrow passage, countless gazes turning toward them. Envy, tinged with admiration, was directed at Ezio, not for his good looks, but for the two girls accompanying him. If beauty were to be scored, Fu Rong would undoubtedly achieve a perfect 10, her extraordinary allure, derived from her magical essence, exuding a breathtaking charm. Now, as she fully unveiled her captivating presence, she became the center of attention wherever she went. Shamie, standing beside her, was no less striking. While she lacked Fu Rong's enchanting magic, she would score an 11 out of 10 in pure beauty, a remarkable feat that needed no embellishment, as her sheer presence eclipsed the very definition of beauty. When they appeared together in the same moment and place, the shock they instigated among onlookers was unparalleled. The once cacophonous subway station fell into a hushed silence, only resuming its flow of movement once the two figures had vanished from sight. Ah, what a delight, Ezio exclaimed. Somewhat entranced, my vanity has swelled to unprecedented proportions. This sensation is simply exquisite, returning in splendor, as if adorned in fine attire, indeed. After attracting the most beautiful girl in the world, one must take her out for a stroll to bask in the admiration. Upon hearing this, Fu Rong stifled a giggle, covering her mouth, then linked her arm with Ezio's, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Shamie, stop dawdling. Lean on my shoulder while I flaunt. The audacity of boasting often invites misfortune. It is summer now, and with a sudden crack, lightning could transform you into a frizzy-haired spectacle. Yet, let me indulge in my pleasures first. Just yesterday, you claimed not to be a person of lowly nature, but I find your tastes rather pedestrian. I may not be lowly, but I do revel in the crude. There is nothing wrong with flaunting one's charms. If they possess the talent, they should learn from me. Allowing those exquisite young ladies to feast their eyes, gratitude is due to me. Your audacity is truly remarkable, and this is hardly your homeland, is it? Agio chuckled heartily, stating that once he establishes residency here, this place could very well be deemed his home. Oh, by the way, is there a concern with your sudden transformation from a flat figure to one with alluring curves? Can magic truly achieve such feats? I regret to inform you that magic is not omnipotent. While altering perceptions is simple with a confusion spell, manipulating computer data is beyond its reach. However, I recall that the artificial intelligence in Castle likely employs human elements. What difference does it make? If it is a biological brain-machine interface, retaining a head, then magic can indeed intervene. Electronic technology is beyond its scope, yet anything biological is fair game. With a simple confusion spell, Norma could very well call me father. Where, you ask? In Ronching. Does this not imply you harbor feelings for Chu Zihong? I am not interested in that, thank you. Ezio waved his hand dismissively, mentioning he had just received a commission requiring him to handle matters in Castle before the summer break commenced. Although merely a one-star assassination task, it seems rather intriguing. Why does it feel as though you were playing a game? Natsumi blinked. Assassination contract generated. Task difficulty. Publisher, Giovanni. Task summary. No one shall bully my son, Mingfei. Mommy loves you. Task reward. 1,314 silver coins. Following the update of the task system, rewards are now directly linked to the issuer. Previously insipid low-star tasks have become significantly more appealing, with rewards now exceeding the meager numbers of old. Is a mother displeased with her son's experiences over the years? Ezio smiled slightly. The world is becoming rather amusing. What changes might you embrace, Lu Mingfei? Normal updates will resume tomorrow. As stated, inspiration has been lacking these past few days, prompting a complete rewrite of the outline. Normal daily updates will recommence tomorrow. Chapter 176, Giovanni's 5-star review. A blank sheet infused with a confusion spell circulated among certain individuals. Obtaining a legitimate identity poses no challenge for Ezio. In the world of dragons, extraordinary powers are concentrated within dragons and hybrids, rendering ordinary people indistinguishable from muggles, utterly defenseless against the might of spells. Thanks to the staff's expedited efforts, Ezio successfully acquired his legitimate identification on the second day of his arrival, along with Forong's. One can only say that asking Zhang Fei to embroider is indeed a bit of a challenge for her. Fortunately, she has merely developed in certain areas, and it would not be too difficult to attribute this to a second stage of growth, thus weaving a plausible excuse. Ultimately, it remains a matter of semblance. Ezio leaned against the edge of the grandstand at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, gazing out at the setting sun casting its golden glow upon the gilded rooftops of the Forbidden City. The resplendent red and gold light bathed the layered roofs in a warm embrace, the glazed tiles shimmering like molten iron. The shadows of the mythical beasts perched on the eaves stretched long, and the light cascaded down the tile grooves, ultimately being consumed by the shadow of the dragon atop the Hall of Supreme Harmony, swallowing the last glimmer of gold. How beautiful, Farong murmured, her eyes fixed upon the darkening sky outside. The castle feels somewhat monotonous, doesn't it? Ezio savored the last sip of his drink, then wrapped an arm around Farong's shoulders. What our ancestors left behind is truly magnificent, don't you think? Each has its own style, yet they are undeniably splendid. This is my first encounter with such a sight. Farong tilted her head in slight confusion and asked, but why is it that before? The world was different. Time was different. There must have been changes. Even if many things resemble one another, not everything endures. For instance, the hotel we currently reside in wasn't even completed in 1999. This world has already entered the 21st century. Indeed, Farong conceded, realizing she had not considered this perspective before. It was her first time in another world, and she was still acclimating to the differences in both place and time. Xiaomi is certainly not a servant, Ezio. You must not regard her as such. I pay her a monthly salary of 200,000. Ezio shrugged. Is she here to eat for free? The gold has been stacking up in storage. Farong rolled her eyes. Though Ezio had little interest in money, he had a penchant for gold. The storage room on the 3rd floor had become a repository for gold bricks, stacked to the ceiling. Enough to replace all the furnishings in the summer sanctuary with solid gold. I might as well give Xiaomi some pocket money. Isn't that essentially the same? Ezio wrapped his arm around Farong's slender waist, teasingly tickling her. By the way, Farong, weren't you planning to learn Chinese? How is that going? Scoundrel, she retorted. Oh, you actually learned something other than Yao. Thank you. I pick up things swiftly, especially with the assistance of the memory spell. The 320 square meter Wangfu suite boasted an exceptionally spacious living room. By the time they walked from their room to this area, Xiaomi had already changed her shoes and was busy slicing fruits in the open kitchen. Am I not quite diligent, boss? I haven't forgotten my duties at all. Xiaomi stood before Ezio, holding a fruit platter, exuding the charm of a little maid. You're not even wearing a uniform. That's a poor mark. Ezio popped 2 peeled lychees into his mouth. Remember, maid outfits should be paired with white stockings. Why white stockings? Because Farong prefers black. And I thought I might indulge in a change of visual flavor. Xiaomi took a small step back, one hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Your acting is commendable. I reward you with a shopping trip with Farong tomorrow, and I shall cover the expenses. And what about you, boss? Off to earn a living. Of course. Did you not receive a commission previously? I must make a journey to Rongqing. I assumed you were jesting, but there truly is a commission? Indeed. Ezio reclined on the sofa. If one were to consider purchasing power, it would round up to several centuries' worth of your salary. Furong gazed at Ezio with a hint of confusion regarding this task. As an official member of the Sanctuary of Summer, she had access to the mission information shared by Ezio. However, the allocation of rewards was entirely at Ezio's discretion. How do you intend to proceed, Ezio? It appears the requirements for task completion are rather ambiguous, are they not? This gives us the freedom to interpret it as we see fit. Ultimately, we must cater to the client's needs, centered around the principle that no one shall harm my son. However, we are assassins, not mediators skilled in persuasion. Ezio spoke with a cold demeanor, but then shifted his tone. Regardless, ensuring client satisfaction is a matter I must take seriously. What do you imply? First, we gather intelligence, then provide an assessment. Based on their performance, we shall determine whether to issue a warning or send them on their way. I am not one to revel in killing. Am I? Who can say? Furong cast a glance at Ezio. Upon learning that he had achieved a milestone of 1,000,000 kills in the trial space, she understood what kind of person he had become upon emerging from that place. Nonetheless, she felt little concern. It was not her coldness, but rather an acceptance of the unchangeable, along with a sense of reassurance in Ezio's distinct regard for her. It seems you are discussing something rather chilling. Xiaomi crossed her arms, a look of trepidation etched upon her face. Indeed, being a couple of assassins, it is rather fitting. But do not worry, you shall grow accustomed to it. It appears I have unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Otherwise, do you think a monthly salary of 200,000 is easily obtained? Perhaps you should consider offering more, boss. I could entirely forget this matter. How naive. Ezio chuckled and shook his head. Have you settled the school matters? Yes. All is resolved. When I go, I shall bind my chest. The transformation will be gradual, reducing any abruptness. After all, I cannot directly erase their memories of me. Modifying memories is not my forte. I can only make subtle adjustments to ensure my changes are not too conspicuous. However, it should be manageable as there is still about a month until school begins. The summer semester organized by Castle is truly vexing. They have cut more than half of the summer vacation time, and I must return to school in July. Fortunately, I am employed by you, boss. Had it been before, with merely a month to work during summer, I would not have saved enough for living expenses. If Castle did not cover the airfare, I would likely have to swim across the Pacific. Xiaomi rambled on, embodying the demeanor of a little money grubber. Must we accompany you? Furong inquired, taking a bite of strawberry while sitting beside Ezio. If you wish to go, you are welcome to do so. Ezio shrugged indifferently, though he was unfamiliar with Rome City. He was well aware of where to enjoy himself in the capital. I know Rome City well, Xiaomi proclaimed, patting her chest. I attended middle school and high school there. Although no one remembers my presence now, I am quite familiar with the place. However, the house I used to live in might not meet your standards, boss. She stuck out her tongue. Fully aware of Ezio's spending habits, he didn't necessarily seek the most extravagant options, but he always aimed for the best within a reasonable range. For money was something Ezio had in abundance. All right, I have no objections. We can also visit the beach, as long as your budget allows. I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged. Do you wish to be a housekeeper instead of a maid? A raise, perhaps? No raise. Oh, but you will still have to do everything. I hired you to be my workhorse. You heartless boss. Stop pretending to be cute. I prefer my boss lady to be alluring. Cuteness pales in comparison to allure. All right, let us have the hotel prepared dinner. A housekeeper must exhibit the demeanor of one. Now, off you go. Xiaomi observing Xiaomi rise to her tasks with her chubby cheeks, Ezio chuckled behind her, finding the little girl rather amusing. Is it truly enjoyable to bully others? Furong asked with a smile, turning to Ezio. Now, tell me, how does this world seem to you? Sure, Ezio leaned back, draping his arm around Furong's shoulder, speaking lazily. What would you like to hear? At the end of June, Ezio and his two companions departed from the capital, arriving in the provincial capital of Rome City, located along the southeastern coast. Although it was a provincial capital and situated in a bustling coastal area, Rome City's economy paled in comparison to nearby Hangzhou, Guangzhou, and Shanghai, primarily due to the large island visible across the sea. However, despite its drawbacks, it still boasted essential amenities, such as the Regent Hotel, a global chain that offered comfort and service rivaling that of ultra-luxury brands like Aman, Ritz-Carlton, and Four Seasons. Yet in Ezio's mind, the Regent Hotel was always associated with the Regent Grand Hotel from the domestic film Kung Fu Hustle. While he may have indulged in some mental complaints, he couldn't truly fault the place. The top-floor presidential suite featured a temperature-controlled swimming pool and even an indoor golf course, with a splendid view of the heart of Rome City, especially enchanting at night. Moreover, work was paramount, and Ezio was quite dedicated, though finding someone in the vast expanse of Rome City could be challenging. Once he discovered the high school attended by Lu Mingfei, the task became significantly easier. Upon entering Shirlan High School, in less than 20 minutes, Ezio acquired Lu Mingfei's complete home address. His cousin, Lu Mingze, was in his senior year and had remained at home since completing the college entrance examination in early June. If all went well, he was expected to be accepted by the University of Austin abroad, only to face a year's delay due to visa issues, ultimately culminating in his involvement in the Japanese Deadpool incident before finally realizing his dream of attending university. I can only hope that the reality diverges significantly from the narratives pinned by the old rogue of Jiangnan. Should it truly mirror them, this world would be utterly dismal. Ezio gently pressed the accelerator, and his newly acquired Porsche Cayenne smoothly executed a U-turn, departing from Sherlawn Middle School. To be candid, Ezio had a penchant for the ostentatious orange-yellow Lamborghini 640, yet a two-seater sports car could hardly accommodate 3 individuals. He certainly could not tether Xiaomi to the roof. He was a master, not a tyrant. Perhaps he should conjure a vehicle himself? While contemplating this notion during his drive, Ezio mused that, although he was not particularly versed in automotive manufacturing, he was well versed in alchemy. A car, after all, was merely an engine with 4 wheels. Safety measures were designed for muggles, while wizards remained indifferent to such contrivances. By infusing a touch of magic, even if he were to charge directly at a building, it would miraculously leap aside to grant him passage. However, this was merely a visual illusion. In reality, it operated like a magical vehicle akin to a knight's bus, traversing an independent spatial sublayer, thereby avoiding any physical collision with the material world. Both moved within the main space, allowing even the most reckless of drivers to accelerate without restraint. Moreover, magical vehicles consumed no fuel, powered purely by magical energy, rendering them exceptionally eco-friendly. They could even engage in pseudo-space jumps, akin to the principle of a portkey, albeit at a slower pace with a clearly defined motion process, ensuring safety, even if the experience was somewhat lacking in sensation. As he pondered this seemingly feasible endeavor, Ezio navigated the roads with a divided focus. With some time before the evening rush hour commenced, the streets remained relatively clear. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a modest residential complex. In Rongqing, property prices were not exorbitantly high, averaging around 7,000 per square meter. In such a neighborhood, acquiring a 2-bedroom apartment, complete with renovations, would easily exceed 1 million. Considering the income levels from 6 years prior, when his family relied solely on Uncle Lu Mingfei's meager salary, they would scarcely manage the mortgage, let alone afford tuition for 2 children attending the city's most prestigious private school, which cost no less than 100,000 annually. What of Harry Potter? Ezio glanced up at the buildings before him, leaning against the car door as he voiced his grievances. Harry's aunt and uncle, at least, took him in despite the looming threat of being murdered by Death Eaters, asking for not a single penny in return. In such a context, their treatment of Harry could be somewhat justified, considering the peril that accompanied involvement in the Wizarding World, where their chances of encountering fatality would vastly increase. Nevertheless, they received a substantial annual stipend, leading a remarkably comfortable life, while Lu Mingfei, as the benefactor, was reduced to living like a mere servant in a landlord's household. Ezio shook his head, pondering what rationale existed for sparing them. After all, the funds provided by Mingfei's mother were considerable, amounting to the equivalent of a bounty for eliminating a novice shadow-level ninja from the ninja realm. With the employer's payment sufficiently generous, it would only be prudent to execute the task with finesse. Maintaining one's reputation was paramount. Upon witnessing a small displacement BMW 3 Series enter the community, Egidio departed from the car's vicinity and made his way towards a nearby building. "May I ask your surname, sir?" As he approached the base of the building, he noticed an elderly gentleman enjoying a newspaper in the glow of the setting sun. "I am surnamed Qin," the old man replied, lifting his gaze towards the individual who greeted him, another foreigner. "Oh, it dawned on me, Mr. Qin, the doorman. I was wondering why your Mandarin was so proficient. Your accent suggests you're from Nanjing, am I correct?" "Indeed, my father hails from Nanjing. I've heard that folks from Jiangsu often reside in clusters. Is there any truth to that?" "More or less," Egidio chuckled, then proceeded to pull up a stool beside the old man and sat down. "I came here to see a friend, but I didn't anticipate that he would still be in school. The academic breaks abroad differ significantly from those at home." The doorman, Mr. Qin, pondered for a moment. "Are you referring to that lad, Lu Mingfei? Do you know him, sir?" "Ah, of course. I was the one who received his admission notice. Do you see that newsstand over there?" Mr. Qin shook the newspaper. "To be honest, I never expected it. Lu Mingfei made quite a splash last year. Although his family remained tight-lipped, the events regarding Sherlawn High School circulated widely. Who would have thought that the unfortunate Lu Mingfei could secure a scholarship from a foreign university, amounting to nearly 200,000 yuan a year? That is indeed a rarity. Could you share some details about his family? Mingfei hasn't mentioned this to me. My visit is actually on behalf of his mother to check on him." A flicker of surprise crossed Mr. Qin's eyes. Although he had never met Lu Mingfei's parents, he was aware that the boy was not orphaned, but rather living with his uncle and aunt. "Very well, let me enlighten you." Mr. Qin opened up, his words flowing freely. Egidio offered the elderly gentleman a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, and as Mr. Qin indulged in smoking, he recounted the intricacies of Lu Mingfei's family affairs, revealing every detail that could not escape his notice. After more than half an hour of conversation, Egidio gained a comprehensive understanding of Lu Mingfei's life over the past few years. When he first moved here 5 years ago, Lu Mingfei was faring quite well. He was merely in middle school then, exuding a certain vitality, and his attire reflected more than the mere 10 or 20 yuan trinkets often found at street stalls. However, in the second year after his arrival, Mr. Qin observed the light in Lu Mingfei's eyes fade. It seemed that after an incident at school, he faced a harsh reprimand from his aunt. The once vibrant boy, who walked with his head held high, had transformed into a dispirited youth, perpetually hunched and languid. This metamorphosis left a deep impression on Mr. Qin, for it was during the vibrant age of 13 or 14 that a boy should flourish. Yet Lu Mingfei had gradually diverged from the typical demeanor of his peers. Old Master Qin also had grandchildren, and he was well aware of such matters. However, as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to say much. He could only offer some care within his means when he encountered Lu Mingfei, such as allowing him to peruse magazines and novels for free, indulging in a bit of leisure reading. As he spoke of this, a hint of melancholy seeped into old Master Qin's voice. Yet, his uncle was rather spineless, unable to stand firm at all. Sighing, old Master Qin took a drag from the cigarette in his hand and exhaled a deep breath. "Thank you, old Master Qin. This is a token of my gratitude for your efforts." Ezio produced several red bills and pressed them into his hand. Before old Master Qin could decline, Ezio's gaze became vacant for a few seconds, completely forgetting the earlier matter. He stumbled a few steps in a daze before regaining his composure. Glancing at the cash in his hand, a smile creased his face. To his astonishment, the scratch-off lottery ticket he had picked up off the ground had indeed won. Meanwhile, at the staircase, Ezio had vanished without a trace. The Lu family, gathered around the dinner table, looked curiously towards the door, only to be greeted by the sight of a strikingly handsome mixed-race gentleman in a casual shirt, even more charming than the stars on television. "Who are you?" A voice, filled with rising indignation, yet abruptly silenced by fear, rose from the table. "I bring greetings from Lady Giovanni." Ezio replied with an air of elegance as the doors swung shut behind him. The family exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend Ezio's presence. "As you might surmise, I am here on behalf of Lady Giovanni to address certain matters regarding her son, Lu Mingfei." "What do you want?" A high-pitched voice interjected, laden with anger. But just before it peaked, the speaker clamped her hand over her throat, her expression turning to one of terror. "I despise interruptions when I speak. Therefore, you shall remain silent now," Ezio pronounced, extending a finger and softly intoning, "This is the consequence of your offense." The overweight woman on the floor writhed in pain, her contorted form resembling a fat maggot. However, her inability to vocalize her suffering hindered any effective communication of her distress. Yet, her convulsions startled the two men nearby. "Now, I believe you have learned your lesson." Ezio withdrew his finger, and the thrashing woman gradually quieted. At that moment, the previously stunned men finally stirred into action. "I am here to confirm the well-being of Lady Giovanni's son, Lu Mingfei, during his years at the boarding school. According to the information provided by the client, a substantial sum has been deposited into your account annually. Over the past 6 years, this has accumulated to a significant figure, $300,000, which translates to over 2 million yuan, approximately 80 times your family's annual income. This amount is sufficient for you to purchase this house outright, to acquire a small BMW, and to enroll your son in the city's finest private school, along with a considerable allowance. In fact, there would still be surplus funds to indulge in games of mahjong. Yet it seems you have overlooked a significant matter, or perhaps an individual. This sum of money is intended for the benefit of Lu Mingfei, to cover his tuition at Shirlan High School as well as his living expenses. At the very least, half of it should be allocated for him, correct? However, based on my understanding, the situation appears to be otherwise. Do you have any justification for this? Jiao elegantly spoke, stepping forward with poise, standing before the three of them. The aunt, already tortured to the brink of mental exhaustion by the earlier tormenting spell, had lost her ability to articulate, the soul-crushing incantation proving sufficiently powerful, rendering her nearly incapacitated in less than 10 seconds. "What have you done to my wife? Call the police. I want to report this." A trembling man fumbled for his phone, a Nokia 96, the very one that had been sent to Lu Mingfei before his enrollment at Castle. "It appears you have no defense for this." Jiao made no attempt to stop him from dialing the police. However, when the call connected, a look of terror crossed the man's face as he realized the words escaping his lips were not those he intended. "I want to report. My wife has gone insane. She is wielding a knife, trying to kill me and our son. Hurry." In a fit of rage, he smashed his phone against the floor, shattering it into countless pieces. "Now, I shall proceed with my task." A kitchen knife floated forth, glistening with remnants of minced garlic. A somewhat robust hand grasped the knife's handle and swung down forcefully upon the dining table, splintering the wood. The two men, nearly paralyzed with fear, screamed like frightened fowl. But soon their cries transformed into anguished wails. The woman's hysterical screams were piercing as she witnessed her own hand lay waste to her husband and son, reducing them to mere fragments, and in that moment, her sanity slipped away. Ezio observed indifferently from the side as she raised the knife and plunged it into her own abdomen, the blade emerging upwards, rendering her insides exposed. "It seems you are performing with great fervor," Ezio remarked, his brow unfurrowed as he faced the gruesome scene unfolding before him. "Mrs. Giovanni, your commission has been successfully fulfilled. I trust you will find this outcome to your liking." Ezio extended a finger, tracing a line in the air that revealed words visible only to a select few. "No one shall bully my son, Mingfei. Mother loves you, Giovanni." The shrill sound of police sirens echoed from below, drawing the gaze of many who witnessed stern-faced officers disembarking and ascending the building. "Lu Mingfei, what shall you do now?" Standing atop the small building that had once been Lu Mingfei's secret haven, Ezio gazed at the sun sinking toward the horizon and spoke softly. "I quite admire Ariai. So please, do not let her become a withered corpse. Death serves as a swift catalyst for maturation. Regrettably, I cannot allow you to witness the scene that just transpired. For I fear it may frighten you to death, little rascal. Disappoint others, that is acceptable, but to disappoint me, and no one shall be there to save you." The assassination contract has been successfully completed. The distribution of mithril coins has commenced. Customer reviews are as follows. They deserve it. "It is regrettable that I am bound to a husband lacking in masculinity. The notion of an apocalypse sect is nothing but a dream, isn't it? Do they truly believe that eliminating a few juvenile dragon kings will lead to victory for the half-breeds? Although I have yet to encounter the Black King Nidhogg. Judging by the power exhibited by Jormungand, even a frenzied version of the Black King, driven solely by instinct, would undoubtedly not be a mere level to conquer. Let alone the Black King. Once any dragon king successfully undergoes the process of hatching into their full form, the half-breeds would be reduced to nothing more than discarded scraps of pickled vegetables in their presence. While extraordinary power may have its limitations, one truth remains. Within the realm of the extraordinary, or on the planet it occupies, such power is insurmountable. Only magic can vanquish magic, a universal truth across all worlds. When the Black King Nidhogg brings about the world's end and subsequently reshapes it, the Doomsday sect will truly witness the arrival of the apocalypse. What refuge? What survival through the end times? Such naivete is laughable. Ezio harbors a keen interest in the Black King Nidhogg. While selling this world to the Dragonborn clan poses no issue, Ezio prefers to maximize his profits, opting to transport goods for trade rather than permitting them to come and take over directly. The terms differ significantly. Presently, Ezio remains uncertain about what he wishes to exchange from the Dragonborn's treasury, and there is no rush regarding the negotiations. What of the next mission? Who wishes to become my employer? Ezio heard the startled exclamations of the police as they burst through the door. The ghastly scene would surely linger in their memories. It was a battlefield of horrors, a blood-soaked arena, the kind that garners 5-star reviews. Ezio's figure vanished from the rooftop. The task had been accomplished, and the subsequent repercussions were of no concern to him. Upon returning to the presidential suite of the Regal Hotel, he found 2 girls, having finished their shopping, seated comfortably on the sofa, one clad in black, the other in white. Their long legs wrapped in stockings presented a stunning tableau. Thankfully, Shamey, you do not have sweaty feet. Ezio settled between them, casually picking up Fuyun's delicate black-stockinged foot, gently toying with it. Shamey, arms crossed and pouting, had indeed donned a maid outfit for this occasion. "It sounds as though you intend to seduce me in front of the madam. I wouldn't mind." Fuyun chimed in with a radiant smile. "Please prepare some fruit for your boss. It's the perfect season for lychees. Go and peel a plate. While I do appreciate the salary you provide, I find you, aside from your wealth and good looks, entirely unappealing," Shamey retorted. "Is that so?" Ezio chuckled. "Then it's fortunate that should I ever awaken to your wake-up service, it would indeed be peculiar." "What wake-up service?" Fuyun inquired, somewhat perplexed. "The one from our first night together, the fulfill any request room." Fuyun suddenly recalled the rather outrageous events of that day, gently biting her lip. "Shall we try tonight?" "No, absolutely not." Furong immediately gestured in front of her, turning her head with a huff, puffing out her cheeks. "No way. My mouth is killing me," she exclaimed. "Boss, could you perhaps take care of this pure and lovely maiden?" As she approached with a tray of fruit, Xiaomi leaned down, placing a plate of swiftly peeled lychees on the coffee table. Although she mentioned being treated like a beast of burden, she understood it was merely jest. During her previous part-time jobs, she had been far busier, earning far less, barely making what she now earned in a single day. "You, this pure and lovely maiden, might just know more than I do." "No way. Isn't there an anime convention during the summer? How about you lead us on an outing? I haven't been in ages." "Are you talking about Lelouch? That protagonist who can't even finish an 800-meter run?" Xiaomi asked, biting her finger uncertainly. "Boss, are you serious? Just consider it a passing whim." Ezio rolled his eyes. "I almost forgot that detail. Lelouch is indeed quite weak. Then let's go with Suzaku. At least he can barely keep up with my exhaust fumes when it comes to bare-handed mech dismantling. By the way, what if I were to construct a mech? Ezio suddenly had an idea. I was contemplating whether to build myself a car, but whether a Porsche, Ferrari, or Lamborghini. Those toys that struggle to reach 300 kilometers are utterly meaningless. A mech car? Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback by Ezio's leap of thought. Like Transformers, right? One moment it's a car, the next a bodyguard, always ready to move and stand by. Isn't that a bit unrealistic? Xiaomi tentatively responded. Even with alchemy. I'm not particularly skilled at that. When it comes to figurines, Norton is quite adept, but unfortunately, he is now nothing but a skeleton. Isn't the Dragon King supposed to be immortal? Indeed, immortal, Xiaomi shrugged. But he can slumber, after being killed and transformed into dragon bone. The time of his awakening coincides with Nidhogg's return to the world. His soul will awaken from its slumber, only to be utterly destroyed, entering a true eternal sleep. You possess knowledge of alchemy, right? Please compile it for me. Boss, you're in charge, but I'm really not good at this. Emer is rather lazy. I suspect the collections in the castle library far exceed her knowledge. She and Finra have never studied such matters, and the preparatory classes don't teach specific alchemy. I only know the basics. After all, if anything can be shattered with a single punch, these external forces become inconsequential. Ezio could understand. As the king of earth and the mountains, who mastered the roots of strength, he truly had no need for such flamboyant trinkets. Seeing the deadline of matter, with a single punch, everything ended. There was no need to labor over other studies. That's about it. Unfortunately, in their few awakenings, they never managed to achieve that. Plus, Finra is the first dragon king in history to be poisoned. So embarrassing. He drank a cup of poison laced with Philosopher's Stone dust without even realizing it. At this point, Xiaomi couldn't help but express her exasperation. After removing the filter of her brother, she felt as though she were gazing upon a child with intellectual disabilities in need of care. Aren't you afraid that Yemojide will find out and give you a good slap? She remarked, as if the body in question were not her own. Xiaomi nonchalantly replied, aside from our spiritual connection, I wish to have no further entanglements with her. She has already forsaken me. Must I still speak kindly on her behalf? Xiaomi was acutely aware that she held no value in Yemojide's eyes. Without Aijiao's refuge, she would be left to await her demise. Who desires death? Certainly. Xiaomi does not. She yearns to live, to truly live, and to experience a life uniquely her own, entirely hers. Thank you, boss. Though you may be a rogue, you possess a good heart. Xiaomi smiled brightly at Aijiao. If gratitude is due, I shall give your feet a gentle massage. So, boss, are you prone to sweaty feet? I am indeed, so you shall have to endure it.